One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 561 to 580. 561 Eat Harabel. So you don't need to be moved, and I don't need your move. The big deal is to get on the bus first and then make up the ticket again. I am still very confident in my own charm. I have no promise to give you anything in the future. Who knows? The only thing I can give you is that as long as I'm alive, I'll do my best to make you happy, and won't let you do the meaning of your existence, sacrifice, even if it's Nellie L. I won't let you sacrifice for her either. Lu Chengkong found that he was really unfit to be a hero, especially when facing a woman, especially when he was pushed down. It was even more difficult to say some wonderful love words or unrealistic promises to coax a woman's happiness. Therefore, Lu Chengkong has always been single in the complicated world of flowers in his previous life. The women of that era have developed to an extremely terrifying level. Even a woman with a dinosaur level in appearance and heart is extremely dangerous in choosing a man. He doesn't know how to talk, doesn't understand women's hearts, doesn't know how to make women happy. Always been single. The problem, I have always lived in a circle of either killing or swallowing, and I have never been warm. Where have I heard these words? And no one dared to say these words to her like this. Even if someone said these rhetoric to her, she would also. There is no feeling, because she can tell the authenticity at a glance. What she needs is not rhetoric, not the so-called pure sincerity, no matter how sincere it is. What is security? What is warmth? What is comforted? So when Nellie appeared by her side and brought her warmth and comfort, she was willing to sacrifice everything for it, in order to appreciate and protect Nellie that can make her feel the warmth of the Pure Land. Having lived with Lu Chengkong for a long time, Halibal, who is as careful as dust, of course knows what Lu Chengkong is like. After all, women who understand a man can usually see clearly in a very short time. Especially Lu Chengkong is not a man with deep scheming, a deep sense of government, nor a heroic man. Harabel dared to say that he knew this man very well after living for a long time, so she could hear that Lu Chengkong did not say anything flattering to her. Then it's a feeling similar to what Nellie Lu brings to me, but it's different. It's a little less delicate and feminine than Nellie Lu. It's not the kind of gentle drizzle, the feeling of flowing water, ideas, such as the feeling that Nellie Lu brings to her is more secure, heavy, like a storm is like a violent storm. Making her a little overwhelmed. I don't need me, we don't have any feelings, not even good feelings. Now we just get what we want. What will happen in the future, whether you will like me or not, I don't care, I just do. It's fine. As I said before, I'm better at doing things than talking. Lu Chengkong gently kissed Halibal's cherry mouth, which had never been violated, and his tongue was broken. He opened his teeth and teased the lilac tongue, which was probably sluggish because of surprise, so he didn't dodge the panic at all, and at the same time, he licked the fragrance in Halibal's mouth. Soon Halibal came back to her senses. The high collar covering half of her face had been untied, and she actually began to clumsily respond to Lu Chengkong. In the dictionary of my life, there has always been only sacrifice and being sacrificed, and the same is true of this world. A world without sacrifice cannot exist. In order to obtain one thing, one must sacrifice another, as it is now. Lu Chengkong let go of Halibal when she was already unable to breathe, which gave her a chance to breathe, but Lu Chengkong moved his hands up and down, stroking Halibal's devilishly tall and straight jade body, while teasing. There are 2 pink grapes on the top of Halibal Jade Girl Peak. That's why I said, this is your last sacrifice, and I will never let you sacrifice again in the future. Lu Chengkong said in a low voice in Halibal's ear. As soon as he said these words, Halibal's appearance, who was just picking for Jun, immediately changed, and a pair of slender and amazingly elastic legs were leisurely sandwiched by Lu Chengkong. At the same time, Chengkong's waist said in Lu Chengkong's ear, "No, this is impossible, this is the meaning of my existence. In fact, my heart is neither sad nor regretful, I have no disgust towards you, nor I don't have a lot of good impressions, but you did make me change a lot. I didn't expect a super powerful death god who is famous in the world to become stronger with such a goal, but you make me feel very real. Promise me, Don't stop using force on Nilu. On the contrary, I will do my best to serve you and make you happy. Quote. No way, it's another broken bee. One is adoring Yei, and the other is willing to sacrifice for Nilu. I'm speechless. I seem to be heinous for what I did. It seems that I never planned to use force against Nilu. Lu Chengkong thought indignantly, could it be that he was so evaluated in Halibal's heart? But unfortunately Lu Chengkong forgot how Ranju and Kurosaki Masaki came from. Isn't it? Don't think I don't know. In fact, you have been interested in Nilu for a long time. Seeing that Lu Chengkong didn't speak, Halibal thought she denied it, so she said quickly. Don't be so nervous. Generally speaking, I don't use force against beautiful women. I promise you, but this is not what you sacrificed yourself in exchange for it. But I decided to do so, and even if I didn't do that decision, I will also do this because of you. Halibal is about to become my wife's woman, as long as you are happy, so your so-called sacrificing yourself does not exist. I said that I prefer to express myself with practical actions mind. Lu Chengkong gently kissed Halibal's delicate earlobe, and said to Halibal gently, at the same time, the giant dragon on his lower body gently pushed up, so that Halibal had no chance to think and speak at all, and a layer of film shattered. At the same time, she also raised her jade neck like a swan, and cried out in pain. However, she was stubborn and wrapped her legs tightly around Lu Chengkong's waist, never letting go, as if to say, I also prefer to express my feelings with practical actions. I said that I will try my best to serve you. I will try my best. So a pair of men and women with different opinions actually completed this of Halibal in such a unique way. 562 Haribel who can't bear it. There was a tumultuous turn of clouds and rain, and when everything dissipated, the two who had been entangled in bed after almost a whole day of fighting on the bed finally came to an end with a high and tender cry from Halibal. How is it, my Halibal, are you comfortable? Lu Chengkong said proudly hugging Halibal, who seemed to be too tired to move. Hey, HMPH. It's a pity that Halibal has just fallen from the cloud at this time, and the body slowly absorbs the quality passed by Lu Chengkong. The quality is extremely high and pure, there is no trace of impurities, and it can be absorbed without any treatment at all. Spirit. She was also enjoying the wonderful feeling she had never felt before. And she was so tired that even when she was awake, she didn't have much energy to answer Lu Chengkong. She could only let out a groan from her small mouth to make Lu Chengkong almost miss the fire and lift the gun again. Get on the horse. After a long while, Halibal has recovered. Of course it refers to her sanity. Her body has only regained some strength, even if the virtual system is naturally strong, and Halibal is the best among them, but in the first place. She fought for almost a day in this situation, and she couldn't bear it. However, both of them are stubborn. One is stubborn and thinks that he has to serve each other well, and the other thinks that he wants to make each other happy, so they both tried their best. It's a pity that Halibal is facing Lu Chengkong. No matter how powerful he is, he can only be defeated with hatred. Halibal, why don't we make a bet? Lu Chengkong looked at Halibal's beautiful big eyes. Although he was tired, but still stubbornly looked at himself, so he thought of a solution. What bet? Haribel said weakly. It's very simple, don't you stubbornly think that the world without sacrifice is untenable? Well, I'll make a bet with you. What if one day you can sacrifice you for me? Looking at Halibal, he said seriously. Hee, are you admitting defeat? Haribel said with a smile, wanting Lu Chengkong to admit defeat is a very happy thing. No, I'm just trying to get your heart. Anyway, you think that nothing will work without sacrifice, so as long as one day I can make you willingly sacrifice for me, it doesn't mean that I have entered you. Does it take away your heart at the same time? It doesn't matter if you come to persuade me or not, admit defeat or not, I said that I cared about you at the beginning, as long as you are happy, so what if I admit defeat, remember me what? I am good at practical actions. I really have no talent for sweet words. Lu Chengkong said with a self-deprecating laugh, obviously thinking of his life on Earth. What are you thinking about in your head? Do you need to care about these boring things? I said that I will only belong to you forever, and I will do everything I can to satisfy and serve you. You need to waste it. So much unnecessary time and effort. Harabel is really a little puzzled. He clearly achieves his goal without any effort. Is it necessary to do this? It has to be said that Halibel is actually similar to the previous Lu Chengkong, emotionally a dull idiot, and she thinks she knows Lu Chengkong very well. In fact, she ignored one aspect of Lu Chengkong, that is the masculinity, halo. Lu Chengkong now thinks that Halibel paid so much. It seems that it is not for what, but for Nelly. He is a masculine man. I had eaten Nelly L's vinegar, but of course I couldn't show it. It's worth it. Lu Chengkong clicked on Halibel's cherry lips, and said seriously, don't talk, let's rest first. Everything I said now is superfluous. Anyway, no one can change what I have decided. You don't need to think too much, talk too much, just follow the most real thoughts in your heart, and I won't disturb you anyway. After all, Halibel is not a fool. With a flash of light in her little head, she thought of a sentence from Bachanliu's time. Zongkong is a man of great masculinity. No one can change the things he decides. Is that so, macho? Is this what you're jealous of? Haha, I didn't expect you to be jealous, but it's really interesting to be jealous of a woman, but it's really cute that you're jealous. Harabel smiled in her heart. Even her face couldn't help showing a sly smile, which made her even more radiant as a first-time wife. I don't know why she didn't seem to remember anything at this moment. She didn't want to think about anything, she just wanted to lie quietly in this man's arms and fall asleep. The next day, with Halibel's sturdy resilience, she had completely recovered, but the spring color between her brows and the mature charm exuded by her every move, she still told her that Holly was present. What did Belle do yesterday? Harabel, tell me, when did you fall in love with Chengkongs? Why didn't I know? Nelly L, a little innocent and cute little fool, pulled Harabel aside and whispered. Her words it reminded Halibel of Lu Chengkong's jealous appearance, and he still ate the jealousy of the beautiful Nelly Lu in front of him. Suddenly he burst out laughing. Halibel, who rarely showed a smile, made the dull and boring boundary seem a lot more beautiful, but Lu Chengkong, who didn't listen to the whispers between women, missed a scene. However, if he saw Halibel's appearance at this time, he would have guessed that Halibel already knew that he was jealous and that his machismo had flared up. No embarrassment at all. Grimjiao, how was Bai's performance yesterday? Lu Chengkong saw that Nelly Lu was whispering to Halibel, and did not ask her about Zhu Nanbai's situation. He could only ask the boring drinker lying on the side. Grimjiao, who was drinking ice wine, because Lu Chengkong told Landau about the function of the storage ring. He was just thinking of giving it a try, but he didn't expect Landau to sit out. Although the storage space is not large, it is only 10 cubic meters, and it cannot store living things, but it makes Lu Chengkong a lot more convenient. At least he can still enjoy the food for more than 100 years in this world, and it is wonderful. Things and frosty cool ice wine to drink. Perverted. Grimjiao threw out 2 words without thinking. He recalled the day-long battle of Zhu Nanbai yesterday. After Zhu Nanbai became Shu, all the spiritual pressures that belong to the god of death were all resolved by Lu Chengkong. All of them were integrated into Zhu Nanbai's soul after she became virtual, making her soul stronger and stronger. Therefore, the real level of Zhu Nanbai is only a low-level phantom, not even Kyrian, but she is a phantom like Nelly Lu and Nutra, so at the beginning that's how it is sometimes. 563 The growth of Zhu Nanbai. Yesterday, she was nothing but a big dummy. This is the weakest Killian group. Any rubbish Killian can kill her, so in the end, I had to find summon her in the vicinity of the boundary. It's the same ruthless Shu fighting her. Grimjiao said as he recalled yesterday's battle. I really can't believe that she used to be a god of death. Even if she has become a virtual god, her fighting skills and abilities should have been deeply rooted. But what I didn't expect was that she was in a battle on the ground. She threw away all the fighting abilities of her death god, as if she was born with a phantom. And because of the amazing speed, she was familiar with figuring out a phantom fighting method. She is simply a natural warrior of phantom, and she is a super genius. I believe now with your words, maybe her potential is not inferior to Nellie L, and she can really reach Screedo like Nellie L. Have you grown to Kirian? It's pretty good. Lu Chengkong looked at Zhu Nanbai, who was still fighting and seemed to never know how tired he was. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that this was because he always pouted. Zhu Nanbai, who was lying on the ground coquettishly. Hey, look at my flying white kick. Zhu Nanbai volleyed up and stepped on the spiritual pressure that he released. A volley rolled 360 degrees, and slammed his legs in front of him from top to bottom. Killian's ear on the head. Isn't it dead yet? Look at the tricks, phantom flash. I don't know why Zhu Nanbai seems to like using phantom flashes. Even when Kirian just learned to use the lowest level phantom flashes, he was already thinking in his mind whether he could use them. We'll develop other different virtual flashes, more powerful virtual flashes. Now she is a real virtual, and the potential and talent she exerts are also the growth potential of the original book, which is far incomparable to her who belongs to the god of death. A ray-like flash went straight out of the sky, and banged on the head of Kilian in front of him. Kilian could only scream instinctively, and fell down with hatred. Zhu Nanbai also walked over with confidence. Kilian's Reiatsu was devoured. At the end of the first battle, Zhu Nanbai walked over and devoured it, but he refused to devour it. Daksu was too ugly to eat. In the end, Grimjow forcibly threw one of them, and at the same time Zhu Nanbai said, "You don't have much spiritual pressure anymore. If you don't devour it, you will definitely die in front of you." In the end, Zhu Nanbai could only endure the tumbling in her stomach, closed her eyes, and completed her first swallow. As a result, she just stood up as if nothing had happened. The changes were so fast that people were overwhelmed. Myo also threw out a sentence that made Grimjow speechless. It turns out that the taste of devouring emptiness is not bad, but it is a little ugly. Compared with the peony cake, it is only a little bit worse. Maybe a higher level will be better. Eat it, it's great. I'll have something new to eat in the future besides peony cake. At this rate, she will be able to become a Chukas in about 3 days. Lu Chengkong nodded with satisfaction. Zhu Nanbai did not disappoint himself. It is not difficult to become a Chukas. As long as he can survive, keep devouring, and if you have enough emptiness, you can easily reach a Chukas. It's a pity that there are a few virtual energies in the virtual circle who are so taken care of when they are so weak. That's alright. In such a situation, Zhu Nanbai is a super genius. If he doesn't grow up fast, he will be too lost. Bye, you continue your own battle. Every time the battle is over and your opponent is devoured, a phantom will be released from the sealed barrier after half an hour. I have already set the spell for the barrier. It will release the virtual ones from weak to strong every half an hour, and it will stop when the time is enough every day. So you don't need to think about anything, just think about how to beat your opponent. But you can only be considered a teacher when you include all the voids in the ceiling enchantment, including 2 Vastords. Lu Chengkong's words made Zhu Nanbai, who was very motivated, immediately depressed. If she could still see her face, she would definitely find that her face had changed, but she decided that the situation was stronger than others. Therefore, she could only helplessly glance at the various voids that were densely packed in the barrier, and continued to start her long road of battle and devouring. You 3, attack me together, remember, with the determination to kill me. Don't hold back anything, or you will die. Forehead is dead. Lu Chengkong realized that he had made a mistake and corrected himself very consciously. Virtual flash. Nellie L, Harabelle, and Grimjow looked at each other and shot at the same time, and 3 false flashes of different colors came towards them. The 81 Binding Dao, Duankong. With Lu Chengkong's current strength, the power of the Duankong can be known now. One side is 100 meters long and 50 meters wide. The transparent wall appeared out of thin air, blocking the 3 virtual flashes with ease. One of them is the virtual flash released by Nellie L of Screedo. You must know that the current Nellie L has directly come to break the world once. It has long been not the realm and potential that simply has Screedo, but there is no Nellie L of comparable strength. Now, she is a genuine beginner Screedo in both realm and strength. With her terrifying potential and amazing fighting talent, she has the strength to fight even against intermediate Skrito. The virtual flash of the combined force cannot break the void. Did you not eat yesterday? And Hannibal, why did you lose your strength when you clamped me so hard yesterday? Lu Chengkong wondered if he was deliberately provoking Hannibal. Such blatant words made Hannibal's face red. He glared at Lu Chengkong angrily. Conquer him, the queen of the king shark. With a bang, the surging spiritual pressure was released from Hannibal's body. He was so stimulated by Lu Chengkong, and his good sister Nelly Lu looked at her strangely, making him she was a little embarrassed and angry, and finally fully entered the state, and shot with all her strength. 564 versus Nell, Harabel, Grimjow. Sing your praises, Antelope Rider. Squeak it, Leopard King. Seeing Hannibal's appearance, Nelly Lu immediately understood that it must be because of yesterday's reasons that Hannibal might be a little uneasy in her heart. After all, Lu Chengkong and Hannibal did not have a deep hatred. They just finished their loving couple yesterday, after enjoying the rain and dew, and it is still the kind of newlyweds. It was only the next day that Hannibal, who was a new wife, went to fight with the idea of killing her husband Lu Chengkong. Of course, it was a little difficult to enter the state, but Hannibal's performance made Lu Chengkong very happy. At least it proved that she had already left a mark on Hannibal's heart invisibly. Otherwise, if she really did what Hannibal said, she was completely sacrificing herself. For Nelly L, she didn't need to worry at all. Obviously, Hannibal already had herself in her heart. I won't start caring about myself anymore, which is a good start. Although the external factor of fighting with the determination to kill her husband the day after the newlywed has a little influence and reason, it is also true that Hannibal cares about herself. This is a good start. With this idea Lu Chengkong, who knew him, was even more happy in his heart, and wished he could roar up to the sky. Let's get back to the point. Sanshu's returning blade is exactly what Lu Chengkong imagined, and Hannibal and Grimjow's return to the blade are similar to the original, except that the virtual steel skin is less, similar to the bodies of humans and death gods. The more exposed, obviously the less the shape changes after returning to the blade, the closer it is to the level of complete death and Skrito. You can tell by looking at Nelly Lu's current appearance. After returning to the blade, apart from the fact that the Zanpakudo in his hand has become a Sui no shotgun and his strength has soared for a long time, there is not a single change in his body. Like before returning to the blade, there is no virtual feature at all. There is no difference between the appearance of a god of death and a human being. Obviously, Nelly L, who has completely transformed into a god of death and has reached the level of Skrito, will not have any changes in her normal appearance or after returning to the blade, and will not appear any characteristics. It looks like a god of death or a human being. Nelly L's appearance at this time makes Hannibal and Grimjow very envious. Skrito is all an empty wish. I am not used to it. In the past, Guiron's upper body was in the shape of a human, and his body was an antelope. Now, the lag of Guiron is still the same as that of no Guiron, that is, the Quiji shooting gun is still there. Nelly Lu is really not a home. I don't know Chai Migi, how can she understand the current mood of Hannibal and Grimjow? And they have reached the level that all opportunities are envious and looking up. She actually said such a thing, even if he Libel couldn't help thinking in her heart, if you don't like this, I'd rather exchange with you. Virtual flash. Lu Chengkong's eyes became cold when he saw how many of them were endless. It was not that he would not have the slightest pity when fighting. The bright silver false flash penetrated the air directly, with the terror of destroying everything. The breath shot towards Nelly Alucin. It's miserable, the king is angry. Grimjow's expression changed, but he knew Lu Chengkong's character, so he hurriedly entered the fighting state. His eyes also changed, and it was only when there was a strong enemy in front of him that he appeared full of coldness. The eyes of intent and war intent. Nelly L on the side also underwent such a change. Obviously they are all in a state of battle. They all know Lu Chengkong's character. He is usually approachable, but at some point, he is absolutely indistinguishable. Wang Shu's flash. With his mother Grimjow's right hand, a sphere with a jagged blue light immediately appeared and burst out with a bang. The strange thing was that Grimjiao did not shoot at Lu Chengkong in front of him. The virtual flash that came out instead shot at Lu Chengkong. Virtual flash replay. Neliel quickly answered all the questions, only to see her open her mouth and take a breath, using her special ability to actually destroy Lu Chengkong's emptiness under such a big gap in strength. Flash swallowed it, turned it into his own power, and then mixed his own dark pink phantom flash to shoot at Lu Chengkong. A long time ago, Lu Chengkong had told Nelielu that if you use your mouth to release the phantom flash in the face of the enemy, don't use the phantom flash ensemble. Lu Chengkong is very masculine. Even if you don't do this, there will be no close kissing. After all, the energy of the virtual flash is so high, even if you release it with your mouth, it is impossible to touch the mouth, let alone possess saliva and the like. But it also looks uncomfortable. Therefore, Nelielu, who knew what was going on, actually smiled and nodded and agreed. Of course, it was also beneficial. If Lu Chengkong used his mouth to release the virtual flash, Nelielu could use this move. You can't release it with your mouth, you can do it with your hands or something. However, the most perverted release of Void Flash Lu Zongkong is only Nutra, a psychopathic guy. Is her strength worth Nelialu's Void Flash duet? With the strength of his mask removed, even if he devoured him again and again, and regained his previous strength, compared with Nelielu, who is now a junior Scredo, it is simply a world of difference, to put it more directly. Don't talk about using false flash or false flash replay. Even if you don't pull out the soul-chopping sword, the Reiatsu alone will crush him. After all, his strongest strength in the original book is only the broken face of Achuka's. That's all, and it's still garbage catalyzed by the incomplete liberation of Bengyu. On the contrary, the current Nelielu is just a stronger opponent in front of the current Neliel, even if the original work uses the fourth stage of Bengyu to change Aizen, and it is impossible to defeat the primary Scredo level. Has the strength to fight against the mid-level Scredo level Daxu. It can also use all the abilities of the Shinigami, including Shikai, Bankai, and Neliel. On the contrary, it will not take too long for Neliel to defeat Aizen, and it may be more troublesome to kill. King John Cannon. Halibal's shark-shaped sword pointed at Lu Chengkong from a distance, and under the infusion of spiritual power, a knife-shaped wave was shot towards Lu Chengkong. Each of the three virtuals used their own housekeeping skills. Chengkong's virtual flash even made Lu Chengkong's virtual flash a part of their offensive. Yes, are you finally willing to admit defeat? That's fun. Wang Shu's flash. Lu Chengkong's face remained unchanged, his right hand was stretched out again, and the black-red sphere with a dazzling zigzag light condensed and formed, and it exploded at the same time. It shot out and collided fiercely with the tricks of the three in front of him. 565 instant defeat of Grimjiao, Harabel. Boom. The thunder-like loud noise suddenly came out along with the astonishing spiritual power fluctuations. The terrifying destructive power blew the earth within a radius of 3 miles into a huge deep pit, and the nearby air seemed to have become turbulent, flowing everywhere, and distortions appeared in many places. Cough cough. Grimjiao, who was weaker, suffered the aftermath of the collision of spiritual power just now, which caused him to be injured, and the blood slowly dripped to the ground. Don't delay for too long, fight quickly. At this time, Neliel was like a Valkyrie who was commanding the battle on the battlefield. If she had another warhorse under her crotch, she would be a majestic female knight. However, for Nelielu, who can be said to be a united human being and does not need the so-called warhorse at all, she is already the strongest fighter, unstoppable in her charge, her sharp edge, and no one dares to command the flag in battle. Refute. The claws of the Leopard King. Grimjiao knew that he was the weakest, and if he dragged him down, he would probably become a burden. With his own backbone and self-esteem, he would not allow himself to be a burden, so when he shot again, he was already his strongest. Strong stunt. Battle Shizuku. Halibal was also not to be outdone, showing that a series of high-pressure water currents similar to tides were released, bombarding Lu Chengkong continuously like cannonballs. Break up. It was full of powerful water currents, pouring down from the sky like a waterfall. Apparently, After using Shizuku to create a river-like water flow, Hannibal immediately used the strongest stunt to break up the explosion, restoring the moisture in the air. All the water currents from all directions gathered together to form a waterfall-like water column that contained a powerful impact and swept toward Lu Chenggong again. It's a very good trick. It's really not boring to keep you attacking. Lu Chenggong flashed, without any thought of dodging, and faced the huge real leopard claws in front of him and the tricks like a water dragon. The angle like the water column swept in by itself. I saw Lu Chenggong sticking out his left and right hands at the same time, like a spirit snake coming out of a hole, a poisonous snake spitting out a letter as fast as a terrifying swipe is actually using his left hand to crush the claws of the Leopard King, and the 5 fingers of his right hand are spread out. It was as if the Yellow River had burst its banks, and the endless bursts of powerful impact could not make Lu Chenggong's body retreat half a minute, and he couldn't even shake it. So powerful. Hannibal, who was fighting Lu Chenggong head-on for the first time, had already deeply felt the horror of this man, and thought that she was actually under the crotch of this powerful man yesterday. Looking at His Majesty, Haki, looking down at the world, for the first time, Hannibal felt that her heart was beating violently. If she didn't pay attention, she really wouldn't be able to notice this subtle change. At this moment, Hannibal already understood why so many enemies were unwilling to be enemies with Lu Chenggong, and also understood why Lu Chenggong was still alive despite so many enemies. So moisturizing. I'm sorry, you two have stopped here. Lu Chenggong's voice rang in the ears of Hannibal and Grimjiao, causing their pupils to shrink. With a pain, a surging force spread directly from the stomach to the whole body, making their bodies unable to resist the whole person and flying out like a cannonball, directly smashing the trees and rocks behind them, and flying out more than 1,000. Yuan just stopped. Cough cough. Hannibal coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although she wasn't dead, both she and Grimjiao felt like they were falling apart, and they couldn't even stand up. Quiji shoots the gun. Just as Lu Chenggong coed Hannibal and Grimjiao, Nellie L's coquettish shout resounded from behind him, and an incomparably sharp momentum spread from behind Lu Chenggong. Come on, Nellie L seems to have become the incarnation of the cavalry charge of thousands of troops on the battlefield. All the cavalry bursting out of the entire battlefield seemed to be fused into Nellie Lu's body. The Quiji spear in his hand pierced the air directly, and stabbed Lu Chenggong with an unrivaled and unstoppable furious aura. At this moment, Nellie Lu can't see her usual cute, quiet and approachable appearance at all. Some of them are just a Valkyrie on the battlefield. Once they charge, the Antelope Knight will never stop. The only difference is that in the original book, her upper body was a humanoid, and her body was an antelope, but now she is a complete human and a god of death. The steel-making skin looks like the god of death, the same snow skin and jade skin as a human being, but don't be fooled by her beautiful skin. Although she is as smooth as silk and has amazing elasticity, if you want to cut through her skin. Skin is extremely difficult. After returning to the blade, there was no change in the slightest, except for the Quiji shooting gun. The clothes, and the appearance are still the same as before, but the strength and momentum of the current Nellie Lu who charged in the original book are not 1/10,000th of the original's power. After all, after the original mask was shattered, she who used the return blade was at most the strength of a Chuka's, but now she is an elementary level Skrito, and even a middle level Skrito has the power to fight Nellie L. Your charge, Nilu, is really powerful. Lu Chenggong sighed in admiration, turned his body suddenly, grabbed the head of Nilu's Quiji gun, forcibly blocked Nili's charge, and let her speed is extremely fast, the power is extremely strong, and the penetrating power of Quiji's spear can no longer be advanced. However, Lu Chenggong is also holding it near the head of the spear, and he dare not touch the spear cone directly, otherwise even Lu Chenggong's steel skin will be pierced. You must know that Nellie Lu's strength is far from Lu Chenggong's. Now Nilu has returned to the blade, but Lu Chenggong Bankai, Guiran and many other abilities have not been used, and even the stunt of Zanpakudo Shikai has not been used. He has always used the physical strength of his hands to fight like Shu. Even with such a big gap in strength, Lu Chenggong still didn't dare to directly touch the head of Nilu's Quiji spear, especially one could see the horror of Nilu's move. However, if you only have this strength, lie down too. Lu Chengkong punched out, bursting the air, distorting the space, and the terrifying fist wind directly blocked Nellie Alu's so-called retreat. Dragon Tooth sudden. Nellie's face suddenly became extremely solemn, and the gun of jade in her hand waved for a while, as if Nellie and the gun of jade in her hand became one in a moment. The charge of the knight has always been only going, had no way to retreat. Even if the enemy was stronger than himself, the whole person rushed forward, not retreating but advancing, pulling out a series of afterimages, directly facing Lu Chengkong's shocking punch. 566 defeated Nellie L. The guns and fists intersected, and the thunder and lightning-like roar resounded continuously, and a dazzling light burst out at the intersection of Quiji's shooting gun and Lu Chengkong's fists, directly surrounding Lu Chengkong and Nellie Lu. When the two people's stunts intersected, the spiritual power fluctuations that spread out seemed to turn into a series of electric snakes, raging around the two, and punching out countless big pits in the earth near the two. Click. When a crisp cracking sound sounded, a huge force bounced back from the fist and the gun, and Nellie L was pushed hundreds of meters away by the rebounded force before it stopped in the air. Lu Chengkong just swayed, standing on the spot unharmed, his feet never took a step back. It's actually cracked. Nellie Eru glanced at the Quiji shooting gun in surprise. This weapon that she was proud of after returning to the blade was actually cracked by Lu Chengkong. It's really amazing. With such a big gap in strength, I can still cut through my steel skin. The Quiji shooting gun is well deserved. Lu Chengkong also glanced at his right hand, and there was a red scar, but there was no blood, but the steel skin of his hands was indeed torn. Already bleeding. It's just that this wound healed in an instant after it appeared, and it regenerated at a high speed. The speed of regeneration was unmatched by Ulquioricifer's rapid regeneration. Therefore, if Lu Chengkong didn't pay attention to the red scar just now, eyesight is not good enough to see. Nilu, Shikai, Benkai, otherwise, you will be too far behind now. Lu Chengkong stepped out, suppressing the void, and the dignified spiritual pressure continued to press on Nelia. Hehe, my Shikai, Benkai only thinks about my enemy, you are not. Nelia Lu shook her head, not looking down on Lu Chengkong. Contrary, she knew that even if Benkai Lu Chengkong wanted to kill her, it would not be difficult, but she had her own perseverance. Even if Lu Chengkong asked her to fight with the idea of killing her, Nellie Lu could do it, but he has never been able to use the liberation of his Zanpakudo. Stupid, don't you use it if we stand in a hostile direction one day. Lu Chengkong said with a bit of hatred. Obviously he thought that Nellie L's old innocence and kindness had come back again. But he now at that time, he forgot that Nellie L was already a junior Scredo at this time. How could he still be affected by the symbol of his own power and mind like in Vastord, and make such a naive mistake? You'd say yes, too, but I know there won't be ifs, and there won't be that day, will it? Nellie L winked at Lu Chengkong playfully. Her words also made Lu Chengkong feel at ease. At the same time, Lu Chengkong, who had calmed down, also cursed himself for being an idiot. Nellie L was already Scredo at this time. How could such a mistake be made? Her kindness and her innocence will only be reserved for those who deserve her attention. Others, who dare to violate the bottom line in her heart and hurt the people and things she protects, even if they only have this idea, or their inclination and performance will be waiting for them. It was Nellie L's thunderclap, and she didn't need any reason. Nutra's lesson had already made her understand. Since that's the case, then don't blame me. Lu Chengkong's eyes suddenly changed back to calm, his figure flashed up, and his speed was extremely fast. Even a knight who is good at speed, the speed of a charging knight is the most terrifying. Powerhouse can only see a little bit of trajectory, but when she just received the subsidy, her body was too late to respond. As I said, I'm your enemy now. Lu Chengkong didn't keep his hand, and a whip kick swept out Nellie Lu Lianshu, human, with a gun, and Lu Chengkong's attack didn't end at all. Lu Chengkong had already followed after Nellie Lu was swept away, his 5 fingers clenched into fists, and the crackling sound suddenly sounded. It turned out that Lu Chengkong concentrated the spiritual pressure on his fist, and the spiritual pressure was compressed to the extreme. The breath that was emitted seemed to flash like thunder and lightning. This lightning-like punch directly hit Nelia Lu's stomach, and her colleague also reported it. After Hannibal, Grimjow followed in the footsteps of being blasted out, knocking over several mountains, and fell to the ground, creating a big pit. PFF'd. Nellie L spat out a mouthful of blood, but it always had a happy smile on her face, which made her look very poignant. She told Lu Chengkong with her expression that she didn't regret it. She believes that she will never become Lu Chengkong's enemy. If there is such a day, then she will end her life before becoming an enemy. This idiot, Lu Chengkong scolded secretly, but a warm current flowed through his heart. Nellie L's unrepentant trust made his heart feel as if the spring breeze was blowing, warm, comfortable. After the battle, Lu Chengkong was completely different from the indifference during the battle. He hugged Hannibal and Nellie L with a heartache on his face, asked for warmth, and took care of himself. As for Grimjow, who is a big man, Lu Chengkong directly threw it to a healing ghost, and after healing his wounds, he ignored him, asking him to hug a man and ask him for help. He would think about it. Nausea, tingling scalp, and sometimes if there is no need for extra between men and men, a look is enough, especially for people like Grimjow, indecisive, like a bitch, it will make him disgusted. HMPH, I know my heart hurts now. Why didn't you hold back when you were fighting just now? Even Nilu, who trusted you so much, was so cruel. Hannibal gave Lu Chengkong a sullen look, but her expression changed when she said this. All were red. Especially when Nellie Lu looked at her with strange eyes. It made her feel embarrassed and wanted to find a hole to dig in, which made her keep asking herself what happened today. How could you act like a little girl to him? What are you looking at? Seeing that Lu Chengkong was also looking at her like this, Hannibal suddenly cried out in a coquettish voice, but no matter how you looked at it, it seemed a little too revealing, but Lu Chengkong didn't care about it. He knew that Hannibal must be very contradictory at this time, but he believed that as long as his actual actions were maintained, this contradictory psychology would be completely healed over time. For the next 160 years, Lu Chengkong fought 3 times every day with Grimjow, Hannibal, and Nelia Lu. The beating was heavily scarred, but afterward, it was very tender and heartache to greet Hannibal and Nellie L. 567 Advanced Fastword. Especially Hannibal, Lu Chengkong's love and concern for her over the past 100 years made Nelia Lu on the side feel a little sour and envious of Vivi. Lu Chengkong's contradictory actions at that time seemed to be to cooperate with Holly. Belle's ambivalence appears. But it is worth mentioning that with Lu Chengkong's persistent care and love over the past 100 years, the emotional relationship between Hannibal and him can be said to have skyrocketed, and there is no contradiction in Hannibal's heart for a long time. Since her heart is like this, there is no need for her to be so stubborn and contradicting herself. So the two seemed to keep a distance from the initial, and gradually turned into Hannibal's behavior of showing Lu Chengkong's little daughter from time to time, such as acting coquettishly, and doing some actions that only husband and wife can do. In the end, although Hannibal didn't admit defeat, the two looked like a couple who had been very close and loving for many years. It was just small things like hugging each other, and kissing. And in these countless battles, Nellie Lu still did not release the Zanpakuto, but only used the return blade. She was very stubborn, even when Lu Chengkong forced her into a desperate situation many times and even nearly died many times. Not willing to use it, her stubbornness, and her trust made Lu Chengkong both angry and moved. However, it's not that Nelia Lu didn't get benefits. She never released the Zanpakuto, and she only used nobles to fight. In the past 100 years, her return blade has become stronger and sharper. After returning to the blade, her strength has increased more and more, and she has learned a lot of powerful and sharp tricks in the countless life and death battles of returning to the blade. Virtual Flash. With a coquettish shout, a light green phantom flash annihilated a giant bear-shaped Achukas in front of him, and what caught his eye was a masked Superman-like woman. Needless to say, everyone guessed it. It is Kunanbai. Her phantom color turned light green after she advanced to Achuka's. Today, after a hard fight, and even at the cost of almost dying, she finally broke out and found an opportunity to use Phantom to kill with one strike. When Ju Nanbai swallowed up the giant bear Achuka's in front of him, which was also the last and the most powerful one of Achuka's brought by Lu Chengkong, Jinan, who had a relatively large range of spiritual pressure, Bai immediately received strong and powerful support. The spiritual pressure of her body did not float down the mountain, but rushed straight up. Substantial light covered her body. With a click sound, it sounded in Ju Nanbai's body, as if there was something wrong. Like something broke. Suddenly, Ju Nanbai's spiritual pressure instantly soared several times, and at the same time, the mask on the eyes part of her head was shattered, revealing her big watery eyes that had been separated for a long time to the world again. Have you finally reached Vastord? Lu Chengkong thought. Isho, sure enough, the more than 160 years of battles have brought Ju Nanbai from the illusory realm that Kilian doesn't count to the first level Vastord. Ju Nanbai certainly did not let himself down. The accumulation of Reiatsu, etc., which he simply worked hard in desperation, is all brought about by swallowing, the breakthrough of battle, without any cheating, without any luck and origin. Some are just crazy battles, constant push your potential out. But I have to say that she is really a super genius of the virtual. She can grow from an incompetent virtual who is incomparable to Kilian to the first level Vastord in more than 100 years. The speed of progress is fast. It's really jaw-dropping. Now her strength is 10 times stronger than when she was still the god of death. More importantly, her talent and awareness in combat are astonishing, even compared to Nellie L. Yeah, I've finally arrived at Vastad. It's great. I can finally leave this place. I must eat a lot of peony cakes when I go back. The happy look of the last two Vastords in the world disappeared again. Because the first of the two Vastords in front of him is a little bit better, and he is the same as Ju Nanbai, but the second one is not. The level is higher than Ju Nanbai, who is the middle level Vastad, and the gap is even bigger when he begins to understand the death of himself. Although he has just started, he understands a bit of death every time. Each mask is reduced a little bit. Just like a breakthrough, the strength has soared a lot. However, when they are both at the peak of Vastord, one has not comprehended the deification of death, and the other has fully comprehended the transformation of death. Singled out at least 10 or even more peak Vastord who have not yet begun to comprehend death, and kill them all. Before breaking the limit, Void and Shinigami are different. Shinigami has Ghost Way, Kendo, White Fight, Shunbu, the liberation of Zanpakuto, etc. There are many directions for improving strength. However, Vastord only has a level upgrade. The advanced level becomes the intermediate level, the high level, and the peak level. The improvement strength of each stage will have a qualitative increase. Another direction of improvement is death. The more masks fall, the smaller the virtual hole is, the more the comprehensive strength will be improved, and there is a lot less direction for improvement than the god of death. Although more than 160 years have passed here, the outside world has only passed a month. Why are you so anxious? Today, I will give you a day off. Although you can't leave the boundary, you can rest for a while without fighting. Lu Chengkong knew that the god of death, Shu, is actually similar to people in many places, and the combination of work and rest was equally useful for both the god of death and the god of death. Although the stronger the Reaper and the Void are, the greater their toughness will be, and they will not have any problems with not sleeping or fighting continuously for many years. But the road to strength improvement is indeed very particular, and after reaching a certain level, simply practicing hard has no effect. In addition to fighting, there is only comprehension, so Ju Nanbai's continuous fighting, non-stop training or non-stop fighting will be counterproductive when too much is reached. Because she didn't have time to calm down and exercise her state of mind, feel the symbol of her spiritual power, and try to control it. Of course, for a strong person who pursues the path of the strong, no matter what life form, fighting is forever necessary. It's just that you can't fight day and night like before you became Vastord. After all, even if your body can support such a continuous fight, your spirit, your heart, and your soul will also. There are times when you are tired, so it is very important to relax in a proper way. 568 Nellie L's heart. Harabelle, do you think I'm weird? Nellie L asked Harabelle, who was standing beside her, looking at the peculiar scenery of the boundary. Why do you say that? Harabelle said, puzzled. Obviously she didn't understand what happened to Nellie L today. In the past, she was very broad and lovely. She could do whatever she wanted, and there would never be any hesitant, but she seems to have been preoccupied these days. I'm so surprised. I have always regarded Lu Chengkong as a very good friend of mine. I don't have any strange feeling about how many wives he has, but I don't know why. After I found out that you and him are getting along, the deeper the relationship and the more loving, my heart is actually a little sour. It's strange, am I bad? You are so kind to me, and you have found such a good husband, my heart should be happy for you. Yes, it's just. Nellie L said she felt a little confused and didn't know what to say. Don't think about it, just be happy. Maybe it's just an illusion. Maybe we've been sisters for so many years, and you're a little reluctant for a while. After all, Harabelle is already a wife, and she was emotionally ignorant compared to that time. I don't know. Nellie L, who seems very young, understands Nellie L's situation at this time, but as a bystander and a good sister, she does not intend to interfere. Sometimes too much interference as an outsider is not good. As long as Nellie L is happy, everything will be fine. Harabelle saw that Nellie L would never escape Lu Chengkong's palm a long time ago, so she would say no to her when she was having sex. Lu Chengkong used strong words against Nellie Lu. Especially in the battle more than 100 years ago, Nellie Lu's stubborn trust was repeatedly forced by Lu Chengkong into a desperate situation, even on the verge of death, refusing to use the slash that only liberates the enemy. Pakuto. That kind of trust without complaint and no regrets, coupled with the fact that they have been together for more than 100 years, and the silent care and gentle care after the battle have long cultivated a strong relationship, but it is only a few factors that make the relationship established by Nellie L through trust happen. Just qualitative change. It would be fine if it was just Nellie Lu and Lu Chengkong. If it was just the two of them, this might not happen, but there was a Harabelle. Lu Chengkong's actions when dealing with Harabelle were Nellie. Lu Ke watched it silently, from the beginning of the distance between the two of them, to the whole process of their incomparable love at the end. She had witnessed the whole process of Nellie Lu. Well, I'm just happy, I understand. Nellie L was stunned for a moment. When she came back to her senses, the worry and hesitation on her face disappeared, and a beautiful smile bloomed on her face. The bright smile matched with Nellie's pretty face and her unique temperament, which made Harabelle unable to help Vivi lose her mind, and at the same time her heart was also smiling. This is Nellie's Lu, the current Nellie Lu is back. Hey, the two beauties, it's a little lonely looking at the scenery here, why don't you call me? Lu Chengkong came to the back of the two women, and said jokingly as soon as he opened his mouth. Hee, didn't you come here uninvited now? Nellie Lu showed her isho face to Lu Chengkong, and the charm that belonged to Nellie L was released for the first time, making Lu Chengkong's eyes stunned. Is this still Nellie L? Although she is usually cute, innocent, and very beautiful. But the kind of blasphemy that makes it hard for people to develop a blasphemous heart is like a mortal who sees a goddess. No matter how beautiful, how lecherous a person is standing in front of the goddess. Lu's beauty is holy and innocent, and it's easy to feel ashamed when standing in front of her, let alone give birth to evil intentions. But the current Nellie Lu is still the same as before, occasionally showing naughty and cuteness, but Lu Chengkong always feels that the current Nellie Lu is different from the previous one. Yes, it is charming, a kind of harmony. Her holiness and innocence complement each other's charm. People can't take their eyes away at a glance, and their minds are full of her figure, but they can't produce a blasphemous charm in their hearts. In general, the current Nellie Lu is more beautiful than before, so beautiful. Thrilling, it's not that her appearance has changed, but that her unique temperament seems to have been sublimated. If you don't want to come, don't invite yourself. There are two big beauties to accompany you. Even if you climb, you have to climb over. Lu Chengkong quickly came to his senses. Although he was a little confused, he did not say it. Instead, you will always know. Hee, so are you crawling here for Nilu or for your petite wife Harabelle? Suddenly Nellie L asked a rather sharp question, which made Lu Chengkong and Harabelle stay for a while, but after seeing the playfulness on Nellie L's face, she knew that she was deliberately making such a joke to let Lu Chengkong. Chengkong was ugly, but it was a pity that she underestimated Lu Chengkong's thick skin. Of course you have both. Lu Chengkong secretly laughed, wanting to see my joke. You are not good enough. So Lu Chengkong deliberately squeezed between the two women, holding Harabelle and Nellie L with one hand. The two held each other in their arms. The strange thing is that it is normal for Harabelle not to struggle. After all, these are just the most common little actions for her, but what surprised Lu Chengkong was that Nellie Lu didn't respond, and even said that he took the initiative to let her take her away. Hold in his arms. Harabelle, aren't you afraid that I will take your little lover away? Nellie Lu's mouth twitched vividly. She found that her heart really didn't resist Lu Chengkong's embrace, and just now she promised to let nature take its course. Recalling the first meeting with Lu Chengkong back then, he scolded himself for being stupid, and he hated iron but not steel. In the end, he saved himself, and also represented himself in the virtual circle, allowing himself to enjoy a carefree, no fighting, and very peaceful life in this world. Nellie L left a very deep memory in her heart, where life made her feel very satisfied and happy. Then he helped him reach the realm that countless Daxu dreamed of, and the more than 100 years of day and night that he came to break realm, every bit of things flashed in Nellie L's heart. Her trust in him, his tenderness towards herself, all reverberated in her heart. It could be said that the relationship between her and Lu Chengkong was the most unique. There was no vigorous love, no overlord to force the bow, just simply getting along day and night. The water is long and thin, like a spring rain, there is no violent drizzle, and summer just slowly accumulated through the lack of trust between countless couples. Just now, she decided that if she felt uncomfortable, then she would leave. If it wasn't uncomfortable and she could accept it, then let it just admit it. Anyway, her heart wouldn't lie to her, and Lu Chengkong would be greatly affected. When people are blessed, God may not be able to see his smug look, and a phantom flash suddenly came to the three of them. 569 verses. Advanced Scrito. Sneak attack is not a good thing. What I hate most is this. I have always been the only one who attacked others. There is no reason for others to attack. Lu Chengkong still had a flat smile on his face, but his eyes were flickering with cold light. He stretched out a hand to the back, and shot out a bright silver phantom without looking at it, which directly offset the phantom behind. Nilu, Harabelle, you all step aside first. There is a mouse coming, clean it up and then let's make out. Lu Chengkong said in a serious manner at the end. It's not serious, it's still like this at this time. Harabelle said angrily, but she walked away obediently. I believe you will win. Nellie L smiled, not knowing when she had so much trust in Lu Chengkong, believing that there was nothing he couldn't do. Maybe it was the same as emotion, bit by bit accumulated without anyone noticing. Of course, it doesn't take much time to deal with this level of stuff. Lu Chengkong also responded with Isho, and he had a feeling that he was facing the 8,000 flows for his trust in Nellie, and it was only when the 8,000 flows were left that he could let himself go. There is this feeling of completely giving her back to her without reservation, and now Nellie Lu has brought this feeling to herself. If you win, I'll give you a sweet kiss as a reward. This is Nilu's first kiss. Nellie Lu didn't know if it was intentional or unintentional, but before leaving, she deliberately left a very ambiguous sentence. Lu Chengkong almost couldn't help throwing her to the ground because of her cute and charming appearance. Is this the god of death that my king asked me to kill? It doesn't seem to be anything special, but he is still distracted during the battle. A man with a zanpakudo in his hand who didn't know if it was a god of death or a ghost walked out, because he looked the same as Nellie L, and he didn't have any features of the ghost at all. The whole person looked like a god of death, no difference between humans. If it's the god of death, it's fine, but if it's a phantom, it means that this big phantom is at least at the level of Screto. It's actually a high-level Screto, 2 stages higher than Nilu. Lu Chengkong's pupils Vivi shrank a little, and he said a little surprised, Screto is already a rare species in the virtual circle, more than the national treasure panda. To be rare, I didn't expect to encounter one in the Broken Realm, and it was a high-level Screto. If you can see my strength, then I will put away my contempt for you. Maybe it's a good battle. It is also a gift for you to enjoy a good battle before you die. Remember to kill the name of the man who killed you, Elroth. Elros let out a loud roar, pulled out his Zanpakuto, and disappeared with a sound, before coming to Lu Chengkong and stabbing straight at it. Boring. Lu Chengkong slanted to the left of Vivi, without consuming any extra movement. He flashed past Elros's straight stab, and at the same time he pulling out a half-moon of light in the air, and slashed ruthlessly. Elroth's body. Poochie. A bloody arrow flew out, and Elros looked at the wound on his chest in surprise. He didn't expect that this god of death could slash himself when he avoided his attack. The data did not say that his strength was only at the beginning level. Chengdu of intermediate Screto, how can it be so great? A chilling glance. The Shuiyan mad knife in Lu Chengkong's hand twisted and turned into a flash in midair. There was no extra movement. Split and fly out. Virtual flash. Elros is Elros after all. No matter what he said, he was a high-level Screto. After the initial surprise, he immediately prepared for it. First, he drew the rung in front of him and slashed straight ahead. The huge ice blade blocked it, and the body flew out at the same time, and the left hand shot a virtual flash against the ice blade in front of him. After a long stalemate, Iceland shattered with a click. Hey, where are you looking? It's a pity that Lu Chengkong's voice came from behind him before he had time to be happy, making his face extremely gloomy, and he shot a flickering back without even thinking about it. Is it useful? Frozen 3 feet. The blade's strength is condensed, thicker than 3 feet, and there is no trace left in the face of the bombardment of the virtual flash. Trapped, frozen for 3 feet, trapped people can even trap themselves. What is this? Even the strongest Zanpakuto in the ice and snow type can't make such a hard layer of ice. Elros didn't expect his opponent to be so difficult. Even stronger than himself. Red apricots in the snow. Lu Chengkong returned to him directly with his own knife technique, and swung out a simple knife. The space also vibrated, and countless cracks appeared in the ground. Elros felt the dangerous situation. The next 2 words will go straight to the blade. Roar, bull beast. The surging spiritual pressure spewed out in all directions like a tidal wave. After returning to the blade, Elros' appearance did not change in the slightest, but 2 huge horn-like blades appeared in his hands. Moreover, his body gave people a very amazing sense of power. Obviously, like the name of Guiron, what he is best at is power. Fighting bull with rage. Elros burst out with an astonishing aura, but this aura contained a kind of anger. As if it was his name, and after his aura was inflated to the extreme, he really rushed towards Lu Chengkong like a tireless mad cow. The horn blades in his hands seemed to have turned into huge horns, as if he wanted to tear Lu Chengkong's body apart. If you meet the strong, you will be strong, and step on the snow to find the plum. Lu Chengkong uses his legs to control the sword, and the use of both the sword and the legs makes the return of the sword very unpredictable, but it gives people a feeling of unstoppable strength, and when the strong is strong, it will be strong. Without any evasion or withdrawal, he directly faced the strongest point of Elros. Bang! In the battle between the 2 of them, the spiritual power fluctuations that erupted from the collision of their unique tricks have exceeded the tolerance of the boundary-breaking space. The magnitude of the space vibration is getting bigger and bigger, and even the center of the collision has cracks in the space. The tree was blown away by the hurricane formed by the aftermath of the spiritual power that spread out, and it was uprooted. Break it for me, Lu Chengkong shouted loudly, and when he moved his right foot, a dazzling light burst out directly. The ice blade that was stalemate wanted to get sufficient support and became even bigger, directly splitting the space, with an earth-shattering effect. The power directly severed Elros, 2 horn blades, and the remaining power slashed on Elros' body, blasting his whole body into the ground, leaving a 5-meter-long streak on the ground. More than 500 meters of cracks. 570 Nelly shows her hands. Damn, as a guard of Wang Shu, I was beaten like this by a god of death. It's unforgivable and unforgivable. I didn't want to use the power of the god of death. Now let me show you my Bankai. Elros stood up from the ground covered in blood. Although he can regenerate overspeed, he obviously belongs to the person who gave up overspeed regeneration for stronger power. Although after beating Skrito, even if he gave up overspeed regeneration, the big virtual will have it too, but it is far from the super speed regeneration of Daxu, which has not been given up before. It's a pity that Lu Chengkong's snow walking search for Plum is not so easy to pick up. Every wound in Elros has left layers of frost. If you want to regenerate quickly, you must remove the frost on it. The frost power contained in it will continue to erode Elros' body. Pity that Elros, whose strength has skyrocketed again after Bankai, has temporarily suppressed the power of frost, but when his strength has weakened, these inconspicuous powers of frost are likely to become his talismans. Haha, Grim Reaper, I don't believe you can resist it with the combination of Guiran and Bankai, go to hell. His Bankai and Komamura Sajin, the late Namori and the 2 Grim Reaper are all very good. Are they similar? They are all biological summoning systems. However, one is the king of the black flies, and the other is the golden killing Jizo, but Elros's is a much bigger head than the king of the black flies and the golden killing Jizo. It has 3 tails, 6 horns, and is covered in red. The body is surrounded by ghost cows burning flames. It's really an impulse like a cow. Lu Chengkong chuckled, looking at him rushing straight towards him. Every time he took a step, the space that he stepped on with his heavy footsteps shook. Hands to touch. You must know that this is obviously the strongest strength of a high-level Skrito returning blade plus Bankai. Even if you are confident in your own steel skin, you will not become arrogant. Bingren Bingshin. Lu Chengkong took a deep breath and eliminated all the distracting thoughts in his mind. He looked indifferently at the dashing towards the sky, trying to crush himself into pieces like a sky-high mad cow, the snow in his hand. The dazzling ice-blue light burst out from the Kwang Kwang Dao, and the moisture between the heavens and the earth seemed to be concentrated on the blade of the Kwang 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 Dao, and the emitted rays of light turned into countless slender ice knives. Hey, Bingren Bingshin has always had 2 attack methods, one is a group attack and the other is a single attack. If Lu Chengkong released it directly, it would be a group-wide attack with an extremely terrifying coverage. Now however, Lu Chengkong merged all the countless slender ice blades radiated from the snowy drink crazy blade into one, and then slashed fiercely at the soaring mad ghost cow in front of him with the power of splitting the world. Click. The blow that combined all the ice knives directly opened a crack in the space in front of the snow drink crazy knife, and this crack could not be repaired under the erosion of the endless frost gas of the snow drink crazy knife, instead it became more and more. The more obvious, the bigger the crack. An ice blade that spanned thousands of meters across the space seemed to block the light of the sky and came out of nowhere, without emitting any sound, and silently divided the huge soaring ghost cow in front of him into 2. No, you can't be so powerful. I'm a high-level Skrito, as Wang Shu's guard, even if I am the King's Guard Zero Squad. There are not many people who are my opponents. You are a small, but how can the death god of hundreds of years be my opponent? Elros was unwilling, frightened, angry, and roared in disbelief, but in the end it turned into endless fear. But at the moment when the fear appeared, he seemed to remember something, and the color of fear immediately dissipated into the invisible. Let Lu Chengkong's heart sank, and his intuition told him that if things were abnormal, he would be a demon, and he must have something to rely on. Sure enough, a sharp voice piercing the air came from behind Lu Chengkong, and just when Lu Chengkong was about to withdraw his sword and attack Dashu who was sneaking behind him, a beautiful but cold and murderous voice suddenly came. Super acceleration. Nellie L's speed that seems to move in an instant is vividly displayed immediately. Nellie L is very unique among the former 10 blades, because her strongest is not the virtual flash, which is the best at the virtual flash, but penetrating a little bit of power and speed. If the 70th blade in the original book said that his speed is the fastest among the 10 blades, then under the same strength, his speed is simply scum compared to Nellie L. Nellie L's strongest is speed, then there is the power of penetrating and concentrating a little. Her strength is very different from those who are usually good at strength, such as Yami, the biggest and best phantom among the 10 blades. Yami has the greatest strength, and can continue to improve her strength in battle, but at the same time it will also increase her speed. Can't keep up with the power, that is, the nerve reaction can't keep up. Moreover, their power is extremely scattered, but Nellie L is not only good at power, but also can concentrate power in one point, maximize power, and can continuously improve her power in battle like Yami, but it won't affect his speed like Yami. On the contrary, in the battle, Nellie L's speed increases bigger and more powerful than her strength. There will not be a wrong way to improve, but a perfect increase in comprehensive strength. Speed and strength are perfectly integrated. Take Dragon Ball as an example. Yami's ascension is like the future Trunks in Dragon Ball who fights Cyborg Slu, but his speed is slowed down by the increase in strength, so it is a mistake or even pathological path of ascension. The improvement of Nellie Lu is the same as the second stage of the Super Saiyan that Sun Wukong who fought with the android Slu. The comprehensive strength is improved perfectly, and it is the kind of perfect control, especially the speed, because Neely Ailu and Lu Chengkong have very similar fighting concepts. No matter how powerful they are, it is not useless if they cannot reach the enemy or let the enemy not hit him. It's too fast. At the same level of speed, there are not many people who can keep up with Nellie L's speed. Even if Yi Yi uses the wind step in Bankai's state, it can only barely keep up with Nellie L. Her super acceleration seems to contain the power of space laws, and as her strength increases, this phenomenon becomes more and more obvious. Maybe at a certain point, her super acceleration will really become a real moment. Move. Lu Chengkong sighed inwardly. He really admired Nellie Lu's fighting talent. Nellie Aluna continued to improve her strength and speed during the battle, that is, her comprehensive strength, and reached Screto. After that, her fighting talent was perfected, and the improvement was even greater. 571 Elroth's self-explosion. At the beginning of your kindness in Zai Palace, and you have always been at the forefront, allowing me to enjoy the life of my dreams. I am really grateful. I can't repay it. Let me come this time. Actually my strength is not too weak. Not so bad as to become a burden. I want to repay you. Quote. This time, Nellie L was uncharacteristically, and the firmness in her tone could not be rejected at all. The cold light in her eyes and the faint murderous aura filled her amber eyes. At this moment, Nellie L put her own. The demeanor was displayed to the fullest. Even Lu Chengkong was attracted and a little unable to extricate himself. It's no wonder that so many people spoke highly of Nellie L when she was on Earth. She is truly unique and the most perfect. This moment really shows her perfection to the greatest extent. Lu Chengkong, and at the same time as he sighed, his attack became more ruthless. When the Shuiyan Crazy Saber, which had been retracted, was swung again, the power was obviously stronger than before. I will really die if I go on like this. No, I am Wang Shu's guard, almost the strongest Daxu in the virtual circle. How could I die in the hands of a ghost of the god of death? I can't die. Elros originally thought that his companion was Wang Shu's guard, Da Shu, and he would still be able to injure the death god with a sneak attack. He didn't expect that in his opinion, the woman who just stepped into the first level Screto was just here. Such a monster. Stephen, who was able to drag the high-level Screto with the strength of the primary Screto, obviously refused to pump to support himself in a short period of time, which made his face start to panic, and the fear that had disappeared spread again. Get away. Lu Chengkong Shuiyan swept the mad knife across the sky, and the space shook, but he couldn't feel the slightest fluctuation of spiritual power, and the familiar ice knife did not appear. However, Elros screamed, and there was a frost-covered scar that could be seen deep in the bone. Obviously, Lu Chengkong had used the power of escape to the extreme. It seemed powerless, but in fact it was so strong that it could not be seen by the naked eye. Invisible attack. Elros screamed and screamed in pain. The injury increased, and his strength began to weaken. His body began to feel the erosion of the power of frost, which made him feel a cold and biting feeling all over his body. Is simply excruciatingly painful. HMPH, go to hell. Lu Chengkong sneered, showing no mercy. The snow-drinked crazy blade drew a perfect arc in the air, and the swift meteor slashed towards Elros, who was already in a desperate situation. I will actually be defeated in your hands. Ahem, I won't get better and I won't make you feel better, let's die together. Elros suddenly grieved Isho, with a crazy look on his face. Instead of retreating, he ignored it. Everything rushed towards Lu Chengkong, activating the spiritual pressure in his body, and then suddenly detonated. The sudden self-destruction was a bit unexpected even for Lu Chengkong, and it was too late when he wanted to retreat. Bang! As if more than a dozen atomic bombs were placed in the same place and sonic boomed at the same time, the earth-shattering explosion sounded throughout the entire boundary, and a bottomless crater exploded in a radius of 10 miles, and the surrounding space was completely twisted together. The space at the center of the self-destruction was even more fragmented. Zongkong. Halabal's face, who had always been indifferent, changed greatly, because she knew that she was not strong enough to lead Jinan to retreat far in the morning, and Grimjiao did the same, so they did not suffer too much damage. Elroth actually died, and he was forced to self-destruct. The strength of this god of death is actually so strong, but it's okay, at least he will die under Elros's self-exposure. If you let this god of death continue to grow, there will be a Raihui will become Lord Wangshu's great enemy. On the surface, Stephen was neither happy nor sad, but he was surprised, sad, and fortunate. After all, they were both Wangshu's guards. They had lived together for so many years and fought side by side for many years. How could there be no feelings at all? The development of the world is always beyond everyone's expectations. In the center of the explosion, a strong wave of spiritual power suddenly erupted, and a figure slowly flew out of the shattered earth, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he blew himself up so close just now, and he was still a high-level Skrito. The self-destruction caused him to be seriously injured. High-level Skrito's self-destruction is really powerful. It seems that my strength should be around the peak of Skrito. Lu Chengkong's self-exposure this time seems to be embarrassed and injured, but it is not without benefits. Because of the rush of time, Elros did not ignite all of her Reiatsu at all. So at least 1/3 of the spiritual power was swallowed up by Lu Chengkong, but the price paid was the self-destruction of 2/3 of the spiritual pressure, which was good and bad. You didn't die, Stephen shouted in disbelief. At the same time, he was also seized by the opportunity to use the return blade. Nellie Alu immediately released the Zanpakudo. The pattern of Kuiji's shooting spear after Shikai has not changed much, but at this time Kuiji's shooting spear gives people an unstoppable, strange, elusive, and extremely dangerous feeling. Pear Blossom Dance. Nellie Lu said softly. She was the only one who didn't worry about Lu Chengkong just now, because she believed that Lu Chengkong would be fine. She had been together for so many years, but she knew very well how powerful Lu Chengkong was. After all, the stronger the moon, the stronger Lu Chengkong can feel, especially in the battle just now. Lu Chengkong just used Shikai's strength, Benkai. Guiran didn't use it at all. How could something happen? I have to say Nellie L really very wise and rational, has always maintained a calm, peaceful and unaffected heart. A strange scene appeared. Nellie L quickly danced the space gun in her hand, the name that describes the emerald shooting gun after Shikai, and the gun shadow in the sky immediately took shape. The strange thing is that Nellie L is not close to it. Instead, with a distance of at least 300 meters away from Stephen, he used such a stunt. It is very beautiful and majestic. If the airtight gun shadow is in close combat, it is extremely difficult to resist, but now it is more than 300 meters away, and it is completely useless. And Stephen, who was originally feeling palpitations because of the space shooting after Shikai, immediately mocked Nellie L's idiot in his heart. He just wanted to sneer at Nellie L, but he didn't say anything. His face changed greatly, terrifying. A scene appeared. Nellie L's flurry of pear blossoms was still dancing at a distance of more than 300 meters, but in front of Stephen there was a shadow of a gun that directly enveloped him. The speed was fast, the penetration power was strong, and the density was so dense in a big instant, dozens of were opened on him. 572 Hallible's style. Xiaozuan. Stephen, who was left with so many bloody S on his body in a row, used Xiaozuan to barely escape the coverage of the gun shadow. Impossible, you actually attacked me from such a distance, obviously did not penetrate the space, but crossed the distance of the space to directly let the attack come to me. Could it be that your Zanpakuto ability is? Stephen, as a high-level Skrito, will of course liberate Zanpakuto, and he has a very good understanding of all the power systems of the god of death, because he can be said to be the god of death in the first place. That's right, after the release of my Kuiji gun, it turned into a space gun. Apart from making it faster and more penetrating, there is no other increase, but it has the ability to ignore the distance of space and directly my attack came to the enemy. And later I learned that this is the Zanpakuto that claims to have the power to infringe the realm of the gods, the space-type Zanpakuto. Quote. Nellie L said lightly, she was not proud of her Zanpakuto's strength, some was just cold and chilling from beginning to end. Obviously, Nellie L had been in her heart since the time when Skrito sneaked up on the three of them just now. Vice Admiral they sentenced to death. It's actually a space-type Zanpakuto, a troublesome ability. At this moment, Stephen no longer dared to underestimate her because her strength was not as good as his own. This kind of strange ability was too troublesome. This is just Shikai. If it is Bankai, the Space Department's ability is more powerful, and it will not be more troublesome at that time. If you are not careful, you can easily die. When you talk again, Stephen's wound has been regenerated at a high speed. Obviously, like Ulquiorra, he did not give up the ability to speed up regeneration, so after reaching the level of Scolito, his speed regeneration became extremely terrifying. As long as the brain was not damaged, even if all the internal organs were destroyed, he can recover at a super fast speed, and the level and horror of super speed regeneration is far from what Vastard's Ulquiorra cipher can match. Bite it, the vicious snake demon king. An abrupt and cold voice exploded behind Lu Chengkong, and a man with a cold and murderous intent appeared on Lu Chengkong's body, with a large and small piece wrapped around his hand. Viper. And this poisonous snake can easily swallow an elephant when it opens its mouth wide, and there are 4 poisonous fangs dripping from time to time full of corrosive venom. This poisonous snake bites at an amazing speed like a poisonous tongue. Lu Chengkong. Obviously, Lu Chengkong was a little embarrassed because of Elros's self-destruction. He looked like he was seriously injured. This Da Shu, who had just arrived and had been waiting for the opportunity, finally made his move. It seems that Lu Chengkong is really famous. In the legendary Skrito, there are actually 3 at a time today, and each of them is a high-level Skrito's big virtual, and they are all attacked by sneak attacks. Just when this weird poisonous snake was about to bite Lu Chengkong, a shadowy figure appeared behind Lu Chengkong in an instant, and at the same time, a business that the usual Hallible would never be able to tell floated into Lu Chengkong's ears. Actually, I lost a long time ago, and my heart has been captured by you, but I don't want to admit it. I'm really useless, but it's nothing, at least it proves what I said. Everything in this world is built on sacrifice, but I, Haribel, willingly sacrifice myself for you, my lover Lu Chengkong. Don't be sad for me, I am willing, my man, you don't have to be jealous of these. I may never see your cute macho appearance in the future, but I don't regret it. Apparently, Hallible, who had only reached the pinnacle of Vastord, didn't know the general situation of Lu Chengkong at all. From her point of view, with such an amazing self-destruction power just now, the spirits in the world seem to be irritable and restless. The terrifying power like a spiritual child storm has caused Hallible and Lu Chengkong to receive relatively heavy damage now, plus there is a high-level Skrito who is obviously better at sneak attacks. Lu Chengkong made a sneak attack, and Lu Chengkong might not be able to dodge for a while. She didn't think she could stop a high-level Skrito's sneak attack, but she believed that blocking a high-level Skrito's attack with her body would at least buy Lu Chenggong a little time, so she didn't have a trace of fear and just went straight rushed over. Idiot, I said that as long as I'm still alive, you won't sacrifice for me, and you underestimate the strength of your man. If Hannibal told him that he was a chauvinist at ordinary times, Lu Chenggong would probably be very embarrassed, but at this time, only Hannibal's words echoed in Lu Chenggong's mind. I don't regret it. I was moved by it and even brought tears to my eyes. The power of this sentence is the same as the one that Nellie L said, I want to repay you, and it blooms with her Hannibal style. The style and charm of her, this is the style that belongs to her Harabel. A black gold magic knife directly split the poisonous snake that was about to bite Hannibal's body in half. The pain Hannibal expected did not come, but instead felt a very familiar breath, and the embrace that was full of security like a haven, opened his eyes. What caught my eye was a pair of magical eyes that made the gods tremble, but at this moment, in Hannibal's opinion, these were the most beautiful eyes. Hannibal said nothing, nodded, and a tear appeared. Just before the tears turned into tears and fell down, Hannibal buried her head in Lu Chenggong's arms. She didn't want anyone other than Lu Chenggong to see her side. Hannibal, who was never afraid of sacrifice or being sacrificed, would actually be reluctant to give up at this moment when she controlled the power of the soul called sacrifice, that's right. Reluctant to give up, she is not reluctant to give up her life, but she is reluctant to give up this man who makes her love and anger his teacher against her own ideas, refute her own ideas and worldview. She did not expect that she, who has always been very plain and did not have too many emotional fluctuations, would have such an unforgettable reluctance in love. This strong love broke out without the slightest hidden in the moment of life and death just now. All the last traces of restraint from the past have been abandoned. In the current Hannibal's view, it doesn't matter whether it is sacrifice or not, it doesn't matter whether it's a worldview that is often refuted, and it doesn't matter what she calls self-esteem and self-esteem. What matters is that she can continue to be with the man in front of her. 573 Instant Kill High-Level Skrito. Let's go, Steven. The new high-level Skrito named Oshu is obviously a person who can't get a single blow, escapes in an instant, and can block the person who he assassinates, and he still has to go with a high-level Skrito first. To fight, and finally suffer the self-destruction of high-level Skrito. The god of death, who was assassinated by himself and was still unscathed, let Oshu, who is good at assassination, shout without thinking. At the same time, he immediately abandoned Lu Chenggong without saying a word, and he did not care about the broken weapon after returning to the blade and immediately retreated to the rear. Since you're here, do you still want to leave? It turns out that you are Wang Shu's guards. No wonder there are so many high-level Skritos, Wang Shu. I haven't even tried to provoke him, so he dared to provoke me. Very good, you can go to hell first, and Wang Shu will come back to accompany you soon. This time, Lu Chenggong can be said to have completely reassured Hannibal not only in his heart but also on the surface. He can make this shark girl, Hannibal, who is prouder than a dragon, admit in front of him that he has lost, but it's just that the mouth refuses to admit that has already explained everything. Also, although Neliel and myself only have a good impression of each other on the surface, they haven't crossed the Thunder Pool at all, but they have read the original Death God, and with his understanding of Neliel, just now Neliel Lu's move was already a hint to her. It's just because there is no experience in the original book, Neliel Lu has not become smaller, and her mentality is compared to the original book. He didn't receive the influence of his personality when he became a child who lost his spiritual power and his memory disappeared. Speaking of which, he seemed more calm, rational, gentle, not so naive, and he could make any words and actions directly. Of course, it's a bit difficult for such a simple-minded little girl to take the initiative to say these shameful words, but Nellie L is still very brave, whether it is fighting or facing her own feelings. This is in line with his character, brave, sincere, beautiful, grateful, and never retreating. Therefore, Nellie L left a sentence "I want to repay you" in a little ambiguous words when she made her move to explain everything. If Lu Chengkong still doesn't understand like this, he is not an emotional idiot, but an idiot. You're all pissed off, the wind is blowing the clouds. Lu Chengkong looked at Stephen and Oshu, who fled immediately after a flash of Wang Shu pushed Nelly back, and Isho, who grinned coldly. In front of Chengkong, there are countless afterimages belonging to Lu Chengkong. It looks like a real person. If you don't take a closer look, it's really Lu Chengkong's ability to clone. It turned out that Lu Chengkong's speed after Benkai seems to have surpassed the extremity that Shunbu and Ranjuan could achieve. When he stepped out in one step, he quickly left countless afterimages, including the one standing in place, a total of 30. As many as 6 afterimages. It was almost as if he had broken through the barriers of space and came to the fleeing Stephen and Oshu. Under their horrified and unbelievable eyes, Lu Chengkong shot out his feet, and Lu Chengkong had already kicked out between the lightning and flint. Thousands of legs. The legs that covered the sky were like dark clouds that covered the sky and shrouded the two voids in an instant. I saw Lu Chengkong using his legs to generate wind, whistling, and directly blasting the two voids out and burying the whole person on the ground, terrifying. The power caused a deep pit with a radius of 1 kilometer in the entire earth. Not only that, Lu Chengkong was kicking Liangshu to the ground, ignoring the glaring eyes, his face full of fear and panic, and his body was rapidly spinning at a speed that could not cover his ears. A high and unattainable pillar like a pillar of the sky was mixed with sand, reiatsu, trees, and everything nearby. A storm filled with flickering thunder light directly covered the two of them. So that the two of them didn't even get Benkai's chance to be completely wiped out by the ruthless lightning storm, and they couldn't take the opportunity to scream and left this world directly. Take it. Strangely, with Lu Chengkong's control, this storm, which has surpassed all the natural wind power in the world of Death God, dissipated and the two broken bodies were captured by Lu Chengkong and threw them directly in front of Harabel and Nelly L. Both of them are high-level Skritos, and the foreheads are all fully absorbed by the power of death. It can be said that the super-powerful imaginary that is only one step away from the peak Skrito, one of you, devoured them. Harabel can definitely break through to the first-level Skrito without using the spirit control gloves. He doesn't need to reach the realm beyond death and void like us, but he needs to cultivate on his own to have the same power. And Nailu, you can also break through to the middle-level Skrito and even reach the high level. At that time, with your Zanpakuto and your many abilities, even the high-level Skrito can barely fight for one. Win or lose, at least be invincible. Lu Chengkong knew just now that Nelly L could wound Stephen of the high-level Skrito with the strength of the beginner Skrito, but that was all because Nelly L's special Zanpakuto hit the opponent by surprise. In fact, Stephen's injury soon fully recovered. It was because Oshu's sneak attack failed. He died without showing his strongest strength from beginning to end. Harabel thinks that there is a lot of difference between the peak Vastord and the absorption of a high-level Skrito, especially the gap between breaking the limit and not breaking the limit, whether it is the god of death or the virtual big. Not to mention that swallowing a high-level Skrito with the strength of the peak Vastord is no less than a big cake falling from the sky, and it saves the realm and potential after using the control glove, but asymmetrical strength requires a period of cultivation, and only in battle can we have the time of the god of death who truly breaks the limit. Harabel and Nelly Alu did not speak, although they said that neither of them liked to devour void, especially Nelly L has not devoured it until now after arriving at Achuka's. I have had one ghost, but thinking of what these 3 ghosts did to Lu Chengkong, and Halabel, almost, died at the hands of Oshu. In a fit of rage, Nellialu no longer insisted on the idea of not devouring the emptiness. Such a big emptiness is worthless, so she didn't feel sick, and directly devoured their spiritual pressure. More importantly, after this battle, Nellialu knew that her strength was still insufficient, and she would have to become stronger next time she encountered such a situation. Shu wants to become stronger, but there is no way to devour the stronger than himself and break through between life and death, Epiphany, and now there is a high-level SK who is 2 stages higher than her, but still has more than enough to make her resentful. Leto was there, of course she would not refuse. It could be said that she did not devour herself this time, but she broke her own precepts to protect Lu Chengkong. 574 both breakthroughs. Sure enough, with the devouring of the two women, the weaker Hannibal immediately burst into a sky-high spiritual pressure, and the dazzling rays of light illuminated the nearby space for 100 miles. Grimjiao and Kunan, who knew early on that their own inadequacies would become a burden, hid far away, and found that the spiritual pressure of Sanskrito had disappeared, and Haribel's spiritual pressure had increased inexplicably. Of course they knew what it meant, so they flew over immediately. When Grimjiao and Kunanbai arrived, they immediately saw an unforgettable scene in their life. Hannibal was completely surrounded by azure blue reiki, and it looked like Hannibal from outside. It's like being surrounded by an azure poached egg. Transformation. This is the appearance of an orthodox breakthrough. If this is the case, what will happen to the god of death? It's a pity that I didn't have extra time, and I didn't remember the breakthrough at that time. Otherwise, I would also use it. This method. Lu Chong smiled lightly. It is an ironclad fact that Hannibal broke the limits of death and emptiness. After all, a high-level Skrito's spiritual pressure is completely absorbed by Hannibal, and it is strange that it cannot break through. As for the breakthrough after the breakthrough, how far Haribel can reach depends on her own creation. Although Nellie L on one side also made a breakthrough, she was not as good as Hannibal, but the battle when she broke through was even worse than that of Hannibal. Shooting out from all directions. The spiritual pressure and momentum on Nellie's body became stronger and stronger. When she arrived, the spiritual pressure on her body suddenly sank, and then instantly increased by more than 10 times compared with the previous one. Obviously, Nellie L's breakthrough has been completed. The peak of the intermediate Skrito is only one step away from reaching the high-level Skrito. Lost ground. It's not a problem to hold him completely, and even if the opponent carelessly underestimates the enemy and underestimates him, Benkai, who uses his space-type Zanpakudo, may be able to defeat or even seriously injure him. It's strange, with Steven reaching the spiritual pressure strength of high-level Skrito for countless years, it should allow you to barely break through to high-level Skrito. How could this be? Lu Chengkong said a little strangely, the middle level is certain, but the high level should have a chance of more than 80%. This is only a conservative estimate. After all, Steven is not just breaking through the high-level Skrito. It is a breakthrough for countless years, as Wang Shu's guard, and he is obviously much stronger than many members of the Zero team. Perhaps only under the Team Zero, Captain, Vice Captain, and King of Spirits, they are on par with the strongest team members of the Zero team. Such a big emptiness should make Nellie Lu only one step away from reaching the peak of the first level Skrito. You can break through the middle level Daxu and break through to the high level. Why is it only achieved? At the peak of the middle level, he didn't even touch the edge of the high level, so Lu Chengkong was a little strange. Raising your strength too fast is not only a good thing, but a bad thing. In the more than 100 years since I broke the world, my strength has already reached the peak of the first level Skrito, and I can break through to the middle level with just one kick. What is missing is an opportunity, and now swallowing Steven is obviously a great opportunity. Quote. Originally it was possible to reach the high level, but I gave up. I kept compressing and purifying my spiritual pressure. After reaching the extreme, I quenched the steel skin, Zanpakudo, etc., so I finally stabilized at the peak of the middle level Skrito. Although this strength may not be as good as directly breaking through the high level Skrito, but now my strength is very stable as a rock, and can be played perfectly, and the foundation is solid, and there will be no situation where the seedlings will be pulled out. After it is completely stabilized, let my strength is completely far beyond all the Shinigami and Shu of the same level of strength. Even if it is a high level Skrito, I have the strength to fight. If I make a breakthrough in the future, not only will the breakthrough of the realm become extremely difficult due to the breakthrough of strength, but because the foundation is rock solid, my own strength will far exceed the same level. The God of Reaper and the Void, my strength will increase even more after breaking through the high level Skrito. Nellie Eru said so much in one breath, she couldn't help but take a sigh of relief. When she raised her head to look at Lu Chengkong, she found that he was looking at her with eyes full of admiration, which made Nelyaru look pale. The smile is more obvious, and there is no joy in my heart, and I am very proud of the decision I made. Click. Just when Lu Chengkong was about to say something, a shattering sound came out suddenly, the blue dome suddenly cracked open, and Hannibal appeared in front of everyone again, but at this time Hannibal was already the same as the previous one. She has undergone earth-shaking changes, not only in strength, but also in appearance. At this time, Hannibal was exactly the same as Nellie L. The virtual hole and the few masks that had originally disappeared completely disappeared, and even the clothes had changed. Just like Nellie L, wearing black tight leather shorts, her wonderfully long legs, rounded plump buttocks outline a wonderful line. Wearing a black short-sleeved t-shirt on the inside, but a black long shirt with no buttons on the outside, separated on the left and right sides. She stepped on black sexy long tight women's boots. I don't know if it was intentional or not. She and me after Liel broke through. The clothes on her body were no longer the traditional virtual circle clothes, nor the 10-bladed clothes. On the contrary, it is such a sexy and seductive but not revealing outfit, except that Harabelle is dressed in black, while Nellie L is dressed in white. The two of them stand together in black and white, but there is no contrast between black and white. Instead, standing beside Lu Chengkong on the left and the right had a flawless sense of fit. In the same way, Hannibal's approach also made Lu Chengkong admire for a while. She could have reached the peak of intermediate Screto, but Hannibal did not do this. Instead, she completely stabilized her strength in the primary Screto. At the peak, after his own spiritual pressure reached the limit of infinite compression and purification, the remaining spiritual pressure was quenched with steel skin, Zanpakudo, etc. Therefore, the two of them are the same. Although they did not break through to the limit, they made them almost invincible at the same level, and they had a solid foundation of terror and their savings were amazing. When they made another breakthrough, what they got of course, the increase in strength is much more than that of the same level of death or virtual breakthrough. This is what they are most wise about. It seems that they are losing money, but in fact they are expanding their interests infinitely, laying the most solid foundation for their future strong road. 575 True and False Mauji Walai. Also, don't think that the outfits on the two girls are ordinary. If that's the case, their outfit changes won't appear until they reach Screto. The clothes on them are the same except for the color, but they have extremely amazing defense and flexibility. In the face of the same level of death or the virtual, it may not seem too important under normal circumstances, but under their strength, even if only in the first stage, the god of death or the virtual don't want to cut their clothes. Because this is a combination of their own spiritual power and the inexhaustible excess spiritual pressure that they devour to make clothes, the defense power is only under their steel skin, otherwise. If the two women continuously inject spiritual pressure into their clothes and shoes, they can also increase the defense and flexibility of their suits, and their resistance will continue to improve. As long as they have enough spiritual support, their defenses will be no better than their own steel. How bad is the skin? That is to say, as long as they still have spiritual pressure installation, it means that they have two layers of steel skin that are not too different in defense strength during battle. Even in the face of a god of death or a virtual one whose strength is one stage higher than himself, it has a huge effect. Bye. I wanted to stay here for more than 160 years, but now it seems that our whereabouts have been noticed by Wang Shu. Maybe the king spirit has also noticed us, and it may not be long before someone comes to attack so let's go back to the Soul Realm first. Quote. It's only a month away from here for more than 160 years, and there are still 3 months before Aizen's arrival, which means that he can stay here for at least a few hundred years, but the appearance of Wang Shu's guards disrupted Lu Chengkong's plan. Had to leave early, obviously he was a little worried about the girls in the soul world. That's great, I finally don't have to stay in this place anymore, I can go back to eat peony cakes. Zhu Nanbai said cheerfully with a cute pink mouth. Let's go, this time the harvest is rich enough. Lu Chengkong smiled. opened his black voice and led directly to the Soul realm, but his face changed slightly when he just returned to Soul realm, and he said nothing. Said that they directly stretched out their hands and pressed on the bodies of the girls, and the 5 Lu Chengkong immediately disappeared in place, and it didn't take long for them to appear in the sky above Lu Mansion in the Soul realm. What's going on? Lu Chengkong's tone was very calm. Looking at the dilapidated Lu Mansion below, he asked the god of death word by word, the gloom in the words and the anger that radiated invisibly. The icy aura made the countless gods of death below their hearts torn apart. Husband. Yi suddenly appeared beside Lu Chengkong. Vivi felt cold when he saw Lu Chengkong's appearance at this time, but when he thought that he was worried about the safety of himself and others, his heart suddenly became tender and sweet, gentle like water. His eyes looked at Lu Chengkong, conveying the love in his heart. What's going on with Yi? Lu Chengkong breathed a sigh of relief, seeing Yi's appearance, which meant it was all right, but he still asked angrily. The people from Team Zero came and said that we had killed the members of Team Zero and wanted to judge us. In the end, we fought directly. I, Kenpachi, Hiriko, Shanghai, and Luanju had to besiege them, but it was a pity that their strength was obviously more than there are many of us, and we are much stronger than the Deadwood Golden Bell before. Even if there are only 3 of us, we can only protect ourselves and remain undefeated. Quote. Later, Bachenliu woke up from the retreat. She seemed to have improved greatly in strength. One of the 3 members of the Zero team was obviously a high-level Skrito, and the other 2 were also at the peak of Skrito's mid-level strength. But they were all killed by Bachenliu without much effort, and then Bachenliu asked us to devour the death gods of the Zero team. Seeing that my current strength is weaker than theirs, if they do it again, I will be the only one. People can clean up both of them. As for the high-level Skrito's strength, I'm not afraid of him. Saifeng Yuan Yi explained it a little more simply, and he immediately became excited after saying that, and then released his spiritual pressure, like a child who likes to be admired by his parents. It's really hard for you. With your primary Skrito's strength, facing these mid-level, high-level Skrito's strength, it's good for the Zero team members to remain unbeaten. You use the last one. Trick. Lin Chengkong happily touched Saifeng Yuan Yi's little head and said, Saifeng Yuan Yi still enjoyed Lu Chengkong's intimacy with an intoxicated look on his face. No, but I made the most powerful fatal blow. That move was too powerful and very dangerous. I didn't have much confidence that I wouldn't hurt myself, so I wouldn't do it until the last moment. Dare to use. Saifeng Yuan Yi shook her head, and when she talked about her hidden trick, a trace of horror flashed in her eyes. Obviously, she also felt the power of her trump card stunt to be unbelievable. Even as a user, she felt a little too scary. Then what about Bachenliu? Lu Chengkong looked left and right, and instantly sensed the nearby spiritual pressure, as if Bachenliu was missing. Go to Captain Ujihua's place. Saifeng Yuan Yi knew everything, and said everything he knew. Lu Chengkong nodded understandingly. Since everything is fine, that's fine, but Team Zero, and Wang Shu's guard, I will settle this account with you soon. Lu Chengkong thought so in his heart, and at the same time, he waved his hand, and the dilapidated Lu mansion was quickly restored to its original state by the gathering of spirits in the sky. I'll go to see Bachenliu first, and Nilu and the others will leave it to you. By the way, Nilu, tell Yi and the others all about us in the boundary. Lu Chengkong left with a swish after speaking. Although Yi was a little reluctant, he felt happy when he thought that Lu Chengkong was still in the Soul realm and soon came back, and immediately pulled up Nelialu and Halibal. Yusho asked very kindly. When Lu Chengkong came to the 4th division, he found that both Bachenliu and Mao Zhawali were there, but what made Lu Chengkong strange was that the 2 women who used to be very close seemed to have a very strange atmosphere at this time. Because Bachenliu actually used a pair of cute big eyes watched Unahakaliu vigilantly. How could this be? I can actually see through the godmother's strength. Impossible, even if I have made great progress, it is impossible to see that there is still Bachenliu's abnormality at this time. Isn't she a godmother? Lu Chengkong's heart sank at the thought of this. She knew that among her wives, Bachenliu and Yi had the strongest perceptions. They were not acquired through practice, but we're born with an innate perception of something. There was an instinct. I felt that since Yakian Ryu showed such an expression, there was really a problem with this Uzuru Hana lie in front of him. 576 Amazing. The Mystery of Uno no Hana. Bachinliu, what's going on? Between the lights and flints, Lu Chengkong had already made a decision, so he stopped hiding and walked out directly. Xiaokong. Bachinliu's frosty face, which was full of vigilance and even murderous intent, thawed immediately, showing a pure smile, and threw herself into Lu Chengkong's arms, arching it, like a well-behaved little boy cat-like. Can you tell me who you are? Why are you pretending to be Mao Jihuoli, and where is Mao Jihuoli? Lu Chengkong had already guessed something in his heart, but he was still a little unsure. It's really smart. Why is it true or false? I'm pretending to say, I'm Mao Jihuoli, why don't you call me when I see my godmother? Mao Jihuoli smiled gently, but it seemed that there was something behind her. An invisible little-faced devil, Lu Chengkong's face was covered in cold sweat with such a familiar smile. At the same time, I also determined my own thoughts in my heart. This person who looks the same as Ujiwali, even said that he has all the memories of Ujiwali and even said that he is exactly the same as Wujiwali, except for his strength. There is no difference at all. The woman should be some kind of secret technique of Uno Hana Lai or the ability of Zanpakuto to confuse the god of death in the soul world. It should be an existence like a clone of the main body. Anyway, with the strength of Mao Jihuoli, even the strength of this clone-like woman is not something that people in the Soul Society can see through. It can be said that except for Bachinliu and Lu, no one in the sky can tell the difference at a glance. It seems that you should have guessed that I am indeed a clone-like existence. The main body has already left. As for going there, it is not a good thing for you to know, but a bad thing. Mao Jihuoli's avatar glanced at Lu Chengkong approvingly, but he did not expect to guess his own situation in a short period of time, which is indeed worthy of his attention. Hee, I didn't plan to ask you, sometimes it's better to find it yourself. Lu Chengkong chuckled, a glint of confidence flashed in his eyes, making Ujiwali a little curious, knowing that even as Ujiwa she doesn't know where her body is going, so how could Lu Chengkong know? During this period of time, I have come into contact with two types of powerhouses that are beyond the corpse soul world and the virtual circle. One is Wang Shu's guard, and the other is the Zero Team. With the strength of the godmother, it must not be easy for her to do it herself. Quote. It is not difficult to know her. Although the soul realm is very large, I can be sure that she is not here. I just returned from the boundary realm, and it is impossible for me to be in the boundary realm. As for the space where the Zero Team and Wang Shu's guards are located, there are very likely. Lu Chengkong stared at the avatar of Mao Jihua in front of him. He knew very well that with Mao Jihuoli's mysterious way of doing things, it was absolutely impossible to leave any flaws in her avatar, and he had to hide the most from her. The intimate Bachinliu must make it impossible for the clone to know her location, so it is useless to press the clone. You are really smart, although the main body guessed that one day you will guess her identity, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. Ujiwali was stunned for a while, and said a little surprised. If you say that, I should have guessed correctly, the leader of Team Zero, Mao Jihuoli. Lu Chengkong's words surprised the 8,000 Lu Vivi in his arms, raised his head and looked at the clone of his mother in front of him. Her eyes were full of surprise. Of course she knew what the leader of Team Zero represented. In particular, Kurosaki Masaki was once the leader of the Zero Division. The god of death in the Spirit King realm is to a large extent more mysterious and terrifying than the Spirit King, although she has always been curious about her mother's identity and why with such a powerful strength, he stayed in the Soul Society as a medical captain. But Ujiwali didn't say it, and Bachinliu didn't ask. She knew that her mother loved her very much, since she didn't say it. It was definitely for her own good. Now that she heard Lu Chengkong's words, her seemingly petite, but in fact incomparably intelligent little brain immediately understood the reason why Mao Jihuoli didn't tell her true identity. I really guessed it, but it's nothing. Now your cultivation is only a line away from surpassing the peak of Skrito, and the actual combat power is comparable to that of the Void King. It's really amazing. But it's useless if you guessed my identity. Even if I don't know where the main body has gone, it is impossible for you to find it. Besides, since the main body does not let you know, it means that it is better for you not to go. Let's not talk about that. What do you mean by the virtual king? Isn't it Wang Shu after Screto? Why is there another virtual king? Lu Chengkong couldn't help but ask when he heard the word virtual king in his heart. I just praised you for being smart, but now you're stupid again. Didn't you know about the Spirit King realm from Kurosaki? If Screto is followed by Wang Shu, then Kurosaki Ikiryu is facing Kurosaki who uses Wuyu. All he can do is to retreat without being seriously injured, so doesn't it mean that Kurosaki Ikiryu's strength has reached the level of a Spirit King? The Kurosaki family may be nothing special, but their Zanpakuto has a very taboo and powerful trick of Wuyu. Although the price is the loss of the power of the god of death, its power cannot be underestimated, and of course Kurosaki Ikiryu can also use Wuyu. It's been a month. With his ambition and character, do you think that he has the same level of strength as the Spirit King, and he still won't make troubles? Mao Zhawali glanced at Lu Chengkong with contempt, but of course the latter ignored it. In this way, above Screto is the Void King, and Kurosaki Isshin should be around the peak of Screto's strength. Kurosaki Ilu is the Void King level, and the only ones who reach the Wang Shu level should be the Void Circle. The real ruler, Wang Shu, who is named after Wang Shu's level, has a godmother as well as the Spirit King. I'm not wrong to say that. After thoroughly figuring out these most powerful strengths, Lu Chengkong was also relieved. Mao Zhawali would not be her enemy, or he would not help himself over and over again, but the Spirit King and the King Shu has already forged a great feud with himself, and the two sides have no other choice except after one of them falls. Of course Lu Chengkong doesn't want to fight me. I know everything I want to know, but this time I have to go. You should know very well that at my level, penance is really useless. I can't find anything more than facing a strong enemy and life and death. A quick breakthrough method. My intuition tells me that looking for a godmother may be able to help me. I have always believed in my intuition. Not to mention, I want to complete the disintegration. This time I have to go. The mystery of the disintegration, I think I'm starting to see it. After Lu Chengkong finished speaking, he nodded to Mao Zhawali's avatar, turned around and left without hesitation with Bachinliu in his arms. But Mao Zhawali's avatar not only did not stop it, but the corner of her mouth twitched. Obviously she was in a good mood, and the satisfaction and approval in her eyes were obviously very satisfied and happy with what Lu Chengkong said. Ontology, your vision is really good, and his intuition is really accurate. Disintegrating. Facing a powerful enemy and life and death. I hope that after you find the ontology and see what you call a powerful enemy and life and death, you can really live and get your wish. Make another breakthrough. Quote. 577 Mao Zhawali vs. Wang Shu. Sure enough, you still found it. A being completely wrapped in a black cloak. It is clear whether it is a man or a woman, a man or a god of death, or a virtual being, suddenly said. His voice is calm and powerful, domineering but majestic, stern like a knife. Wherever the sound passes, everyone who hears it seems to only feel that a sharp knife is placed on his arm and ask for his name at any time. You should be very clear. I promised to help the King of Spirit to do 3 things, and this is the third one. A voice sounded abruptly. It sounded like a lark, but it was full of compassion, and it gave people a kind of comfort. The compassion for the heavens and the people makes people feel comfortable physically and mentally, as if being swept by the spring breeze. HMPH, that useless King of Spirit, he only sees your potential. Even if he hadn't rescued you back then, you could have left safely. He just saw your potential investment, so that you can grow. Repay her when you get up, so you can't even see it. Dare to call Ling Wang's name directly, and there is only one Shu who is so disrespectful. His identity is also ready to be revealed. That is Wang Shu, whose name is above the level of the virtual king, and the owner of the female voice in front of him. Needless to say, everyone has guessed that the only person who is qualified to be on an equal footing with Wang Shu and King Ling is the leader of Team Zero, Mao Zihua. Of course I know that he has bad intentions, but anyway, he did help me block you at that time, otherwise I might waste a lot of time. The last thing is all paid off today, and I will no longer be from today the captain of the Zero Squad, but of pure Uno Hana. That's right, this woman is Maujawali, and it's simple to say, the Spirit King is the first death god of Shikai, and Wangshu is of course the first one, and Maujawali's identity is the most unique, because she is the first human being in the world of death, and the first life born is very remarkable. It's a pity that Maujawali, who was still a human at that time, had amazing potential, but after all, she was not born with powerful power. What she possessed was only terrifying potential. As such an existence, of course Wangshu wanted to devour her. After all, Wangshu does not want to have another opponent in the future. He and the King Spirit knew very well that whether Maujawali chooses to become a god of death or a ghost in the future, it will definitely be an existence at the same level as them. As long as she is swallowed up, even if she is weak now, her soul is perfect. Pure Chengdu is absolutely flawless. Swallowing her will definitely increase her potential and overwhelm the opponent in one fell swoop. It's a pity that Wangshu devoured Mauji Huli in a hurry, so he fell in with King Ling's plan, and King Ling actually did the opposite. It is to prevent Wangshu from swallowing Maujawali. Obviously, King Ling intends to win Maujawali. After all, the best time to win is when she is the weakest. In the end, King Ling did as he wished, and Mauji Huli chose to become the god of death, using the god of death as his starting point to cultivate, and at the same time promised to do 3 things for King Ling that would not violate his bottom line and do his best. With the addition of Maujawali, the Spirit King has completely overpowered the Void King. Even if the number and overall strength of the Void created by the Void were stronger than the Soul realm created by the Spirit King, it would be useless. Wallai immediately changed the position of the victorious Libra. There were 2 shocking stations in the virtual circle and the corpse soul world, and Maujawali also helped the king twice, so each time was a fiasco for Wangshu. The last time Wangshu forcibly used the secret method to make himself stronger in a short time. Zeng, finally reluctantly and Maujawali, the Spirit King tied, but unfortunately it didn't take long for this time to pass, and finally it was inevitable to meet again, retreated from the virtual circle, and opened up the virtual king realm to hide and heal. Of course, being Wangshu's most hated person, the Spirit King, is also uncomfortable. Obviously, if it wasn't for the Spirit King's prevention back then, he would have a high chance to devour Maujawali. Where would he become as passive as he is now? Therefore, when using the secret method to improve his strength for a short time, Wangshu focused on taking care of the Spirit King, completely ignoring the attack of Maujawali. Therefore, Maujawali did not suffer any damage, but the spiritual pressure consumption was a bit large. And I was a little tired, but I quickly recovered. Cared for by Wangshu was not much better. He had to open up a Spirit King realm. Obviously, he had bad intentions and worried that someone would take his place while he was seriously injured. Of course, what he was most worried about was Maujawali. After all, she is the biggest beneficiary. If she devoured herself, then Maujawali's strength will definitely become Wangshu, Spirit King, the most powerful existence among the 3, and the balanced triangle will be broken. He doesn't want to do this. They all thought the same as him, so he took his most trusted Team Zero to retreat to the Spirit King realm, and at the same time let Maujawali guard the Soul realm. As for his thoughts, Maujawali is of course clear, but she doesn't care at all. Anyway, she just promised the King Ling to do 3 things, not his subordinates, and there is one more thing that will be irrelevant later. And today is the last one. HMPH, you are a shrewd and terrifying woman. Can't you see the simple plan of the King Spirit? He obviously doesn't want to be seriously injured like last time, so he only asked you to come here alone and have a fight with me. It hurts both sides, and then he comes to take advantage and devour us both in one fell swoop. Quote. Although Wangshu's voice was hoarse, it could be said that he moved it with love and reason, but unfortunately Maujawali was unmoved from beginning to end, but slowly pulled out his Zanpakudo. Damn, do you really want to be picked up by that coward of King Spirit? Wangshu's body shook suddenly, The black cloak wrapped around him immediately shattered into countless small steps, and his gloomy face was about to drip out of water. Exposed. It's better to strike first, and then use the secret method later, seriously injuring the King of Spirits. At most, it's just laying in the Void King realm to cultivate for a few years. Void Flash. Wang Shu made a decision in his heart, and did not hesitate to take action immediately. Wang Shushu's color is not very unique, on the contrary, it is very common. It is just a red virtual flash like Killian, and it seems that there is no such thing at first glance. Nothing special, but when you look at it again, you will find the terrifying spiritual power in it. At the same time, when I just felt the unusualness of Wang Shushushan, the enemy who faced Wang Shushushan's attack also found this move powerful and fell at the same time. So far, only Ling Wang and Mao Zhawali have not been buried in his Void Flash. After all, no matter what, Void Flash is always the most powerful force in Void, and Wang Shu has developed it to the extreme. 578 Mizuno's early show. Shui Wuyu. Ujawali's face remained unchanged, and the Zanpakuto in his hand turned slightly, lying across his chest. The small mouth Vivi spit out 3 words, and the Zanpakuto in his hand became a huge and flat the one-eyed flying creature. I saw this flying creature named Wuyu open its mouth wide, and suddenly took a breath. The air seemed to be swallowed directly in the radius of thousands of miles. The terrifying suction force and the usual healing time of the 4th division were completely two concepts. Wang Shu's devastating virtual flash was inevitably directly sucked in. At the same time, Shui Wuyu burped lightly after absorbing the virtual flash, as if the taste was good and she was very full. Shui Wuyu, it's still the same. It seems that I am not the only one who has made progress for thousands of years. This Zanpakuto, the one that I fear most, Shui Wuyu, is still so powerful. Wang Shu's eyes flickered, and when he looked at Shui Wuyu in Mao Zhawali's hand, there was a very clear fear to the naked eye. Obviously, even the Spirit King's Zanpakuto did not make him so fearful. From this, it can be seen that out of water without moon is definitely not easy. Destroy it, kill it, the knife of slaughter. Wang Shu said nothing, and immediately released the Zanpakuto after seeing that his phantom flashing test was invalid, and the murderous aura that was so strong that it seemed to be transformed into reality permeated the entire world. The murderous aura seemed to be transformed into countless small knives, and the space where it passed trembled directly, as if telling everyone that the space in the virtual circle could not bear the devastation after the liberation of Wang Shu's Zanpakuto. I only know destruction. Killing will never become a great weapon. Mao Zhawali shook his head. His tone was quite pity, but he did not show the slightest mercy, and Shui Wuyu disappeared again, turning into a Zanpakuto, with the slightest slash of Ujawali. A gigantic slash over 1,000 meters in the sky seemed to rip apart the virtual circle and slashed towards Wang Shu. It can be said that in the original anime, the only thing that appeared in the original anime was her swordsmanship. Everyone knows that her swordsmanship is extremely terrifying, but no one ever guessed that it would be so powerful, tearing space between waves. Slaughter the world. Wang Shu is not to be outdone. After all, as a virtual, and he is the first virtual in the world of death, the unique militancy of the virtual, the killing is of course displayed by him to the fullest. Instead, he had a frenzied look on his face, just like when Zaraki Jian encountered a powerful opponent. Mao Zihuali's slash directly collided with Wang Shu's murderous slash in midair, and the sonorous sound resounded through the heaven and earth, and at the same time, there was a pitch-black ink where the two touched. There is no crack of light, obviously their attack has made the space unbearable and cracked. Suck up the world. Ujawali spit out 4 cold words, and the forms between Suzuki and ordinary Zanpakuto were constantly changing each other. Pakuto, when releasing other attacks, such as now, will turn into Suzuki again, and the suction power that is much stronger than before reappears. The suction is so large that it is like a black hole facing Wang Shu in the space where Wang Shu is, and it is a burst of absorption, as if a pair of huge mouths are absorbing the whole world. Even Wang Shu was suddenly sucked by the sudden suction. But he burst out a powerful spiritual pressure to stabilize his body. Trouble, if I go in, I'm easy to lose. Wang Shu knew very well what would happen if he was absorbed by Unahakali's Shui Wuyu. It was the first time he fought Unahakali that year. At that time, he just didn't understand Ujawali's Zanpakuto ability, and was accidentally sucked in. As a result, when he came out again, he was already seriously injured, and in the first battle between the official virtual circle and the corpse soul world, that battle Wang Shu was defeated so quickly was completely beaten by the Zanpakuto of Ujawali. One caught off guard, coupled with the siege of the Spirit King, would be so cheap. Slaughter all the people. After suffering a big loss, how could he use this move again? The big knife in his hand, which was wrapped in a strong murderous aura visible to the naked eye, slashed at Shui Wuyu, and the spiritual pressure in his body was crazy. It was transformed into murderous aura, and then turned into an overwhelming murderous aura that kept attacking Shui Wuyu's mouth. He knows that Shui Wuyu's suction is very strong, and it can accommodate very powerful attacks and extremely huge objects, but there are limits. As long as his attack reaches the limit that Shui Wuyu can absorb, then this move will ineffective. When the first virtual circle and the soul world battle, he relied on this move to resist the swallowing of the world by Mao Zhawali. Stupid, from the moment you can think of a way to crack my trick, you should have thought that I can also crack your unique trick, transform. The corner of Mao Zhawali's mouth twitched, his mind moved, and Shui Wuyu, whose body swelled to the point of exploding with continuous absorption, seemed to have some support, and his body was like the alchemy furnace of Taisheng Laojun, constantly shrinking. As if melting the murderous blade in the body, constantly absorbing the continuous melting, forming a perfect cycle. It's really troublesome. Wang Shu's flash. Wang Shu's face changed slightly, his right hand was raised, and a red ball of light with a jagged shape and flashing electric light on the surface immediately appeared and burst out at the same time. A pit bar following Wang Shu's flash appeared directly on the cedar tree below where it passed, and at the same time, the space in the midair near Wang Shu's flash was completely distorted by its terrifying destructive power, as if the power was no longer there. Lift a little space and instantly warp to a shattered state. Forbidden art, space transfer. Ujawali began to show her powerful ghost cultivation, and the use of the forbidden art in the hands of Ujawali was like using the 400 thunderbolts of breaking the way. It's easy and freehand, it seems to be understated, effortless, and it is simply too powerful compared to the great ghosts who can only make use of overdrafts, and the two are not on the same level at all. The power of space emanated, and the oncoming Wang Shu's flash, which was enough to distort the space, was directly transferred to a different space or somewhere in the virtual circle. Mao Ji Huili, here. At this moment, Wang Shu's voice suddenly sounded behind Mao Ji Huili, and at the same time he shot a flash of Wang Shu again, but this time Mao Ji Huili, however, he did not use the ghost way again. Instead, he slashed back with the Zanpakuto in his hand. Under the surging urge, Wang Shu's flash was split into two. In front of Shu, a series of dense chopping and slashing constantly greeted Wang Shu's body. 579 The true power of water without moon. HMPH, Kendo. Don't think you are the only one. Wang Shu was not to be outdone, holding the blade of slaughter and directly facing the Zanpakuto of Uji Huili. As fast as a meteor, when you cut me, neither of the two sides could do anything for a while. However, the two in the fierce battle are nothing. Anyway, they are old opponents. Of course, they know that they can't tell the winner for a while, and both of them are only in Shikai state, but they want to see how the other party has improved over the years. Test the strength of both sides. But it is the desert under their feet that suffers, because every confrontation, every slash, and the edge they radiate leaves a crack like an abyss in the desert, and the nearby is destroyed in a mess, even the sky. As the two swords continued to collide, a circle of ripples collided. If the pure slashing battle between Aizen and Kurosaki Ichigo, who entered the fourth state of collapse jade in the original work, was a mountain and a rock, then the kendo confrontation between Wang Shu and Ujawali was simply devastating. As the two continued to confront each other, the speed of the force became larger and faster each time, causing the nearby space to vibrate with the continuous ripples. Your swordsmanship has really improved a lot, but it's still not enough to see. Ujawali chuckled. Even in battle, she still looked so beautiful. Suddenly, her blade turned like a windmill on Wang's shoes. On the slaughtering blade, it kept spinning, and at the same time, Mao Zhawali leaned forward, and the overwhelming force kept pressing on Wang's shoe. For a while, Wang's shoe, who was still evenly matched, immediately fell into the disadvantage. At the same time, Mao Zhawali had to forgive others. With every move, he brought the mighty power to sever the world, and sometimes poisonous snakes vomited letters from an extremely tricky angle, but it was like a storm and a gust of wind. Dozens of knife marks were left on Wang's shoe's body. Cough cough. Wang's shoe was shocked. He didn't expect that his kendo cultivation had progressed so much in thousands of years. His cultivation in kendo is still not as good as Mao Zhawali, but he really didn't care too much. After all, he is the strongest. It is the virtual ability instead of kendo among the 4 skills of Shinigami. Therefore, there is nothing to be ashamed of losing to Ujawali in kendo. After all, he knows how strong Ujawali's kendo is. Even the spirit king who came from the god of death may not dare to say that he is comparable to Mao. Flowers are strong. Since he has already won the battle in kendo, there is no need for him to fight with kendo. After all, he is not abused. Although his overspeed regeneration is extremely terrifying, he doesn't want to be constantly stabbed on himself and then stabbed. Keep replying. Therefore, at a point under his feet, the Zanpakuto holding the slaughter blade immediately increased its strength to block the fierce blade of Ujikali. At the same time, his left hand was facing the face of Wujawali, which was more red than the pure red. The dark, deep red virtual flash, obviously compared to the tentative virtual flash just now, the current virtual flash is the real power virtual flash. Are you serious? Mao Zhawali chuckled, and stood motionless like this, and any Wang Shu's virtual flash penetrated himself, but a strange scene appeared, and the virtual flash actually directly from Mao Zhawali's as soon as the body wore it. There was no fluctuation, as if the body of Ujawali was not a real entity, but an illusory existence. Aren't you serious too? Finally started to use your Shui Wuyu ability. Wang Shu sneered, recalling the inexplicable scene when Ujawali showed the ability of Shui Wuyu back then. It's nothing special, the blade is like fire. The Zanpakuto in Ujawali's hand changed amazingly. The raging flames covered the blade and burned, and the dizziness of the nearby sky changed like an extremely high-temperature flame. It turned into a deep red cloud, as if the world had been cooked, and the nearby sand seemed to have been burned into the most primitive glass by the high-temperature flame. Sure enough, it came out, Shui Wuyu's ability. Looking at the Flame King who swept towards him in front of him, he sighed inwardly, saying that he really didn't want to be the enemy of Mao Zhawali, but his own what he has done has left the two sides with no room for maneuver. If she had known at that time that the Zanpakuto would be so strange, terrifying, and changeable after Ujawali became the god of death, he really did not want to be the enemy of Ujawali. Put it simply, the Zanpakuto of Uanohanagi is that when Shikai can use the Shinigami who was swallowed by Suzuki or the Shikai of Zanpakuto mastered by Shu and the others. Benkai's ability is even simpler, that is to use Suzui Tasuki who swallowed it, or Benkai who possessed the power of Zanpakuto mastered by Shinigami. It's simple and straightforward to say, but it's too scary to think about it carefully, although there is a condition to activate like Aizen's Kyoka Suzuki. That is, the Shinigami or Fu who must be swallowed by Suzuki can use their Shikai and Bankai. Just like Jinghua Shuiyu, you must see Jinghua Shuiyu's liberation before you can hypnotize it. However, Shui Wuyu's power are indeed not comparable to Jinghua Shuiyu. It is indeed the first human in the world of death. After becoming a death, she is really blessed. The hidden potential erupted violently. But don't underestimate me. Killing storm. Looking at the flames in the sky, like a sea of fire, Wang Shu has no fear at all. After all, being able to use all kinds of Zanpakuto does not mean that she is the most powerful. It is useless to use the power of the Zanpakuto to the fullest. However, with the shrewdness of Mao Zhawali, he has definitely thought of an acquired solution, which is to study the energy essence of all Zanpakuto, and completely analyze their essence, similar to the way he deliberately did not crack Jinghua Suzui. In this way, the most time can be left, and the most time can be used to maximize the power of the Zanpakuto that Uno Hana Lai likes to use. After all, Mao Zihua has lived for so long, how can she not see her own shortcomings, and the most important thing she lacks is time. I think she has solved this weakness that is not a weakness, and even turned the weakness into an advantage. The grey murderous aura actually formed a huge storm soaring into the sky, with the cold, bloody murderous aura and the sea of fire constantly colliding in the sky, constantly raging, like a natural incompatibility between water and fire. The space fortress in the nearby space could not bear the two sides for a long time. There have been cracks in the attack of the two, and if the two of them continue to fight like this, it may not take long for this piece of space to collapse. 580 The mystery of disintegration. Ujawali, with our strength, if we choose to fight in this way, even if we fight for a few days and nights, we will not be able to tell the winner. Do you want to continue? Wang Shu wouldn't mind if it was a one-on-one fight, but now in an unknown place, there is a hidden spirit king who will come out to attack him at any time, or Uzuru Hanalai, which can be very dangerous. I thought you wanted to continue dawdling with me. Are you in a hurry? You are not the only one the spirit king wants to devour. What about me? I'm not in a hurry. What are you in a hurry? Mao Zhawali has the expression that your emperor is not in a hurry for the eunuch to do something urgent, but her heart is not very calm. Obviously, she is also on guard against the spirit king, but she never regrets her decision. After all, she belongs to the kind of person who will never look back once she decides to fall. No matter what she owes, she should be clear, and she really doesn't know who will die in the end. Cold light flashed. Bingrin Bingshin. Suddenly, an ice blade with a shocking cold air came out of the sky, and where it passed, the flowing blade of Mao Zhawali was like a fire, and the ice blade came directly and slashed. To Wang Shu. Tricks of carving insects. Wang Shu was dismissive. With a wave of the blade of slaughter, the endless slaughter aura formed a blade of murderous aura that directly penetrated the ice blade in front of him. He actually found here. Mao Zhawali Vivi was surprised for a moment. Her mouth opened, she turned her head to look behind her, and found a person standing in the distance. It was the very familiar Lu Chengkong, but with the 8,000 streams, who were inseparable from him, did not come this time. Very simple. Lu Chengkong was worried that when he came to look for Mao Zhawali, King Ling or Wang Shu would send Team Zero or Wang Shu's guards to attack, although he also knew the number of Team Zero or Wang Shu's guards. Not much. After falling so much, it may not come again. However, after sailing the 10,000-year ship carefully, there is also a lot of peace of mind for Bachenliu there. Of course Bachenliu is very dissatisfied with this, but in the end, she nodded reluctantly and agreed. Obviously, she also knew that Lu Chengkong did this. It's the best. Of course, Bachenliu didn't leave behind an explanation when he parted. I know what you're going to do, Xiao Kong. Do you disintegrate? Be sure to come back safely with your mother. Apparently, Bachenliu's smaller body has a clever and exquisite heart buried in it. Knowing what to do is the best way to do it. Of course he didn't want to part with Lu Chengkong and knew that Lu Chengkong's line was very dangerous. However, she knew better what she should do so that Lu Chengkong would not have all the worries, so even though she was very unwilling, uncomfortable, and unhappy that she stayed, he believed that Lu Chengkong would be absolutely fine. My 3 Wang Shu guards have fallen. Why are you still dead? It seems that I really underestimated you, but because of this, I can't keep you. After Wang Shu saw the person clearly, Vivi's pupils shrank. Of course he noticed the death of Wang Shu's guards, but he thought that Lu Chengkong and the 3 Wang Shu guards had perished together, but he didn't expect to be alive, but the more he did, the more it is to let Wang Zhu guard's murderous intention to Lu Chengkong be bigger, and a Mao Zhawali is enough. If Lu Chengkong continues to grow, sooner or later, he will be a Mao Zhawali again. But my subordinates are really useless. Maybe they have been rotten without fighting for too long. Maybe the replacement of Wang Shu's guards is imperative. Wang Shu landed and stepped on the crackle, set on the desert of rustling sand mixed with glass. I didn't expect you to comprehend the mystery of disintegration so quickly, but you shouldn't be here. You are very sad when you have an accident. Mao Zihua looked at Lu Chengkong and quickly understood Lu Chengkong's plan. It turned out that Lu Chengkong had already sensed the mystery of disintegration, and now he needs to face strong pressure or a breakthrough between life and death to let him one's own thorough understanding learns to disintegrate. If something happens to you, Bachenliu will be even more uncomfortable. You know that if you lose both, you are likely to die. I really don't know whether you are smart or an idiot. Lu Chengkong gave Mao Zhiwali a fierce look. This was his first. This is the second time to speak to Uno Hanaritsu in this tone. Even you know that if you want to go further, there is no other way than the explosion of potential between life and death and the epiphany of opportunity, so why don't I know it? Although it is dangerous, it is not a chance, and how do you know that it must be me who will die in the end? I don't know who will die. Mao Zhiwali took a deep look at Lu Chengkong. She was surprised to find that from the very beginning, she was only holding a ridiculing mentality and meeting Bachenliu's request for Lu Chengkong to call herself a godmother. After the change, she found that she quietly regarded Lu Chengkong as her own, and regarded him as her godson. Especially Lu Chengkong's stern look just now made her feel warm. This kind of true concern was conveyed to her heart through the bond between godmother and godson. Especially when she thought of Bachenliu, her heart softened even more. But she was very human after all, so she quickly put away her sentimentality and said in a confident and firm voice. Sure enough, this woman definitely has preparations in her heart. No wonder she dares to fight with me to the death. Spirit King, you idiot, you stopped me at the beginning, although you won twice, but also created a big enemy. It's definitely not something you can handle with a scumbag like you. Wang Shu scolded King Ling for an idiot in his heart. This kind of woman is simply uncontrollable. He actually delusionally thinks about it. In the end, he may be countered by Mao Zihua, and he has a feeling that he will no longer owe King Ling any more after today. The most terrifying thing is the human affection, and if the Spirit King makes a move, he will definitely suffer from it, and it may become a stepping stone for the Ujawali. Sure enough, the grievances are clear. The grievances will be repaid, and she will pay back the favor of the Spirit King. But if the same Spirit King dares to plot against her, then the godmother, a merciful and gentle woman, will show her iron side. It seems that Bai was worried about her. Also, how could she not understand the two of them after dealing with King Spirit and Wang Shu for so many years? It seems that she really cares about the two of them. This time, she may really plan to kill two birds with one stone. She wants to know everything clearly and has no worries. At the same time, she has an opportunity. Although it is very dangerous, it is a crisis. There is no opportunity without danger. I really don't know who will die. Lu Chengkong heard the words. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind. Looking at Mao Zhiwali's deep eyes, which was different from his usual temperament, he was no longer worried, and his tense face slowly closed. One Piece: The Legend of Creation. Chapter 581 to 600. 581 against Wang Shu. Since that's the case, you can save your combat power, and let me pay you back the last favor you said. Shut up. Whether it's because of Bachenliu, because of anything, godmother, you have been really good all these years. It has helped me many times, and I have to pay back the fact that I did not take the wrong path to become stronger. And I can also use Wang Shu to help me complete the disintegration, so that I can achieve my purpose and complete your favor, and I will no longer owe anything, and at the same time let you save your combat power to deal with possible dangers. One stone, lots of birds. After Lu Chengkong finished speaking, he did not give Mao Zhiwali a chance to refuse, and rushed directly to Wang Shu. He knew the gap between himself and Wang Shu, so he directly Bankai and was careful. Hee. I didn't expect that I would be refuted one day, but maybe it is because you are so similar to me that I noticed you, although it was originally because of Bachenliu, but you are really outstanding. In a certain I'm very similar in some places. Well, in that case I'll accept your favor, my son, don't let me down. Mao Zhiwali hesitated for a while, but finally chose to obey Lu Chengkong's words. This time, it may be that she truly recognized Lu Chengkong's identity in her heart, instead of joking and ridiculing Lu Chengkong as before. Wang Shu was stunned when he saw it. Is this still the gentle, compassionate, yet staunch, unyielding and majestic Maujawali that he knew? It's a miracle to actually listen to a kid. The leech regret tree is stupid. Although you can kill my 3 guards, I am impressed, but it's better for you to come out today, so that I can go to find it and cut the grass and roots. Wang Shu was also a little happy in his heart. This kind of slaughter can also get rid of a seed player who has the potential to threaten him. The slaughter blade turned into a flash of light and stabbed directly at Lu Chengkong. There was no extra movement, and he simply wanted to use absolute power. And the speed will instantly destroy Lu Chengkong. Wang Shu, you have miscalculated this time. His battle is the most suitable for battle I have ever seen. It should be said that it is a real Zanpakudo for battle, speed, strength, skill, movement, etc. When everything is contained in his Zanpakudo, although his current strength is far less than yours, it is too naive to think that you can kill him simply like this. A trace of disdain flashed in Maujawali's eyes, not for Lu Chengkong, but for Wang Shu's underestimation of Lu Chengkong's behavior. She has always done things without leaking, and she was only a pure human being to deal with at the beginning. Between Wang Shu and Ling Wang. Wang Shu has said that even if King Ling did not take action, he might not be able to successfully swallow Maujawali. This alone shows how high her mentality is. The reason why she has such achievements is that she has never been small. Look at anyone, no matter how useless this person is in the eyes of others, no matter how rubbish it is. Because she knows that any person, the god of death, as long as he is a living creature, as long as he can survive, there is definitely something about him that should not be underestimated. Si Uno Hanalai is a bigger enemy to the opponent. Over the years, King Spirit has regretted countless times why he shot at that time. Although he knew that if he didn't shoot Ujawali, he would not necessarily be swallowed up, but there is a high possibility that he should have directly killed Ujawali back then. It is the best choice. It will not become the current situation of the 3 kingdoms. With the passage of time, Maujawali seems to have become Cao Cao. Although it is not so exaggerated, there is already this trend. If it continues to develop in this way, it may become a real 3 kingdoms. King Ling can only be Liu Bei, Wang Shu is Sun Quan, and Maujawali is Cao Cao. Therefore, King Ling had to implement the plan to get rid of Ujawali. It was very simple. He knew that Wujawali was a person and would never owe anything. Since he agreed, he would definitely do it. Therefore, even if he felt that he was very shameless, he used the third thing that Uno Hanalai promised himself as an excuse, and even gave an open reason why Kurosaki Aikiryu colluded with Wang Shu and must get rid of Wang Shu. Although this plan is simple, but if there is no such variable as Lu Chengkong, it will definitely continue to develop. Although I don't know what the final result will be and who will kill the deer, on the surface, it is indeed the Spirit King who has the biggest advantage this time, and the Spirit King has already made a decision. Even if he can't develop to the most perfect point in his heart in the end, it is to get rid of the flower of Maoji. Strong. She has developed too fast, and letting it exist is definitely a disaster far surpassing Wang Shu. Ling Wang thinks so why is Wang Shu not like this? It's a pity that she took the lead against Maujawali countless years ago. Lost the opportunity. Capturing the wind to catch the shadow. Lu Chengkong's body method immediately unfolded, and the whole person seemed to be shadowless, like the wind characteristics of nature. Oh, it's a bit of a doorway, but the gap between us can't be made up for this. Die, void flash. Wang Shu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lu Chengkong's movement technique to be so powerful, making him so fast. If it was not at the same level, it would even be 1 level lower than himself. As long as it reaches the speed of the virtual king, it is already much faster than himself, and Lu Chengkong is not simply fast, but also has subtle movements, wonderful footwork, coupled with extremely fast speed. It really occupies a lot of the opportunity. Blood Blade Magic Art. Lu Chengkong only felt an overwhelming pressure descending on his soul, and an extremely dangerous feeling enveloped his body and mind, making him feel that it was very difficult to breathe. Lu Chengkong's strength is 2 levels worse than Wang Shu's. Don't talk about their level, Just the difference between the vice captain and the captain's name is a huge difference. The gap in strength between levels will continue to increase. Just a random blow from King Void completely locked Lu Chengkong. He didn't even have time to use Function's legs, so he had no choice but to block. In this way, with the integration of Lu Chengkong's blood, the magic knife immediately turned scarlet, which made people feel chills in their hearts. Boom! Immediately, the entire desert in the virtual circle seemed to vibrate, and a cracking sound like glass shattered continuously. Obviously, the two people's blow will be obtained again because Lu Chengkong just now, Wangshu and Mao Zhawali stopped fighting, and the repaired space barrier shattered again. 582 Nirvana Rebirth. It's too powerful, just a single trick to force me to use the strongest stunt may not be able to stop it. The gap between the peak of Skrito and Wangshu is really too big, but the more this means the greater my chances. Come, the Kirin Emperor. Lu Chengkong roared in his heart, seeing Shushan pressing his own sword gang to keep approaching him. Lu Chengkong knew that if he couldn't be stronger, this blow from Shushan would kill him, and he returned to the blade immediately without saying a word. The dark silver spiritual pressure soared into the sky, and a spiritual pressure storm swept across the nearby desert, mixed with the sand on the desert, so that it seemed that the sun and the moon had blocked the light of the sky. It's actually improved so much. Even if it's the virtual king's return blade, it may not have as much improvement as your return blade, and you can't keep it. Wangshu's face was a bit ugly, but he didn't expect to face a small peak of Skrito. The god of death had been deadlocked for so long, and the flickering blow didn't end. It simply violated his majesty and dignity, so the spiritual pressure suddenly increased. Shunbu Afterimage. Lu Chengkong suddenly retracted his strength, and used Shunbu Afterimage before the virtual flash was about to bombard him, and at the same time increased the speed of catching wind and shadow to the extreme. Really speed without shadow, fast like a meteor, it has already exceeded the limit of speed, and it seems to move behind Wangshu like a teleportation. Resolutely popular. Lu Chengkong roared. The wind elements in the void were all attracted by Lu Chengkong's feet swinging and turned into a strong wind in the sky. This move is no longer the same as the previous moves. Instead, all the power is concentrated on the right foot. I saw that Lu Chengkong's right foot was surrounded by the storm. At the same time, countless electric lights flickered out like electric snakes. At the same time, he kicked Wangshu's body fiercely. It can be said that this stunt is Lu Chengkong's strongest move at present. The combination of the magic knife and Function's legs is as fast as thunder and lightning, floating like a gust of wind, and its power is like the water pouring out of the Yellow River in 9 days. They all hit Wangshu's back as if they came down. Boom! Wangshu didn't expect Lu Chengkong's speed to be so fast. The speed at this time is actually no less than that of him at this time. God! Lu Chengkong's strength at this time is only the peak of Skrito, but the speed is unexpectedly high under the full explosion. Wangshu, who is comparable to him for 2 full levels, directly hit Wangshu by surprise. With a sound of impact, Wangshu was actually kicked down by Lu Chengkong from midair, leaving a huge footprint on his back. It's a pity that although Lu Chengkong's speed has reached Wangshu's level, his strength is still strong. It wasn't enough to hurt Wangshu, and left nothing but a footprint that embarrassed Wangshu for a lifetime. Bastard! Shame, this is just shame. As the strongest in the virtual circle, the most powerful virtual, I was hit by a death god of the peak of Skrito. This shame must be washed with your blood. Go to death, come on. Wangshu's flash. Wangshu was angry. Even if he fought with Mao Zhawali just now, he might have lost both sides. He was not so angry when he was attacked by the Spirit King. He was kicked by a kid and even almost fell into the desert, and he was still seen. Mao Zhawali was fighting. If Mao Zhawali mentioned this, he would be hot-faced, and he had already bullied the small, but even so, he was caught off guard by the small. The angry Wangshu was not holding back. When he was about a meter away from the desert, Wangshu's body suddenly stagnated, forcibly stagnant in the air, and at the same time he hit Wangshu's flash with a backhand. This time, Wangshu's flash was no longer. The space was distorted, but the space was pierced, and Lu Chengkong was directly annihilated at an astonishing speed. Is he dead? Mao Zhawali's heart skipped a beat. For the first time, her mood that had been like stagnant water in the sky, and she felt like a stagnant ice cream, had turbulent for the first time, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Ha ha, little devil, this is the end of you and Wang Shu. Wang Shu laughed, although his face was still very ugly, but it was a bad breath. It seems too early to laugh now, and you will be with him soon. Suddenly, a cold voice made Wang Shu seem to be blown by the cold wind, and in a blink of an eye, he found that Mao Zhawali had already radiated from his body. With a strong spiritual pressure, the entire space began to vibrate. The space barrier seems to be unable to withstand the soaring spiritual pressure of Mao Zhawali. At this time, Mao Zhawali's face can be described as cold as ice. This is the second time Wang Shu has seen Mao Zhawali like this in so many years. I can't help but make Wang Shu feel a little regretful. He seems to have overlooked that this kid is the godson of Mao Zhawali, but he has already been killed. There is nothing to regret, and with his Wang Shu's self-esteem, asking him to admit his mistake is like killing him. He is still in pain. My heart hurts. Then why didn't you stop me just now? Although Wang Shu regretted it in his heart, he was weak in the face of his old opponent. Talk as much as you can while you still have a chance to speak. Lu Zhawali glanced at Wang Shu with a pair of indifferent eyes, and the zanpakudo in his hand was also covered with a layer of spirit that was burning like a flame. Pressure, but the strange thing is that this spiritual pressure is not as simple as other gods of death or virtual, but has only one color, but is colorful, and there are at least 9 colors when you count it carefully. Godmother, I don't have silk yet, do you want me to die that much? A playful moan suddenly floated at the moment when Ujawali's momentum was about to climb to the extreme, and then he made a brazen shot. The imposing manner of Ujawali was instantly dissipated, and the icy face quickly disappeared, as if winter had passed and spring had come, and a smile that warmed the body and mind appeared again, and this time the smile actually revealed a little daughter-like excitement. Impossible, you didn't die. Wang Shu's face changed greatly. He couldn't believe that a god of death at the peak of Skrido could survive the flash of his own Wang Shu, and when he turned his head, he found that the smoke was billowing. One of them walked out. It was Lu Chengkong. It's just that after returning to the blade at this time, the black and silver scales on his body were tattered, revealing his body, but his eyes were shining brightly, giving people a better feeling than ever before. All of this is to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to learn to disintegrate so quickly. Well, in return, I will repay you with disintegration today. Although Lu Chengkong said it was a reward, but among them, as long as you are not an idiot, you can hear the murderous intention. 583 The light of the flowers. It's no wonder that Lu Chengkong's words contained such a strong murderous intent. After all, there was only a thin line between death at that moment. It was at that moment that Lu Chengkong stayed at the peak of Skrido for so many years. The explosion of his potential was finally triggered. Under the threat and pressure of death, Lu Chengkong broke through the barrier of the peak of Skrido in one fell swoop, and reached the level of the virtual king in one fell swoop. It fused together at that moment, then shattered at the same time, and then reassembled. The mystery of disintegration is difficult to say, and simple to say. To learn to disintegrate, you must wipe out your soul at the moment when an opponent stronger than yourself hits you with an attack that can destroy yourself. In an instant, with the will beyond life and death, the will of Zanpakudo and the spirit of the sword perfectly overlapped with himself. Zanpakudo's power and Shinigami's power are completely merged at the moment of disintegration, and then the complete disintegration begins. If this is done, the soul in Zanpakudo will disintegrate for a second, and they will recombine and become more. A mighty god of death or emptiness. The appeal is easy to say, but only the god of death or Shu who survived the disintegration can understand the danger, and from ancient times to the present, there are only 3 ways to complete the disintegration. One is Wang Shu, the other is Spirit King, the last one is Mao Jiwalai. From this we can see how dangerous it is to complete the disintegration. You actually learn to disintegrate. Wang Shu is not an idiot. He clearly felt Lu Chengkong's soul, and his body was obviously more perfect than before. A flawless diamond. As a person who had come here, he immediately understood that Zai himself, King Ling, and Mao Zhawali were followed by another death god who realized the disintegration, which made Wang Shu uncomfortable the most, and the depressing thing was that the Shu who helped this death god complete the disintegration was actually himself. Thanks to your help, I have indeed completed it, so please help me to see how my disintegration is useful. Lu Chengkong Ha Isho, after completing the disintegration, plus his own strength after breaking through to the virtual king, although compared to Wang Shu is still one level behind, but he is no longer afraid of Wang Shu. You must know that his Zanpakudo sword spirit Sophie is different from other Zanpakudo. After she completed Shikai, she has been practicing with her until now. It can be said that Sophie's strength has broken through, and then her own strength will also be obtained. Breakthrough, the two are exactly the same and complementary to each other. If the same self breaks through, Sophie will also get a breakthrough. Therefore, when the disintegration and Sophie's power merge just now, the power obtained by Lu Chengkong's disintegration is of course not comparable to Wang Shu's disintegration. After all, the other gods of death or the virtual Zanpakudo all decide how powerful their current power is based on the potential ability and strength of the owner. Where would it be like Lu Chengkong? The Zanpakudo sword spirit can be trained independently, so Su Sufei's strength and Lu Chengkong have always been on a par. It's just that Lu Chengkong was in the mirror fusion when he crossed into the world of the god of death, and the power of the demon emperor's transformation overwhelmed Sophie at that time, so Lu Chengkong would dominate and become the god of death, while Sophie was Zanpakudo, but it doesn't mean that Sophie's strength is weaker than Lu Chengkong. Because now it can be said that Lu Chengkong and Sophie are one body, so after Lu Chengkong and Sophie are both at the level of virtual kings, the strength has been greatly improved, and the same is true of the power of disintegration. HMPH, don't think it's great to complete the disintegration. Now you are nothing but the virtual king, don't even think about defeating me. Wang Shu could only take advantage of his mouth, because he felt that Lu Chengkong's disintegration seemed to be a bit unusual, and more importantly, he felt a sense of depression from Lu Chengkong, and this depression was only in himself. His old nemesis, King Spirit, and Ujawali felt it. Of course, the current Lu Chengkong is not as depressed as the previous two, but it does exist. After all, Lu Chengkong is already a Benkai plus return blade, and Wang Shu is only Shikai until now, but even so, it cannot be underestimated. Now, although the virtual king and Wang Shu are just reversed, the gap between them is like a small star and the sun. Lu Chengkong can make Wang Shu feel depressed and dangerous as a virtual king. It has been since the ancient times. The only existence. Giggle, it's my vision. I've valued you alone for thousands of years. I didn't expect you to exceed my expectations. You really did it, Ujawali said with a smile. I found that I haven't been so happy for many years, and it seems that I have only appeared 3 times in so many years to laugh so happily. The first time was when he completed the disintegration, the second time was when he defeated Wang Shu and King Ling, and the third time was when he recognized Bachanliu as his daughter, and now there is one more time, that is Lu Chengkong survive, complete disintegration. After letting his tensed heartstrings go down, it can be called great joy and great sorrow. Once again, Mao Zihua laughed, and the smile was so bright that the world was overshadowed by it. It was really the essence of the aura of Zhang Shenshou, the world of death. It is not an exaggeration to focus on the body of Unahakali. After all, she is the first human being in the world of death, and the first to go from human to death. She is also the first woman to complete the disintegration, and the only woman who has defeated Wang Shu and Ling Wang. Too much halo appeared on her body, so it is not an exaggeration to call it the essence of the spiritual energy of the world of death. On the contrary, it seems very natural, and it is no wonder that Sophie would say that Mao Zhawali in the world of death is equivalent to Sophie in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, and she is also a strange woman with countless halos standing at the top of the world. Hey, Mao Zhawali, don't laugh so happily. Although he learned to disintegrate and made breakthroughs to reach the Void King, you should know how big the gap between Wang Shu, Spirit King, and Void King is. Even when you reach the Void King level, You were barely able to compete with me, the Spirit King, and save your life. Wang Shu's words once again surprised Lu Chenggong to Mao Zhawali, and he looked at him with admiration. Mao Zhawali really surprised himself time and time again. This woman is really amazing. Although his current strength is a virtual king, he can face any virtual king level. Existence can be said to be an existence that can be easily killed. But at the same time, she is also very clear about how big the gap is between herself and Wang Shu and Ling Wang. I didn't expect that Mao Zhawali could compete with Ling Wang and Wang Shu for a period of time to save his life. It cannot kill itself. It's amazing. Mao Zhawali really made countless men feel ashamed and inferior, and made the world pale. 584 Disintegration against the enemy. It seems that any world has never lacked genius, even if it is a peerless genius. He is not the only one who has the ability to challenge beyond the level. The Traverser may seem majestic, but if there is no equivalent strength, even the Traverser will be the same as the so-called original protagonist Luffy and Ichigo that he saw after he traversed. The original is the protagonist, but in fact, in the real world just poor bastard. A traveler without strength is also just an ant and a ridiculous existence. No matter how much you know, it is useless. Without equal strength, so-called prophets, etc., have no effect at all, and can't play any effect at all. Disintegration. Divine winds move, heaven and earth change, 10 directions kill, mysterious winds appear. Lu Chenggong's voice suddenly became incomparably majestic, and at the same time, there was a faint feeling in the majesty, as if Lu Chenggong's voice and people are clearly in front of you, but if you close your eyes, you will feel a sense of being far away from the ends of the earth. As Lu Chenggong's tongue fell, the sky immediately changed color, and layers of dark clouds appeared in the sky, as if to cover up the entire sky in the virtual circle. Like Jifengyu, it is really a god, and the world has changed. Immediately, a mysterious wind, which is different from other whirlwinds, storms, and strong winds, suddenly condensed from the void and covered Lu Chenggong's body, from being visible to being invisible again. Even an idiot would know that strange path. Xuanfeng has turned into an invisible layer of defense to protect Lu Chenggong. Not only that, Lu Chenggong is now in the state of returning to the blade, and he can't see much change in appearance, but his aura is more and more bizarre and difficult to touch. Not only that, the magic knife in his hand has turned into a ray of light and merged into the mysterious the wind completely disappeared. At this time, Lu Chenggong was fighting empty-handed. He seemed to have no weapons and could not catch the blade of the Zanpakuto, but Wang Shu and Mao Zhawali were very precise. Now Lu Chenggong's body is the sharpest and hardest anywhere on his body. The Zanpakuto, especially the invisible layer of mysterious wind that cannot be seen, is even more terrifying. Come on. Lu Chenggong gently issued and came to Wang Shu with a swipe. At the same time as Wang Shu's pupils shrank, a fist containing the power of Xuanfeng and flashing electric light was instantly shot out of him. With countless punches, strong power and countless sharp blades of wind, all the thunder and lightning rubbed by the high-speed rotation of the storm-bombed on Void King's body. A series of explosions continued to sound, and King Shu seemed to be stupid, and the whole person was knocked out, directly pulling a gap in the desert, and at the same time, Wang Shu shook every time he flew out of the desert 1 meter away. As the wind raged, the thunder and lightning roared, and the murderous aura rolled in, as if the end of the world was coming. It really had nothing to do with the sun and the moon. Terrible attack. Mao Zhawali was surprised. This time she was really surprised, although she knew from Lu Chenggong's breath that Lu Chenggong's disintegration was absolutely extraordinary, but she didn't expect the speed to be so fast at this point. Even she felt like she couldn't keep up. Cough cough. The sudden series of heavy blows caused Wang Shu to vomit blood. The super speed regeneration was already in operation when he was injured, but it was a pity that Lu Chenggong's attack was too fast, too fierce, and too strong. Often, several new wounds have appeared before a single wound has been regenerated. Super speed regeneration is really powerful, but if you get irreparable wounds before the super speed regeneration is completed, or kill the other party before repairing, then you will not be able to. Used. I vomited blood, I was injured, and I was actually injured by a god of death who was just under my strength, but just broke through the Void King. Well, it's really good. I didn't expect you to make me so angry for so many years, stinky brat. You have the right to die under my Bankai. Bankai, slaughter all beings, disaster comes, destroy the slaughter blade. Wang Shu stood in front of him suddenly, holding the blade of slaughter for a while, cutting off the storm, strong wind, thunder and lightning, and sandstorm in front of him. Lu Chengkong, the pitch-black spiritual pressure burst out and rushed into the sky, making the sky that was originally covered by dark clouds even darker. Countless times stronger than before, it seemed that the murderous aura had really turned into a real murderous aura, but it turned into a murderous cyclone and the storm unleashed by Lu Chengkong. The blade became even bigger and more sinister, giving people a heavy sense of oppression but with a sharp edge. At the same time, when the slaughtering blade in the hand completes the complete change of Bankai, the murderous aura of the whole body has changed. It seems that the murderous aura has been enriched to the point of qualitative change, and it has become a slaughtering aura. The stare, it can be said that the invisible murderous aura has become a kind of energy. Take it. After Bankai, Wang Shu didn't have any unnecessary nonsense, and his shots were fierce and fierce. As he swung out a knife, the surging aura of slaughter like an ocean wave carried a chaotic mind, making people feel terrified and inexplicable. His face turned pale, and he couldn't bite Lu Chengkong directly with his sense of shock. Wind and rain, rivers and lakes. After Lu Chengkong collapsed, he passed the test of death once again, and the whole person became more calm and sophisticated. I saw that Lu Chengkong used his legs to generate wind, and the violent gale actually caused water, fire and thunder, and with his incomparable strength, he did not the slightest retreat, directly kicked the slaughtering aura like waves in front of him. Boom! When the two collided, it was like thunder and fire. The female prostitute and the explosion sounded suddenly, and after a stalemate for a moment, the seemingly endless water, fire, and thunder were poured in, and the slaughter chi was directly dispelled. Not only that, Lu Chengkong's figure flickered after dispelling the slaughter, and suddenly came to the top of Wang Shu's head. Go straight to Wang Shu. The crackling sound continued to explode, and Lu Chengkong shouted, move the wind and cloud. He kicked Wang Shu directly on the head and slammed him into the sand, following Lu Chengkong's move. The speed of Lu Chengkong's one-step execution is getting faster and faster, and the movement is more and more elegant, as if it is combined with the wind of the whole world. How can it be so fast? This speed is still rising. Impossible, he is just a virtual king now, he can actually hurt me, and he can actually mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Then I will let you have no strength to be motivated by you, shattered heaven and earth. Wang Shu first shouted in disbelief, and then he was furious. The soaring slaughter aura seemed to penetrate the entire world and destroy it, covering a radius of more than 10 miles. 585 Crisis, the union of King Spirit and Wang Shu. Strange, I can't mobilize the power of the heavens and clouds, is it because of Wang Shu? Lu Chengkong's face changed slightly, but he didn't care too much, as long as he destroyed these slaughter chi. I see how you can mobilize the power of heaven and earth to face me, die, the slaughter storm. The slaughter gas full of murderous aura that can corrode the soul and make people mentally chaotic turned into a huge storm and suddenly surrounded Lu Chengkong, facing Lu Chengkong. The sky is a raging wave of destruction. Do you think I can only do this kind of stunt? Idiot, it seems that you don't know me well enough, invincible in all directions. Enter the trick. Lu Chengkong sneered, trying to trap him with one move. If the disintegration only gained his own strength, he would most likely be trapped to death by one move, but after his power and Sophie's power merged, the strength of the two increased simultaneously. Gao, during the battle, Sophie instilled all her own strength into herself. It is not as simple as 1 + 1. 1 knife, 2 spears, 3 swords, 4 halberds, 5 sticks, 6 fists, 7 palms, 8 legs, 9 fingers and 10 claws, a series of terrifying tricks slammed out. It was too fast to describe in words. Straight out of the wind. You can't let him get close, his speed is too fast, he can kill him with a single move from a distance, and Wang Shu's flash. After Bankai, Wang Shu's flash power was significantly increased by more than 10 times, and he suddenly penetrated the sky like a cosmic star. On Lu Chengkong's body, it exploded with a bang, directly blasting out a space hole in the boundless sky. Thank you for helping me break the blockade of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth are concentric, and the strength is broken. Lu Chengkong shouted. Wang Shu's flash just blew up the space, not to mention the slaughter that was blocked between heaven and earth. Gas. Not good. Wang Shu scolded, and at the same time secretly scolded himself that a wise man must be at a loss. If he could kill with one hit, it would be neat and tidy, but the problem is that if it doesn't work, he will beat all the space. Wearing it, let alone the slaughtering aura around him, this time, Lu Chengkong didn't need to destroy it. Wang Shu himself took the initiative to help him a lot, but it's a pity that there is no regret medicine in this world. Suddenly, Lu Chengkong's whole body revolved at a very high speed, and then it turned into the atmosphere and flowed into the heaven and earth, as if at this moment Lu Chengkong was also a part of heaven and earth, and could manipulate all the energies of heaven and earth. All power concentrated. In the midair, a storm-like light suddenly shot out with a terrifying aura that destroyed the sky and the earth, and swept away directly towards Wang Shu. Wherever he passed, the sky shattered, the earth shattered, and countless lightning flashed out. Wang Shu has been overwhelmed by this storm-like energy light. Thunder and lightning. After releasing such a powerful move, Lu Chengkong's body was also revealed, but at the same time as Lu Chengkong reappeared at the same time, a sharp whistling sound that cut through the air came from behind. Lu Chengkong's body was also revealed. Zhang Kong only had time to turn his head to see a thunderbolt like a poisonous dragon rushing towards him. It's a pity that Lu Chengkong didn't have time to dodge, and all his thoughts were lost. He didn't expect that he would also be attacked one day, and the person who attacked him was surprisingly powerful. At the last moment, he only had 2 words left in his heart: Spirit King. Steal the chicken and touch the dog, get out. Just when Lu Chengkong was in despair, a coquettish shout that sounded like the sound of the heavens in Lu Chengkong's ears suddenly came out, with a chi-chi, and at the same time, a thunder and lightning shuttled over, and he was about to devour himself. The lightning was cancelled. Damn Maojihua. When the visitor saw that his ambition was destroyed with a single blow, he immediately became furious. I didn't expect that the dignified King Ling would actually do something like a sneak attack, and even sneak a sneak attack on a person whose strength was inferior to him. It's true that the more he lives, the more he goes back. Sure enough, Mao Zhawali's cold words also confirmed Lu Chengkong's opinion. Guessing that if it was someone else, even a sneak attack would not be enough to kill Lu Chengkong, and only a spirit king of the same level as Wang Shu and Mao Zhawali would have this strength. When did I offend so many people? First, Wang Shu wanted to kill me, and King Ling wanted to sneak up on me. My luck has been too weak recently. Lu Chengkong thought gloomily. HMPH, if you don't kill him today, sooner or later he will be another you, but today it's not just him, you'll also die. The king spirit may have decided to tear his face away, and he's no longer hypocritical and shows his hideousness. On the one hand, at the same time, he shouted at the huge deep pit in front of him with a radius of at least 10 miles. Wang Shu, you don't want people like this to appear, let's kill them both together. Originally, King Ling planned to hide and sit and watch the 2 tigers fight each other. When Mao Zhawali and Wang Shu were both seriously injured, he appeared immediately, and then used the strongest force to kill them in one fell swoop, and finally devoured them. It's his plan. It's a pity that everything was staged according to his plan, but he didn't expect that a person would appear to disrupt the situation at a critical moment. He didn't pay much attention to it. We'll continue to fight. However, the development of things was completely beyond his expectations. Lu Chengkong became more and more brave in battle. He actually learned to disintegrate under the pressure of death, and even made a breakthrough, and he did not show weakness in the face of Wang Shu, who was already Bankai, and even he also released such a terrifying blow that could be called a devastating blow. Although he knew that Wang Shu was fine, The injury was inevitable, and such an injury could not be repaired in a short period of time. Between the lights and flint, he has already made a decision. Since Ujawali is still in its heyday, and judging from her appearance, it is obvious that he expects to attack her. Even if he attacks her, it will not have much effect. In this case, he set his eyes on Lu Chengkong. He didn't allow another Maujawali to appear, so even if it was a little shameless, he did it and attacked Lu Chengkong. It's just that Maujawali suddenly rescued Lu Chengkong and let him escape. Since he has torn his skin, he has to go on, so he plans to unite with Wang Shu. He knows Wang Shu absolutely, I will agree, and now Wang Shu is injured. After Lu Chengkong was resolved, he joined forces to deal with Maujawali. In the end, it was Wang Shu who was more seriously injured. He had a better chance to devour Maujawali before Wang Shu. Although it took a little risk, but it's the best option and approach right now. Just look at me being injured. You are still the same garbage, but I promise you. Wang Shu's gloomy voice came from the deep pit. Obviously, although he disdains the Spirit King, the alliance proposed by the Spirit King really made him, his heart is moved, and he still has a backer. Even if he is injured, he may not be one step slower than him. Obviously, in Wang Shu and Ling Wang's view, their combination has already settled Lu Chengkong and Maujawali. People. 586 The Amazing Unahakali. Do you two think I don't exist? Zhang Kong, you hold Wang Shu. You don't need to fight him head on. You just need to fight. It's easy to do at your speed, and I will clear up the Spirit King as soon as possible. Maujawali's tone was astonishing, making both Wang Shu and Ling Wang's faces extremely ugly. You must know that Maujawali was just an existence at the same level as them, and he said such a thing, didn't he underestimate them? Okay, just let me see how you deal with me. King Ling said for the first time that someone dared to look down on him so much. He said 3 good words, and said with an angry smile. You'll find out soon. Maujawali also seemed to be very angry, because Lu Chengkong was almost killed by Wang Shu just now. Lu Chengkong began to think that he was Bachenliu, his godson, most of whom were not joking. Later, another Spirit King attacked and almost killed Lu Chengkong again. As a mother, how could she not protect her calf, not to mention that her godson was almost killed? Reached the extreme. Wang Shu, let's continue. Lu Chengkong looked at Wang Shu, who was safe and sound in front of him and seemed to have no change in his body, but he knew that Wang Shu was really injured, and on the surface it was just regenerated, that's all, but the inner injury can't be recovered in an instant. But even so, he was still very surprised. He didn't expect that such a powerful and fierce blow would only play such a role, but it also aroused his willingness to fight and win, and rushed to Wang Shu to fight him again. Stand up. And Wang Shu seems to be doing it on purpose, or it may be that he has the same idea as King Ling just now, but he fights with Lu Chengkong slowly, trying to delay the time, so that King Ling and Maujawali will lose both. King Ling dared to plot against him, but now King Ling can't lose money by stealing chickens. This is really a tit for tat. My calculation was unsuccessful, and now it has been counter-calculated by chance. King Ling's bowels of regret are all green at this time. If he knew that he would be killed like this, he would not have come out. How could he have thought that Maujawali's reaction would be so great, and it would make Lu Chengkong hold Wang Shu, and Wang Shu also shamelessly happy to see himself fighting with a lie like this? He was so depressed that he almost fainted. But no matter what, the battle has already begun, and Ujawali is obviously ruthless, with a strong murderous intention, so he has to fight hard, otherwise he is very likely to be killed. Bankai. Ujawali snorted coldly, not even throwing out the Bankai language. In fact, as long as you break the limit and completely master the Bankai, you don't need to sing the Bankai liberating language when using Bankai, but there are many gods of death. They all choose to sing. In addition to being more showy and majestic, there is also to make their own momentum more vigorous. Of course, the most important thing is to pretend to be B. But now Maujawali obviously doesn't need to do this. Her momentum has climbed to the highest peak with her murderous intent, and what he has to do now is to completely kill the Spirit King with the power of thunder. Let's riot, Li Guang /. The Kingling obviously also found out that the matter was serious. It turned out that it wasn't just that he wanted to kill Mao Zhawali. He had already violated this mercy when he had wrong thoughts about Mao Zhawali. Gentleness is the bottom line of a woman with a heart-warming smile, like a mother to everyone. She had long decided to kill the Kingling when she had done 3 things, and now that Kingling came to her door, of course she wouldn't let it go, not to mention that Kingling's actions had completely ignited the anger of Ujawali. Looking at the ferocious lightning snake like Li Guang Mao Zhawali's mouth, he drew a glamorous but dangerous smile, waving the Zanpakudo in his hand, and a large and small power and the electric snake released by the Spirit King were completely the same. Electric light directly counteracted the Spirit King's electric snake. If you want to use my Zanpakudo ability against me, don't forget that this is part of my soul. No one in the world knows my Zanpakudo better than me, the strongest Zanpakudo that controls thunder and lightning. I've seen it. The peculiar Zanpakudo ability may play a certain role in dealing with me, and it is simply a foolish way to deal with me with the Thunderbolt, and the Thunderbolt will be destroyed. Seeing Ujawali use his Zanpakudo ability to deal with him, the Spirit King pouted his lips in disdain. He knew very well that after countless years of research, Ujawali would definitely use many powerful and mysterious Zanpakudo ability to the fullest. What he said was right. If Mao Zhawali used other abilities to deal with him, he would really be afraid, but to deal with himself with Thunder Light Slash, it was like Shou Xingdong hanged himself, courting death. All the lightning was useless to him. Thunderbolt shattered. Mao Zhawali was simply copying whatever attack the King of Spirit used to attack him. For a while, the sky above the virtual circle was thundering. Fortunately, this was a very distant and barren place in the virtual circle. It is the area closest to the Void King realm. It is very secretive. How could there be anyone nearby, so no one found out about the battle between the 4 of them? Absorb. Soon, the Spirit King explained why it was a stupid existence to use his ability to deal with him. He saw that the nearby thunderlight was actually sucked into the body by the Spirit King. Supplements, like drinking water, can be harmful. That's right, Suzuki of Azuki is able to use all the Zanpakudo abilities that were swallowed by Suzuki and the God of Death in the past, but after all, Hanazuru Uzuru is not like those Zanpakudo masters, such as spirits. Wong, Mao Zihua can use all the abilities of the Spirit King, but her lightning slash is not part of her soul after all. Therefore, she does not have the body of lightning, the soul of lightning, and it is impossible to absorb lightning like him. If Ujawali follows his example, there will only be one end to be electrocuted. Therefore, the Spirit King who discovered this secret so arrogant, calm, and fearless. To be honest, if Mao Zhawali can have the soul of thunder and lightning like him, the body of thunder and lightning, and is completely immune to lightning slash like him, then he really has nothing to do or even fear, because if this is the case, it means that he is innate. It is half worse than Mao Zhawali, and Mao Zhawali is equivalent to being invincible. Because of the loss of the Zanpakudo ability, if the Zanpakudo ability is useless, it is no less than cutting off the arm of the God of Death, even if it is the Spirit King, so this is the most fortunate place for the Spirit King, and at the same time, it also responds to the flower of Uji. Lai's words, don't be fooled by the seemingly powerful and incomprehensible ability on the surface. The more powerful the ability actually has its weaknesses, deficiencies, and restricted places. Even if it is Mao Zhawali's ability to make Wang Shu, even the most feared Zanpakudo cannot escape this fate. 587 The hidden deeply hidden flowers. I said it's useless, give it up. King Ling laughed proudly. After all, this is what he is most proud of, and discovering this secret gave him more confidence when facing Ujawali. Really, do you think I've really been standing still for thousands of years? Disintegrating. Ujawali's face was still as calm as water, but the cold light in his eyes was enough to freeze a person's heart and lungs, and the Zanpakudo was released. In front of his chest, the Reiatsu, which made the space vibrate to the point of rattling and could be broken at any time, erupted from Unahakali's body, directly dispelling the dark clouds in the sky. This woman is crazy. The Spirit King saw his eyes widen, but he didn't dare to neglect the movements in his hands. He immediately used disintegration. The countless thunderbolts that fell from the sky made the Spirit King seem to be in control of the whole world. Like the god of thunder and lightning, the spiritual pressure also skyrocketed. Let's fight or not, it's better to fight to lose both, or it's better to die together, then I can become the most powerful existence in the world by devouring the two of you. Wang Shu saw that both of them used disintegration, and was even more happy as if they had eaten the treasures of heaven and earth, and laughed wildly in his heart, but because of this, Lu Chengkong seized the opportunity to be distracted. One move, Shifeng invincible, vomited blood again and was injured when he was hit, making Wang Shu furious and no longer distracted. He dealt with Lu Chengkong seriously, but he did not make a ruthless attack. Obviously, if he killed Lu Chengkong, he would probably let him. The exposed Ujawali gave up the Spirit King and came to find him, but at that time it would not be worth the loss. HMPH, dare to underestimate me, I'll make you look good later. I'm about to finish the accumulation. When the time comes, you who underestimate the enemy will be severely injured, and then you will see what else you can be proud of. Seeing that Wang Shu underestimated himself, he was not ruthless, and even left 3 points of strength. Lu Chengkong not only did not feel the anger of being despised, but felt happy in his heart. After all, there is still a certain gap between him and Wang Shu, so it would be better. Let him have more time to prepare a powerful trick. After all, he has just learned to disintegrate. What can compare to Mao Zhawali and the others who have learned disintegration and completely mastered the existence of disintegration for countless years? It still takes a little time to use the most powerful trick of disintegration, and the longer it takes. After reaching the extreme, the power will be greater. At that time, Wang Shu, who despised the enemy and despised himself, will leave a shadow of a lifetime of unpleasantness. Ling Wang, time is running out. Today I will let you see my support. I originally planned to deal with you after Wang Shu was cleaned up, and I will let you see in advance now. Well, this is the ultimate move that I spent tens of thousands of years to complete. Mao Zhawali's words changed the face of the Spirit King. The strongest Zanpakudo of the flame type and the strongest Zanpakudo of the lightning type actually merged. You must know that the energies of lightning and flame are the most tyrannical, let alone the most violent. The energy of the two Zanpakudo, the strong thunder and lightning and the strongest flame, can actually fuse the abilities of the two Zanpakudo with the strongest destructive power. As soon as this idea appeared, he didn't believe it for the first time, but the fact was in front of him, and he had to believe it with his own eyes. The appearance of the thunder light burning with crimson flames made him feel an unprecedented sense of crisis at that moment. At this moment, he finally understood why he would look at himself with a mocking look every time he had the help of Mao Zhawali to defeat Wang Shu in the previous battles between the virtual circle and the soul world, as if he had done something wrong. It was an extremely stupid thing, and at this moment he finally understood what Wang Shu's mocking eyes were mocking him for. Die, flame prison thunder light. Mao Ji Wa Lai Jiao drank. The flame thunder light on Zanpakudo shot up into the sky, and a very unique black and red dark cloud condensed in an instant. The Spirit King only felt his soul seem to be locked by an invisible force, giving him a feeling of being invisible, which was obviously the work of that huge strange black and red cloud in the sky. Boom! Chi-chi! Suddenly, the center of the black-red dark cloud was facing the head of the King of Spirit, and a series of flaming thunder light fell. Because these flames and lightnings gave him a strong sense of crisis, he had to use powerful stunts to resist. Thunder and lightning. Thunder moves for 9 days. The Spirit King moved his hand without any ambiguity. At the moment when his life was threatened, the Spirit King still did not care about anything, just like the thunder god who summoned thunder and lightning, countless electric shots. It sprayed out from the body of the Spirit King's Zanpakudo Liguangzan, as if the cultivator could only be passive and low-grade in the face of divine punishment. HMPH, I still want to resist, but I have prepared a feast for you. 5 thunders hit the top, and the flame demons burn. Ujawali inserted the Zanpakudo in his hand into the desert, and the speed of the black-red thundercloud fell. The faster and faster, the more powerful the power, each landing is no longer one after another, but 5 thick fire thunder lights like buckets. Not only that, a flame demon composed entirely of flames and lightning suddenly appeared below the Spirit King, waving a fist that was blazing with flames and electric lights to hit the Spirit King, causing the Spirit King to be exhausted for a while. "Return to the blade, roar the earth, the Lion King." At this moment, the Spirit King felt the power of Mao Zhiwali, and he obviously surpassed himself and Wang Shu. Although the level is only a stage stronger, he and Wang Shu are both high-level Spirit Kings, Wang Shu, but Mao Zhiwali is obviously the peak of Wang Shu, Spirit King. Not only that, he completed the feat of Zanpakuto's ability fusion in a taboo-like manner, and his strength has been greatly improved, which has already overwhelmed him and Wang Shu in one fell swoop. Is it useful to return to the blade? I knew early on that you had murderous intentions towards me. Do you want to take advantage of the third thing I promised you? Even if the sky doesn't come, I can let you two steal chickens without losing rice, and mantises catch cicadas and yellows. The sparrow is right behind, but in front of the oriole, and the mantis is just a hunter disguised as a cicada, and I am the hunter disguised as a cicada. Quote. Ujawali sneered. Lu Chengkong completely understood at this moment. No wonder Ujawali has always been fearless. It turns out that another breakthrough in her strength should be one of the two biggest gains in these thousands of years. One is to realize the mutual integration of Zanpakuto's abilities, any one of which will make Ujihua's sky fall in shock, let alone get both at the same time. Oops, if King Ling asked her to kill her, and then he devoured me, I would definitely die. Wang Shu finally understood why he was uneasy when he saw Mao Jiwali before. Jihuali has always been hiding his strength. After this moment of complete eruption, after pulling the Spirit King down, he intends to completely solve the two of them in one fell swoop. Uno Hanaritsu, who has shown such strength, actually does not need to use disintegration at all, just using Bankai can already use disintegration. The Spirit King of Xie plus returning blade was defeated or even killed, but it may take a little longer. 588 defeated Spirit King. The situation suddenly changed. It's just that it's easy to cause the king's scruples. It would be very dangerous for the king to flee without a fight, but Ujawali used disintegration, pretending to be on an equal footing with the king of the spirit, and the king followed the collapse. Immediately after the solution, he showed his true strength and unleashed a thunderous attack. You must know that Bankai alone can solve the disintegrating Spirit King, let alone the disintegrating Uno Hanalai. It won't take long for the Spirit King to continue like this. Certain death. After thinking about it clearly, Wang Shu immediately made a decision, immediately used disintegration, and the slaughtering aura suddenly changed again. If it was a liquid-level slaughtering aura before, it is now solid. Those more powerful slaughtering chi actually turned into countless physical slaughtering blades, each of which seemed to have the power of the original Zanpakuto slaughtering blade. It was only by turning into the atmosphere and then merging into the sky and the earth that it was dangerous to escape this completely fatal blow, but even so, Lu Chengkong was still scratched. Lu Chengkong, who turned into a romantic world, couldn't see his figure, but his screams came out, Lu Chengkong. At this moment, I understand what Wang Shu's disintegration is. It seems simple, but the power is too terrifying. In addition to the fact that the slaughtering energy that turns into an entity can form countless powerful slaughtering blades, the slaughtering blade of each one is too powerful. The blade actually contained a terrifying spiritual attack. Lu Chengkong was just cut through a wound, but he felt an aura of destruction, slaughter, madness, and despair rushing directly into his brain, making Lu Chengkong only feel a tingling pain spread all over his body. His brain, it's like it's about to explode. Not only that, he has a mental attack that seems to collapse at any time, becoming a nerd, a fool, and the mental attack that merges with the negative emotions in the slaughter atmosphere can completely destroy anyone's sanity. Just a wound is so serious. Well, if you get hit with a knife, it's basically over. You are lucky, slaughter sword net. Wang Shu snorted coldly, but he did not expect Lu Chengkong to escape a blow, but it was enough for Lu Chengkong to feel better. Now the most important thing is to stop Mao Zihua from killing fiercely. The dead king was empty, so the overwhelming slaughter blade formed a huge sword net that covered the sky and shot at Mao Jihuili, obviously wanting to interrupt Mao Jihuili's attack. Are you here to join in the fun? Mao Jihuili mocked Wang Shu with disdain. His mind moved, and an 8-flame-headed electric snake burning with fire and thunder light appeared out of thin air and directly entangled Wang Shu, while concentrating on planning please kill as soon as possible the mighty Spirit King who has returned to the blade and turned into a lion-headed human body as soon as possible. Gui Ren. Tiger is like a mountain forest. Tiger King. It's no wonder that they are born dead enemies, and Gui Ren are all on the same level. One is the Tiger King and the other is the Lion King, both of which exist as kings. It's just that they are the first Phantom and the first Reaper in the world of death. Of course, they are not comparable to Grimjow of the Leopard King. If Grimjow is the first Phantom in the world of death, his Leopard Phantom will not be there. So far, it's only in the late stage of Vastord. After all, there is not much difference in what form of virtuality. It's just a shape, and of course there are some special abilities. So don't think they are the Tiger King. The Lion King Shu and Grimjow are the same animal form, and they are not far from the leopard in the animal world. Other than that, I thought that the difference between the three of them is not big, but in fact the difference is still very different. Is it useful? Let's grow a 9th head, the 9-flame-head electric snake. Unahakare cut a sound, and old Yamamoto's Bankai changed immediately. It may have been disintegrated by Unahakare's use. The 9th snake head appeared. Don't underestimate that tight is just a snake's head. Look at Wang Shu's ugly expression after returning to the blade. You can see how big the gap between 9 heads and 8 heads is. No, the disintegration of the strongest Zanpakuto in the flame type mixed with thunder and lightning can actually entangle me. If the Spirit King dies, the next one will be me. No, I am the strongest Wang Shu, absolutely cannot. To die, it seems, can only be so. Countless thoughts echoed in Wang Shu's mind. In an instant, he seemed to have made an extremely difficult decision and turned to look at the Spirit King, and the Spirit King on the other side seemed to be just like Wang Shu. The eyes of the people met, and they saw the common idea from each other's eyes, and they nodded at the same time. Shu, Death God, the two bodies fuse. King Ling and Wang Shu roared in unison, completely scrutinizing the 9-flame-headed electric snake and the sky's fiery thunder and lightning that were like punishment from the sky, and rushed towards each other. Boom! Not only did the two collide with each other at such a fast speed, not only did they not knock each other out, but it was as if 2 drops of water collided and merged into each other. I saw a dazzling white light emitting from the two of them. Surprised, under the surprised eyes, the two actually merged into one. Boom! A spiritual pressure that made the whole world breathless suddenly burst out, and the entire desert earth in the virtual circle seemed to tremble. Even the virtual night palace in the center of the virtual circle, which was far away, inevitably shook. At one point, the entire Zai palace was almost turned upside down, and Aizen was so frightened that she thought something had happened. It's a pity that the range of his perception of spiritual pressure is limited. The virtual circle is so large, and Wang Shu and the others are at the edge of the virtual circle and the closest area to Wang Zuji. If it is so easy for Aizen to perceive that he is not Aizen. In the end, he can only conclude that it may be the cause of the earthquake. Hiss. When the light dissipated, it revealed Wang Shu and the Spirit King at this time. It should not be said that it was after the fusion of the two. The 2 Zanpaku swords were combined into one. Originally, the returning blade of the Spirit King became the Lion King. Although Wang Shu's returning blade is the Tiger King, his appearance has not changed in the slightest. It's just that after they fit together, the two of them are more inclined to the appearance of the Spirit King returning to the sword, a head like a tiger, but the tiger's head is covered with a layer of thick hair that is only a lion's head, and there are 2 long backs on the back. One tail is a tiger's tail, and the other is a lion's tail. The body is the color of a lion, but it has the stripes of a tiger, and there is a mighty king character on the forehead. But all of this is not what bothers Lu Chengkong and Mao Jihuili the most. After all, this is just an appearance. What really shocked them was that the combined strength of Wang Shu and Ling Wang after the combination actually surpassed Mao Ji in one fell swoop. Flowers are strong. Jia Jia, I can't think of it. Mao Zhawali, after we were born, we have such an ability that requires the fusion of two bodies, but we think it is a shame to merge with each other, so no one has known this for thousands of years. I didn't expect you to be today. You will be forced to this point, and you will die well, and you, from a peak Scredo battle to the fact that the virtual king can actually beat me to the present, and can die in the hands of the strongest, you too. Died right. 589 The long-prepared trick. HMPH, can you do it? Don't be self-righteous. Ujawali snorted coldly and said mockingly, although she was surprised by the strength after the combination, she did not hesitate at all. Ha ha, Mao Zhawali, do you think you are smart or ignorant? After the fusion, I have surpassed the Spirit King and Wang Shu, and have reached the level of Ling Shu. Forget it, the dead don't need to know too much, slaughter Li Guang net. Ling Shu, the name after the combination, and the name that surpassed the level after Wang Shu and Ling Wang, Hihi Isho. Ignoring the mockery of Ujawali, the sword net flashing with electric light reappeared again. Go, with Ling Shu's roar, he waved his hands. With the speed and destructive power of Ling Shu's strongest Zanpakudo, Wang Shu's slaughtering sword net was faster and more powerful. The space where they passed was directly penetrated and pulled out a space crack. Obviously the space barrier could no longer bear it. The flaming snake is raging, and the electric fire is terrifying. Mao Zhawali did not retreat. Obviously, she wanted to see how strong the current spirit was. The Juyantu electric snake turned into an electric fire and directly merged into Mao Zhawali. On the sword, with the strong swing of Ujihua, the Zanpakudo stunt that contained kendo attacks was immediately released, and a huge electric fire blade spanning at least 5 kilometers in space carried the raging thunder and lightning, burning the sky. The flames suddenly covered the overwhelming sword net. Boom! The two collided, first with a deafening explosion, and then the nearby space shattered layer by layer at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing the extremely black space turbulence, which was accidentally sucked in. Basically it can be said to be 88. Ha ha, Mao Zhawali, are you out of strength? If you only have this level, then you can die. The sword and net are united and penetrate the world. Ling Shu saw that his attack was blocked, not only not angry, but big laugh it out. With his control, the slaughtering lightning blades of Man Tianchi actually flew to one location and combined into a huge slaughtering blade, with a terrifying might that pierced through the heavens and the earth. The blade of electric fire penetrated, and it shot at Uno Hanalai unabated. It is strange that in the face of such a powerful and domineering slaughtering thunder blade Mao Zhawali actually behaved very calmly, which was completely beyond Ling Shu's expectations. Forbidden art, time stop, forbidden art, space blockade. This can finally explain why Uno no Hana is so calm, and the ghostly forbidden art of time and space was continuously used by her. These two forbidden art ghosts Dao can be said to be the most difficult to master, and it is also the most consuming, but it does not matter to Mao Zhawali. I thought you were prepared. How long do you think you can stop the time around me? How long the space is sealed, and I can break free in a few seconds? Ling Shu said disdainfully, but he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Obviously, Mao Zhawali made Wang Shu and Ling Wang very jealous. God knows if she has a whole card. But the victory and defeat are often decided in these few seconds. Thank you very much for focusing on the godmother who can threaten you because of your strength. You don't remember me at all, and because you despised me. It just took me enough time to figure it out. Quote. That's right, Lu Chengkong is taking advantage of Wang Shu's contempt for him to keep secretly preparing this move, trying to maximize the power of this move. Originally, he still had a headache. How could he completely hit Wang Shu and King Ling without giving them a little escape? There was a chance to evade, but after they merged, they completely despised themselves, thinking that their attacks could not work against them at all, and they focused their attention on Uno Hanalai. So he found an opportunity and signaled Mao Zhawali to find a way to seal the spirit void for a second or two. Although Mao Zhawali was puzzled, Lu Chengkong had always been in an endless stream of trump cards, and he just said that he was the only one when she was at the peak. She dared to fight Wang Shu. She believed that Lu Chengkong definitely had his own trump card, so she nodded and agreed with a hint of curiosity and trust in Lu Chengkong. I saw Lu Chengkong suddenly appear behind Ling Shu, who was blocked by space and events, and his body exuded a tragic, decisive, and strong momentum like breaking the axe and sinking the boat. At the same time, Lu Chengkong's murderous aura was unreservedly released. Come out. Not only that, the slaughtering aura that pervaded nearby was originally advanced from the most basic murderous aura, and because the spirit was blocked for a few seconds, these slaughtering auras were not controlled by anyone, just in the heaven and earth. Drift. Now being controlled and absorbed by Lu Chengkong makes his murderous aura and aura even more enormous. If Spirit Void breaks the forbidden technique of time and space, Lu Chengkong will never be able to absorb it, but unfortunately it can be said to be an unknown thing now. Under the staring eyes of Ling Shu and Mao Zhawali, Lu Chengkong was actually divided into 10. The strength of each Lu Chengkong was exactly the same, and they were all at the level of the Void King. These 10 Lu Chengkong appeared at the same time, posing in various poses, but with the appearance of these poses, the momentum of these 10 Lu Chengkong became more and more powerful. From the beginning, it was only the first stage of the Virtual King, and it suddenly soared to the top of the Virtual King. It's terrible. Yes, but the scarier ones are yet to come. Unique Swordsmanship. Ask the Heaven Shooting. Destiny Swordsmanship. Daiji Spectrum. Tiger Roaring Stick Collection, Shanghai Quan Jing, Xuanwu Divine Palm, Strong Legs Ju, Yuanrong Golden Finger. The 10 absolutely powerful tricks of Oracle Dragon Claw were used by 10 Lu Chengkong. Ling Shu, who had eaten this attack once, when combined together, Ling Shu would describe Wang Shu, immediately pouted his lips in disdain. Such an attack would only hurt himself at most, and when it was still Wang Shu, now it becomes after the combination. With Ling Shu, how could such an attack make him care? But soon he was dumbfounded and stunned. 10 or 1, and all 10 directions will be killed. 10 Lu Chengkong seemed to feel the disdain in Ling Shu's eyes, and immediately glanced at Ling Shu mockingly. Reintegrated into one, turned into a ray of light thousands of feet, flashing 10 different kinds of light Lu Chengkong. The momentum of the body first soared tenfold with the unity of the 10. And then this stunt was no longer a series of violent hits like before, but a perfect distribution of power among the 10 stunts, balancing each other, and then these 10 stunts were actually completely integrated into one move, which was enough to turn the world upside down. That's right, when the 10 Lu Chengkong merged into one, it increased tenfold under the condition of the peak of the Virtual King. Even if it is worse, the next attack can already threaten the powerhouse of Wang Shu and the King of the Spirit. And now it is in after 10 times, Lu Chengkong's body has been improved by 10 times, and even Ling Shu's eyes after the fusion have flashed a trace of shock and fear. 590 flaws of fusion. It's not over yet, even if you increase the power of 10 times twice in a row, I think it will only be a minor injury to you, who has surpassed Wang Shu, Spirit King, as a Ling Shu after fusion. If you are still the Spirit King or Wang Shu, I can definitely injure or even kill you, but unfortunately you are Ling Shu now. After killing all 10 directions, I just exhausted the spiritual pressure of my whole body at most, and I can fully recover after training for 10 days. In this case, no matter how I use this trick, now I have no fighting strength, so I might as well play a little bigger. Bar. Lu Chengkong suddenly sneered at Isho. When King Ling and King Shu sent Team Zero and Wang Shu's guards to attack him and his family, he had already sentenced them to death. Now maybe it's time for them to come for a lifetime. An unforgettable lesson. Stop. Ujawali's face changed slightly, and a bad feeling appeared in her heart. What are you going to do? Ling Shu's face was also very ugly. If it was just the current level of killing in all directions, it would only be a minor injury to him now, but the one in Lu Chengkong's eyes. The madness made him feel a very uncomfortable feeling in his heart. What you do, of course, is at the expense of your own spiritual pressure. Burning the spiritual pressure. Lu Chengkong's face was crazy, and the violent spiritual pressure on his body actually weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's all, but in fact, from just now to now, after Lu Chengkong completely burnt out the spiritual pressure, only 1 second has passed. Although Lu Chengkong can no longer feel the slightest spiritual pressure, he is like an ordinary person who has lost the power of death, but Lu Chengkong's aura is constantly rising at the expense of his own spiritual pressure. At the cost of losing the power of death for 10 years, Lu Chengkong may have reached the most powerful point in this attack. This is the reward I gave you back. Lu Chengkong roared, his hands like a pair of dragons going out to sea, and he pushed hard against Ling Shu, who was starting to struggle frantically. Click. A beam of light filled with destruction and murderous intent like an energy cannon immediately shot out from Lu Chengkong's hands, killing all the 10 directions, and the space of 10 kilometers was actually broken in layers, especially when the 10 directions were the closest to the killing. The space was shattered directly, and the killing of all directions directly penetrated the space and instantly descended on Ling Shu, who had just broken free from the shackles of space and time. Don't. Ling Shu only had time to let out a terrified scream before being completely engulfed by Shifang Xie. After Shifang Xie was released from his body, Lu Chengkong immediately became just like him when he first came to the world of death. Although it is not powerless to fight chickens, the body is no different from that of ordinary humans. Of course, it does not have the ability to cross the sky and falls directly from the sky, but when it hits the ground, it is not as violent as the desert. The contact, instead, was a hug full of warmth, love, family affection, and comfort, and 2 balls of flesh no less than Matsumoto Ranju rested on Lu Chengkong's body. If I have this kind of enjoyment, I'd rather come back several times to kill all the 10 directions. Lu Chengkong thought proudly, others would not lose their strength in life or death, this guy is good, in order to enjoy the hug of his godmother Maoji Huili, wish I could come a few more times. You guy can never make me feel at ease. Compared to Bachenliu, I think you can make me feel more at ease. That's right, Ujawali hugged Lu Chengkong at a critical moment. It can be said that she exists in the world of death. It was the first time in years that he was so close to a man. Of course, it was also the first time that she hugged a man. You must know that she has been guarding her body to the extreme for so many years. No one should try to get close to her, especially a man, but only Lu Chengkong made her not resist. This distressed feeling couldn't help but scolded coquettishly, so Lu Chengkong, who knew this, was very proud, and his chauvinism was fully satisfied. Have you ever seen a child who can make parents feel at ease? It was at this moment that Lu Chengkong's complicated feelings towards Maoji Huili came out again, but this time it was no longer 2 kinds of feelings, but a kind of affection for his mother that completely overwhelmed his affection for her. He could see that when he felt Maojawali, he would treat himself the same as he treated Bachenliu. No. However, before you teach me a lesson, you should solve Ling Shu first. My attack from all directions won't kill him, but it also allowed me to discover the flaw in his fusion, which can also be said to be a weakness. Lu Chengkong looked at the ravages ahead, raised his head in a messy space and said to Maojawali, just now he took all his strength and made his body very weak, worse than ordinary people. Isn't dead yet. Maojawali's face changed slightly. She knew that she was in danger even if she was killed in all directions just now, let alone being blocked by her own ghostly forbidden time and space. Unable to dodge, the defense releases the spiritual void that is blocked by the ultimate trick. Of course he's not dead, although he is only forcibly promoted by fusion. It's not really surpassing Wangshu, Spirit King, even if he can't compare to the real Spirit Void, but now he is a genuine Spirit Void after all. But the strength is far worse than the breakthrough in cultivation. But don't be afraid, the killing from all directions just now not only injured him, but also exposed his flaws. Lu Chengkong smiled weakly, but lay in Ujawali's arms with peace of mind. At this moment, she completely believed what Bachenliu said, and the tactile feeling from behind was definitely no less than that of Matsumoto Ranju. It is so huge that it may even be worse than it is. You must know that he sleeps with Matsumoto Ranju every day. How can the size of Ranju's increasingly huge breasts surpass the original book? How can he escape his understanding? So he felt the touch behind him, and compared in his heart, Lu Chengkong has already decisions and affirmations that can be made. It is indeed the same as what Yakian Ryu said. Without exaggerating, hidden under the wide robes of Ujawali, there is a pair of first altitudes that are tied for the first place with Matsumoto Ranju, but one is the blonde cow and the other is black-haired. Cow royal sister mature. Weakness. Maojawali just focused on Lu Chengkong's body. Where did he notice the spiritual void that was completely hit by the 10 directions and was in a ray of light? And even if he wanted to look, he couldn't see it. By looking at a ghost in the vast expanse, only Lu Chengkong, the releaser of all killing in 10 directions, can perceive all the dynamics of Lingshu through the energy of all killing in 10 directions. 591 Sunflower water. Absolute zero. Yes, it can even be said to be the weakness of their fusion. I don't think their fusion time will be long, and they will be weak for a period of time after the fusion is lifted. Not only that, as long as it is an attack that can hurt them, or an attack that reaches a certain level, the time for their fusion will continue to be shortened, and even if it is strong enough, it will break them up from the fusion state at once, and start again. Change back to Wang Shu and Ling Wang. A gleam of light flashed in Lu Chengkong's eyes. Just now, he clearly saw Ling Shu's body, which was killed by all directions, swayed for a moment, divided into Ling Shu and Wang Shu, and then joined together in an instant. If Lu Chengkong hadn't concentrated on looking at it, he really wouldn't have noticed the change in that moment, and he would have even thought it was an illusion. Therefore, Lu Chengkong dared to come to this conclusion only through a series of facial changes before the fusion of Wang Shu and Ling Wang and the change in Ling Shu just now. So I'm going to release the strongest attack now. Ujawali is after all, she has too many Zanpakuto abilities and has seen all kinds of secret techniques. Of course, knowing that every secret technique has its weaknesses and flaws, the more powerful it is, the more peculiar it is. Maojawali's tens of thousands of years of experience is indeed not comparable to Lu Chengkong, a little devil who has been for hundreds of years. At once, he analyzed the key relationship, and at the same time recalled the appearance of Wang Shu and King Ling before the fusion, and believed Lu Chengkong's words in his heart. No, you are starting to prepare now. The 10-direction killing just now includes two types of offensives, attacking and defending in Shifang Invincible. It can completely block him for a while, and it is enough for you to release the strongest blow. Lu Chengkong stood up forcibly, and under the worried and distressed eyes of Ujawali, he walked aside to signal that Ujawali didn't need to take care of himself. Shalongyan, the strongest Zanpakuto of the water type, Hingrenmaru, the most powerful Zanpakuto of the ice type. Let's disintegrate and fuse. Ujawali also knew what to do, so she put away the emotions in her heart, the fluctuations, in a blink of an eye, returned to the usual calm state of mind, a water dragon, an ice dragon. There were also monstrous waves that formed an underwater abyss beside Maojawali. At the same time, countless snowflakes began to fall in the sky. A strange scene appeared. Two water dragons and ice dragons seemed to control the sea and the sky respectively. A strange scene appeared. The temperature in a large area nearby has dropped to the extreme. Under such ultra-low temperature, the waves in the sky on the left of Maojawali are already frozen, but now it seems that they have not received the slightest. In general, it is still wreaking havoc in the sky and the earth. It turns out that the more the water, the more powerful the ice pill, but if the power is greatly weakened in the deserts where the water is dry, all the water is its weapon, but it does not mean that it can create endless of moisture. Without the help of natural moisture, Binglun can also create ice and snow through the infusion of the user's spiritual pressure, but this consumes the user's spiritual pressure, and cannot be combined with the outside world. What? However, if you have the strongest Zanpakuto in the water system, you can use the spiritual pressure to transform the Zanpakuto to create water in the sky and ocean waves. There is too much water in the abyss of the sea. It's just continuous superposition and improvement, isn't it? So Godmother also fuses Shalongyan and Binglunwan after disintegrating, making up for each other's shortcomings and becoming a truly powerful ice-water slasher Pakuto. Lu Chengkong smiled, thinking of the battle between Hitsugaya Toshiro and Harabel in the original book. They were all waiting for more water. Harinmaru dominates all the sky, and Shalongyan dominates all sea areas. It is complementary and perfect. Haiyuan Ice Dragon King. The Haiyuan Ice Dragon King, which is completely different from the water dragons and ice dragons made by Mao Zhawali himself, can be said to be more majestic, domineering, hideous, and the strongest Zanpakuto in the water system. It is perfectly integrated with the ability of the strongest Zanpakuto of the ice type, and it is too powerful. The slaughter of thunder light, the sky and the earth fall. Suddenly, the spiritual void that was bound in the white energy broke out. As soon as he came out, he immediately felt the changes in Mao Zhawali's body, as well as the snowflakes and water waves all over the sky. With the support of endless moisture, the snowflakes are getting bigger and bigger, and the density is simply scary. So he didn't dare to say anything, and directly used the strongest stunt that can be produced in an instant, hoping to kill Ujawali before he released this stunt that made him feel heart palpitations, or beat him. It is a pity that the imagination is beautiful, but the reality is absolutely cruel. It's been a long time since you came out, the world is frozen, absolutely zero. Ujawali didn't know if it was because of the fusion of Haiyuan Ice Dragon King, but her smile gave people a cold and biting feeling. The Binglun Wan in Hitsugaya's hands is just a little trouble, but it is only in the hands of the godmother that the Binglun Wan can exert its power, but this should not be the strongest attack of the godmother, it can only be regarded as her strongest. One of her attacks, she has so many Zanpakuto abilities, she should have a stunt that is indistinguishable from her. Quote. Liu Chengkong thought about the Bingran pills used by Toshiro Hitsugaya, and then compared the Bingran pills used by Ujawali. He couldn't help but sighed, the two were completely incomparable, and the gap was too great. Hinglun Maru is simply a small earthworm, and Unohana is the real ice dragon who dominates the sky and arrogantly. A cold air that can freeze even the space directly turned into a cold air storm and swept over it directly. Whether it was the sky or the desert underfoot, the snowflakes that kept falling from the sky were all frozen. That's right, even the snowflakes. It can be frozen, and there is nothing in the world that cannot be frozen. This is the real absolute zero. What? Such a cold wind storm immediately made Lingshu's entire body frozen, and the endless extreme freezing gas continued to erode Lingshu's body, mind and soul, making him feel a sense of collapse. It's just that the more Lingshu struggles, the faster the freezing speed on his body, and the entire space of heaven and earth nearby is completely frozen in the blink of an eye, and Lingshu of course also becomes an ice Li. The combination of the water element and the ice element, the water element is the endless energy source of the ice element, is truly extraordinary. Liu Chengkong had Mao Zhawali's secret protection, but of course he did not receive the absolute 0 degree of ice. Wait, it's not that simple. Those waters are actually so corrosive, a bit like sunflower water, they all have extremely high corrosive power. Such water as the ice under the energy of course has a very strong freezing corrosive power. No wonder Lingshu screamed in agony just now. 592 Defeat and escape spirit void. It seems that the godmother should be the first person in the world of death gods, even if it is Lingwang and Wang Shu, she is one step behind. Liu Chengkong sighed inwardly as he watched Lingshu, who was constantly being eroded by powerful corrosive freezing gas and turned into ice. To be honest, although he felt the extraordinariness of Mao Zhawali many years ago, at most he was I thought Unohana Lai and old man Yamamoto were on the same level. That Mao Zhawali would be so strong, that she would be the captain of Team Zero, and her strength was actually He Wangshu and Ling Wang. A level, even stronger. Just as Liu Chengkong breathed a sigh of relief, just as he was about to speak, a sudden change suddenly sounded, and a click sounded suddenly, and then a lightning-like light flashed past, making Liu Chengkong, who was just an ordinary person, unable to react at all. Dragon of Slaughtering Thunder. A body completely composed of thunder and lightning, surrounded by circles of dead gray cloud-like things, biting towards Liu Chengkong at a speed that could not cover his ears, while still holding his hands at the present. Chicken Power shot out an electric snake. It's miserable. If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't be so crazy. Liu Chengkong was very depressed. Now he has no chance to resist, he can only stare at the oncoming thunder and lightning that is enough to turn him into powder. On oneself. However, he is not afraid. His experience and his state of mind have long forged a heart for him to see through life and death and not be afraid of life and death. Death is not at all mysterious to him, not strange, and people are not afraid of the unknown. Only the things that have been learned will be scary, but the things that have been learned are not so scary, which is the case with Lu Chengkong now. Chi. The expected pain did not appear. Instead, it was a figure who did not look tall, but was deeply imprinted in Lu Chengkong's heart at this moment, blocking Lu Chengkong's face with a figure as unattainable as a different mountain. Hee, you're really right. There really isn't a child who can give his parents peace of mind. I can see that both you and Bachenliu are orphans. My mother, no matter how you hide it, you can't deceive me. The loneliness and sadness in the depths of your eyes can't deceive me. I don't know if you have a mother in your heart that you didn't recognize me. After all, it was just a joke when you called me godmother at first, but I can tell you that no matter what happened in the past, at least at this moment I can say with certainty that I really see you as my child. Wu Zhawali looked at Lu Chengkong with a warm heart-piercing smile and a pair of tender eyes, but the corners of her mouth were slowly bleeding, which made her look very poignant and beautiful. In this scene, Mao Zhawali's appearance were deeply engraved in Lu Chengkong's heart. Obviously, she rushed over to save Lu Chengkong regardless of Ling Shu's attack, so she was injured, and it was very heavy. After all, the other party was the one who gave up, and only Shu M was the main side, Spirit King, Dian_Chin. At the same time, it also awakened the sadness in the depths of his heart. Wu Zhawali was right. On the surface, he really didn't care, and even he thought he didn't care anymore, but Wu Zhawali's words were true. It reminded him of his life on Earth. When I was a child, I watched other people's parents act coquettishly and pamper them, but I was faced with coldness and loneliness in the orphanage. In order to survive, I had to force myself to mature. When I came out to work, I saw other people's children had their parents arranged. Any picture of helping everything when he was a child flashed across Lu Chengkong's eyes instantly, and a tear flashed in his eyes. Heaven is coming. Mao Zhawali didn't say anything, and didn't notice Lu Chengkong's psychological changes at this time, because there was still something to do for her, so she turned around and slashed. The infinitely magnified 9-colored ribbon like Kurosaki Ichigo is very similar to the attack of Kurosaki Ichigo, but it is much stronger than Wuyu. The slash directly ripped apart the space and slashed into a fusion state. Approaching the body of Ling Shu, the expensive one, at the same time, the countless snowflakes falling from the sky kept making her body bloom with ice flowers blooming on Ling Shu's body, apparently wanting to freeze again. Let's go. Ling Shu's face changed greatly, spiritual pressure burst out all over his body, and dozens of thunderbolts were released from his body to break the ice flowers. And then he rose into the sky and left directly, and Ling Shu separated again just before his figure disappeared. After becoming the Spirit King and Wang Shu, they disappeared in front of Wu Zhawali. Speaking of which, Ling Shu is really pitiful. If it wasn't for Lu Chengkong's shadow, and then he discovered the weak point, and then broke the blockade of Shifeng Invincible, after coming out, he was concentrated by Mao Zhawali. The hits again, leaving him no chance and time to display the strength that appeared in him, which has far surpassed Unahakali. It can be said that this time is largely due to luck. If you really fight, even if Ling Shu is not as good as the real Ling Shu, it will not take much time to clean up Mao Zhawali, who is just at the peak of Wang Shu, Spirit King. With so many tricks, his fusion nearly collapsed. As the fusion time continues to decrease, and the more times he is attacked, the more times he is actually injured, and the closer he gets to the time when the fusion is released, the weaker his strength will be. About 50-60% or even maybe not 50 to 60%, otherwise the hit Wu Zhawali just now would not be a serious injury, but an instant kill. It can be said that from the beginning to the end of the battle, Ling Shu has not been able to exert his full strength once. First, he killed all 10 directions with one move, which reduced his combat power by 20% to 30%. When Mao Zhawali came back to absolute zero, it weakened by 20%. 30%, and the last one is the arrival of the heavens, which directly disperses the spirit from the fusion state, which is really a tragic baby. He obviously had the strength to kill Lu Chengkong and Mao Zhiwali without much effort, but he didn't have the chance to play it, and was abruptly repelled. It has to be said that sometimes luck is also a part of strength. Are you gone? Well, if he doesn't leave, maybe I can't support it. Ujawali muttered to himself, suddenly spitting out blood. His eyes slowly closed, and he fell backwards. Fortunately, Lu Chengkong on the side caught her. What's wrong with you? Lu Chengkong found that he was a little afraid to look at Mao Jihuali. After all, his feelings for Mao Jihuali were very complicated. He had feelings for his mother, and a relationship between men and women was more possessive, but at this moment all he had in his heart was love. He was horrified to find that he had decided not to show affection to any woman in this world except for Bachinliu, at least before awakening Khalifa and others, but now he doesn't know when he developed such deep feelings for Ujawali. 593 There is Sophie at the critical moment. Wang Shu's slaughter blade has a mental attack of negative emotions, and it is more powerful after fusion. Even if I can't bear the erosion of endless negative emotions, this is the most terrible thing about Wang Shu's Zanpakudo. If it goes on like this, maybe it won't take long for me to have a mental breakdown. Expensive, and at best, I will become an idiot who has no emotions and no emotional rationality and can only kill. Ujawali is always so indifferent and plain. Even if she complained about such a serious situation, she always smiled, as if her smile had never disappeared. It's miserable, Inoue is not here, and now I have lost the power of death for at least 10 years. I can't do it if I go back. What should I do? Lu Chengkong is now in a state of turmoil. He knows that Mao Zhiwali will suffer such a serious injury because he was hit by Ling Shu to save himself, otherwise she would never be hurt. By the way, why am I so stupid? Sophie, don't watch the show, come out soon. Just when Lu Chengkong was angry, a flash of light flashed in his mind, and he immediately shouted, he had lost the power of death. But Sophie doesn't have it, so don't be afraid, there is Sophie at the critical moment. Giggle, I thought you forgot me, but now you think of me, my sister is really sad. Sophie came out in response, as if she didn't know the seriousness of the matter and made fun of Lu Chengkong as soon as it came out. It has to be said that Sophie may have stayed in Lu Chengkong's spiritual world for too long. It is also possible that he had been in contact with the outside through Lu Chengkong's line of sight for a long time, and was damaged by Lu Chengkong. He had the same interest in teasing people and making fun of people like Dana, and he was even a little black-bellied like Mao Zhiwali, but her belly black is used to play tricks on others. I'm so sorry, you also know that I miss you every second. And my wives don't know how much they envy you, but you can be with me every second. Lu Chengkong's eyelids jumped. He knew very well that if he wanted Sophie to help, he had to wrestle with her, so that she could be satisfied and feel refreshed. Otherwise, it would be absolutely miserable. To know that his strength increased, Sophie would also improve. The same Sophie's strength has increased, and Lu Chengkong will also increase, so Sophie's strength can be said to be no less than Lu Chengkong's. Because after coming to the world of death, the two of them can already be said to be the most intimate. The souls are fused together and shared, and both prosperity and loss are both lost. It may be because of the intimacy of souls, or it may be hundreds of years of living together day and night. Everything that Lu Chengkong came into contact with was about Lu Chengkong, and the relationship between the two of them was increasing day by day. Forget it. Sophie snorted and nodded with satisfaction. She waved her jade hand gently, and the space was immediately shattered. The shattered space seemed to be a broken realm. Sophie also wanted to go directly to the soul realm, but the problem she is not Shu. Her power is all Zanpakudo, and all she uses is the ability of Zanpakudo. Because of the fusion with Lu Chengkong's soul, she can also use the ghost of the god of death, etc. This kind of thing cannot be used. So it is impossible to directly open the black cavity and return to the realm of corpses and let Inoue use the instant shield Liuhua. She directly used powerful power to smash the space, the soul world, the world and the virtual circle, all of which are separated from each other, so as long as the space is broken, you can directly go to the world, and the time to break the world has passed 2000 years. It was only a month outside, which would allow Lu Chengkong's death power to quickly recover. After all, if he had waited for 10 years outside, the daylilies would be cold. Lu Chengkong also knows this. After all, he and Sophie are in harmony with each other. Sophie can know what he thinks, and Lu Chengkong can also know it, but they both respect the right to privacy very much. If there is no need to look at each other's thoughts, everyone gets along very happily, but Lu Chengkong's little thought, such as the careful thought of Mao Zhawali, of course, can't be concealed from Sophie, so it appeared just now. Only then did she make fun of Lu Chengkong. Sophie, how long will it take you to rush from the broken realm to the soul realm and bring it back to Inoue? Maybe it was because he was impatient. Lu Chengkong was a little flustered, and only remembered when he saw Sophie's idiot's eyes. Although Sophie has been able to move freely with her own disintegration and completed her strength, and the range of activities is very large, she can't leave him more than 100 miles away at most. More than 100 miles. Hey, after you lose your strength, your IQ will start to decline. Even if I go with you and Yunoa, I won't have enough time. Before I return to Unohana, my sanity will be endlessly negative. Emotional and mental aggression is an idiot. Sophie glanced at Lu Chengkong angrily. After countless years of getting along with each other, the relationship between them has become much better. They are no longer as unfamiliar as they were in the world of death, and Sophie no longer cares about Lu Chengkong so much. Hua Xin kidnapped her niece. Now she has a full understanding of Lu Chengkong's personality. Except for the carelessness that makes her unsatisfactory, everything else is good. As long as she is good to Angelina, she can understand what one of Lu Chengkong's wives said now, although Lu Chengkong has many shortcomings and more shortcomings, but any one of his advantages is enough to cover up all his shortcomings and shortcomings. Then how to do it? Lu Chengkong didn't know what to do. Looking at Mao Zhawali, who was already unconscious and sweating profusely, his face was as pale as paper without a trace of blood, and he said distressedly, "Are you still worried about your godmother with this beautiful lady?" Sophie didn't know if it was intentional or not. She deliberately said the word godmother a little louder to make Lu Chengkong smile awkwardly. Godmother. The meaning of this word may be hidden from everyone, but it is definitely not hidden from Sophie. What method? This time Lu Chengkong didn't follow suit to cooperate with Sophie, but he was really anxious to know. Who knew if Mao Zhawali would say 88 in advance if he wasted a little time? Whether it's because he wants to beat her or his feelings for her, or because she treats herself as a son and makes herself feel like a mother, any factor determines that Lu Chengkong will never allow Mao Zhawali to have an accident. What's more, the combination of so many factors will not let Mao Zihua die, if there is such a road in front of Lu Chengkong. Killing everyone in the Death God world except his wife, brothers and friends, Shu, Death God can immediately let Mao Zihua lie in peace. If Lu Chengkong will definitely not hesitate to swing the butcher's knife without a trace of guilt. Too many, he is no longer the Lu Chengkong who lived on Earth. He knew that if he was still the same, if he lived and handled things as he was on Earth, he would never survive for a few days. 594 Needing Mao Zhawali. It's very simple. What's the relationship between me and you? Sophie smiled slyly, but in her heart she secretly thought that she would help you to get such an arrogant girl for free. She was the most unhappy Lu Chengkong in the past. In the end, I didn't expect that until now. He still helps Lu Chengkong's justifiable fascination. Soul fusion, soul, Lu Chengkong blurted out without thinking, but unfortunately his eyes flashed before he could speak. After a hint of comprehension, after thinking for a while, I have come to a general understanding. He and Sophie are in harmony with each other in their souls, and their souls are connected. That is to say, if he suffers a mental attack, he and Sophie will share it together, and if one is improved in strength, the other will also be improved, so Lu Chengkong is not afraid of a mental attack or an illusion. For example, Aizen's Jinghua Shuiyu is useless to Lu Chengkong even if Lu Chengkong's tricks cannot be cracked, because Lu Chengkong is the one who is hypnotized. He can completely judge what Aizen is doing in the correct position through Sophie who is not hypnotized. Fight back. Now Sophie's meaning is very simple. that is, to let Lu Chengkong and Mao Zhawali's souls fuse, and give half of the mental attack she suffered to Lu Chengkong to bear. The same Lu Chengkong will support and give half to Sophie. That is to say, the original mental attack on one person is divided into 3 parts, and 3 people are responsible for each, so that this crisis can be safely passed. However, it is simple to say, but it is very difficult to do. Back then, Lu Chengkong and Sophie were able to blend their souls entirely from the instinct of their souls and their strong desire to survive. The external dangers stimulated, and Lu Chengkong and Sophie were both in an unconscious state. The combination of great luck and many factors is very lucky that the soul blending succeeded. What should I do? Lu Chengkong had no choice but to leave the question to Sophie again. Thinking about it, he also knew that since Sophie thought of such a method, of course there was a plan to implement it. Cannot know things, and even know many mysteries of the soul. When you were able to cultivate with Halibal, just follow this method, but of course it's not that simple. You have to enter the spiritual world in the flower of Uzumaki to help her resist. If she is conscious, of course you don't. It may be possible to enter her rock-like mind, but now she is in a coma, and all her strength is concentrated against the negative forces in her soul, so now her defense is equal to 0. It's very simple for you to enter. At that time, your spirit will resist the erosion of negative forces and share with her in the spiritual world of Unoka. At the same time the body and her do the things you love and dream about the way you do with Haribel, and then I am instilling my spiritual power into her through you, and most of her power is now fighting against negative forces when the constant consumption decreases. It should be fine to have my spiritual power as the supply of the new force and the responsibility of the 3 of us, but of course this is not comparable to the fusion of souls like the 2 of us. It can only be regarded as the intersection of souls and sharing. As Sophie spoke, she deliberately looked at Lu Chengkong's expression secretly. Thinking about it, she really wanted to see if Lu Chengkong would jump for joy after learning the news. It's a pity that Lu Chengkong was not at all happy this time, but rather unhappy. Maybe he didn't want to get Mao Zhawali like this, but in the end Lu Chengkong nodded very sullenly, which made Sophie almost couldn't help laughing. Came out. I didn't expect to finally complete the feat of Godmother. Although it was done because of an accident, it wasn't my wish. I couldn't achieve the perfect harmony, but I had to sacrifice myself in order to make you okay, Godmother. Lu Chengkong said in his heart with justice and awe, completely disregarding Sophie Marceau's eyes full of resentment. This is typical of both being a ***** and asking you to be a chastity arch, typical of getting cheap and selling well. Lu Chengkong directly hugged Mao Zhawali in his arms and motioned Sophie to make a barrier that had the strongest protection and defense and made it impossible for anyone outside to see anything inside. Obviously, this guy was worried about being seen and disadvantaged, although the nearby no one, but he was still worried that Sophie had no choice but to use her brains and efforts. Bound Dao Shintong. This is a binding Dao developed by Lu Chengkong that can directly enter the opponent's spiritual world. It can be said that it is very tasteless. If the opponent is in a sober or conscious state, as long as he is a little unwilling, resisting him can only be popped out and couldn't get in. It is only now that Mao Zhawali concentrates all his strength on all the forces and the negative forces of the opponent are in a coma and the external defense power is equal to 0. At the beginning, Lu Chengkong was just developing it to play, but now it is a faction. Comes in handy. Lu Chengkong only felt a flower in front of his eyes, and his spirit was stunned. The scene in front of him had changed. He entered a 9-colored sky, and underneath his feet was a beach-like world, which was very beautiful. It's a pity that at this time, the surrounding is full of negative forces that make people feel disgusting, and the figure of Ujawali also appeared in front of him, but at this time she was a pale resistor, wave after wave as if endless. A ray attack formed by endless negative forces. Godmother, I'm here, Lu Chengkong shouted and immediately attracted Mao Jihuli's attention. Maybe this is the first time Lu Chengkong has seen Mao Jihuli's expression in such a long time. There is high excitement, there are surprises, and there are full of rabbits. I figured out a way, you will die. Lu Chengkong walked up to Mao Zhawali, ignoring her resistance, and immersed himself in the encirclement of negative forces, allowing the negative forces to rage in his own spirit. When Zhang Kong felt like he was about to explode, a powerful and pure spiritual power nourished himself out of thin air, and he made his spiritual platform feel alive, and immediately controlled this spiritual power to resist. You have lost your strength. What are you doing here? You will die. Ujawali's tone was very serious, giving people a feeling of anger from the sky, making people feel extremely heavy when they saw it. I can't die. I said I have come up with a solution, but don't kill me afterwards, I'll already burn incense. Lu Chengkong said with a smile. The look of a little bit of fear made Maojawali puzzled for a while. If you have a way to save me, I should be grateful to you. How could it be possible to kill you? Just when Maojawali was secretly admiring herself, she felt a pain in her lower body, and her complexion changed slightly. The screen turned, and Lu Chengkong was already touching her hands in the broken world, needing this pair, which made her dream of longing for many years. It is not inferior to the Jade Girl Peak, which has received its own nourishment of chaotic chrysanthemums, which is larger than the original. If Ujawali gets her own nourishment, then it is likely to surpass the Chaos Chrysanthemum. You must know that the Chaos Chrysanthemum will become more plump after getting her own nourishment, and the Ujawali is still single. You can already get yourself nourished. The Chaotic Chrysanthemum is comparable to that. If it is moisturized, it will be fine. 595 Ecstasy Mauji Walai. Okay, don't need, you've been playing for so long, and it's not too late to get to the point. Be careful that your godmother can't wait and hang up. Sophie saw that Lu Chengkong was still playing with the plumpness of Unahakali, which shocked Sophie, who was also a woman. It turned out that Unahakare was so huge that she could be with Matsumoto without being nourished by being single. The chaotic chrysanthemum is comparable, and will it be better in the future? It is precisely because of this that she couldn't help but compare her own with Unohana, although her own was perfect and even. It's tall and straight and people can't help but go up and touch down. It's bigger and bigger than many people of the same age, but after all, it can't be compared with the busters like Unohana and Matsumoto Ranju. She belongs to the type of perfect bumpy body, not the type of boba dairy cow, so extremely rare existences such as Unohana Lai, Matsumoto Ranju, and of course they can't be compared with their strengths. It's a pity that she was influenced by Lu Chengkong. Sophie Marceau, who has seen too much of Lu Chengkong's live-erotic palace, has been brought down, compares it secretly and doesn't remember her completely in One Piece, King of Pirates. Don't care about this, but unfortunately Sophie Marceau, who has been confused by the superficial illusion at this time, is very serious. Lu Chengkong was taken aback when he heard the words. How could he dare to do so many tricks? Anyway, after rescuing Ujawali, there will be opportunities in the future, and he can't immediately take off his clothes and Ujawali's clothes because of small mistakes. Seeing the long-awaited mysterious peach blossom garden exposed in front of him, Lu Chengkong immediately rushed over, kissed the charming fragrance, and immediately kissed the peach blossom garden with his own mouth to prepare foreplay for her. When Maojawali's body organs reacted instinctively, Lu Chengkong straightened his giant dragon with his spear and mounted his horse without saying a word, and rushed in at once. It's just that the expected scream didn't sound in the barrier of the boundary, but spit out from the mouth of Unohana Lai in the spiritual world, although Unohana Lai is now unconscious. But mainly because she was injured, she had to concentrate all her mind and strength to fight against negative forces. It didn't mean that she couldn't feel the changes in her body. Of course, she knew what was going on when she was broken and survived for countless years. For the first time, she was angry, but when she thought of Lu Chengkong's strange words just now and his cowardly look, although the anger did not completely disappear, it also disappeared half. Soon she felt that a spiritual force appeared in her body like a new force, and at the same time, the negative force seemed to be transferred 1/3 of the time, which shocked her spirit that was about to be unable to support it. With the support and warmth of spiritual power, the soul is even stronger. At this moment, she has a general understanding of what is going on. She has also heard Bachin Liu say before that Lu Chengkong has a method similar to Shuangshou's, when he was with the girl for the first time, he could transmit his own spiritual power to the other party. Now think about it like this. Now, this is the first time that Uno Hanalei has found himself in the most complicated mood in countless years. Are you angry? The body that she had kept for many years was taken away. Without her consent, if someone else was trying to save her, she would kill it mercilessly. She would rather die than let anyone treat her like this. But when I think of the man in front of me who is not afraid of being treated as a son by me, he will show a fearful look in front of him, and his intentions, jumping into his spiritual world regardless of life and death to share with him, thinking that this man is me for countless years, the only man who made her not resist or hate her. Her anger was much less, and her heart softened. Especially now that she is not in control of her body, after the pain is over, she feels more and more comfortable, and the refreshing feeling of fluttering is constantly transmitted to her body and mind, making her unable to resist the conditional emission of moaning, but when she sees it. Lu Chengkong's strange gaze immediately covered his mouth, but it was precisely because of the pleasure that made him want to die that the pain of her spirit being eroded by negative forces seemed to be relieved a lot. It was really painful and happy. After a while, Maojawali finally just let out a very complicated sigh, like anger, like coquettish anger, like love, in short, more complicated than overturning the bottle of 5 flavors. When confronted, she obviously intends to resolve this hidden danger before deciding what to do. Lu Chengkong, who was on the side, saw Maojawali's increasingly red face, and she was relieved after she didn't have a seizure in the end, and immediately laughed in her heart. Confusion. While suffering from happiness, suffering from pain, and suffering from a complicated and very weak mood, Maojawali has the urge to shout out. In the end, she may not be able to bear this complicated situation, or she may want to vent. Bar. He actually hugged Lu Chengkong and kissed Lu Chengkong with his clumsy and even unfamiliar kissing skills under Lu Chengkong's astonished and unbelieving gaze, and he actually had a spiritual interaction in the spiritual world, outside the world. The body, the spirit inside, this kind of situation can really be regarded as the real intersection of water and soul. This time, the man-making movement is the most exciting time Lu Chengkong has lived for countless years. The double stimulation, double pleasure, and Maojawali, who has been dreaming and looking forward to it for many years, is so active and crazy that Lu Chengkong enjoys it. Maozi, who is ecstasy, bone erosion, madness. The plump and extreme meatball, the willow waist that is unbearable to hold, the flat plane, the plump buttocks full of sensuality, the rosy face with a little perspiration and the beauty full of maternity halo made Lu Chengkong completely riot. They all forgot the existence of negative forces, and they were completely indulged in this crazy love. It's just that the two of them were relieved, and they were flying like a fairy, but it was Sophie who was suffering from the outside. She gritted her teeth and concentrated her mind against the negative force that was shared, and she also had to concentrate on transmitting the spiritual power to Lu Chengkong, and then transmitted to Maojawali through Lu Chengkong. It can be said that she was the one who took the lead, the hardest and most innocent. Damn, you two female fuckers, I worked hard for the two of you outside, and the two of you were comfortable with you, completely disregarding the feelings of this beauty, but is this really that good? Even a strange woman like Maojawali is caught in it. But I think it should be the reason that Maojawali really regarded Lu Chengkong as his precious son, and didn't want to kill him because of a momentary anger. 596 The complicated thoughts of Hana Nozomi. Sophie outside was angrily and constantly cursing Lu Chengkong, and at the same time she really guessed it right. After all, she and Maojawali are both strange women, and they are both people who stand at the top of the world. Of course, they guessed a little. Jihuali's idea. After all, the two of them have thought about it in many places. If it is the normal state of Maojawali and Lu Chengkong, no matter how crazy she is, as long as she wants, she can completely ignore the pleasure of her body, her face does not change, and she smiles the same as usual, completely unmoved by these refreshing, it can even directly seal this wonderful pleasure. It's a pity that he has suffered great changes, many blows, his soul has been eroded by negative forces, and he has complex feelings for Lu Chengkong. For the first time, she couldn't help but want to vent, because she was worried that if she thought about it again, she could not help but kill Lu Chengkong, the godson who got her body without her consent, to vent her hatred. Therefore, she can only take the initiative to forget everything and throw herself into the human creation movement to use this to vent her anger and hatred, not to let herself have the opportunity to think about superfluous things, let alone to kill Lu Chengkong. Otherwise, there will be such a self-absorbed madness there. With her rock-solid state of mind, as long as she thinks about what she has cast, it can shake her. It can be said that she does everything for Lu Chengkong's sake, in order not to let herself kill this countless years because of momentary anger and hatred. The only man who made himself not hate Ben resists and is also his son. I have to say that Maojawali is not lying, but treats Lu Chengkong as his most precious child with the same sincerity as Bachenliu. Otherwise Lu Chengkong is now a corpse, she is I would rather be broken than broken tiles, and I will never die in vain. If it wasn't for Lu Chengkong's reasons, and he didn't treat him as a son, Maojawali would rather die, let the people who dare to think about him die together and not let anyone touch his body. Under the circumstance that Sophie kept cursing Lu Chengkong in circles, after 2 days and 2 nights passed, with the efforts of the 3 of them, they finally fully use the Spirit Void Strike, which may not even be enough for 50% of their strength. The negative spiritual power brought by it was removed. It can be seen that Ling Shu's strength is absolutely extraordinary. It is definitely not so unbearable when he fought against Lu Chengkong. The main reason is that the weakness is seen and there is a problem of luck. After clearing these negative forces, Lu Chengkong, who was originally just a human, smiled contentedly, and then buried his head in the majestic big breasts of Ujawali with a tired expression and fell into a deep sleep. Ji Huali, on the other hand, looked at Lu Chengkong with a tired look even if he slept in his arms with complicated eyes. However, Maojawali also saw that Lu Chengkong showed a satisfied smile from his heart when he was fine, and it was this smile that made Maojawali doubtful. His eyes were hesitant, angry, murderous, and hesitant. Happy, distressed, and very complicated. After taking one last look at Lu Chengkong in her arms, Ujihua sighed, not thinking about anything. Obviously she was also a little tired. After all, not only was she seriously injured, but her spirit was also damaged to a certain extent, so she was also very tired. Especially the 2 days and 2 nights of sleepless confrontation with negative forces made her tense nerves to the limit. After a sigh after the breath, she put away her complicated eyes. Taking a deep look at Lu Chengkong, he hugged Lu Chengkong and asked him to find a more comfortable position in his arms, and then hugged Lu Chengkong as if he was caring for his baby and fell asleep, no matter in the spiritual world. The spiritual, soul, conscious body, or the outer body shows the same action. Hey, I'm an outsider who is busy and half tired, and I don't get any benefits from the 2 of you, but I'm sleeping a lot. It's really hard. Sophie raised her head and let out a long sigh, giving people a feeling of desolation in the autumn wind, as if she had been abandoned, but unfortunately, Vivi's corner of her mouth evoked her mood. She was in a very good mood, and the desolation on the surface was just pretending. When Lu Chengkong woke up again, it was 3 days later. After losing his strength, he was an ordinary person. After he exhausted his energy to fight against the negative forces of 2 days and 2 nights, he was even more overdrawn. If not after waking up, Ujawali gave him treatment, and he might not wake up for a week. Ah, I slept really well, Strange. Lu Chengkong sighed, as if he had just woken up from a dream, but soon his face changed slightly, and he couldn't help exclaiming when he felt the changes within the power that should have been restored after 10 years. He woke up today and found that there was an extremely pure Reiatsu within his body. The level of quality and purity is much higher than when it disintegrated in its heyday. Although this spiritual power is not very large, it is better than pure. With this spiritual power as a foundation to guide him, he will fully recover his strength by then. If so, the strength will definitely be better than breaking a floor and standing up. You big idiot, this is the world of the gods of death. Powerful gods of death have spiritual pressure, especially a powerful female god of death like Unoka. Her union has preserved the spiritual power that has been accumulated for countless years. Of course, it is pure and pure. It's amazing, although the fusion of your soul and flesh consumed a lot of my spiritual pressure a few days ago, it also benefits me even more. Su Fei appeared directly behind Lu Chengkong and knocked on Lu Chengkong's head, very unhappy with such an idiot as Lu Chengkong. So that's the case. Lu Chengkong suddenly realized, but after looking at it, he found that Mao Zhawali was missing, so he turned his attention to Sophie. You really have a bad luck. If it was someone else, Mao Zhawali had already smashed him into thousands of pieces, and he blew himself up and died before it even started. Her trust in you gave her body unreservedly. Here's to you, that's why you have this chance. Afterwards, she didn't kill you. Instead, she was more gentle to you and even showed a trace of doting, even like a miracle that a wife treats her husband. Sophie looked very curious and interested, and then she croaked. She didn't notice Lu Chengkong, whose face became darker and darker as she spoke. In the end, Lu Chengkong couldn't help roaring any longer. Sophie, you big idiot, you know how dangerous it is, but you still do these things. You know that if I die, you will die too. You big idiot, do you want to die so much? 597 is both godmother and wife. If you can cut it cheap and sell it well, when I don't know who knows this method, my head is on the sky. Don't worry, I will take care of myself if I don't take care of you. Take care of things like that. I know that she has a high chance of not killing you in the end, but has a high chance of letting you go directly across all obstacles to come together. Otherwise, it will depend on your vote for this accident and my help. God knows how many years later. Come together. I still blame me. It's really easy to be called a godmother now. I don't know who was God before. With my help, she is now both your godmother and your wife. I don't know how to thank me. No conscience. Sophie said with a look of extreme grievance, but her eyes that made the world fall for her were glittering with smug and sly eyes, obviously pretending to deliberately stimulate Lu Chengkong. You. Lu Chengkong stammered for a while and finally could only be speechless. After all, what Sophie said was half correct, if not all, if she had known that there is a high chance that he will fight even if it is dangerous. Lu Chengkong, who has experienced so many things, knows that everything in life is actually a gamble. If you lose a small amount, you will risk your life if you lose a big one. Even everything is normal, so Lu Chengkong is just a little unhappy. You're awake. Mao Zhawali's figure suddenly appeared. It may be that when Lu Chengkong was still in a coma, Mao Zhawali had already figured it out and made a decision. Those anger, resentment, and murderous intentions have disappeared, replaced by the past. His gentle smile, but deep in his watery eyes was a touch of doting that only Lu Chengkong could find. Obviously, after the change in the relationship, Lu Chengkong was only pampered as if he was a godson, but Lu Zhawali, who took care of him, turned into pampering. This kind of feeling of being both mother and child and husband and wife is not even a woman who has survived for countless years. But since she couldn't kill him, she didn't resist him, and after thinking about it, she realized that she had made a decision, then she would not let herself be disturbed, and she would not back down. This is her Ujawali's style of being a person and doing things. Ah, it's a right bet. Lu Chengkong was completely relieved. Although he almost lost his life, the gain was really great. After recovering his strength, it was an ironclad fact that he gained a beauty that he had longed for a long time. Zhaoluo, even more perfect to achieve their expected goals. Although there was a bit of an accident in the middle, it was precisely because of these accidents and risks that Lu Chengkong had both the fish and the bear's paw. Not only did he get a mother who he had longed for, and he took care of him, he also got the harem that he had longed for a long time. The manager also served as the wife who made him relapse and gave his true feelings. These risks and accidents were so worth it. Your body has recovered, how about you? Lu Chengkong didn't know what to call Mao Zhawali, but he didn't care too much. Anyway, it was just a momentary embarrassment. With the passage of time, anyway, I have to spend 10 years here to recover my strength. As long as I take advantage of this 10 years to cultivate a good relationship with Ujawali, then it will not be a matter of time, although there are people who get on the bus first and then make up the ticket. Suspicious, but it doesn't matter, as long as a white cat or a black cat can catch mice, it is a good cat. It's not that you don't know my medical skills, and this time the spiritual and soul have been injured. After I recover, maybe I will have the opportunity to break through to the spiritual void. Even if I cannot reach the spiritual void, I can become a quasi-spiritual void, even if it is only a quasi-spiritual void. Compared with the fusion of the Spirit King and Wang Shu, the strength of the spirit void will be stronger, and it can be regarded as the harvest of breaking and standing. Uno Hanalai took a deep breath. Apart from being a little embarrassed at the beginning, after chatting with each other slowly and slowly becoming active, I believe that it will be restored soon, so that you can go further in time. That's good, godmother, I'll still call you that, at least that will never change. Lu Chengkong hesitated for a while and finally decided to call him that, while Maojawali was obviously a little surprised. But more of it was warmth. A hint of satisfaction flashed in her gentle eyes. This simple sentence made her feel a different taste, and she enjoyed this feeling very much, which only Bachanliu and Lu Chengkong could bring. Give yourself this feeling. It's just that these 10 years have made you bored and want to stay with me here. It will take 10 years for my strength to fully recover. Lu Chengkong hugged his head and was overjoyed when he saw the change in Lu Chengkong's eyes. Sure enough, at present, what occupies most of his heart in Maojawali's heart is her feelings for him like a mother and a child, not for men and women. Feelings. Lu Chengkong didn't get carried away and said that he didn't get anything else. Instead, he said such a sentence, but it made Maojawali smile like a flower, and he was very satisfied and happy. Was it because he was his own child that he did not kill him until now? That's what Uno Hanalai wanted. The passage of time doesn't give me any feeling, it's the same wherever I go, and it's not bad here. Anahakali chuckled, which was different from the black-bellied smile that usually frightened the Gote 13th Division. This smile makes people relaxed and happy, very warm and comfortable like a spring breeze. I was actually fooled by him. This luck is really good. Sophie watched the relationship between the two rapidly improve in Lu Chengkong's heart. On the other side, the Spirit King and Wang Shu, who were forcibly released from the fusion, returned to their virtual King realm and Spirit King realm and checked their heavily injured bodies. Originally, these injuries that would have taken a long time to repair by self-healing appeared in the they will definitely be very annoyed, but this time the two of them laughed in unison. Haha, Maojawali, I really want to thank you very well. Although I was beaten with scars, it has shaken the bottleneck that I have not loosened for many years. The next time we meet, I will definitely be able to reach Wang Shu. Spirit King Peak, then my strength will not be worse than yours. However, your fusion Zanpakudo ability is really troublesome. You have to find a way. Otherwise, you will have a high chance of defeat in a heads-up battle. Forget it, no matter if these focus on healing breakthroughs first, you can only sacrifice some Wang Zujin in order to be faster. A member of Wei Team 0. Soon both of them each greeted some members of Team 0, Wang Shu's guards, who are older and have been around for a very long time. They are about to reach their limit, but they still have powerful forces and have retired. They want to devour them. Accelerate the recovery of the injury, and then make a better and faster breakthrough. It seems that no world revolves around one person. Lu Chengkong and Maojawali are rare geniuses who can seize the opportunity to break through and stand up. As the world's first virtual god of death, the same qualifications are impossible to compare. The first two are worse. After all, they are the first creatures in the world. As long as they seize the opportunity, they can also make progress and breakthroughs. 598 Restoration, Tianbei Kusup debuts. When the sun goes down to the west, the boundary world is really a wonderful space. Even the stars similar to the sun can shine here. Looking at this beautiful sunset, a man and a woman are sitting next to each other on the branches and watching this place quietly. Beautiful, beautiful, full of memories. This man and woman are Lu Chengkong and Maojawali. At this time, they have spent 10 years here. In 10 years, Maujawali fully recovered from the injury and then Li really reached a quasi-spiritual state. The realm is only one step away from becoming a true spiritual void, and Lu Qingkong has also completely recovered his strength, and then he has made great progress. At this time, Lu Qingkong dared to let go of Kuangyan. Even if Wang Shu and King Ling came back again, he was sure to repel them. Of course, the premise was that their strength was still the same as before, otherwise he would not know. After spending 10 years here, the relationship between the two has grown by leaps and bounds. First of all, they have a deeper and deeper mother-son relationship as the foundation. 10 years have made their relationship progress by leaps and bounds. At least it has reached the point where Feijin does not marry, and Maujawali has basically adapted to Lu Qingkong's sweethearts and even often fights back against Lu Qingkong with a black belly smile to let Lu Qingkong. Sophie Marceau snickered in her heart. It's time to leave after 10 years. Lu Qingkong looked at everything he was familiar with. Although he had watched it countless times, the life of Hijawali here was still very unforgettable to him. Now that Vivi is a little reluctant to leave, on the other side, the flower is not much better. Obviously, she has completely accepted this relationship, which can be called a bad relationship, and has completely adapted to being both a wife and a mother. It is not as difficult as she imagined, but it seems very natural. It really comes naturally. Yeah, I didn't expect that I would have a little nostalgia for this place. Although life here is simple, it is not boring at all, but unfortunately, it is impossible to stay here forever. Don't worry. Maujawali is not the kind of person who can sell everything when she has a husband. She has her own restraint, her own goals, and her own independent ideas. Lu Qingkong's status is rising straight up in her heart. Yes, but it doesn't mean that she doesn't love Bachenliu anymore. On the contrary, it's because of Lu Qingkong's relationship. The relationship between the three of them has pierced almost the last layer of film, and the intimacy has gone further to the point where there is nothing to talk about. Therefore, Maujawali loves Bachenliu even more than before, as if it were his own life. And even many mothers and daughters who have a good relationship with each other are not as good as Maujawali and Yachenliu. However, such a scene can be remembered after leaving her behind. Maujawali gently waved the zanpakudo, and a mirror object appeared out of thin air, facing the setting sun, the sunset, and the giant forest tree below, etc. The scene shone with light. Immediately, a picture appeared in the almost transparent mirror, which was a miniature version of everything here. There were two people standing inside. It was the reduced Lu Qingkong and Maujawali. With a warm and sweet smile, it goes without saying that this kind of ability is also one of the Zanpakudo abilities of the Uno Hana Ritsukai. Let's go. Lu Qingkong smiled, opened his black accent, and Maujawali directly returned to the Soul realm, and soon returned to Lu Mansion, and at Lu Qingkong's request, Maujawali also smiled. Nodding his head, he promised to go back and clean up tonight and move to Lu Mansion. Lu Qingkong couldn't help but cheer for a while. You must know that in the past 10 years, Lu Qingkong has not touched her body without her permission because otherwise Maujawali was uncomfortable. Now that Maujawali has agreed to his request, it does not mean that he is tonight. But he can do whatever he wants. 10 years of hard work finally got a perfect harvest tonight, can he not be excited? Ha ha. Maujawali looked at Lu Qingkong's excited look, and was proud in his heart, but also very sweet as if he had eaten candy. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but smile. After 10 years of getting along, she still has her own understanding, but she knows that Lu Qingkong is not so excited about Lu Qingkong except for Bachenliu. It is precisely because of Mao Jihuli's relapse that Lu Qingkong no longer suppressed his feelings for the girls. With Mao Jihuli taking the lead, Lu Qingkong has suppressed his feelings for the girls Yi and the girls for a long time. He was hiding and letting it erupt. So now Lu Qingkong no longer had pure desire and love for his wife, but a true erotic love of all three. Godmother has done it, so the rest of the beauties I like are not far away. The hardest part was completed so early. It seems to work harder, but the godmother is here. It's good to have a godmother in Yongyan. It's resolved, and Nyan Dream is also eaten later. Lu Chengkong saw Ujawali leave. He immediately showed a cocky and smug smile. If Ujawali saw that this guy who made him happy and sweet just now left, he would immediately think about other things. The woman even planned to let Ujawa help him, wondering if he would slash through. After sorting out his thoughts, Lu Chengkong immediately entered the Lu residence. Of course, the girls cheered. At the same time, they were shy. Desire today, he has to completely satisfy everything he says, otherwise he will feel sorry for himself. Turning the clouds and turning the rain, of course, needless to say, the absurdity of Lu Chengkong and the first-class women of Sifengyuan did not completely stop until the afternoon of the next day, but Lu Chengkong also knew that he was in the middle of the night. No one from Wang Shu's guards or the Zero Squad came during the time they left. It should be because of the failure of the previous few times and the reason that both Ling Wang and Wang Shu were seriously injured and had no time to take care of them. They were also considered lucky. Otherwise, let their spiritual pressure become his supplement to enhance the strength of the girls. As for Lu Chengkong, forget it. Even if his current strength is Maojawali, he would not dare to underestimate his current strength. No one except Fei and Maojawali knows that Wang Shu's guards and the members of the Zero Squad are generally not swallowed up by themselves, so it is better to improve the strength of the girls. What Lu Chengkong didn't think about was that although he had been in the world for 10 years, a very short time had passed in the outside world. He didn't have 6 days, plus the time he spent in the virtual circle to find Maojawali. 1 month is not enough, but a major event has happened in the Soul Society. That is the original book that replaced Kuchiki Byakuya's late father and became the captain of the expedition team. In order to get revenge, Tianbei Miyasuke got the taper sword. At this time, because of his own reasons, his strength in the soul world was not only not because of the 3 Aizen. When Mako and the others returned and became stronger after leaving, he was summoned back by old man Yamamoto. Obviously, it was used as a hidden power, because after returning, he did not have the captain of the 13th Division of Godu, because the captain's position was also full. How could it be possible to be the captain to play the role of a hidden hole card, and finally he became the leader. The earliest Deadwood Shanghai was in the first team. The captain of a special unit in the first team, except for the old man Yamamoto, he is the biggest in the first team. Even the captain of the 11th team Zhang is far less than him, and the captain of the general guardian of the 13th team. Possessed status power is almost the same. Otherwise, the original Shanghai would not be framed when he took this position. In addition to the threat of Muramasa, the power of this position is no different from that of a general captain. He had too much power before he was framed. From this, it can be seen that getting out of this position is not easy. 599 Taper Yaodao debut. Is Tianbei Shusuke? So, the Taper Yaodao will also appear. Speaking of which, this kid is rarely a truly upright guy, but how many people can stay awake under the anger of hatred? Just understand everything. Afterwards, setting fire to self-immolation. Such a feat. In the 13th division of the Gotei, there are several gods of death that can do it. Lu Chengkong recalled the plot of the Taper Yaodao. Although he did not remember most of them, they were all trivial matters. It was enough to remember those major events. Perhaps Lu Chengkong was worthy of his attention now. Only Wang Shu and Ling Wang. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but Lu Chengkong had a very bad hunch, that the next time they met, King Ling and Wang Shu would only get stronger and not stand still or weaken. By the way, let's take a look at Orihime and Longwei. Speaking of which, I promise to bring her here. If you don't get used to it, I will have to erase your memory and throw you back to the world. Lu Chengkong suddenly thought of Longwei. His mind moved, and he disappeared in a blink of an eye, completely ignoring the shrill whistling sound of his body piercing through the air because of his excessive speed, and it didn't take Lu Chengkong a few seconds. Has come to the 4th team. After sensing the spiritual pressure of the two of them, Lu Chengkong walked directly over and looked at the 2 women in the Death Tyrant outfit. Lu Chengkong found that the loose Death Tyrant outfit still couldn't hide Orihime Inoe's plump. Longwei was originally a tall woman with good physical flexibility and skin elasticity after long-term training in martial arts. It's a pity that compared with Inoue Orihime, there is of course a bit of a gap, and when the two stand together, there is a feeling that Inoue Orihime is a red flower, and Longwei is an Orihime who is going to be set off by green leaves. Ah, Teacher Changkong, you're here. Inoue Orihime shouted in surprise when she saw the person coming, and immediately thought that Longwei was still by her side. Her face flushed, and she didn't dare to say anything more. Come and see you. It's true that both of you were brought to the soul world by me. It's good to see if you're doing well. If it's not good, I'll send you back to reality. Lu Chengkong didn't care about the change in Inoue Orihime's expression. This was taken care of by herself when she was a child. After her brother was born, the sky fell and she was about to collapse. When her eyes were full of dead gray, she accompanied her and took her with her. Return. Therefore, how can Inoue Orihime's feelings for her be hidden from him? It can be said that Inoue Orihime is one of the most easily captured beauties. Lu Chengkong came to the world of death, but her infatuation level can completely match that of Matsumoto Ranju, comparable to the first-class women of Sifeng Night. Ah no, I'm having a good time. Oops, I don't know what to say, but I'm having a good time here. Inoue Orihime's stupid little head thought that Lu Chengkong didn't want her anymore, and suddenly panicked. His pale face screamed tenderly, and people couldn't help but hug her in his arms and take good care and love. Okay, don't get excited, I'm just here to ask, if you're unhappy, I'll let you go back. After all, this place is out of tune with your world. Although Saranje seems to be nothing on the surface, in fact, there are many corruptions going on nearby. I deceive, thinking of resentment and hatred of your death and my death. This place is even crueler than the law of the jungle in the animal world. Not everyone can adapt to it, especially if you are all used to the life of this world. Lu Chengkong patted Inoue Orihime's little head, and the latter sighed in relief and showed a happy smile. Obviously, it was enough for Min to stay here with this man by his side. Inoue Orihime's heart was actually very simple. Yes, that's it. What about you, Longwei? Lu Chengkong turned to look at Ryazawa Arasawa, who had been silent for a while, knowing that every time he made some kissing moves with Inoue Orihime, this little girl dared to run out and ignore the difference in strength. It's strange that I'm so quiet this time, maybe it's because I didn't get used to it for a while. Of course I'm staying here. It's the same for me everywhere, and there's nothing worth lingering about in this world. And I'm not at all relieved that Orihime gave it to me, and I heard that the stronger the god of death, the longer the lifespan and the youth. Duo, this is something that many women in this world yearn for incomparably, but for me I have this opportunity, how can I go back? Aizawa Longwei smiled heartily. Longwei, who has grown long hair now, is no longer as neutral as he was when he first came. Instead, the rare little daughter's dynamic has begun to appear. That's good. Let's go, it's rare to be free today, let's go out for a walk. Lu Chengkong took Inoue Orihime's hand, the latter trembled a bit, blushed pretty, and a puff of white smoke soared, but there was no struggle, lowered his head and dared not look at Lu Chengkong, let alone his friend Longwei, and followed closely behind Lu Chengkong. It's true, Orihime, I didn't plan to stop you, so is it necessary to be so afraid? Of course you have to control your own happiness. But no matter what, as long as you are tired and unhappy, Orihime, I will always be by your side. Both of them are orphans, and they have been playing since childhood. Of course, their relationship is good. Even once again, the two of them said that they would marry the same person together when they grow up, but I don't know if it will come true now. Longwei obviously remembered these words when she was a child, and she had a rare blush when she was cheerful. Although she is as cheerful and arrogant as Konghe, she is obviously not at the same level as Konghe. After all, there is only one Konghe, and only Konghe will not be shy when he does what he loves. In the next month, Lu Chengkong will be very relaxed, and Lu Chengkong will not go to practice this month. After all, it will be of no use for him to cultivate. And he always felt that he had a good way to accompany his wife and enjoy life. This time, in addition to accompanying his wife every day, he also made a tune with Usualai, and of course he also pulled Ni, who has not been successfully defeated by his own goal. Liel waited for the girl to go shopping and have fun, but she had been playing for a full month. In this regard, whether it was Lu Chengkong's wives, Nianmeng, Randao, Nelia Lu, or even Is Naneo, who was always bickering with Lu Chengkong, did not compete with Lu Chengkong this month, but often confronted Lu Chengkong. Chengkong smiled lightly, obviously she had also been very happy this month. Of course, Lu Chengkong didn't know what the reason was during the period, maybe it was to check whether the young Moritao had fully recovered, and brought her over. Facing the other beauties around Lu Chengkong, the young Moritao returned to her innocent smile, but look, when she approached Lu Chengkong, her petite body trembled like a frightened little white rabbit, but Lu Chengkong was satisfied no matter what. It seems that Jinghua Shuiyu's influence on Hina Sentao has been completely eliminated, which is better than the original one. That young Mori Dao is much better. Of course, Lu Chengkong and the others were very happy, but the court's soul world began to experience a storm again. Although Tianbei Shusuk had a different identity, he was still a captain anyway. So he still carried out his plan as in the original book, and Hiriko Meiko helped Kurosaki Ichigo complete the blurring as early as a month ago, and then he just went back to the Soul Realm and ran over to Lu Chengkong to eat food. Tempi Pusuk, who had been preparing for a month and thought it was foolproof, started his action today. 600 Tianbei Yusuk vs Kurosaki Ichigo. Hey, it really doesn't make people worry, but it's not bad. It's also a show that makes life more exciting. This kind of real-life movie is more shocking and beautiful. Lu Chengkong held Safenjin Yaiki in his left hand, Matsumoto Ranju in his right hand, and on his shoulders sat an Yakiryu eating a lollipop. Behind him, Lisa Yahomaru and Haribel stood side by side. In addition, there is Lan Dao, Konghi and other women surrounded by such a scene. Even if the gods see it, they will be envious and jealous. Can an outdated Lu Dalu family make such a fuss? Saifeng Yuan Yi said slightly mockingly. In her opinion, the so-called four nobles are now in addition to the Saifeng Yuan family and Konghei's Zibo family. Others don't say that they are some lingering wastes who only know how to fight for power and gain but don't know that those who control all rights are power. The Shah Dalu family, whose only remaining bloodline is outdated, is just a willful little girl, of course, can't make such a disturbance. Of course, there are people behind it. This is something that old man Yamamoto has to share. Lu Chengkong thought that Tianbei Shusuke's father was old man Yamamoto's best disciple who died in his hands. He didn't believe that old man Yamamoto would let the Shah Dalu family go. The recent developments of the Shah Dalu family were obviously very clear to old man Yamamoto. It's just that he can't shoot directly, so he let him shoot the chess piece Kurosaki Ichigo prepared in the present world, and manipulate the Kurosaki Ichigo skill behind the scenes in the route he needs. After all, he is the commander-in-chief, and the eyes of thousands of death gods are focused on him. If he directly takes revenge, it will not work if he does not maintain a model image of obeying the legal rules of the Soul Society. This is the sadness of those in power. To have power does need to pay a lot of prices that he does not want. Therefore, Lu Chengkong does not want to be a person in power, but to be a supreme being with absolute power that cannot be shaken by any existence. Do whatever you want, and no one dares to touch its edge. Ryu Taiwu, can you tell me how you know this name? The old man Yamamoto looked at Tianbei embroidery in front of him, feeling a little familiar, but after thinking about it, he couldn't remember it, so he had no choice but to ask Road. Ryu Taiwu is my father's name, now do you know why I killed you? Tianbei Shusuke's mood fluctuated, and after telling the truth he knew, he immediately started, spraying out a rough the long flames shot at Yamamoto, who was unable to use the power of the Zanpakuto. It's a pity that old man Yamamoto, who has personally killed his apprentice once, really can't use his own hands to get rid of his apprentice's only bloodline left in the world, otherwise he can't use Zanpakuto with his strength, just Shunpo, by fighting, Ghost Way, Kendo can get rid of Tenbei Musuk, instead of letting him keep his resentment and fighting Kurosaki Ichigo here. I understand a little bit about you now, it's really much more interesting than watching a movie. Matsumoto Ranju licked the corner of his mouth charmingly, and cast a blank eye at Lu Chengkong, who was standing in a nearby high-rise building. Looking at the battle between Tianbei Amusuk and Kurosaki Ichigo, who came to me from the top, is really not comparable to watching movies or watching anime. The two people below are really pitiful. They beat you to the death there. In your eyes, it's just watching a movie. Siphon Yuan Yi said. Unhappily, it's a pity that she herself is like a woman watching a movie in a movie theater and watching the climax of the fight. Her eyes are shining, obviously she also likes this kind of real-life movie. What do you think, Lisa? Matsumoto Ranku directly ignored Shifenjin Yoichi, a woman with a different heart, and turned to ask Lisa Yazumaru, who was standing behind boredly flipping through a female swimsuit idol magazine. It is worth mentioning that after knowing that Lu Chengkong didn't care about her own interests, Lisa Yahomaru did not give up her interest in reading female idol swimwear magazines, but of course she had the greatest interest in reading Lu Chengkong's body, and she had to study it every night. Several times, Yi and other women in Sifengyuan thought that someone was crazier than them. What's so beautiful, even if Bai comes, it won't take much time to clean up the following two guys, let alone you guys. But husband, you're so true, you actually turned Bai into a phantom and didn't talk to me in advance. Tell me, what if the white change doesn't come back? Liza Yahomaru folded her hands together and directly destroyed the magazine she had already read, and then there was a burst of coquettish anger. The attitude of this little girl who is very rare in a cold and beautiful beauty made her even more beautiful. You still can't believe your husband's ability. My eyesight is still good. Lu Chengkong took Liza Yazumaru in his arms and tasted her seductive little mouth for a while Liza Yazumaru was indifferent. There is no resistance, there is a faint blush and a smile on his face, and Lu Chengkong is allowed to taste his own beauty. It can be said that he has dedicated his best side to Lu Chengkong. If Ais Naneo is here, he will definitely say Lu Chengkong again. It's a big pervert regardless of the occasion. Look, the little mask has appeared. Yachinliu, who was sitting on his shoulder, stretched out his pink and scallion-like fingers and pointed downward. Sure enough, even Lu Chengkong and Yazumaru Lisa, who were kissing passionately, also looked over. Of course, the little mask that Yakian Ryu mentioned was of course Ichigo Kurosaki's blurring. Sure enough, is this the legendary blur? Tianbei embroidered a smile on his face. After he figured out Kurosaki Ichigo's ability, he didn't hold back and was not surprised. Ichigo Kurosaki, Cha Yan Longya. Tianbei Shusuk shouted that anyone who blocked his revenge would die, and the taper sword was raised to the extreme, trying to reduce the power of Kurosaki Ichigo to the weakest. It's a pity that now Kurosaki Ichigo is using all the power of Shiro Ichigo, so it is not affected at all. The black curved crescent moon Tianchang directly blocks all the flames sprayed out from under his feet, although it does not. Said to be unscathed, but he didn't suffer any major injuries, just a little scratched. I see, is that how you blocked my Che Yanlongya just now? Tianbei Shusuk could see clearly this time, and controlled the black crescent moon to form a 360-degree circular slash. Yes, it's a pity that I'm not fully proficient yet, but next time I will be able to completely block your attack. Kurosaki Ichigo's mask is only a few left at this time, and he can still keep the blurring completely inside his body. Baiyihu didn't want to be abused innocently, so he secretly shot. Who made him accidentally hit by the outburst of Kurosaki Ichigo? Although Shiro Ichigo is very arrogant, he only knows how to destroy and kill battles, but he is a man of his word. This is his only advantage. At least when he admitted that Ichigo Kurosaki was the king, he would not interfere with Ichigo Kurosaki. One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 601 to 620. 601 You can't die with me. Really, it's a pity that you don't have a next time, Raging Flame Dragon Tooth. Tianbei Shouju sneered, and a burst of flame burst out from the shield-shaped opening at the upper end of the thunder fire karma in his hand. Followed by a raging fire. I saw Tianbei Shusuk roared, stepping on Shunbu and rushing towards Kurosaki Ichigo with an indomitable ferocity. The hard ground under his feet had been pulled out by a gap, obviously he was planning to win the game with one blow. Crescent Moon Sky Chong. Kurosaki Ichigo also had the same plan. He knew very well that his avatar wouldn't last long, and his mask was about to fall, so he learned to avatar, and soon he cast the original masked army to help him. The virtual extension training is just that he simply learned to become virtual, and he can't repair the mask at all, at least he can't do it now. It is very difficult for him to even keep the last small mask. Although he doesn't want to admit it, he also knows that he can still be in a virtual state. The reason why Baiyihu in the body is shooting, so he sees Tianbei Shusuke's plan to hit points. He was so happy to win or lose. That caused the air to be burned so that Vivi Twisted covered the body of Leihui Yanwan, and with the continuous spiritual pressure installation of Tianbei embroidery, it became more and more vigorous. Boom! With a huge impact, the black crescent moon and the yellow-red flames raged directly on one side of this piece of land, directly blowing up smoke and dust in the sky, and at the same time, the ground underfoot shattered into countless fast stone slabs. A circle, the air waves of the circle swayed out in all directions. It was at the same time that some Shinigami captains of the Gotei 13 division, such as Hitsugaya, Yukataki Shiruro Kiraku Chunsui, and other Shinigami also arrived. The outcome was also decided at this time. Kurosaki Ichigo's last mask was pierced, and he directly exited the virtual state. At this time, he could no longer use the power of the Zanpakuto and suffered serious injuries. Bankai State because there is no extra Reiatsu support, and at the same time has suffered a relatively serious injury. Of course, because there is no Reiki, the pressure was maintained, and the lightsaber of the taper Yaodao disappeared, leaving only the wounded Black Claws. It's not over yet, the revenge of killing my father, damn you Onlujai. But when he saw the figure of the old man Yamamoto, with the hatred in his heart, he suddenly stood up and staggered towards the old man Yamamoto. Originally, he could dodge, but he didn't dodge, and even made the other Death God captains not allowed to shoot, letting Tien Beisho stab him with the Zanpakuto. Seeing that his Zanpakuto successfully pierced his enemy for many years, he couldn't help showing a smug, relaxed smile. Even if he died, it didn't matter, at least he had already avenged it. But soon he was in pain. Shuru Yukataki replaced the position that should belong to Yaiki in the original book, and explained, Tianbei Shisuke certainly didn't believe it at first, but his reason was there. He always felt that something was wrong, but he didn't think about it because he was blinded by the resentment in his heart. Now that Shuru Yukataki said this, he has seen the sky clear of the clouds and fog, and completely understands that this old man with such a powerful strength in front of him can kill himself even if he loses his Zanpakuto, but he doesn't shoot. Instead, he even allowed himself to stab him with a knife. It turned out to be so that he could vent the resentment in his heart, so he could be more awake, and then he could listen to Shiruro Yukataki's explanation. Looking at the high-ranking commander in front of him, Tianbei Shusuke only felt that his unconsciously, the back has been bent a little. At this time, he was no longer the captain of the Megatron side, but a poor old man who couldn't even keep his own disciple, and even wanted to kill his own disciple to free him. So that's the case. No wonder you have always said how great your teacher is, how great your teacher is. He has suffered so much and killed his apprentice with his own hands. He is unwilling, angry, and resentful to carry so many things. He can still keep it. With reason, I have not gone the wrong way, compared to me. Tianbei Shusuke recalled the words his father often said about old man Yamamoto in his ears. At this moment, he deeply understood what these words meant. Although he has only been the captain for a month, he already understands how hard it is, not to mention that everyone's eyes are on him, and he must pay attention to his words and deeds. You are ashamed. Forgive the old man. The old man is the captain, but because of this, he couldn't even save his own disciple and you. The old man is powerless. The old man Yamamoto was not angry. For the first time, he felt that he hated the position of commander-in-chief so much, first his own disciple, and then his own disciple's son. He had the strength to hug Tianbei Shusuke, but he couldn't do it. What Tianbei Shusuke did has exceeded the bottom line of the Soul realm, and it can even be said to be a rebellion. to the extent that it is no less than what Aizen and others have done. If he protects Tianbei Shouju, what will the god of death in the soul realm think? Who else would abide by the laws of the Soul Society? And Tianbei Shusuk did not have the strength of Lu Chengkong and others, so only death awaited him. Although he has only been in contact with Tianbei Shouju for a long time, he has already understood the person of this god of death. Like his father's own disciples, he is a strong person. He realizes his mistakes and will definitely use all means to remedy it. Even if you give your own life, it will not change. What are you going to do? Ichigo Kurosaki watched Tianbei Amusuk pull out his Zanpakuto and put it on the ground. A circle of fire appeared under his feet. He has his own dignity. Jingle Chunshui sighed. He and Shuru Yukitaki were the disciples of the old man Yamamoto, and they were also the brothers of Tianbei Embroidery's father. He looked at this man who could be regarded as his own nephew. How could his heart be forgiven when the god of death went to death, but unfortunately he couldn't do anything about it. Bai Fu. A ray of light with a surname bit like a giant beast on the head of Tianbei Shusuk, who was about to be surrounded by flames, causing him to fall into a coma for a moment. It also disappeared. Tianbei, you can't die without me. Lu Chengkong suddenly appeared on Tianbei Shusuke's body. Looking at this former kid, this kid also has a lot of feelings for himself, so Lu Chengkong he didn't stop him. And Tianbei Shusuk was so unscrupulous because he knew that Lu Chengkong would not stop him. 602 Lu Chengkong's edge. Speaking of which, it is quite strange. Back then, Lu Chengkong was very sharp at the Central Academy of Spiritual Arts, and he was always in the limelight. Of course, he also had many admirers, one of whom was Tianbei Embroidery. This kid knew that he was thinking hard about Benkai. After that, he actually sneaked back and got a piece of information about Renji from his father. Although it is not as precious as the Benkai materials of the four great nobles, it can only be regarded as an entry, but to countless civilians, it is a treasure-like existence, and it did help Lu Chengkong at that time a lot, saving a lot of money. Therefore, Lu Chengkong felt that he owed this fan a favor. So many years ago, he made a decision to save his life at this time. As for the father who originally wanted to save Tianbei Shusuk, it was a pity that he had already defected at that time, and he could not do anything at all. And it was too late when he found out that Tianbei Shou helped his father's accident, so he could only put the favor on him and return it to him. It's you. Because Lu Chengkong controlled his strength, Tianbei Shouju quickly came to his senses. Looking at this person who he admired so much, he didn't know what to say. Even if he grew up a person whom he admires very much. It's a pity that he didn't know what to say for a while. After all, he is now the public enemy of the Soul Society. He really doesn't want people to know that he is the idol of Lu Chengkong in front of him. Obviously, he didn't want to let some people in the Soul Society have bad views on Lu Chengkong to affect Lu Chengkong because of his own reasons. You used to jump at me when you saw me. You are my biggest fan. Lu Chengkong chuckled, his right hand lightly touching Tianbei Shusuke's taper knife. Ah! Tianbei Shou cried out in pain, and under the surprised eyes of the captains of the death gods, once it was put on, Chengyuan couldn't take it off unless the dead taper knife actually broke layer by layer and turned into powder. Disappeared immediately. This thing is just a sideshow, it is harmful to one's own strength and is not beneficial. Lu Chengkong didn't care about the surprised eyes of the people around him, and then used a ghost method that he learned from Ujawali to heal the injury and restore the spiritual pressure at the same time. This ghost path is Maojawali's housekeeping skills in the treatment department. Of course, it was given to Lu Chengkong as a dowry. In the original work, Hana Lai, who left to find Wang Shu to fight, and the only one left behind went to the virtual circle. When he returned to the world with Kurosaki Ichigo, he used this ghost way to restore Kurosaki Ichigo to his spirit. Pressure. Lu Chengkong, who knew the inside story, of course also knew that Maojawali at the time of the original book was just an avatar of the main body, and this ghost path has the function of healing wounds in addition to restoring spiritual pressure, and it consumes very little of its own spiritual pressure. Is indeed a very powerful ghost. Does old man Yamamoto regret it? Now do you know why I refused you to be the captain since a long time ago? It's too annoying. Just be free, do what you like to do, just as well, just rely on yourself. It suits me if I like this kind of life. It's too tiring like you. Ming has enough strength to keep his disciple and his disciple's son, but because of the position of the captain, you can't do it. Lu Chengkong turned around and looked at the old man Yamamoto, who was expressionless, but a bruise flashed across his eyes, and at the same time, the whole person looked even older. Everyone in the Soul Society, listen to me. Tian Beishou helped me to save it. He is also the captain of the Special Zhou team. If anyone is not satisfied, come to me, Lu Chengkong. Lu Chengkong said. Regardless of the old man Yamamoto, he looked up to the sky and said. The voice was obviously not loud, but it spread throughout the entire Saranje. It was introduced into everyone's ears, and people were shocked like a thunderbolt, and at the same time, a terrifying spiritual pressure that changed the color of the world, Cheyenne, was over the entire Jingling court. Chengkong's wife and some targets he wants to overthrow, including the old Yamamoto Ichigo Kurosaki and all the gods of death. He only feels that his soul is about to collapse. He couldn't do it with a single finger, and at this moment Lu Chengkong's sharp edge made the entire Jingling court tremble, and no one dared to touch his edge. How am I still worthy of your admiration now? Lu Chengkong suddenly retracted his spirit pressure and smiled at Tianbei Embroidery, who had fully recovered, and looked at him with a look of admiration, just like when he was a child. I was very proud of myself. No wonder those stars liked to pretend to be so much when they were on Earth in their previous lives. You have always been the strongest in my heart. Tianbei Shusuk said what he often said when he was a child. He was right. In his opinion, the strongest person is not the captain, not his father but the man in front of him. It's just that he didn't expect that the man in front of him would dare to make such a move when he was the public enemy of the Soul Society. It moved him very much, and he was so excited that he blurted out as if he was back in his childhood. Live it well. I can help you once but not for the rest of your life. Sometimes you have to rely on yourself. Don't commit suicide. You are the last bloodline of your father left in the world. After Lu Chengkong finished speaking, as a gust of wind blew, he was still standing in front of him but suddenly disappeared. Just like when he came, no one felt how he came, and no one felt how he walked. Tianbei, it seems that your vision is really good. You have seen his achievements so early. Now he is really too strong. It has only been a long time. He is like a god in front of me. Jingle Chunshui was not angry, but was very happy. With Lu Chengkong's words and the lingering Tianbei embroidery that contained a warning, he didn't have to die. Seeing that his only son of SD, junior and younger brother, could of course he was happy that he survived. As soon as Jingle Chunsui said these words, Hitsugaya Toshiro and Kurosaki Ichigo who were once defeated by him, he lost after he became Shiro Ichigo, so they were one household anyway, had extremely heavy faces, especially Kurosaki Ichigo. He thought that he had learned to blur the strength, even if he was not comparable to those powerful death gods, he would not be too far behind. It's just that the current self is still like an ant in front of him. It's really ironic that every time he thinks he has become stronger, but when he compares with him, he realizes that he has never seen through Lu Chengkong, and the stronger he becomes, the better. I can feel his horror. This old man is really envious. The old man Yamamoto sighed in his heart and said something. In fact, his heart is not as happy as Jingle Chunshui, but so many people here are watching, he can't show it. But if you pay attention, you can still see a hint of joy deep in his eyes. 603 Nyan Dream's Strong Kiss. Really, Master Chengkong, can you really turn me into a real soul? Nianmeng looked at Lu Chengkong with a happy face and said, it has always been only when facing Landau and Lu Chengkong to play her. The expression changed, and Nianmeng, who is usually expressionless, reacted greatly. It's no wonder that although Nianmeng was brought by Lu Chengkong not long after she was born and did not suffer the tragic life of the original book, she has always had a regret in her heart, that is, she is the righteous skeleton technology and the righteous soul technology. produced from the essence. No matter how similar or even the same as the real god of death, as a researcher, she is still very aware that there is a huge gap between herself and the real god of death in the essence of the soul structure. Even the control gloves are used. It's a pity that Wanling's spirit-controlling gloves can't break up Nianmeng and return to the state of Spirit Sun. In the end, Landau guessed the conclusion after some research. It turned out that Nianmeng was worried that Nianmeng betrayed him. The control actually placed a strange restraint when constructing her soul, and that restraint had completely merged with the soul to become one. Even if Ni Yuli is resurrected, he can't lift it, and this restriction can't break her apart from making Ni Yuli's mind die, or letting Ni Yinmeng fall into the hands of other researchers. The soul also means that she cannot return to the spirit child state and reorganize. Because Nirvana Dream is created by the essence of Hei skeleton technology and righteous soul technology, it can be said that anyone who is a researcher with a little technology can make Nyan Dream reincarnate as a spiritual child, which is different from death, void, and human. The soul structure of Nyan Dream is easy to crack. In order to prevent Nyan Dream from falling into the hands of others, to break Nyan Dream and obtain such a technology, Ni Yuli only moved his hands on Nyan Dream's soul. It can be said that it is impossible for Nyan Dream to fall into anyone's hands. Let it return to the spirit child to get the technology to make her. Once Nirvana Dream, who is now doing hands and feet, disperses her soul, then her soul will disappear instantly without leaving any spiritual child, and it will dissipate directly. Therefore, the control glove can't work. For this reason Nyan Meng was secretly sad many times. But she never blamed Ni Yuli. Even if he was different, he made his own father, and he was already dead. In Nyan Meng's eyes, the lights went out, and at the moment Ni Yuli died, even if his soul was touched by her, everything had vanished. After his death, Nyan Meng has filtered out everything about Newly, and even Newly's resurrection now has nothing to do with her Nianmeng. She will not blame Newly, nor will she resent Newly, just treat it as if the past is like a smoke and it's related to Namori and forget everything. This is also what Landau taught her, and she has lived a different life from the original since she was a child. She has been exposed to different things and gained knowledge of different environments. She obviously felt that this was indeed the best choice, and she did the same. Originally, she was desperate and didn't hold any hope. Anyway, she was not bad, and it was no different from a normal death god, but it was fundamentally different. Now suddenly hearing Lu Chengkong say this is of course a gaffe, but Nianmeng can't control it. So many. Of course, if it was before, I didn't have any way, but after I made a breakthrough not long ago, I realized that a ghost way should be able to do it. Unfortunately, the repair of Inoe's instant shield and 6 flowers can only restore the protection things to the state before the destruction event occurred. Your soul is not damaged at all. Even if it is damaged, the forbidden blank is restored. Otherwise, Gui will have to wrap it up, but it is a pity that your soul is not defective or damaged, but the prohibition that accompanies your soul at the same time, forget it. Don't talk about this, let's take away the prohibition in your body first. Lu Chengkong found that she had electricity, but Nianmeng shook her head to show that she didn't care. Now she is full of hope and excitement, thinking of what Lu Chengkong said to her the night she overthrew Landau. That concerned look made her feel a little bit of joy in her heart. She didn't expect that she would make the man in front of her care so much. Ghost Dao Forbidden Technique, Forbidden Deprivation. Lu Chengkong signaled Nianmeng to relax. Don't resist. He stretched out his hand and pressed on her little head, and suddenly displayed a ghost path ranked among the forbidden techniques. From this, it can be seen that the ghost way is powerful, and it can be said that as long as the ghost way is related to the word forbidden art, it is an otherworldly existence. Not everyone can perform it. It can be said that in order to exert the full power of a forbidden ghost, one must have the strength to break the limit and reach Skrito. Of course, the old man Yamamoto who was blessed by the Spirit King is an exception. I saw that Ni Yinmeng's body was suddenly surrounded by circles of gray light, and soon as the light became stronger and stronger, the nearby Orchid Island ran over at once, but after seeing that it was Lu Chengkong, I felt relieved. With a sigh of relief, she thought that her daughter, Ni Yinmeng, would do something dangerous because of the restraint of the soul in her body, but now it seems to be all right. At the same time, she is also a little curious about what Lu Chenggong is doing. Suddenly, Ni Yinmeng cried out in pain, but remembering what Lu Chenggong had said before, and her desire to become the same as the god of death, plus her trust in the man in front of her, she clenched her silver teeth very strongly, but she never let out the second time. Screams of pain. Chop! Lu Chenggong shouted suddenly, and in an instant the light on Ni Yinmeng's body burst out, and at the same time, the gray light on her body disappeared directly, replaced by a pale face, but in the eyes, it was flickering with excitement, joy, and even slowly, maybe even weeping with joy, I actually left 2 quotes in tears. Success, but it also comes at a price. I will gradually gather the prohibition that is one with your soul from one soul to one place, and directly cut off that part of the soul, although it will not affect your soul. It doesn't have any effect, but the strength you have cultivated before, including Zanpakuto, is gone. That is to say, you are just like a soul that has just descended to the soul world. You have no power to fight chickens. This is the price of losing that part of your soul. Now you can use the glove to become a real god of death. No longer it is a life composed of the essence of the righteous skeleton technology and the righteous soul technology. However, when you became a real Shinigami, you lost your previous power, but you can rebuild the Zanpakuto, etc., and you can reawaken it. It is even stronger than the previous Zanpakuto. After all, you were not a real Shinigami before, although you still have Zanpakuto. Pakuto, but the power is definitely not as complete as the real Shinigami, and the training speed is faster than before. Lu Chenggong carefully observed Ni Yinmeng, and found that Ni Yinmeng was not at all lost. Perhaps in Ni Yinmeng's view, losing strength in exchange for such benefits is simply a great good thing, so Lu Chenggong is also completely at ease. Down. Ni Yinmeng, who was bowing her head and sobbing, suddenly raised her tearful little head, was surprised by Lu Chenggong, and suddenly hugged Lu Chenggong excitedly under Lan Dao's funny gaze. Passionate and hot, but very unfamiliar, he offered his first kiss, and accomplished a feat. He kissed Lu Chenggong forcefully. This kiss contained too many emotions, including gratitude, joy, and hilarity. And a touch of sweetness. 604-605 Confess Maojawali. Have you heard? First, the leader of Hapengu is always the same, and the 10th Division is suspected of being a traitor. The captain is missing. Later, the leader of the Beijing band was attacked by an unknown person and was seriously injured. Later, the captain of Shanghai went to dispatch. I actually found out that it is the Reiatsu of Hinarumaru, and then the Zanpakuto of Captain Hitsugaya. Do you think it will be Captain Hitsugaya? There have been several major events in Jinglingting in the past few days, which caused the death of many divisions to discuss secretly and talk about it. Lu Chenggong and Sophie, who shared previous memories and knew the original story of the death, immediately understood what it was. One thing, 2 ice wheel pills appeared. It's about time. Lu Chenggong disappeared in place with a swipe. Lu Chenggong's figure in the office of the 4th Division, but the target was not Karatsu Uno, but a blonde royal sister with the same hot body as Ranju Matsumoto. Although a pair of plump and proud people is not as good as Matsumoto Ranju and Nellie L, it definitely surpasses Inoue Orihime and Shifenjin Yoichi. However, Matsumoto Ranju is tall, plump, noble, charming and pure coexist, plus a little daughter's cuteness, plus she has recently begun to appear a kind of graceful and luxurious atmosphere only on the body of Ujawali, giving people a kind of charming to the extreme, but not generous and upright. But the blonde royal sister in front of her is taller than Matsumoto Ranju, who is 172 centimeters, but the woman in front of her is obviously more than 1.8 meters tall, and although her figure is hot, it makes people fascinated. She has big breasts and buttocks, but her first impression is not her appearance and figure, but the holy, noble, solemn and inviolable feeling on her body. Lu Chenggong felt this when he saw her. A familiar breath made him spit out 3 words, Khalifa. Who is Khalifa? The royal lady in front of her, who is full of holiness like a saint of light, looked at the man in front of her strangely, feeling the terrifying sense of oppression hidden in him, so she didn't dare to be presumptuous, but when she heard that the man in front of her called herself Khalifa, she still asked in confusion, "That's not her name." "It's nothing, it's just that your bright, holy, saintly-like temperament is very similar to one of my wife, and she also exudes this kind of aura." Lu Chengkong didn't lie. Although Khalifa finally replaced the fruit of nothingness, the fruit of light had taken root in her soul for a long time. The temperament she cultivated not only did not disappear with the fruit of light, but after eating the fruit of nothingness, a faint, mysterious aura appeared on her body, and the holy and solemn aura on her body combined to make Khalifa even more beautiful. And the royal sister in front of her actually gave her the same feeling as Khalifa, but it was a little less mysterious and indifferent, and more solemn and majestic. "You don't see the beautiful young lady saying that, do you?" Maoji Walai's voice suddenly came from Lu Chengkong's hand. The blonde royal sister's face changed slightly after hearing the words. Her eyes were full of respect and admiration towards Maoji. Walai half knelt down. Her actions immediately made Lu Chengkong understand her identity. Although she didn't know her name, she was definitely a member of Team Zero, and not a member of Team Zero who was loyal to King Spirit, but a member who was loyal to Ujawali. "Why, look." Lu Chengkong stretched out his hand and motioned Maojawali to put his mind into the ring. Riveting Chengkong released the restriction on the ring that only he could see, Maojawali. Lu Chengkong gave Lu Chengkong a blank look, and then curiously probed TSS with his mind. What surprised her was that inside the ring was a space the size of at least half a city that could be called a paradise, and inside there were many sleeping beauties squinting and sleeping. Soon she saw Khalifa, one of the blonde beauties. Although she was asleep, her invisible breath was very similar to the blonde royal sister in front of her. "Forget it, you didn't lie to me this time, but what's the matter with them?" Mao Zihua nodded with satisfaction. White eyes stared over. "There is no need for me to hide now. In fact, I am not a person from this world. I come from another plane. In that world, I am the strongest standing at the top, fighting a creature from a different plane. In the end, before dying, a black hole-like existence was released and sucked me in, and then unexpectedly came to this plane." Quote. Lu Chengkong's words made Maojawali's expression very exciting. There were surprises, differences, curiosity, and sudden realization. It turned out that Lu Chengkong used to be the strongest in a plane, so it is no wonder that he rose like this before he came to this world. So fast, combat experience and consciousness seem to exist naturally, so it is. Could it be that the overall strength of your world is weak? Why did I see your world for the first time and found that you were no different from a soul? And Bachinliu also belongs to your world. Mao Zihua was very interested. Obviously, it was the first time she heard these topics. She was also full of curiosity and yearning for the world of other planes, but it was not so simple to travel through planes. First of all, the most basic thing is to be able to break the laws of the plane world in which it is located to achieve plane shuttle, and this level of strength can only travel to nearby planes at most. No, I only met Bachinliu after I came to this world, and it's not very weak. There are devil fruit abilities similar to Zanpakudo. There are all kinds of strange things, but of course the overall strength is not comparable to the world of Death God. At least there the space barrier is not as strong as here, so I think the powerhouses in this world are stronger than ours. As for my strength, it is because I do not belong to the creatures of this world. After coming to this world, under the influence of the rules of this plane world, all the strength of my beings who do not belong to this world will be wiped out, unless I can break it one day. The rules of this world, otherwise those forces that do not belong to this world will never be able to come back. Lu Chengkong knows that he has nothing to hide today, let alone his own strength. Just his harem army in the world of the God of Death has been able to sweep the world of the God of Death, and this is the first in the world of the God of Death to let himself an amp. Of course, Lai Lu Chengkong, the flower of Maojihua, who gave his true feelings and coveted it so much, knew all about it. Listening to what you said, I really want to go to your world and other worlds, and see all kinds of customs. Originally, I was still a little confused about the path of cultivation after Lingshu, but now hearing you say this, I suddenly realized something. breaking the rules of this world is my current cultivation goal. 606 Hikun Kiryu. Maujawali's sweet smile, anger and frown, made the blonde royal sister, who would show such a state of mind for the first time, stunned. World, the supreme existence of the spirit king realm, Maujawali. How can a mother who is as approachable as her own children, but also a wife who is coquettish and flirtatious to her husband, makes Sister Blonde you fall into a sluggish state? Stop talking about those Shanfeng years, let's talk about her, godmother. Who is she? She should be a member of Team Zero. Lu Chengkong turned the topic to the blonde royal sister in front of him. By the way, Lord Ujua, the Spirit King has locked down the Spirit King realm, and no one can enter the Spirit King realm, nor can anyone from the Spirit King realm come out of the Spirit King realm. And the King of Spirit, who didn't know what to do crazy, came back and kept summoning some retired team members who used to be Team Zero, as well as some players who had not been able to keep up with the strength after entering Team Zero were summoned, but after the summoning, the god of death all disappeared without exception, never to be seen again. Originally, he also summoned me, but I saw that the opportunity was wrong and I used it. The thing you gave me broke the Spirit King realm and escaped, and the Spirit King seemed to be unable to control his own spiritual pressure. It used to be unfathomable and unfathomable. The detected spiritual pressure was like a light bulb raging in the entire Spirit King realm for a while. After Lu Chengkong said this, the blonde royal sister immediately came back to her senses, and hurriedly reported some important things to Ujawali. It seems that the Spirit King should have some understanding after fusion injury, but in order to recover faster and have a greater chance to make breakthroughs, I think those gods of death that he summoned should have been swallowed by him to recover their injuries at the same time. Accumulate more powerful spiritual pressure to break through the high-level Spirit King in order to reach the peak of the Spirit King. Quote, Wujawali is indeed worthy of being Wujawali. After so many years as the leader of the Zero Division, how could she not understand the thoughts of this rotten guy, Spirit King? For the Spirit King, as long as he can improve his strength, no matter how shameless, no matter how dirty he is, even if he devours his own son or wife, he can make a breakthrough without changing his face. It's a pity that the Spirit King does not have a wife or son. Therefore, he can only choose those retired Shinigami who, in his opinion, are about to die and have little use value, and some members of Team Zero who have insufficient potential. Spirit King really has a thick face and a black heart, but such a person can live the most nourishing life in any world, in any era, anywhere. Lu Chengkong secretly said admiration, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with King Spirit. The world was so cruel. If Rugao couldn't be cruel to other people and be cruel to himself, it would be better to be an ordinary person and look for it honestly. An ordinary wife for a lifetime. Indeed, it was not unreasonable for the Spirit King to let the Soul realm overtake the Void Circle. Even if I wasn't there, the Soul King would have the upper hand in the battle between the Soul realm and the Void Circle. Although the Corpse Soul world is not as good as the Virtual Circle, the Corpse Soul world has a set of plans, regulations, and team disciplines that belong to its operation. These may not experience any major effects in normal times, but in the successful it can be experienced when tens of thousands of gods of death and emptiness are fighting. Mao Zihualai said in agreement that although she was not ashamed and disgusted by the person of King Ling, she did not deny the merit of killing King Zhang. Stop talking about that, let's talk about that Wang Yin. That thing can really transform time and space and even make good use of it to give the enemy a fatal blow and restore things. Lu Chengkong recalled what the original book said about Wang Yin. Introduce, if that is the case, such an awesome 13th secret treasure, the King of Souls, should be cut and used by himself. PFF'd. Who knew that Ujua burst out laughing, and as her body shook up and down, even if she could make her dick pass by, Lu Chengkong moisture became even bigger, and it was a little bit bigger than Matsumoto Ranju. The robes that were covered by the super couldn't hide it now, and a pair of huge meatballs went up and down, and there were circles of milk waves. Why are you so stupid again? What's the use of that thing? Although the hidden power is really good, beyond the general captain level, it should allow the user of the cut to have the strength of the late captain and form a small space, As for you, what are you talking about, transforming space and time, and restoring everything? Don't laugh. All that is only based on the fact that the power in the body of the king cannot be restored. When the little guy with Hiranwan was defeated and executed by Hitsugaya Toshiro, he was only around the vice captain, and his soul was not completely after the collapse. Wang Yin can of course resurrect him. If he has more strength than the captain level, even if he recovers Wang Yin, he will not have much power. As for the conversion of space and time, it is even simpler. That's just the ability to integrate the ability similar to the broken face and black cavity into the king's seal. Can't we also use the ghosts of time and space? Anyone whose strength surpassed the time and space used by any death god before the death god captain reached the limit of void and death god in the later stage is no longer comparable to Wang Yin's so-called ability to transform space and time. Of course, it is indeed a rare treasure for the general captain level, but if you look at any death god in the spirit king realm, this is just a tasteless existence. Of course, the spirit king throws it away without any invitation. Let alone a god of death at our level. Ujawali's words made Lu Chengkong's face turn a little red, and he smiled awkwardly. He seemed to be really confused by the superficial resemblance. Thinking about it, if it was really that exaggerated, Sojiro, the crown of the grass, wouldn't be caught by Hitsugaya. Killed with Kurosaki Ichigo. The king seal that Niyuli said has the power of a god in a certain space, but it's just based on his strength, let alone himself. Even many of his wives can easily be beheaded with the power of the king seal. The god of death or emptiness. Thinking about this now, it is true that the captains below the peak of Captain Death or the Void King seal are indeed artifacts, and even for them it is indeed the power of a god, but it is a tasteless existence for those who have surpassed the late Captain Death. It's not a pity to abandon it. Stop talking about this. Who is this beauty? Godmother, won't you introduce me? In order to hide his embarrassment, Lu Chengkong could only turn the topic to the blonde royal sister again. I remember why you ate Orihime and the others last night, and you want to fight someone else's idea so soon. HMPH, she is one of your godmother's subordinates, even if she is in the zero team under the vice captain. Among all the team members below, Hekafuna Kiryu can also be ranked in the top 3. Quote. That's right. Hanalu and Kiryu Hazun are the 2 women who had a conversation in a secret and dark hilltop in the Soul Society. It was of course the captain of Team Zero who called Kurosaki Ikiryu a rubbish to let him live a little longer. Uno no Hanalai, as his subordinate, of course, is Kiryu Hazun. 606-607 Kissing Maojawali. Maojawali gave Lu Chengkong a wink full of electricity, which made Lu Chengkong almost couldn't help promiscuous in the daytime, but in the end he was able to control it with supreme willpower. Isn't it? She is Kiryu Hekafuna, who has only heard of the name and never met her in the original book, the god of death who made this violent woman in Hyo look up to her like a mother. But her holy, solemn and inviolable aura is really easy. It's no wonder that Hiyori admires her so much. Lu Chengkong's eyes widened as he saw that this original book had never appeared before, and even the name had appeared in a picture, but Kiryu Hazun, who was not low in popularity, said in his heart. Still staring at others, do you want me to help you as a matchmaker? Maojawali saw Lu Chengkong staring at his subordinates for a while, not only not angry, but also not jealous. He smiled and said to Lu Chengkong, only but behind her, there was a huge ghost face that only Lu Chengkong could see, which made Lu Chengkong come back to his senses immediately. Without saying a word, ignoring Hikaru Kiryu's close to collapse, Gui's gaze directly hugged Ujawali in his arms, kissed her delicate red lips, and fully tasted the fragrance of Ujawali, while the Ujawali lie but also seemed to have forgotten the existence of Hazun Kiryu and unexpectedly kissed Lu Chengkong involuntarily. The huge ghost face behind him disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. From this, it can be seen that as long as he becomes his wife and has the man he loves, even Uno Hanalai likes the man he loves to coax him. And she obviously enjoys the excitement, sweetness, and kiss brought by Lu Chengkong, who is both her godson and her husband in front of her. Let's sleep together tonight with a big quilt. Lu Chengkong looked down at Maojawali's pretty face like flowers. Her brows were full of spring, the spring emotion was surging, and her charming eyes were like silk, and she blew softly in her ear. Said in one breath, the latter did not say anything but gave Lu Chengkong a charming look. The meaning contained in it was only understood by Lu Chengkong. When Lu Chengkong left, the brows were full of spring, the spring waves filled the air, and the reddish peach cheeks disappeared in an instant, and returned to the usual old-fashioned smile. The speed of change is really scary. Obviously, she used her actual actions to show that her appearance just now will only be revealed when she is in front of Lu Chengkong. As soon as Lu Chengkong left, she was no longer a sweet smile, charming, and like the mother and wife Lu Chengkong coaxed. Instead, she was calm, maintaining a gentle smile that was eternal and unrecognizable. At the same time, she is also the arrogant girl of the sky who kills decisively, and the former leader of the Zero Team, Mao Zhawali. My subordinates didn't see anything. Hazun Kiryu obviously knew Unahakar well, and he knew what to do and what to say, otherwise she would not be the only one who was chosen as his confidant subordinate for countless years. Of course, there are also reasons for her extraordinary aptitude, good opportunities, and hard work. Captain, but this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Hibun Kiryu will be a person and do things. Even if it is an extremely subtle and dispensable little thing that she has done in the past few years after being selected by Uno Hanalai, she will spend her best efforts to complete that little thing to the best of her ability. It can be said that she is the god of death who pays the most attention to all details among the gods of death she has seen. No need, Hibun Kiryu, for the sake of your satisfaction over the years, I'll tell you, get ready, since you've been seen by him, he'll never let you go, he will also get you if he cheats, so soon you will be like me, so it doesn't matter if you see it or not. Quote. Ujawalai rubbed her head and said with a smile, but not saying her words made Hazun Kiryu shiver all over. The first words are not important, the most important thing is the last sentence, clearly saying that if it is not because of you in the future will become one of his women. Just what you saw just now is enough to make you disappear, even if it doesn't disappear, this memory will be erased. Although it is difficult and almost impossible to erase the memory of an existence that has become a god of death or a void, it is only in the eyes of ordinary people. Kiryu Hazun is very aware of the terrifying ability of this existence in front of her, which is not to her. It's not impossible, it's even just a not so difficult thing. You don't need to force yourself, and I won't force you, don't worry, I don't even bother to do this, and I believe I won't get it wrong. If he uses force or any means on you, you don't like to resist. If so, you can completely treat him as an enemy, you don't need to worry about me. And remember that what I say is the truth. Yes, my subordinates know. Although I think that what Azuki Hanariot said today is really absurd, but the absolute prestige built up over the years and her admiration for Azuki Hanariot also make she will unconditionally do as Uno Hanaritsu says. Just like Yi Yi's words made Sufeng die, Sufeng absolutely said nothing and wiped his neck without a trace of regret, sadness, some are just happy. In their opinion, they can do it for the sake of Yi Yi Maoji in their hearts. Flower, to die is a very high honor. At this rate, the big one will be around tomorrow. Sojiro Kusanagi and Toshiro Hitsugaya, they should come to the Soul realm. Hee, even just a small Wang Yin wants to destroy the Soul realm, just the old man Yamamoto is enough. You've had a drink. Lu Chengkong thought out loud in his heart, completely forgetting who was still puzzled by Wang Yin before. Strange, but now it has become so fast. It seems that it is not without reason that he and Mao Zhawali come together. Both of them said that they would change. Lord Chengkong. A sudden, timid voice came from behind Lu Chengkong, like a yellow warbler out of the valley. Looking back, it was the panting young centaur, thinking that she was chasing him just now. It is also very hard to follow. What's wrong? Lu Chengkong was very strange. Usually, this bedwetting peach was more exaggerated when it saw him than a mouse saw a cat. Why did he take the initiative to look for him today when he changed his mind? It was the sun rising from the west. I have one thing I want to ask you. Lu Chengkong dared to look at it like this, and the conditioned reflex in Naomi remembered that. A pair of magical eyes that made him remember and feared so much that he even overcame all his painful Eisen events in the past in Kyoka Shueyu's super deep hypnosis that he had forgotten and was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly. But at this moment, a trace of regret flashed in her eyes, and she immediately became very firm and her speech became very clear. The inner demon formed by the fear brought by her eyes has improved her mood qualitatively, and her strength has been improved invisibly. 607-608 Young Mori Dao's request. Such an epiphany, the improvement of mood is enviable even the current Lu Chengkong, because for Lu Chengkong Maojawali, in addition to comprehending and developing some powerful abilities to enhance combat effectiveness and breaking through between life and death, there are also the only way to increase strength. That is the same as the experience of the current young Sentao, the breakthrough of the state of mind, that is, the word epiphany. This kind of improvement is an all-round improvement, which not only makes the control of the power in the body more perfect, but even improves the quality of his own strength. To use the words in the novel of self-cultivation, it is an epiphany, soaring in the daytime. From this, we can see the benefits brought by the epiphany. The epiphany has nothing to do with aptitude or talent, it is all about the person's fortune, chance, luck and perseverance. What's the matter? Lu Chengkong looked suspiciously at the little ant who had overcome the fear of his own demon eyes, but became interested. What could make her overcome her fear and dare to face him directly? I want you to save Xiaobai. Hina Sentao did not hesitate, she was obviously ready, and even read all the information she knew about Lu Chengkong since her appearance. She was very clear about playing tricks on the man in front of her. It's an idiot's behavior to play tricks, but he prefers to be straight. So that's why I said that there is something that can help you overcome the fear brought by the magic eye. It turned out to be Toshiro Hitsugaya, and now I finally remember this, who has been silently protecting you since before. Even if you are wielding a knife, you will never change relatives. Lu Chengkong grinned Isho, and his tone was a little sarcastic, making Hinatao pale as paper. Thinking of what she had done before, she only felt that her breathing was a little painful. Unfortunately, there is a saying that it is hard to catch water. Sometimes things that have been done can't be restored to the way they were before, no matter how much you change them later. At least when watching the anime and seeing Hinamori Momo wielding a knife at Hitsugaya, although the suspicion will be relieved in the future, Lu Chengkong knows what he asked for. In fact, there is an invisible but huge crack in the past suspicion. It can be seen from watching anime, let alone what he has seen and felt in this world at this time. Although Hitsugaya Toshiro has concealed it well, Lu Chengkong can see Hitsugaya Toshiro at a glance. In the depths of Lang's eyes, there was a trace of distrust, alertness, worry, and alienation when he looked at Hina Sendao. Although Hitsugaya is still very kind to Hinamori Dao on the surface, it is only due to the previous habit and the family that grew up together when I was a child. Possibly back to the way it was before. Others may not be able to see the subtle changes between Hitsugaya Toshiro and Hinamori Dao, but as a party, he grew up with Toshiro Hatsugaya since childhood, and Hinamori Dao, who knows him best, clearly feels that Toshiro Hitsugaya is obvious to her. There was a trace of alienation, and many times, I kept a little distance from her, intentionally or unintentionally. In the past, it was like the relatives who talked about everything without any scruples. The scene has completely disappeared. For this reason, she secretly regretted it many times. In the original book, there are Matsumoto Ranju, Ais Naneo, Yakiryu, and Ni Yinming to accompany her, but now there is no one left. I want to beg you to save Xiaobai. Although she was very sad and regretful, she did not forget her purpose this time, and she would not foolishly get angry with the strongest man in the soul world in front of her, who was also her only hope. So she could only lower her head to prevent her from seeing her already red eyes. At this time, she finally fully understood the pain of Hitsugaya Toshiro at that time. It was definitely not something that she could compare to at that time. After she completely woke up, she secretly asked herself many times if she could treat herself like Xiaobai. In the end, she found that she couldn't do what Xiaobai did. Xiaobai never owed her anything, but she owed him too much. She knew that if she didn't do something, she would probably die of guilt. At this time, something happened to Hitsugaya Toshilang. She knew that the only man in front of the corpse soul who could keep Hitsugaya Toshilang safe was the man in front of him, so she immediately ran to him and even did everything she could. Why should I save him? Lu Chengkong saved Tianbei Shusuk because he was his admirer, fans, and secretly gave him a piece of information about Benkai for free when he needed help most. This kind of kindness has gone beyond the relationship between ordinary friends. Lu Chengkong has always thought that even if he is not a heinous villain, he is a villain with at least 5 evils. However, it is not his character to want to take revenge and not to repay the kindness. At least he thinks that he is definitely not a white-eyed wolf, so I will let Tianbei Embroidery help him live the life he likes and save his life within the best of his ability. Just like now, Tianbei Shoju's life is very happy now. After learning about him, countless death gods in the corpse and soul world not only did not keep a distance from him, but were moved by his actions to give everything to avenge his father. At least many gods of death in the soul world can't do this. So Tianbei Shusuke's reputation has not become a mess, but has improved compared to before. And Tianbei Embroidery is also very satisfied with his current life. His father's 2 brothers, Jingle Chunchui and Fuju Shuru, often help him. With Lu Chengkong's protection circle, he doesn't need any hiding. It can be put on the table, and although the old man Yamamoto is nothing on the surface, Tianbei Embroidery knows that this old man Yamamoto, who has always felt that he owes his father and son, often supports and guides him self-consciously or unintentionally. However, because of his identity, the old man Yamamoto did it in secret, but it also made Tianbei Amusuk very moved and happy. After losing his father, the family that he thought he would never feel again appeared again, but Hitsugaya Toshiro it seems that it has nothing to do with the previous 8 poles. It seems that he doesn't need to care about his life or death, and Lu Chengkong knows that he should be fine in the end, so he can't make a move. As for the so-called saving him because Hitsugaya is an important popular character in the original book, Lu Chengkong even scoffs. Not to mention a popular character, even if the so-called protagonist has nothing to do with him, he will not frown even if he dies miserably. Young Sendao was at a loss for words. Although she was very unhappy, her reason told her that what Lu Chengkong said was wrong. Wrong. The whole world needs help from people, the people who help, the god of death. There are too many emptiness. Is it just because he asked Lu Chengkong to help? Then Lu Chengkong is no longer Lu Chengkong, but a Red Cross relief organization. 608-609 Aventure comes, I can't stop it. Then how can Lord Chengkong help Xiaobai? Young Sentao asked in a low voice. I feel pity for that pitiful appearance, but it's a pity that Lu Chengkong directly ignored it. As long as Lu Chengkong thought about it, he would no matter how beautiful a woman is standing in front of him, he can kill him without the slightest pity, let alone a young Sendao. He doesn't need my help, he is no longer a child since he picked up the Zanpakudo, not to mention that he is already a captain, and he has already been able to take charge of himself. Good. Lu Chengkong didn't lie, he didn't need to take action in this matter at all. In the end, Toshiro Hitsugaya would be fine, at least old man Yamamoto would have avoided the crime of Toshiro Hitsugaya without saying a word after he produced the exact evidence. Now there is no so-called 46 rooms. Therefore, there is no more rigid execution plan than before, and now it is the old man Yamamoto who is in charge. As long as there is definite evidence, even the execution he has determined can be overturned. For this reason, many gods of death in the soul world are very excited. Lu Chengkong said this, but when it fell into the ears of Hina Sentao, she thought she hated her and didn't want to take action. All of a sudden, she only felt that her heart was broken and expensive, and the whole world became dark. However, when she saw that Lu Chengkong was about to turn around and leave, there was a flash of clarity and a trace of shyness in front of her eyes. Obviously she thought of something, so she chased after it until she saw it when she returned to Lu Mansion. There was no one left or right nonsense. This is the government of the strongest god of death in the soul world. Who would dare to approach it if he was too long-lived? Hina Sendao immediately rushed over and hugged Lu Chengkong directly. In fact, Lu Chenggong had been until the young Sentao followed behind him, but he didn't say anything or drive her away. He really wanted to see how far this female character he disliked the most could do, and at the same time, he was very curious about her. What exactly do you want to do? Until the moment she rushed over, a sentence appeared in Lu Chenggong's brain, dedication. When it's really an affair, I can't stop it. I beg you, save him, or he will be executed. Young Sentao sobbed. In fact, she was in a panic and didn't know what to do. After all, she was indeed a relatively simple person. The girl of, although she often quizzes and knows about men and women, but she is inexperienced after all, how can this happen? I already said that he will be fine. No matter what he said, he is the genius death god holding the strongest Zanpakuto in the ice and snow type, and he is already the captain. Old man Yamamoto will not execute him for such a trivial matter. Lu Chenggong was a little speechless. It wasn't that he didn't make a move, but that he didn't need to make a move at all. Is it necessary for him to do something repeated? Doesn't he know that he rarely lies? He had already explained it so clearly, but young Sentao still didn't believe it, so Lu Chenggong couldn't help but wonder if his reputation and prestige were so bad. No one believes anything. How did he know that this little girl, Hina Moritao, likes to get into the horns again? At first, he was fooled by Aizen and thought Ichimaru Jin was the murderer. Later, he was fooled again by Aizen's letter and thought Hitsugaya Toshiro was the murderer. Better than a cow. Once she is determined, she will go on a rampage. She is now determined to think that Lu Chenggong is unwilling to take action because of her own reasons, or that she has not paid enough price. Otherwise, as long as she calms down and thinks about it carefully, she will understand riveting Chenggong. The words are true, but unfortunately, the current Hina Moritao is completely confused. How can she be calm? Hina Sentao didn't speak anymore, and let go of Lu Chenggong with one hand. Lu Chenggong was also relieved, although he likes beautiful women to dedicate themselves, but if this beauty has a certain purpose to dedicate herself, then it will be avoided. It's a pity. He just breathed a sigh of relief. The other hand that Hina Sentao didn't put down suddenly hugged Lu Chenggong tightly, and the free jade hand actually cast a barrier. Of course it wasn't trapping Lu Chenggong, even if the barrier she released at the cost of her own life would only be as long as Lu Chenggong's VV could be shattered if he released a little spiritual pressure. Moreover, Lu Chenggong did not feel any restraint or defensiveness from this barrier. Obviously, this barrier is relatively strong to attack from the outside, and it can cover everything inside so that outsiders can't see it. It shatters with a single blow. The next moment, Hina Sentao seemed to have no worries. Although her movements were shy and unfamiliar, she actually took off her Death Tyrant outfit, revealing a petite but not exquisite and sensual body, with bumps and bumps, where it should be convex. It already has a certain scale, and the concave place will never bulge out a little bit. The figure is still quite good, at least very well proportioned, and there is no asymmetry at all. After all, Hina Moritao is the deputy captain of the God of Death. She handles a lot of documents every day, plus she has seen so many different kinds of gods of death, and after experiencing Aizen, she also knows a little bit about how to deal with people. Of course, I also know that if a person asks for many times to ask the other party to refuse, then re-exit will make the other party impatient or even more disgusted. Now she is desperate. She hopes that after devoting herself, she will not ask this man to be so good to herself and his wives, but only that he can fulfill his requirements in the name of his devotion. Then she will wholeheartedly to serve this man. She didn't have any conditions and bargained, because she knew that she didn't have the qualifications or the bargaining chip to negotiate with Lu Chenggong. Hina Sentao used her trembling hands to undo Lu Chenggong's pants, as if she was afraid that Lu Chenggong would break away from her and leave. Although her hands were trembling, her movements were fast. Her appearance is very confident, very cute, well-behaved and moving, but she has seen many of Lu Chenggong's wives. Not to mention appearance, just the body of a random wife makes her a little inferior. Even Feijun is a little plumper than her, and she has nothing to be proud of, so she doesn't want to give Lu Chenggong a chance to slip away directly. Speed as fast as lightning, he directly held Lu Chenggong's giant dragon. The hot and fiery breath that rushed towards her face was completely different from what he had heard in the book and what he had heard, so she couldn't help but think, it's so big, no wonder he has so many wives, how can a woman so big be able to bear it? But she also knew that now was not the time to think wildly. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, opened her small mouth as wide as possible, and swallowed the top of the giant dragon, but it was a pity that she opened it as wide as possible. However, the top end was forced into the race, but even so, her cheeks were completely bulged, it was very difficult to breathe, and the small mouth was completely filled. 609, 610 Young Mori Dao, Yi pushes back one after another. I can do it. Hina Sentao kept cheering herself up. Her bulging pretty face didn't know whether she was being held back or it was too embarrassing to do such a thing. Her face was as pink, and her face became hot. However, she still resisted the uncomfortable feeling and continued to fuck up, trying to swallow the innermost every time. Although it was very hard and couldn't breathe at all, she still persevered. This kind of deep throat and the object she faced was still it is even more difficult for a dragon like Lu Chengkong, which has exceeded the limits of all human beings. Among Lu Chengkong's wives, there are not many wives who can maintain a deep throat for a long time. If you count them, there are only Yuichi, Ranju, Haribel, Kurosaki Masaki, Yahomaru Liza, and Uno Hanaritsu. All of these can be done for a long time, but the only ones who really make Lu Chengkong cool to the extreme and enhance the power of deep throat to the extreme are Lu Anju, Maoji Walai and Yi San Nu. What surprised Lu Chengkong even more was that he spent a lot of effort to get Maojiwali to do this kind of thing. The first time Maojiwali made the first movement was a sparse and green direct deep throat. It seems like she was born with it, or it may be her secondary occupation as a doctor. She knows Lu Chengkong's body very well and knows what to do to make Lu Chengkong enjoy the greatest pleasure, and she also knows that Lu Chengkong intends to make her the manager of the harem. The peony flowers in the harem, Matsumoto Ranju, are getting closer and closer to her. The blonde cow, Yuji, is the assistant, and she is responsible for the top when Ujiwali is not available. Therefore, Maoji Huali leads by example in everything he does, and is better than all women in everything. With his countless years of experience, Maoji Walai can convince the arrogant warriors in Lu Chengkong's harem without much effort. Matsumoto Renku and other women's recognition and heart Lati take tea. Now Hina Sentao, a petite and slender little auntie, has acted like Maojiwali from the beginning, and she has really succeeded. It seems that her determination is really big, although she couldn't get along with Mao the first time. The first time Jiwali brought him that kind of extreme pleasure. Both technique and control are far behind. Ujiwali has practiced and learned skills on Lu Chengkong at an astonishing speed. With her understanding of the body, she has made rapid progress and knows which place is the best and when to touch that place. While Hinamori Dao is rampant, it is really the same as her current person. But that's exactly what happened. Her petite and exquisite body, her face as delicate and beautiful as a loli, and her pure, youthful and moving temperament made Lu Chengkong enjoy a different kind of excitement. However, sometimes manpower is really exhausted. Facing Lu Chengkong's giant dragon, Xiao Sentao's small mouth is completely numb and unconscious. Lu Chengkong's giant dragon has nothing to explode except for even more huge heat. In addition to making Hinamori Dao shy, this kind of situation is more admirable and amazed. Her hearsay and some books describe a powerful man as the limit for an hour, but she has been deep-throating for almost 40 minutes just now. This man is more enjoyable and signaled that he should continue to ignore him. There is a tendency to explode. It's no wonder that so many women of him live in peace and won't compete for favor. It's too perverted, but no matter what, he has to continue. His mouth can't work. Don't he have no other place? Young Sendao is actually on the egg with Lu Chengkong. She doesn't believe that Lu Chengkong is really as powerful as his strength is so terrifying in this aspect. She doesn't believe that there is such a perfect man in the world. It has to be said that even if a woman is a female death god, it is indeed a very wonderful existence. The speed of thinking of any woman is definitely the top male genius in the world and can't keep up. Young Sendao's face was blushing, her eyes were already watery, she supported Lu Chengkong's giant dragon facing her delicate and narrow peach blossom garden without a trace of fear, and she looked completely different from her usual timid appearance. Relaxed her body, sitting down suddenly, Hina Sentao only felt that her body seemed to be penetrated by herself, and a trace of delicate red dripped on the sheets. Well, it hurts. And while staying awake, she knew that she couldn't stop and couldn't make the man in front of her dissatisfied. The wounds and the pain were unlearned and twisted up and down his waist up and down. The scene of the picture of the phoenix falling again began to ignite in the enchantment. The two of them can turn the clouds over the rain, and the repeated battles are not enough for outsiders. At the same time, he didn't notice the passage of time at all, until Hina Moridao let out a high-pitched coquettish cry again. His eyes darkened, and he fell asleep. What is this? I said that nothing would happen and she didn't believe it. She just wanted to dedicate herself. Now I don't even know if I should make a move. Forget it, I'll make a move at that time. Lu Chengkong sighed, looking like he was getting a bargain and being a good boy, but when he saw this guy in his arms being hugged by him, he didn't let him take the initiative from the very beginning. He was also very surprised that Hinamori Momo, who couldn't bear it until he fell asleep, stopped. It seems that I have underestimated her before. Although it is not a good thing to be a bull's eye, her spirit is really admirable. If her spirit is used to improve her strength, it will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Helping her with the clothes on the bed, after calling Feijun, he motioned her to take care of the young Sentao. After Lu Chengkong's spiritual power, even Feijun, who needed the most to live for a few years, now has the power of the god of death. Without Shikai, but also awakening Zanpakuto, it would be trivial to hold Hygiena with her current strength. Hey, where did you get a beautiful girl? Isn't this Hina Moridao? I remember you didn't seem to like her very much before. Why is it again? Saifeng Yuan Yi suddenly appeared beside Lu Chengkong, and she said coquettishly in Lu Chengkong's arms with a look of incomparable laziness. Lu Chengkong smiled bitterly. Huang Tian definitely didn't take the initiative to provoke others this time. He never took the initiative from beginning to end, so Lu Chengkong could only explain it with a wry smile. Saifeng Yuan Yi listened with a very expressive expression. It's wonderful, especially when I heard Lu Chengkong's last sentence of devotion. An affair came, and after being unable to stop it, she immediately transformed into a wild little female cat that no one could tame except Lu Chengkong and rushed to Lu Chengkong. He actually entered the barrier left by Hina Sentao just now, with the sound of the clothes falling off, when Saifeng Yuan Yi's mellow and sweet moan sounded like a little female cat's. Time. The new battle on the bed actually started again. It seemed that Lu Chengkong could still be messing around without doing anything at night. It was very unpleasant, so she wanted to have a good time on her own first, and at the same time drained Lu Chengkong's energy. To see if he dares to be so arrogant, proud, pretending to be 13. 610, 611 Two ice wheel pills appear. Boom. What's the matter? Kurosaki Ichigo after Benkai felt a reiatsu radiating from the soul realm, but it was fewer than those of the usual captain, and he couldn't help it. Said. I don't know either. It should have been an accident at Sarote. Now Rukia has been accompanying her sister in Lu Mansion. Where will she come to life? And no one in the Soul Society dares to order Rukia. So many times the scene where Rukia should have appeared did not appear. For example, it is not Rukia who is beside Kurosaki Ichigo, but Chato Taihu and Ishida Yulong. You are right, the action of Lord Grasscrown and Hitsugaya Dongshilang has already begun, and the King's seal is about to be cut open. You are absolutely not allowed to influence Lord Grasscrown's plan, Shu Kyun. They are all broken faces bathed by the power of the King's seal, and their ability to summon a large group of low-level virtual circles in the virtual circle is simply effortless. Although these low-level virtual powers are weak, they are better than a steady stream of numbers. To make up for it, it is the best choice to consume the great void of the god of death and Achukas below the captain level. On the other side, Sojiro Kusanagi has already joined forces with Hitsugaya Toshiro to use the power of Wang Yin to come to the mountain behind the first team office. For the first time, Hitsugaya Toshiro, who saw only Wang Yin's power to transform this space, was shocked. Obviously, with his current strength, he is not enough to use the ghostly forbidden techniques of space and time, otherwise he would not feel that there is anything great. This is the power of the King's Seal. The power of the King's Seal is an object that can transform time and space and even make good use of it to give the enemy a fatal blow and restore things. The Grass Crown took out the King's Seal and explained to Hitsugaya Toshiro. At least this moment he did not hate Hitsugaya Toshiro, and even signaled that Benkai's Toshiro could get the power of the King's Seal. It can be said that he really will. Hitsugaya Toshiro regarded him as his best friend with confidence, knowing that everything he is now depends on Wang Yin. Giving the power of Wang Yin to Toshiro is no less than giving his life to him. Unfortunately, Toshiro has already decided the path he wants to take from the very beginning, and this path is equal to himself for Kaoguan. The betrayal of the most cherished friendship, the only people he believed in betrayed him, so his original book was so angry. But this time is obviously not the time when Hitsugaya Toshilang is surprised, and there is no time to surprise him, because Madaramu, Ayasagawa Yukin, and some vice captains have already rushed over and surrounded the two, and even Madaramu is already in the corner. Immediately shot, but was blocked by Hitsugaya Toshiro. Soon, a large number of death gods and the army had arrived, and of course the broken bees who ruled the army also arrived, but they were blocked by Kurosaki Ichigo, Chadu Taihu and others who brought Renji Asanjing to the world. Now, Broby, who doesn't want to waste time in pursuit of one-hit kill, doesn't want to say anything, and even plans to use Shikai to deal with those who block him. Wait a minute. An old but full of air and majestic voice sounded from the back, and a large number of death gods and the army who appeared in the word length basically knelt down. Obviously, this old man's prestige is very high. Of course, the captain is not needed. It's just that the captain, including the deputy captain, basically knelt down. Sojiro Erika Guan, you are not dead. It seems that Wang Yin gave you a second life and transferred you to the virtual circle. The person who came was the old man Yamamoto. This time he had to come out. Although he didn't take Wang Yin seriously, it was something of the royal family after all. It is simply an offense to His Majesty, and more importantly, Wang Yin's ability to transfer space is tricky. Shot. If the person with the King's Seal wants to escape, it will be difficult to kill him, so the old man Yamamoto came here to be prepared. Chie, otherwise he will leave Sojiro Kusanagi to the other captains, Death, to solve it. Drink. Suddenly, Hitsugaya Toshiro pulled out his Zanpakuto and slashed at Sojiro, but the Sojiro who was bathed by Wang Yin at this time was only stronger or weaker than Hitsugaya Toshiro without Bankai. After being attacked, he easily blocked Hitsugaya Toshiro's Zanpakuto, and even had a backhand strike that pushed Hitsugaya Toshiro several steps away. It's strange, didn't Hitsugaya Toshiro betray Gotei's 13th division? How could he attack the Grass Crown? Kasuamura Zojin said suspiciously, but Jing, who quickly came over with the help of Yukitaki Shiruro, came over. La Chunshui has already told the truth of the matter. In addition, Hitsugaya Toshiro's words that Grass Crown was an idiot made countless death gods understand what was going on. In fact, the most tragic thing from the beginning to the end was the Grass Crown, and the tragedy of this incident was the 46 who had already died. A stupid so-called nobleman who can't do civil or military affairs like she, with such a short-sightedness, he would kill one because there can't be two identical ice wheel pills, and kill the owner of the strongest Zanpakuto in the ice and snow type. Lose. You're going to kill me, are you really going to kill me again? Sojiro Kusaka looked at Hitsugaya Toshiro in disbelief. He trusted him so much that he didn't hesitate to hand over the power of Wang Yin to him. Open the King's Seal, then whose power belongs to the King's Seal? However, Hitsugaya Toshiro still had to treat himself like this, which made his already full of hatred Name almost lost his mind because of the stimulation of anger. Directly use the ice ball that he didn't have Bankai to cut open the King's Seal. Since it wasn't Bankai's power, the power of the King's Seal was only 80%. But even so, his strength soared to the peak of the late captain in an instant, and he was only half a step away from reaching the peak before breaking the limit of Shuan death, that is, the strength of Aizen when he left the Soul Realm, but it is precisely because of the use of Wang Yin that even if he does not die this time, he has no chance in this life. I'm sorry Kusanagi, Hitsugaya Toshiro shouted in his heart, but he had no choice. He already knew that Sojiro Kusanagi was not simply seeking revenge for the Soul Society, but also to rule the Soul Society. Such an ambition without enough strength to support it will definitely fail or even die miserably. It is better to die happily in your own hands than in the hands of others, even if Sojiro Kusanagi hates himself. Please. After cutting the king's seal, a yellow spiritual pressure burst out from the grass crown, and circles of yellow light with characters spread out, slowly forming a spherical space that looked like an asteroid, killing all the people nearby. They were all wrapped in, and at the same time Sojiro Kusaka turned into a huge humanoid ice dragon with a pair of wings covered in ice block. 611-612 candidate for captain. What is this? Tiger Toruyuyan exclaimed as he looked at the expanding hemisphere, and the nearby buildings were constantly being swallowed up. Mao Zhawali was too lazy to explain, she was too lazy to take a look at such a thing. After she and Lu Chengkong combined, she didn't want to be the captain of the 4th Division to pass the day like before, so that she would not be so bored and free. Look for it. There are some things to do, but there is no need for it now, so she doesn't want to come here. She has long planned to resign, and today she planned to leave the 4th team and not come here. However, after thinking about what Lu Chengkong asked about Wang Yin before, and she knew very well that after cutting the Wang Yin, she would definitely continue to devour the outside world, although it was not Benkai who cut the Wang Yin, and the grass crown could not control the Wang Yin power, but it is precisely because of this that the space formed by the king's seal after the grass crown cuts open the king's seal continues to devour the outside world, and will soon approach Lu Chengkong's Lu residence, when Lu Chengkong will definitely take action. That said, Lu Chengkong will also come here. Now she is too lazy to take care of things that have nothing to do with Lu Chengkong, but since Lu Chengkong will come, of course she will not be here, so now her resignation letter has been handed in. I gave it to old man Yamamoto, but he still came. However, after this time, it was also the last time she came as the captain of the 4th Division. Although old man Yamamoto did not know the identity of Uzumaki, he still retained Uzuru to continue to be the captain of the 4th Division many times. Knowing that it is really difficult to find a person with such a high prestige to be the captain of the 4th Division of Medical Treatment in the Soul World, but Hana Lai Uno was resolutely refused. And let the old man Yamamoto surprised. What is unbelievable is that when Unahakali refused to be the captain of the 4th Division, there was a majesty in his gentle and calm tone that made him unable to have any idea of resistance, which made him have a kind of majesty a long time ago. The old man Yamamoto, who is not as simple as the captain of the ordinary death god, is sure that Uno Hanariot is absolutely extraordinary. At the same time, I also understand that the strength of the 4th Division captain, who I couldn't see through before, is definitely far beyond my imagination, and it can make me not have any idea of resistance. It was that time when the old man Yamamoto really confirmed that the strength of Ujiwali is absolutely terrible, but more is fortunate. Fortunately, the idiots in the 46th room did not provoke Ujiwali, otherwise the whole corpse soul the world is also destroyed. He knew very well that Ujiwali complied with all the rules of the Soul Society on the surface. From his behavior to his usual actions, he could not pick out a single mistake, but it was precisely because of this that old man Yamamoto felt terrible. There is one person who can perfect to this point. Not the slightest negligence. If you annoy her, offend her bottom line, and let her show her edge, then the fate of the Soul Society can be imagined. It's a pity. How can such a strong person be used by the Soul world? It seems that the old man is really old, and the Soul world hides the existence of many killings, crouching tigers, hidden dragons, but Captain Mao Zihua has always been in peace with each other. How could the captain of the 4th Division suddenly resign? By the way, that should be the case. Quote. The old man Yamamoto was puzzled for a moment, and when he glanced at Lu Chengkong's Lu residence, he suddenly realized that the family lived together of course, but the old man Yamamoto was only half right at this time. There are only 3 such existences in the entire death god world. Lu Chengkong does not count, that is, King Ling and Wang Shu plus Maojawali. Where can there be more? Moreover, Ujawali and Lu Chengkong are not simply relatives, but have an additional relationship, that is, husband and wife, but if old man Yamamoto finds out, he may be even more surprised. There are people who can match a woman like Ujawali. Affordable. The power of Wang Yin is constantly expanding, and the space grass crown inside has the power of a god, but because he was not cut by Bankai, this energy is unconscious and cannot be controlled at all. Otherwise, it will be even more powerful. Difficult to deal with. Quote. Ni Yuli died. After becoming a woman, Ni Yinmeng used the spirit control gloves to become a real god of death, and she stayed in Lu Mansion as Lu Chengkong's obedient wife. In her spare time, she also stayed in Lu Mansion with Lan. Of course, it is impossible for the island to do what he is interested in and do research, so of course the commentator becomes Shuru, who is suffering. Wait, it's a good show now. Jingle Chunshui said suddenly, and because Yi Yi didn't come, he was still coquettish in Lu Chengkong's arms, so he didn't rush into the Wang Yin space like the original book. B and other gods of death also looked over. What's wrong with Jingle? Shuru Yukataki looked strangely at Jingle Chunshui who was being supported by him, and didn't understand why he suddenly reacted so strongly. Look over there. Jingle Chunshui jokingly patted a building not far in front of the expanding Wang Yin space. Shiruro Yukataki, Old Man Yamamoto, Broken Bee, and the others suddenly turned pale when they saw it. Change. It's Lord Yi's home. It was clearly Lu Chengkong's home, but Lu Mansion turned into Yi Yi's home in the mouth of Broken Bee. She really regarded Saifeng Yuan Yi as a goddess. Sure enough, there was a play. Hirako Meiko and Kuchiki Shanghai and others came to the old man Yamamoto's side at some point, and the most powerful old man Yamamoto couldn't even notice how Hirako Meiko and Kuchiki Shanghai came. They could only barely feel a slight fluctuation, and they appeared before they could react. Obviously, the strength of Kuchiki Shanghai and Hepping Meiko had surpassed old man Yamamoto by a lot. Have you surpassed this old man? Ha ha. Not only did the old man Yamamoto not feel lost, but he was more happy. Compared to Lu Chengkong, who was also righteous and unscrupulous, the two were obviously more concerned about the corpse. Soul World has a lot of feelings, of course, only for the entire Soul World and those civilians in the Soul World, not Sarote, but that's enough. The old man Yamamoto had already secretly regarded Hirako Meiko and Kuchiki Shanghai as candidates for the captaincy, and planned to choose one of them to take his place. Originally, the captain was decided by the Spirit King. But the Spirit King hasn't appeared for so long, and now more than 99% of the gods of death in the Soul Realm doubt whether the Spirit King is dead or does not exist. The old man Yamamoto also felt that he was getting old and his energy was getting less and less, and who knew when he would die in battle, or die accidentally. Then the corpse Soul World is not a group of dragons without a leader, but it is very dangerous to face the virtual circle. Even the world will be in chaos. Although he was selected by the Spirit King to be the captain, the Spirit King has not appeared for a long time. Who knows if the Spirit King will appear in time when something happens to him or if the Spirit King is dead. If there is no corpse in Soul World, it is not very dangerous. It is too insecure to leave such a big thing and such a risky thing to the ethereal Spirit King. Old man Yamamoto's affection for the Soul World is not comparable to that of the Spirit King, so he wants to choose one of the two before his life ends for hundreds of years, just in case of emergency, and now he is secretly observing which one is more suitable. After all, this is not a simple matter, but a major event related to the future of the Soul Society must not be sloppy. 612-613 The water is out. If the lazy Hirako Meiko knew that he had become one of the busiest candidates for the captaincy, I wonder if he would immediately defect to the Soul Society to enjoy the world, knowing that after he took over as captain, he had no idea how many words he secretly said, fallen, tears, regretted that he, impulsively, became the captain back. He is still at ease in this world, enjoying a comfortable life of living in a palace like an emperor and eating all kinds of delicious food. Now he regrets being the captain of the 5th division, let alone being a busier captain. Now he can't even think of a shot. I don't believe he will sit and watch his home be affected. Jingle Chunchui, who was seriously injured, suddenly laughed like a lively smug girl. Lu Mansion seemed to be responding to the words of Pingzi Junzi, Jingle Chunchui and others. A terrifying spiritual pressure surged into the sky. This is not a simple one. Count even the weakest one. The strength of Reiatsu is better than that of Old Man Yamamoto and even Kuchiki Kyukawa and Heiko Meiko. Any spiritual pressure here can be an existence that can sweep across the soul world, and suddenly there are so many powerful spirits that can change the color of the sky and the sky, change the color of the wind and clouds, and even block the light of the sky and make the sun and moon dull. Even the Old Man Yamamoto, who had been prepared for a long time, was frightened by his thighs, and his cross-eyed eyes glared to the maximum. There are so many strong people gathered around him, and the spiritual pressure of each strand is extremely pure. Even if all the members of the Zero team come in person, they can't compare to the Death God and the virtual around him. They are too powerful, especially some of them are so powerful that Old Man Yamamoto feels like a drop in the ocean, insignificant and pitiful. Strange, why don't you see that guy from Chengkong? Isn't he lazy? Ping Zishenzi was also shocked. He was one of the few male gods of death who knew Lu Chengkong the most in the Soul Society. Especially when he often stayed with Lu Chengkong, and lived together for so long in this world, he thought he knew how powerful the power gathered around him, but now the power displayed by these gods of death and Shu was obviously scaring him. Big jump. Of course, Lu Chengkong deliberately let his wife, who is at least as strong as Skrito, release his spiritual pressure, and all those who were lower than Skrito were put away, so he has such a shocking side. But it was really guessed by Hiroko Meiko, Lu Chengkong was really being lazy, and if he said that he was lazy, it would be better to say that he was appreciating the real-life version of Reaper. When the scene changed, Lu Chengkong was lying on Yi Yi's hot and elastic thighs in Saifengyuan at this time, holding Nellie Lu, who had a calm face and a sweet smile without a trace of shyness, in his arms. In the face of feelings, Nellie Elu is still just like her ability characteristics. She is brave, bold, direct, and she will not be shy. The shoulder is still a little lowly of Bachenliu. In her words, this position belongs to her, and no one is allowed to grab it. Lu Chengkong's wives are very fond of Bachenliu, a little lowly, and that position it seems that no one can do it except her, so no one will argue with her for whatever reason. At this time, Lu Chengkong and his wives gathered around and looked at the huge rectangular screen in front of them, which actually showed that they were preparing to rush to the top to fight Kurosaki Ichigo and others in the Wangyan space. Sister-in-law Landau, your stuff is very interesting, it's like watching a movie, and it's very realistic. Bachenliu looked at the screen who was already fighting Bankai, S. Madaramu and others, without the original Yaiki and Broken Bee. Joining in, there are Kuchiki Byakuya and others who have already died. In the corner of Madara eyes, Asanjing Renji and his party have worked very hard, and many of them have been injured. Everyone understands that Bachenliu said this. Of course, this is the masterpiece of Landau. Long ago, Landau was already in the Seraiti. Apart from the buildings inside, the entire Seraiti has monitors that can be viewed at any time. The Wangyan space is covered with the buildings in the Seranje. Of course, you can see the battle situation inside through the screen. Which one of you wants to play? Lu Chengkong glanced at young Sendao, who was sitting pretty and the newest member, and the two parties were also united without emotion and preparation. It happened that she lowered her head and dared not speak. In fact, I am very worried about the situation inside. Chengkong didn't hate Hina Sentao for a long time, and it was useless to hate it, but no matter what, her body was obviously given to him, and it was the first time that she completely disregarded her tender body in order to please herself. Not only deep throat, but also twisted wildly as soon as he broke, and finally even the little chrysanthemum dedicated himself. Therefore, she will only belong to her forever, and she is also a member of her own wife. No matter whether she has feelings or not, it cannot be changed. In this case, she will get a long day and night in the future. That's right, of course Lu Chengkong wants this young Sendao to completely return to his heart and give him a heart. Seeing the two Bing Loon pills in the sky constantly clashing and biting at the moment, Lu Chengkong has already thought of letting the young Sendao completely return to his heart. He will not think about anything from now on, and completely regard himself as Lu Chengkong's woman, no matter what. Is it the body or the mind? Che, you want your wife to solve the romantic account that you made. You are really amazing. Zibo Kong was the only one who dared to speak to Lu Chengkong in this way, and in such a bold way. The little girls are bullying. Obviously, Zibo Kong saw through Lu Chengkong's thoughts. Although she didn't know what Lu Chengkong planned to do, she also knew that Lu Chengkong planned to completely reconcile Hina Sendao through this incident. It's just the pure affection that the elder sister treats the younger brother. However, this matter should be prevented before it happens. It is best to solve the problem as soon as possible to capture the heart of the young Sendao, so that in the future, even if the young Sendao is hypnotized and fooled by Kyoka Shuiyu, there will be no situation where he will wave his sword towards Tushiro. So this tyrant sister was very unhappy that Lu Chengkong enjoyed herself but did not do anything to even ask her own wives to help when picking up girls. Haha, I also saw that my sister Ba hasn't been active for so long and intends to let you have some fun. How can you look at me like this? Lu Chengkong pulled Zibo Kong, who dared to dismantle his own stage, over, and rub the fleshy, elastic and wonderfully tactile with his upper and lower hands. Shiba Sora snorted in delight. The lower body was pulled out of the water by Lu Chengkong at an astonishing speed. Obviously, her body would not have any resistance when facing Lu Chengkong. Soon she forgot everything and enjoyed the pleasure that Lu Chengkong brought to her. Looking at her sly and full of spring eyes, even Nelly Elu, who is not a human being or an adulterer, understands that Kong He definitely came to demolish Lu Chengkong's stage on purpose, and then he calculated that Lu Chengkong would treat him like this, and he was not happy. It was fake that Lu Chengkong asked himself to wait for the girl to solve the problem, and the real reason was for this. I want to enjoy myself in front of so many wives, so I can show it off. Apart from her Kong, there are only Yaiki and Ranju, and of course, Maojawali, who is extremely strict with herself. 613-614 The Temptation of Two Little Female Cats. This empty crane is real. Saifeng Yuan Yei's slender, round and elastic thighs were used as pillows by Lu Chengkong, but her whole body's flexibility and coordination were just too perfect. With the thighs moving, her pair of calves could actually twist over without affecting the beauty and without touching the thighs, and kick the empty crane out at once. Yi, I know you envy me, but you can't do that. Zibo Kong used his pretty face to directly block Saifeng Yuan Yi's perfect jade feet at the critical moment. However, a soft force still sent her out. Of course, she landed safely in midair with her skill, and walked over to Yi again and said angrily. I know you have a good figure, your legs are slender and round, and beautiful, but you can't show it off. Zibo Kong looked at Saifeng Yuan Yi's slender, wheat-colored skin that was different from himself and others with envy. Perfect slender and sexy legs, shining with a healthy luster. At the same time, her bottom pair of jade feet is flawless. The 10 jade fingers seem to be carved by the top sculptor with the most perfect and special gemstone. Together, they look very natural, beautiful and lovely. The moderate length can be called a 3-inch golden lotus. All combined, even if Zibo Kong looks at it as a woman, he will feel very attractive and sexy. If the beautiful legs of Saifeng Yuan Yaiki are healthy and natural, full of amazing elasticity and activity, giving people a wild and hot feeling, then Matsumoto Ranju is round and sexy, as slender as the best jade but plump, crystal clear. Anyone who sees these two pairs of jade legs that give people different feelings but are equally beautiful to the extreme, exudes two different charms from the bones. Even those who do not have foot fetishes, can't help but hold them in their arms and take good care of them, even if they are body parts. The same is true for women who are also women. Che, if you're jealous, just say it. Saifeng Yuan Yi proudly lifted his jade feet and placed them in Lu Chengkong's arms, letting Lu Chengkong play with them. In the end, Lu Chengkong had to do it himself. Who knows if he will not be able to resist the temptation to push the group of wives in front of him, and the battle may be over by then. You must know that his left hand is playing with Yaiki's wheat-colored jade feet, and his right hand is also playing with Matsumoto Ranju's snow-skin jade-like jade feet. Matsumoto Ranju and Sifenjin Yaiki may really be born enemy. On their beautiful legs, they are all on the same level. They also make countless women jealous, and Lu Chengkong loves them extremely. There is no way. Both women are full of wild little female cats that no one can tame except themselves. Sifenjin Yaiki is a very wild little she-cat in wheat color, while Matsumoto Ranju is a snow-white, noble, plump and sexy little she-cat. It's just that one tends to be sexy and plump without losing the perfect coordination, and the other is leaning towards plumpness. You can see it when you look at Lu Anju's, but it is sexy and tall, although the coordination may not be as good as Yi Yi's. But the flexibility of the two women is absolutely comparable. After all, Ranju majored in Zanpakudo, Shunpo and Kendo, and minored in White Fight and Ghost Dao. There is no way to be the master of the strongest Zanpakudo in the Qingfeng department. Of course, what Ranju is good at is the elegant and untraceable speed. Of course, there is a lot more to the speed. If you don't major in Shunpo, it's a waste. And Saifeng Yuan Yaiki is Zanpakudo, Shunbu, and Baida as the majors. Her devil figure is too wasteful to not train Shunpo and Shida. Ghost and Kendo as minors. In terms of flexibility it's almost the same, but in terms of coordination, Yi Yi is superior. After all, they all have their own advantages and cannot compare their weaknesses with others' strengths. Ranju is still good. Matsumoto Ranju, who is more noble and more inclusive, was in charge of the management of his harem at the same time as Ujawali after becoming his wife. After the first pair, I got along with Maozihua fiercely day and night. Under the influence, it became more and more obvious, and the change of temperament became more and more perfect. Hee, of course I'm good, so you know what to do tonight. Matsumoto Ranju smiled coquettishly, and stretched out his attractive little tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, matching the tiny beauty mole on the corner of his mouth. He was a pure, passionate and stunning stunner. Lu Chengkong almost couldn't help but do it again. Obviously, Matsumoto Ranju has started to be naughty again with occasional small temptations. Obviously, the successive temptations of Sora Crane and Yaiki have led to Matsumoto Ranju's playfulness and mischief. Let's go, Nilu. This time, Lu Chengkong brought Nilya with him. I don't know when Lu Chengkong has developed a very advanced little problem, that is, he will be very uncomfortable without a beautiful wife around him. It's uncomfortable, especially at night when he can't sleep without a wife holding him or being held. Not only were the girls not angry, but instead they were very happy and satisfied. Doesn't this mean that Lu Chengkong is very dependent on them and likes them very much? I'll go too. Bachan Liu took out 2 lollipops from her pocket, and she was very obedient and gave one to Nellie L. Her cute and well-behaved appearance made Nellie L still behind her. Ranju Matsumoto and the others covered their mouths and laughed lightly. Obviously, the little happy boy Yachinliu usually made them very happy. As long as it's not related to Lu Chengkong and serious things, Bachanliu is a very cute and well-behaved little lowly angel, but if he encounters serious things that are mainly related to Lu Chengkong's safety, Bachanliu will turn from a little angel into a cold little witch. Yes, this point, Lu Anju and other women have experienced this many times. Look, as I said, he will come out. Ping Zishhenzi grew up and didn't notice that the people around him were looking at him with contempt. When others came out, they immediately re-exported. Haha, this thing seems to be quite good. Zanaki Kenpachi's wild laughter suddenly came from the king's seal space. Obviously, this battle madman didn't know when he entered, but at this time he broke the void and death a long time ago. After reaching the limit, I am no longer wearing that blindfold. Apart from the fact that his huge spiritual pressure, which was far beyond the powerhouses of the same level, could no longer be absorbed by the blindfold, it was after breaking the limit that he realized an ability to perfectly control his own spiritual pressure, and even close it up completely, as long as he broke the limit. He thought that even people who were stronger than him could only see the strength he showed. It can be said that as long as Kenpachi showed how much strength, others could only see the strength he showed, and they would think it was him. Of all. Therefore, the current Zengi Kenpachi can release as much spiritual pressure as he can to fight the enemy against any level of opponent, and he will not accidentally kill his opponent by accidentally releasing more than he did before. Try to control the pressure as much as possible. This is an ability he has realized. Basically, both Shu and Shinigami who break the limit will understand some peculiar abilities. Although Kenpachi's ability does not particularly increase his strength, he is very satisfied, because this ability of his is called controlling Reiatsu. What he wants and needs most is this ability to make it easier for him to enjoy the battle, rather than a special ability that adds to his combat power. 615 Kenpachi Zakagi who shoots first. Shanghai, it seems that it is not only Lu Chengkong but also his wives. It turns out that there are still people walking in front of us. When did the strength of that guy from Kenpachi surpass us? Mako's expression was very exciting, as if she had discovered a new continent. In fact, the strength of the two of them is basically the same as that of Kenpachi. Of course, Shanghai, who is similar, will only show them a strength similar to theirs. However, recently Zaraki Kenpachi seems to have realized something, and he actually made a breakthrough. Originally, he was similar to Kuchiki Shanghai and Hirako Mako, but now he is one step ahead, and Kenpachi, who dominates the spiritual pressure, is stronger than Shanghai and Shanghai. Mako is one step ahead, and if he doesn't show it, of course the two of them won't feel the strength hidden after the breakthrough of Kenpachi Zaraki. But now Zakagi Kenpachi has made a breakthrough. For a while, I was a little itchy and wanted to find someone to test how far I have reached. As a result, I saw that Wangyan space would expand to my 11th team, and I felt that this thing should be able to make I was a year or two old, and I didn't need to pay for it, as if he had broken so many things and never paid. Of course, he tried it immediately, so he grabbed the shot before Lu Chengkong. God knows if Lu Chengkong still has the opportunity to try it after he shot. Open it to my uncle. Zaraki Kenpachi's body was covered with a spiritual pressure that looked like a burning flame, and it was like a flame to the spirits that were originally released by Lu Chengkong's wife Yi Yi and other women. Suppressing the Wangyan space, which could not spread to Lu Mansion, galloped away and directly covered the body of Wangyan space. This guy's Reiatsu is really good. Kuchiki Shanghai looked at the Reiatsu that Zanaki Kenpachi had that could be squandered at will, and couldn't help but said, Kenpachi is a Reiatsu-type god of death. After breaking the limit, the strength of the spirit is basically inclined to the development of spiritual pressure, and the spiritual pressure is of course more terrifying, and it is getting bigger and bigger. Yeah, when he was still at the peak of Captain Death, he used his spiritual pressure far beyond ordinary people and the Deadwood Golden Bell that broke the limit for many years. Now his whole strength is mainly based on spiritual pressure. He majored in it's actually different from other death gods, and it's actually a major in spiritual pressure and kendo. What a freak. Hirako Mako nodded with a sympathetic expression. Just as the two of them were talking, the countless Reaper team members, Xingjun, and many Reaper captains, such as Tianbei Yusuk who had never seen the world, Komamura Zojun and others were amazed. Surprisingly, under his unbelievable gaze, Kenpachi Zengmu pressed his hand on the Wangyan space with one hand. The Wangyan space, which could not be expanded to Lufu and could only be expanded in the direction of the 11th division and the other two directions, suddenly stagnated, and the big hand of Zengmu Kenpachi was like the Tathagata's palm of the Buddha, while the king's seal the space is like a bouncing monkey. No matter how much you move, it can't escape the big hands of Zaragi Kenpachi. Hey, this thing should let me chop a few times. Don't let this uncle be disappointed. Zaragi Kenpachi laughed happily. The spiritual pressure on his body was continuously released, and the sky-high yellow pressure seemed to destroy the entire CO. As if surrounded by the spiritual courtyard, such a huge and terrifying spiritual pressure even radiated directly into the Wangyan space. Feeling that Zengaki Kenpachi was no less than Tianwei for them, they were all surprised. Especially some people who knew about Zengaki Kenpachi's strength did not expect the original Zengi Kenpachi to show it. Strength is just a drop in the bucket. If it gets bigger, I won't have a room to sleep tonight. Let me open it. Zanpakutaka's unruly voice suddenly entered the ears of the gods of death, and the Zanpakuto was in the air. A cold light flashed. The yellow spiritual pressure above the sky suddenly turned into a huge arc-shaped slash with a yellow appearance similar to the Zanpakuto blade in the hands of Zanpaku Kenpachi, and slashed directly on the black king seal space flashing with mysterious runes. Click. A thick and long crack extends from one end of the semicircular king's seal to the other. With a cracking sound echoing in the midair of the Sarange, the king's seal is broken into two halves, and Kurosaki Ichigo wrapped in it. Madarame and others, as well as everything in the Wangyan space, were displayed in the eyes of all the gods of death nearby, of course, including Sojiro Kusaka, who stood on the top of the icicle and had turned into a human-shaped ice and snow dragon. How is that possible? The space of Wang Yin was actually cut open. It is impossible. The power of Wang Yin is the supreme power in the Soul realm. Even if it is broken, it can control the time and space and completely restore it to the way it was before it was not destroyed. How could it not be possible? Fix. After turning into a humanoid ice and snow dragon, Kusama Sojiro's voice also became much thicker, but his eyes shrank rapidly, and his eyes were full of surprise, disbelief and panic. It's him, Kenpachi Zakagi. As long as the Shinigami who has been admitted to the Central Spiritual Arts Academy has studied in it, they will know that the Shinto Spiritual Arts Academy stood out among the countless geniuses of death during its peak period. 3 Shinigami. Innocent and cute, it looks harmless to humans and animals, and it is a collection of 8,000 streams of little witches and little angels. Fighting is like fighting with blood, from the hell-blooded devil Zaraki Kenpachi, who will never stop once the blood on his body is not drained. And the last one is the leader and the strongest among the 3, who are regarded by countless people as the leader of the 3. Every shot is earth-shattering, creating countless legendary death gods with miraculous and legendary records to create legends, and the famous Liu Changkong. And now, what Sojiro Kusanagi is looking at is Kenpachi Zakagi. Originally, he thought that the 3 of them were so famous, but it was just a blowout. Why didn't Lang think the same as Sojiro Kusanagi? That's why he foolishly challenged Liu Changkong. He also thinks so. After he got the King Seal, he didn't put the 3 gods of death in his heart. Maybe it was because he subconsciously didn't want to fight against the 3 of Liu Changkong, or he was worried that these legends were true, not fake. Subconsciously forgot to ignore these 3 people, and now I finally see one of them. Under the bloodthirsty and furious gaze of Zaraki Kenpachi and the yellow Reiatsu that burns like flames in the sky, he has a feeling that he is a frog who does not know how high the sky is. At the same time, he also completely believes now, these 3 people are absolutely terrifying, even more terrifying and powerful than the rumored. Not to mention Liu Changkong, who is the strongest in rumors. Just looking at Zengmu Kenpachi in front of him, he has a feeling that he is just a stupid and arrogant ant that can't be defeated. 616 The Kenpachi who curses without swear words. You are Sojiro Kusanagi. It's really boring, and your strength is too poor. Is this level after you get the Great Seal you said? I've already tried my current strength, so. Captain Zaraki, please hand Sojiro Kusanagi to me. This is a battle between me and him. Everyone thought that Kenpachi Zaraki would kill Sojiro Kusaka in seconds, and Toshiro Hitsugaya even immediately confronted Kenpachi. Said that the corpse soul world is always respected by the strong. It's just that there are some so-called laws and regulations to cover it up. It's not as naked as the virtual circle, but it's not clear which of the captains can be the leader. It's all about power. Look at Aizen, who killed the most powerful 4. In the 16th room, Liu Changkong swept the entire Soul realm, saving some prisoners who had to die many times, and even brought so many emptiness to live in Jingling Court without incident. No one even dared to say anything, so many examples it can be seen. So of course Hitsugaya Toshiro, who knows that Zaraki Kenpachi is powerful, is not as arrogant as when he spoke to Kurosaki Ichigo in this world, and even used honorifics, whether in the virtual circle or the soul world. The strong, no matter what kind of powerhouse he is, as long as he is strong enough, even a monstrous villain is worthy of respect. This is respect for a strong man, even Aizen, who has the greatest hatred with Hitsugaya Toshiro. In Hitsugaya Toshiro's heart, in addition to hatred for him, there is also respect and admiration for him with such strength and power. This kind of respect is purely for the strong, and it does not have the slightest conflict with other emotions such as hatred, liking, etc., and of course it will not appear contradictory. Did I say I wanted to kill him? Zaragi Kenpachi said angrily, looking at Hitsugaya Toshiro's anxious look, and after speaking, he carried the beheading without the slightest nostalgia under the eyes of countless death gods and Shinjun's collapse. Pakudo dissipated and left, not knowing how speechless it would be if he did so. He even left a sentence that was even more speechless, causing Ichigo Kurosaki to have countless tic-tac-toe words. If it wasn't for Chadu Haohu and Ishida Yulong to hold him down while covering his mouth, he couldn't make him speak, otherwise he would have been too early. He broke down and cursed, and at the same time let all the gods of death realize the other side of Zakagi Kenpachi, and learned what it means to swear at the highest level, stimulating people without swear words. I just wanted to say, I've already tried my current strength, so I should go too. Such a weak strength will be gone in one slash. It's not fun at all, it's a disappointment. Yes, that black sake Ichigo, right? In the first place, I kept you alive because of your good potential, and I plan to gain weight and then kill it. It would not be so boring, but if you are still so weak when we meet next time, and I am not interested in it, you can I don't mind if it ends up with you directly, it's still not fat if you keep it up. Damn, am I as weak as you said? Ishida Yulong and Chadu Haohu only let go after Zaraki Kenpachi's figure completely disappeared, and Kurosaki Ichigo immediately shouted in disgust, and even wanted to rush over find the theory of Zaragi Kenpachi. In fact, he has basically absorbed Kurosaki Masaki's spiritual pressure. At least until he reached the peak of death, his progress was very fast, but after reaching the peak of death, because he had improved in the past and cultivated a lot of the power that did not belong to him. Yes, the foundation of the realm is unstable, let alone cultivate so fast in the future. It will even get twice the result with half the effort, and it will be difficult to make progress. Therefore, in the original work, he fought with Aizen and used the last crescent moon and Tianchong to lose his strength to rebuild, which is a good thing for him. At least the foundation will not be solid, and those powers that do not belong to him will be removed. After recultivating, although the progress will be far from being comparable to before, at least it will not be as hard as before after reaching the peak of death, and the foundation will be much solid. Let's solve the grass crown first. Chadu Haohu said seriously, as Ichigo Kurosaki's brother, he really didn't want to say something that hit Ichigo Kurosaki too much. Isn't the difference in strength obvious? Need to say I'm as weak as he says. Is that the case? In fact, what Zaragi Kenpachi said is already very good, and even praised Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo seems to Zakagi Kenpachi to be as weak as Kurosaki Ichigo said. It's actually very, very weak. If Zaraki Kenpachi is going to kill Kurosaki Ichigo with all his strength, one move is enough to kill the current Kurosaki Ichigo, and even using Reiatsu may crush him to the point where his soul collapses. He majored in spiritual pressure, and he was born to belong to the god of death with a huge spiritual pressure. Although Kurosaki Ichigo's Reiki is not bad, it is even bigger after absorbing Kurosaki Masaki's Reiki, but even at the same level, Zaraki Kenpachi's Reiki is compared to Kurosaki Ichigo, at least 3 times to 5 times, this is still at the same level and without Bankai, returning to the edge. If the 2 Bankai, the gap will be even bigger, because Zanaki Kenpachi majors in Reiatsu, and his Zanpakudo ability and strength are mainly Reiatsu. After Bankai, Reiatsu improved. Of course, the multiple is not comparable to Kurosaki Ichigo. Wait for my Toshiro. Kurosaki Ichigo also calmed down. Just now, he was so out of control because he was stimulated by Kenpachi Zengeki, especially the words of Kenpachi Zakagi that he fattened up and killed it. He treated him like an animal, so many tic-tac-toe appeared on his forehead. Now that he was called by Chadu Haohu, he calmed down, and turned his head to find that Toshiro had ignored him and rushed towards Sojiro Kusanagi, so he hurriedly shouted and followed. Ichigo Kurosaki, Captain Hitsugaya, step on it, Bankai. Baboon King Shiwaimaru. Now Byakuya Kuchiki is dead, and there is no Senbon Sakura who has Byakuya Kuchiki as a protection like the original, even overnight, Broken Bee, Rukia, etc. The characters that appeared in the original book did not come, and the pressure was concentrated on Madarame, Ishida Yulong, Asanjing Renji, Chadu Haohu, Ace Chuan Yujin and others entered. On the vice captain here. Asanjing Renji saw that Kurosaki Ichigo and Hitsugaya Toshiro were attacked by two beings who had not been restrained by the original Yoichi and Sagbi, and had turned from broken faces into statues, destroying their place of gravity. At the same time, because of Kenpachi's departure, the fear disappeared, plus the sentence of Hitsugaya Toshiro, Sojiro Kusaka who handed it over to me, and Sojiro Kusaka, who rekindled his anger, released a thick and long ice dragon, so that they may not be able to dodge or even be attacked by the time it falls down again. All the painstaking efforts just now may be in vain. Immediately Bankai, extending the Baboon King Shiwaimaru so that Hitsugaya Toshiro and Kurosaki Ichigo have a place to rest as a leverage point, and can release the attack wholeheartedly without concern. 616-617 The stunning performance of 8,000 streams. Toshiro, you actually want to defeat me just because you are now naive. Sojiro Kusanagi shouted angrily. At this time, he no longer had the Zanpakuto. It should be said that the Zanpakuto had merged with him. You don't need Zanpakuto to summon an ice dragon. A purple ice dragon broke through the ice column and roared in midair with an icy aura, biting at Toshiro Haishugaya like a living creature. Go. Bankai. Big Gurren Hinranmaru. I have to say, just to compete with the power of Hinranmaru Shikai, Hitsugaya Toshiro now also believes that the power of Shikai is not comparable to the current Grass Crown. With the increase of Wangyan's power to make him the power of the Harinmaru has increased, and Hitsugaya Toshiro can only be the enemy of Bankai. However, once Bankai Hitsugaya Toshiro's advantage came immediately. After all, the further liberation of Zanpakuto was much stronger than that of Shikai. Facing the same source Zanpakuto, the big Gurren ice wheel after Hitsugaya Toshiro Bankai Maru overwhelmed the huge purple ice dragon in the grass crown in one fell swoop. Heaven locks the moon. Kurosaki Ichigo is also Bankai plus blurred. After seeing Hitsugaya Toshiro blocking the ice dragon, he immediately accelerated and rushed in front of Sojiro Kusanagi. The black crescent moon has already appeared, but unfortunately he has not had time. When he released it, Kusakagwan Sojiro seemed to have expected him to come. He raised his head and opened his mouth to strike, and the yellow ray like a phantom not only offset the crescent moon, but even made Kurosaki Ichigo smoke. Ice dragon spins in the air. Hitsugaya Toshiro Bankai's big Gurren Ice Rinwan is not the only ice dragon that can release the blade. Many people mistakenly think that there is only one ice dragon. In fact, as long as Hitsugaya Toshiro thinks, ice dragons can be formed within his control range, just like now. Using the icicle made by Sojiro as a cover, the ice block at Sojiro's feet cracked, and an ice dragon head appeared directly, biting on Sojiro's neck, and the icy chill was actually in Sojiro's original place. A layer of ice of different colors is frozen again on the body composed of ice block. Obviously, the strength of Hitsugaya Toshiro is indeed far beyond the level of the original book. Even the same ice, the same source of ice, can be frozen again. If it is said that the most difficult thing is to freeze the ice of Hitsugaya Toshiro, it is frozen with different attributes can even be said to be the same origin of Sojiro Kusanagi's Hingrenwan, but he has done it now. It is indeed worthy of the title of genius. His genius is definitely more than Kuchiki Byakuya. You must know that even Kuchiki Byakuya, Jingle Chunchui has never said that he can surpass himself, let alone like Hitsugaya Toshiro. It is said that Hitsugaya Toshiro can surpass himself in 100 years. So don't underestimate Hitsugaya Toshiro just because he was beaten by Aizen for a second. How can the Shinigami who can possess the strongest Zanpakuto in the ice and snow type be a dragon's trick? What he lacks is only time and one more time. Just a little chance, just like Liu Chengkong back then. However, Liu Chengkong relied on his own efforts and hard work to win all the time he lacked. He has always been far ahead of everyone, and the isle is rewarded for diligence. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared, not for staying in captains who only deal with documents in their own team building, death gods, or those nobles who stay at home with nothing to do. Opportunity. His whole body was obviously injured by the high-density spiritual pressure impact, but his little strong nerves could still hold on. Seeing Sojiro Kusanagi being entangled by Hitsugaya Toshiro's ice dragon, he knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime event. The ketone opportunity, Tiansu Ozanyu directly fell on the head of the grass-crowned Sojiro without any expense. He can only chop a few times for himself. How can he have any skills in kendo? But in such a situation, the direct chop, combined with the crescent moon after the virtual bankai, is the most powerful. Maybe so a few direct attacks are the most suitable for Tiansu Ozanyu, the Zanpakudo, because it is these few attacks that can maximize the power of Tiansu Ozanyu's unique stunt. Look at the move, Crescent Moon Sky Chong. Kurosaki Ichigo held the handle of Tiansu Ozanyu's sword with his right hand, and pressed his left hand on his right hand. The blade spewed out directly and penetrated Sojiro Kusaka's head. He can't control the power of Wang Yin at all, let alone control time and space to go back to the past, and now the Bankai of Hitsugaya Toshiro and the Bankai of Kurosaki Ichigo's Bankai plus abnormity have joined forces to make Wang Yin unable to. The damage was recovered, and it was the most deadly part of the head that was attacked. Therefore, he is destined to only drink and hate this. Although he is still alive, he does not have much time to hang up the boat in a few seconds, and he can only leave incomplete last words. Are we still friends? Although things developed according to Hitsugaya Toshiro's imagination in the end, there was no relief and joy in his heart, only more pain and sadness, which made people couldn't help but ask. If Kusanagi Sojiro didn't get angry anymore. He already understood the difficulties of Hitsugaya Toshiro. Without enough strength to support the wildness, even if Hitsugaya Toshiro didn't take action, he would die miserably. I understand why Hitsugaya Toshiro did this. Just when Sojiro Kusanagi couldn't even leave a complete last words, a delicate and ethereal voice sounded abruptly as if penetrating the air. Mental disturbance. As soon as this voice came, the god of death who heard the voice, such as Broken Bee, who often went to Lu Mansion, immediately said, "It's the grass deer Bachinliu." Speaking of which, Kawu Bachinliu's strength is also very mysterious. Very few people have seen her take action, but no one has ever doubted her strength. The pink lights seem to contain the will to interfere with time and space, making the space and time around Sojiro, who had lost half of his body and was unable to speak the last words, stagnated, and Sojiro's body no longer dissipated. Such a terrifying ability can actually interfere with time and space, which is really an amazing performance. Some of the death gods who have never seen the strength of the 8,000 streams are even more horrified. Sure enough, any of the three giants is a terrifying existence. Look, Xiaokong, how good I am, but no one can do it except my mother and me. Bachinliu said with a flowery smile. It was as innocent as a child who won the first place and asked his parents for it. Like a reward, her smile is definitely contagious. At least even the sad Toshiro hears Yakiryu's elf-like voice and sees that pure and refined smile, and the sadness in his heart seems to dilute a lot. 617, 618 The fusion of two ice wheel pills. Especially when he looked up and saw Sojiro Kusanagi's body actually stopped dissipating, his heart was filled with joy. Although he insisted on fighting with Sojiro, or even killing him, it was completely based on his inability to keep him, and because the strength and wildness of Sojiro did not match, he would definitely die in the hands of other people in the Soul Society, or even kill him. Life is not as good as death, and he may be executed in a terrifying manner, which is worse than death, so he will do this. If Lu Chengkong intervenes and saves Sojiro Kusanagi, he will be happier, and he will have no worries, but unfortunately this is obviously impossible. Unless Uno Hanaratsu goes out of his way to rescue him, even Orihime Inoue, with her current Reiatsu and the development level of Shunshield Rika, can't keep Sojiro, whose soul damage is about to dissipate. To know that Sojiro Kusanagi is not dead now, it is completely Yachianryu's ability to use his Zanpakuto to interfere with the passage of space and time, but it does not last long. After all, even if the strength of Yachianryu is strong, it is impossible to maintain this state of interfering with time and space for a long time. As long as Yachianryu is resolved, the grass-crowned Sojiro will immediately return to ashes. Well, my Bachianryu is the most powerful. Liu Chenkong has never been stingy with his praise for Bachianryu, and Bachianryu's performance is really amazing, and Bachianryu's Zanpakuto he is new. That ability is indeed very unique and mysterious. Perhaps it is compared with a simple special mystery. If it is not powerful, it may only be compared to Suzuki Unohana who can use the ability of thousands of Zanpakuto. Dangsha, I am the most powerful. Hearing Liu Chenkong's praise, Bachinliu immediately raised his head proudly and sipped a sip on Liu Chenkong's face, then giggled. I know what you want to say. It's nothing more than asking me to save him, but it's a pity that it's not that I don't save him. It's easy to save Sojiro Kusanagi, but if you want to save the current soul from fatal damage, as soon as Yachinliu lets go of his mental interference, he will. The grass-crowned Sojiro, who was wiped out in ashes, was 10. Difficulty dividing. At least I can't do it, and I'm not here to save him. Liu Chenkong glanced at Hitsugaya Toshiro, his expression hesitant to say, how could Liu Chenkong not be able to guess what he was thinking? Well, Liu Chenkong's words immediately shattered Hitsugaya Toshiro, who had just raised a glimmer of hope. Cough, it's not a sad thing, isn't it, death? It's not the first time for me. What's there to be afraid of? Tell me, you must have something to do here. After seeing the strength of Zengi Kenpachi, if he saw Liu Chenkong at ordinary times, he would definitely be in awe and fear, but now that he is a dying person, there is nothing to be afraid of. It's very simple, let the Hingren pill in Hitsugaya Toshiro's hand fuse with yours, and let him get the real and complete original Ice and Snow, the strongest Zanpakuto. Liu Chenkong's words made Hitsugaya Toshiro and Kusamaru Sojiro look up at the same time, and even the god of death below widened his eyes. Only old man Yamamoto, Kuchiki Shanghei and Hiroko Mako understood what was going on. No wonder, I said that there is something wrong with this most powerful Zanpakuto of the Ice and Snow type. It seems that its power is lacking. It turns out that the source is divided into two parts. The origin of Sojiro Kusanagi was weak before, and he didn't understand Bankai, so he only occupied 1/3 of it, so that's how it is. As expected of the god of death who has survived for thousands of years, the old man Yamamoto has Liu Chenkong's reminder and his experience to understand why he used to see Hitsugaya Toshiro as the strongest Zanpakuto in the same series as himself. Weird feeling, the original source is missing 1/3. What did I think it was? Bingloon pill was already shamed in my hands. I'm already dead. Of course I don't mind if you can help my best friend while I was alive. Whatever you do, you can do it anyway. Do something to me. Sojiro Kusanagi's face didn't change at all, instead he felt a little bit of joy. If he dissipates, the ice wheel pill will also dissipate, then Hitsugaya Toshiro may only have 2/3 of the origin of the ice wheel pill in his life. Now it's better if someone solves it. In fact, every step of a series of Zanpakuto owners with the title of the strongest Zanpakuto needs to go through a lot of experience. If they succeed, they will not own it. Yes, even if there were, it would be as crippled as Hitsugaya Toshiro. The same is true of Matsumoto Renki's original work. Her experience was already difficult, and her bad luck was taken away by Aizen's spiritual power, which made her worse than Hitsugaya Toshiro. The Zanpakuto can only be weakened to the point of having an ordinary Zanpakuto of the Qingfeng type. The same is true of Zanpakuto, who violated the power of the gods, as well as Nelia Lu, Saifeng Yuan Yaiki, and Zanaki Kenpachi. Of course, the original Nelly Lu didn't reach that level, and couldn't get it, but Saifeng Yuan Yei got it, but she never used it. The experience of Zanpakutaki's original work is to devour the Zanpakuto sword spirit in his hand, but unfortunately he never thought of doing so in the original work, let alone swallowing it up, so his Zanpakuto in the original work has never been able to be released. Also belongs to the god of death who has not passed the experience, Of course, it can be said that he has not even crossed. It can be said that if you can truly complete the experience at this point, you can have a complete series of the strongest Zanpakuto or the Zanpakuto that offends the realm of the gods. You don't need to be grateful to me. I have a reason for doing this, but you don't need to know this reason. Maybe you will know later, but these have nothing to do with me. 8,000 mobile hands. Lu Chengkong waved his hand, indicating that Hitsugaya Toshiro didn't need to be grateful to him. That's right, the reason he did this was entirely because of Hina Moritao's dedication. He had already become his wife. He didn't want to feel any debt. Sendao completely returned to her heart. And the best way to do this is to start from Hitsugaya Toshiro. After all, in the Soul World, only Hitsugaya Toshiro is the younger brother of Hinata Mori, and Hinamori also completely regards Hitsugaya Toshiro as his own younger brother. Look, so it's best to start with him. After Lu Chengkong believed that he had done this, Xindao knew that she should know why she did this because of her intelligence, and she would completely return to her heart, and she would not have any dissent from now on. 618-619 The Real Ice Wheel Pill. Look at me, the grace of nature. Bachenliu's pupils turned pink with a swipe, the spiritual pressure all over his body overflowed, and the space suddenly began to vibrate. With the full teaching and help of Lu Chengkong and Bachenliu, how could Qinliu's diligence and talent be inferior? Looking at the strength of her spiritual pressure, it is obvious that she has reached the peak of Skrito, and she can even reach the level of a quasi-void king within one step. Once she makes a breakthrough, she can reach the level of a real virtual king. Obviously, the strength of Bachenliu has always been they are all chasing after Lu Chengkong. However, after the battle between the Virtual Circle and Wang Zuling Wang, Lu Chengkong's strength is far ahead of the 8,000 streamers. Even Mao Zhawali said that if the Lingwang and Wang Shu do not merge, Lu Chengkong will definitely be singled out. I am not afraid of anyone, not even in the face of a siege by two people. Of course, I don't know if I can win in the face of a siege. After knowing all this, Bachenliu didn't want to be left far behind Lu Chengkong, but she didn't want to be unable to keep up with Lu Chengkong in the future because of her strength, and she would not only not be able to help in some battles, she couldn't even follow behind, and couldn't keep up with Lu Chengkong in the future. That way, even in battle, she can sit on Lu Chengkong's shoulders. This is her persistence and desire all along, so of course she has to practice with more heart. Hitsugaya Toshiro and Kusakamakiro only felt that they, including their soul and the soul-chopping sword, were controlled and restrained by an invisible force that could not be seen by the naked eye. He couldn't move, and even the soul-chopping sword couldn't be disbanded. If it was in battle, it would definitely be terrifying. Sure enough, none of the three giants was blown out. They are all terrifying. This Bakkion Ryu is even more terrifying than Zanaki Kenpachi, and that ability is so mysterious and strange. Kyuju and Sojiro sighed inwardly, while Nippon was on the side. Ji-Yu Dongshilang is not like this. She looks about the same age as me, how can she be so terrifying? Aizen feels like an ant in front of her. Hitsugaya Toshiro's heart is like the yellow river bursting its banks, and his heart is overturned and the sea can't be calm. He looks about the same height as himself, and looks like the age of the two is very similar. Of course, Hitsugaya Toshiro doesn't want to be a Bachenliu, who looks the same age as himself, and is also a little girl. It's a pity that the truth is always more cruel. Let Hitsugaya Toshiro recognize himself again, and at the same time recognize how big the world is. It really is in response to the words of Ujawali, the world is as big as the heart is. Hitsugaya Toshiro has tasted more defeats and trials than the original, but he also got more than the original. Not to mention anything else, just making his heart bigger is enough for him to benefit endlessly. He can't compare with the original book, not to mention that Hitsugaya Toshiro is about to get the original book. The strongest soul-killing knife in the ice and snow system, the Ice Wheel Pill, contains the entire origin. Therefore, although Hitsugaya Toshiro is small, his state of mind is not comparable to Kuchiki Byakuya back then. At least he can remain calm, neither resentful nor inferior, does not feel unbalanced, and does not shirk his responsibilities just because he is defeated, complaining against the heavens and others. His defeat is entirely because his strength is not as good as others, and he cultivates and becomes stronger to regain his place. It is his thoughts that make his mood constantly improve. With the manipulation of 8000 style, 2 ice wheel pills flew out from the hands of Toshiro and Sojiro Kusanagi, and they intersected in midair. A VV's somewhat harsh metal roar sounded in the sky. The old man Yamamoto. The others only felt that the 2 soul-killing knives had turned into 2 ice dragons, one blue and one purple. The blue one seemed to be a little more abundant, and it was more slender and sturdy than the purple ice dragon. Soon the 2 ice dragons were biting each other in midair, and they fought. From the beginning, they were evenly matched, and gradually the blue ice dragon suppressed the purple one. Although in Shikai's case, Sojiro Kusaka's Shikai was more powerful than the Winter Lion Lang Chang, but it was entirely because of Wang Yin. At this time, he was simply competing for the original power of the soul-chopping sword. Of course, Sojiro was defeated. Fusion. A smile flashed across Bachinliu's serious face. It was really fun to control 2 ice dragons today, but she didn't forget her business because of her play. She always integrated play and entertainment into battle. In peacetime, this will not only not delay things, but also allow yourself to have fun. The blue ice dragon suddenly roared. The dragon body swayed, roaming freely in the sky like a dragon entering the sea, and directly wrapped the purple ice dragon around the entire dragon body like a python wrapping food. The purple ice dragon went through a fierce fight just now. He didn't have much strength for a long time, but he struggled violently. Who was unwilling to be assimilated again. It's a pity that no matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape the fate of reintegration. With the snapping sound of Bachinliu's small hands, the blue ice dragon suddenly burst into blue light, and the dazzling light was directly covered by the purple ice dragon he was entangled in, and the blue light became more and more the more light. In the end, it was even so dazzling that people couldn't see what was happening in the light. Of course, this kind of light is dispensable to Lu Chengkong and others, and he sees everything that happens inside, and as the owner of the blue ice dragon, Hitsugaya Toshiro obviously feels that the previous kind of the feeling of being lacking, but not knowing where the lack is, has slowly disappeared. At the same time, he clearly felt that his spiritual pressure had improved. Obviously, Hingrenwan and him were one. The origin of Hingrenwan completely returned and became stronger. Of course, Hitsugaya Toshiro, who was the same soul, was improved. When the light dissipated, the blue and purple ice dragons disappeared, and the only thing left was a soul-killing knife that flew towards Toshiro. Obviously, this one will be Haranju, Spirit King, and Old Man Yamamoto. Like the soul-chopping blades owned by others, they are the strongest soul-chopping blades of the ice and snow element with complete origins. Dongshalang, there's only so much I can help you. Remember, never use external force to improve your strength. Even if that treasure can bring you great power, don't use it, it will destroy you. Sojiro Kusanagi showed a relieved smile. It turned out that he had been dragging Toshiro Hitsugaya's hind legs all these years, and now he has no regrets. Of course the latter knew what was going on when he heard the words, and nodded resolutely. I will remember it myself. He still has a minute to spare, let's talk if he has anything to say. Lu Chengkong understood that the resurrection of Sojiro Kusanagi was the experience of Hitsugaya Toshiro to obtain the strongest soul-killing sword of the complete ice and snow system, but unfortunately the original Hitsugaya Toshiro, although he also defeated Sojiro Kusanagi, but it was not him who killed Sojiro Kusaki, but Ichigo Kurosaki. 620 Young Forest Peach returning. If it was a heads-up fight, Hitsugaya Toshiro defeated Kusama Sojiro's Harinmaru head-on. Then even if Hitsugaya Toshiro didn't know how to do it, the Hipshugaru Toshiro in his hand would fuse with the one who was defeated by his master and was completely convinced purple ice wheel pills. It's a pity that it was Kurosaki Ichigo who killed the grass crown in the end, and that knife also made the original Hitsugaya Toshiro lose this opportunity. God rewards hard work, although you may not get as much as you pay. But if you don't pay, you will never get it. Harvested. Now, although Hitsugaya Toshiro did not defeat Sojiro Kusanagi by himself, but with the help of Liu Chengkong and Yachinliu, the source of Hinranmaru was able to compete, but it was made up for Hitsugaya Toshiro. It has the truly strongest ice and snow soul slasher, Bing Lun Wan, instead of a defective Bing Lun Wan. Thank you. Although Liu Chengkong said that there was a reason for helping him, there was no need to be grateful, but Hitsugaya Toshiro had to nod his head to thank him. If nothing else, he just wanted Sojiro to talk to himself. It was already a kind of kindness, let alone getting him the most powerful soul-chopping blade of the ice and snow element. Liu Chengkong shook his head. He is not a good person. He rarely helps a person without any reason. I did this for a reason. He didn't say much about Hitsugaya Toshiro's thanks. Chiryu and Nellie L., who didn't speak for a while, kept a simple and beautiful smile that made people feel relaxed and happy when they looked at it, and the three of them left immediately. It comes like wind and rain and goes like dust, so he's cool. Hirako Mako said, holding her chin in her hand, but she was kicked out by a slipper from Hiyori who came here at an unknown time. It's not you bastard. What did you say when you came back to be the captain? That Yurihara Kazuki was lazy and often didn't take a bath, causing me to deal with a lot of documents every day, saying that the minority obeyed the majority to come back here. It's all your fault. I still want to be cool, and today you roll over for me and help me process all the documents before leaving. Quote. Hiyori's slippers attack is really like what Heiji Mako said, it comes like wind and rain and goes away like dust. Even though Hirako Mako's strength is now stunned, he can't dodge it, and he was shot and flew out and was pressed by Hiyori. On the ground, under the gazes of countless Reaper team members, Reaper captains, vice captains, Xingjun, and the others, they slapped Hirako Mako's face with slippers. It's none of your business to hang up high. Kuchiki Shanghai threw out Liu Chengkong's wise words, and took a Sanjing Renji to leave directly. Obviously, he didn't want to be affected by the unpredictable disaster, and Jingle Chunchui and others who knew Hiyori were people. She ran away as she was, completely ignoring the pitiful and grief-stricken cry for help from Mako Hirako. Jingle Chunchui even seemed to have all the wounds on his body disappeared. He didn't need Shizuru Yukitaki to support him, and he could leave by stepping on Shunbu. It was empty and only a few gods of death were left, which shows how powerful Hiyori is. Remember what I said. 1 minute passed quickly, and Sojiro Kusanagi's body was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye again, but he didn't care, instead he looked at Hitsugaya Toshiro seriously. Eyes. Yeah, Hitsugaya Toshiro lowered his head, otherwise Sojiro Kusanagi saw the sadness in his eyes, but he still nodded ruthlessly, echoing what Sojiro Kusanagi just said, the most important thing is never use external force to improve your strength, even if that treasure can bring you great power, don't use it, it will destroy you. If possible, definitely don't make Liu Chengkong an enemy. In addition to gaining the power of Wang Yin, I also learned some secrets that only the royal family can know. There are many levels above Captain Death. It is very likely that Liu Chengkong has reached the level that only Spirit King, Wang Shu, and the leader of the Zero Division can achieve in the legend. If it really reaches the point where it is unavoidable, you can just run away. You can escape as far as you can. Remember. Then I can leave with peace of mind. Sojiro Kusanagi no longer had any regrets, but left with a relieved smile. When Sojiro Kusanagi's body completely dissipated, Hitsugaya Toshiro couldn't bear the sadness in his heart any longer, the corners of his eyes. 2 drops of water remain. Not to mention the old man Yamamoto and his party who were in the aftermath. Liu Chengkong had already returned to Liu Mansion at this time, but the other people who accompanied him and Ujiwali, who had watched the performance of Bachinliu, stayed there just to watch Liu Chengkong, and now it's over. She is no longer the captain of the 4th Division. Of course, she has to leave with her husband and son. And Toru Yuyan Huaji resigned with her after knowing that Ujiwali had resigned. From this, it can be seen how powerful the personality of Ujiwali is, and it can make a deputy captain level death without the slightest reluctance or the slightest. Unwilling and unhappy, he resigned directly and followed him away. To this, Hanalei just showed a strange smile and didn't say anything. After returning to Lu Mansion, Lu Qingkong obviously noticed that the eyes of young Sentao looking at him had changed. Compared with before, it was a little softer and moved, and the last resentment and pimples in his heart had disappeared. The curtain saw everything Lu Qingkong did, and she was smart, of course, understood why Lu Qingkong did it. Therefore, in addition to being happy, surprised and moved, there was also a little bit of joy in her heart. She didn't expect that this man who can be said to be turning his hands into clouds and reigns in the world of dead souls would actually spend so much effort for himself. She was very happy to have an innocent heart for a moment, and even her lower body didn't seem to be in pain anymore. No matter what, after she had dedicated herself, she already knew that she had been closely connected with Lu Qingkong in her whole life, whether she was happy or not, this man was surrounded by such a woman who was also a daughter. She couldn't help seeing Zan's envy of the stunning beauty who was ashamed of herself. There is also Lu Qingkong's identity, status, and strength who don't need to care about himself at all, and now suddenly seeing this man who doesn't care too much about him in his opinion actually spends so much effort because of himself. She is smart, of course know why Lu Qingkong did that. Therefore, the heart of young Sentao at this moment can be said to be full of ups and downs, but no matter what it is a good thing for Lu Qingkong. You can get the heart of Hina Sendao. One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 621 to 640. 620, 621 Hiroko Mako's Black Hand. A few days have passed since the turmoil of Sojiro Kusanagi, and Sarote, who should have been relieved with joy, was once again nervous and serious, because in the eyes of many gods of death, he was about to fight Aizen, who ruled the Zai Palace, and his subordinates. A crowd of broken faces fought. The strength of Shinigami Ichigo Kurosaki is also known to many Shinigami in Sarange, at least Bankai, who are all captain-level existences, but such a Shinigami can't please him in the hands of the broken face, but has been defeated many times. The first time was to Yami, the second time was to Lu Qingkong's Mount Grimjiao, and it happened again recently, that is, Aizen sent Ulquiorlucifer to this world for some unknown reason. Kurosaki Ichigo fought a battle. As a result, Kurosaki Ichigo suffered a fiasco and was almost killed. If it hadn't been for Toshiro Hitsugaya, who had come back to the world and was stationed there, he might have been killed in time. No matter what, he was still covered in scars, and a hole was opened in his chest. Now he is not as happy as the original book, and he is treated by Inoue Orihime, and now he is just an ordinary classmate in Inoue Orihime's eyes. Where would he specially rush to the world to cure Kurosaki Ichigo? What's more, Orihime Inoue is now ignorant of things outside the window and doesn't know anything during the training in the hands of Unokalai, who has resigned the captain of the 4th Division and stayed in the Willow Mansion every day. And Urahara Kazuki and others did not live in the world like the original, and they have long since become captains, and it is even more impossible to treat him. In the end, it was Hitsugaya Toshiro who sent a message to the old man Yamamoto of the Soul Religion in the Soul World, hoping that he would send members of the 4th Division so that they could deal with injuries, and now Kurosaki Ichigo is also doing this. Captain Hitsugaya has been summoned back, hoping to send some members of the 4th Division over, because the 4th Division Captain Uno Hanari and Vice Captain Yumi Toru have resigned, and now they are the 4th Division Captain in an emergency. The selection of new candidates has been postponed for later discussions. Let Hanataro, Kenjiro Maeda, members of the 4th Division, and others join the team stationed there in the present world, and since the face is getting stronger and stronger, if Aizen will return, it's obviously not enough to rely on the god of death in this world to send these broken faces to sneak attacks. So this old man has decided to send 2 more captains to this world. Who are you going to go? The old man Yamamoto in the first team's office was full of mighty face to the people below. A series of captains standing there said, "Leave it to me." Hiroko Mako immediately volunteered and jumped out, looking like I would sacrifice my life for the Soul Society. If it weren't for the death god captain who was there, he knew who he was and why he was so active. The reason is likely to be deceived by him. Who else? Vivi twitched in the corner of old man Yamamoto's eyes, but the words were already out of his mouth. What else could he do? Moreover, Hiroko Mako's strength is really nothing to say, and he is one of the two heirs of the captain's position in his heart. He can't find some reason not to let him go. Your Excellency, the captain of the 12th Division has neglected his duties many times, and his laziness has seriously affected the atmosphere and majesty of the 13th Division of the Gotei, so let him go. Komamura Zojun is very loyal. He jumped out and mercilessly pointed the gun at Kazuki Urahara, who had a sloppy face, and immediately made Kazuki Urahara sober up, and his face collapsed at the same time. Haha, you deserve it. You did a great job. It seems that my report is still useful. Hiroko Mako looked calm on the surface, but she actually laughed in her heart. It turned out that Kazuki Urahara was lazy many times and let I was tired of dealing with documents and official duties, and as a result, I found Zijunzi's troubles, and he beat him a lot. He also asked Mako Hiroko not to help him deal with the documents in this matter. Let Mako Hiroko keep processing documents here to help him with things. Now Hina Moritao has resigned, and Lu Qingkong is cultivating a relationship with each other. Let Mako Hiroko not be like lazy as before. He was already very upset when he dealt with a lot of documents, and now he has to add the one from Hiyori, which made him collapse immediately, and regretted even more in his heart that he was fooled by old man Yamamoto to take back the position of captain. In the face of two large piles of files, Hiroko Mako is very loyal, with the idea of dead friends and immortals, and mercilessly pushes Urahara Kazuki's laziness and neglect of duty to the most just, and is a model of justice and discipline in the soul world. And Komamura Zojun did not disappoint Hiroko Mako, so this scene happened. If that's the case, then let Captain Hiroko, Captain Urahara and the healing members of the 4th Division go to the world together, and then when Aizen comes to the world after Bengyu is completely unblocked, the remaining Gotei 13, the captain and vice-captain of the squad, have all died in this world to fight this battle. Quote. The old man Yamamoto obviously didn't know Hiroko Mako's little abacus, and he also had a little knowledge of Urahara Kazuki's neglect of duty, and his sloppy appearance really lost the face of the Gotei 13th Division. Give him something to do a little banging on him so he doesn't have so much free time. It's Captain Yamamoto. Urahara Kazuki grimaced, but he gritted his teeth in his heart, especially after seeing Mako Hiroko's smug expression and thinking of what Hiyori did to Mako Hiroko. He immediately understood what it was. One thing, it must be the black hand under Hiroko Mako. It's a pity that Mako Hiroko ignored Kazuki Urahara's vicious gaze, and instead returned a look of what can you do. Kazuki Urahara almost vomited blood, and he can't stay in the laboratory without any scruples for a while in the future. After some research, such a wonderful life is about to leave him. How can he be in a good mood? Especially now that he is the captain of the Technology Development Bureau of the 12th Division, he doesn't need to worry about research funding, but now he was cut off by Hiroko Mako, and of course he was so angry. It's a pity that his strength can definitely be ranked in the forefront among so many captains. At least it is almost the same as that of Aizen when he left the Soul Realm, and he has reached the peak before breaking the Ghost of Death, but when he faced Mako Hiroko, he immediately discouraged. He couldn't beat him, he couldn't win if he was scolded, he couldn't catch up with him, he was the one who was at fault, and he had already thought that he couldn't escape this time. If he escaped again, he would return to the 12th Division to meet her. Definitely Hiyori's ace slippers. What can he do? Hiroko Mako, who could only be saddened and with such a smile on his face, died in this world. 622 Ju Nanbai's decision. Shiro, why are you pulling me over there? Aiz Nanao has lived with Yazumaru Lisa and Kunanbai since childhood, so after returning to the Soul Realm, Lu Qingkong robbed his sister Lisa even though he was unhappy. But in order to regain sister Lisa, and not to separate from sister Lisa, she has always lived in Lu Mansion, and of course Ju Nanbai is the same. It's just that Nanao Eyes has always kept a look of no joy, no sorrow, and a cold look in order to prevent a certain satyr from attacking her. Today, Ju Nanbai doesn't know what's going on. He just dragged himself over. I'm a little scared by myself, I'd better let you accompany me. Ju Nanbai didn't know why his face was a little blushing and a little firm, but in the end these emotions disappeared, replaced by a firm and unmoved look of toughness. The many changes in her expression made Vivi, who was observant, sink in Vivi's heart. It seemed that Ju Nanbai should have decided to do something, but this one seemed to pay a lot of money, otherwise she would always act like she did. The naive, casual Ju Nanbai would not show this look. What are you afraid of? Is Naneo no longer struggled and let Ju Nanbai lead him to the hall of Lu Mansion, where Lu Chengkong basically stayed except sleeping. Don't tell other people, it's almost time to fight Aizen, but I only have the strength of the mid-level Vastord. I'm okay with other bad faces, but it's not enough to see Aizen, I can't take revenge. Although Ju Nanbai's tone was very brisk, her eyes were flickering with cold murderous aura. Although she was not deceived in the end, Hiyori, Fengqiao Juro, Liuch Kensai and the others were not. They have all been blurred, their achievements in life have been ruined, and they can only stop here forever. Every time she thought that she would become like this, she felt a little chill and palpitations, and when she had her own friends, especially the sadness in Hiyori's eyes, she couldn't restrain a murderous intention in her heart. You must know her. Hiyori and Yahomaru Liza's 3 daughters have grown up together since childhood, living in the same place, living in the same house. The 3 daughters have always supported each other until they became gods of death. Until now, she and Yazumaru Lisa escaped, but Hiyori didn't escape, so Kunanbai's hatred for Aizen did not decrease in the slightest compared to the original, otherwise she would not be able to do so after she became virtual. We'll fight so hard to become stronger. What do you want to do? Ais Naneo, who often spends time with Yahomaru Liza, already had a general idea of Kunanbai's plan, and looked at the few masks on his face. Although it is very close to the appearance of the god of death before, but after all, it has not reached the point where Skrito has completely turned into a god of death like Haribel and Neliel. She seemed very naive, and Kunanbai, who often spoke in a coquettish tone, actually paid so much for revenge, which made Ais Naneo feel a little sad. It took a lot of sweat and hard work from the death god to the virtual, and then cultivating to this point, but no one knows. Many people may be amazed that Bai has undergone such a big change in a month or two, but only in the broken world to see Ju Nanbai. Only those who have witnessed the whole process will know the hardships of Ju Nanbai. After all, Naneo Ais and Nanbai are also very good friends, and they played together when Naneo Ais was young, so she, Nanbai, and Hiyori have a very good relationship. Seeing her sister with such an expression, Ais Naneo couldn't help but have murderous intentions on Aizen, but unfortunately her strength is limited, that is, the strength of the vice captain. How can she do anything? When I was breaking the boundary, I saw that Halibal quickly reached the peak before breaking the limit in a very short period of time from the high level of Vastord, and then reached the peak of the primary level of Skrito in a very short time, and now it is even more so. It has already broken through to the intermediate level, and I only found out after I asked Lisa. Ju Nanbai's face began to have two blushing when he said this, and his tone was not as relaxed and a little shy as before, but she still knew from Lisa that doing what she loves with Lu Chengkong will become very strong, especially the first one. Said everything once. If Kunanbai heard about Ais Naneo from someone else, he would definitely say that this is Lu Chengkong's bragging, but it came from Liza Yadomaru's mouth, and the real example of Halibal, Ais Naneo also looked for it. Without any flaws. Then you plan to do that with him. This is related to the happiness of a lifetime. You must know that our death gods have a long lifespan, and the stronger the death gods are the virtual ones, the stronger the lifespan. You are now Vastord, you can live for at least 1,000 years. These things can't be decided hastily. Are you sure you like him? Ais Naneo originally wanted to curse, but seeing the gloomy murderous intent in Kunanbai's eyes and thinking about the relationship between her and Hiyori, of course she wanted to kill the enemy herself, so she held back her words. When it came to the mouth, it turned into the above words. Of course I can't talk about love, but Sister Lisa has already become her wife, and Hiyori also found Mako. It seems that I am the only one who has been single, and only Lu Chengkong has not made me feel uncomfortable all these years. It's also very good to me. I owe him too much, and he really hasn't asked me for anything in return. Ju Nanbai said with a small mouth. Naneo, why do I feel that you seem to like going against him? To be honest, he is also a very good person. Although he has many shortcomings and is a bit lustful, look at him. Which of his women would look sad? Back then, when Zibo Heian had something to do, Kong he was not happy. You see, Lu Chengkong turned the whole soul world upside down in order to make Kong he laugh. Ask yourself, who can do this for a woman? Hearing the voices that kept coming from his ears, Naneo was stunned for a moment, and then his face showed a look of contemplation. He kept thinking about Ju Nanbai's words in his heart. Yes, why did he always oppose him? Because he robbed his sister Lisa. Or is it because he is too diligent for sister Lisa to be worth it? But who is not a person with mixed reputation? How can there be absolutely good? If Lu Chengkong is really as bad as he thinks, then how can there be so many beautiful beauties around him, and many of them are extremely powerful of? If it was said that Lu Chengkong robbed them all because of his strength, but if this is the case, it is impossible for Saifeng Yuanyei and the others to show that kind of happy smile from the heart. It seems that he really only saw the bad things about him, and never thought about the good things about him. Now that she thinks about it this way, her views have changed, and she is horrified to find that Lu Chengkong, who she has always been unhappy with, is actually so good. There are really not many people who are so good to their wives for their own sake. For a while, old ideas and new ideas intertwined in her heart, making her struggle constantly. 623 Ju Nanbai's dedication to Pul Naneo. Don't discuss this. After all, this is about your lifelong happiness. I still think you should not be too hasty, and you don't need to do this at all. With the current strength of Junzi and the others, even if Lu Chengkong doesn't make a move, they will win. You don't have to do that at all. Naneo felt that his heart was already messed up, so he suppressed these thoughts for the time being and cared about Kunanbai in front of him first. If it were you and Lisa had something to do with you, what would you do? This time, instead of using a coquettish tone, Ju Nanbai put on a serious and slow way of speaking, letting Naneo speak. Suddenly speechless. If it really happened to Yahomaru Lisa, she would definitely, like Kunanbai, try every possible way to make herself able to kill the enemy. The original Naneo had no choice but to pin her hopes on the entire Sioran court. But now Ju Nanbai obviously has this opportunity, and looking at Ju Nanbai's appearance, it is obvious that he doesn't hate Lu Chengkong, and he even has a great affection for her. In addition, Lu Chengkong's kindness to her many times is not expected to be repaid. It seems that at present really the best choice. Naneo had been thinking hard for a long time and couldn't find any idea that could fight back against Ju Nanbai to dispel her idea. It would be fine if Ju Nanbai hated Lu Chengkong, but the question still had a lot of goodwill. Naneo has nothing to do. Since you've already made up your mind, why are you still pulling me? Naneo suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. After talking for so long, it seemed that it had nothing to do with taking me with me. I was with me. If we go together, Ju Nanbai may be even more unable to let go. Because I don't know how to do it, so I want you to teach me when the time comes. Ju Nanbai's face was slightly red, and he lowered his head and said. Naneo was suddenly speechless. What are you talking about? I am a single like you. What experience can I have? How can I teach you? You should go to Lisa. But she does not, knowing that Ju Nanbai was thinking in his heart, he was a little afraid to go alone. Hearing from Sister Lisa that Lu Chengkong is in great demand and very powerful, it was the first time for him, so relying on his own words is very dangerous. Based on the idea of sharing blessings and sharing difficulties, she felt that it would be better to take someone to accompany her, and living in Lu Mansion was the same as herself, and it was only Nelia Lu who had faced each other for a long time. The potential is 7. Rukia Tiger Toru Yuyan has not been here for a long time, and she doesn't have such a good relationship with Kunanbai. I have the best relationship with myself, and I have lived here for a long time. I have known Lu Chengkong for a long time, and I am still just like myself. Also, Naneo was the only one who was influenced by Lu Chengkong. Others don't know, but however, Ju Nanbai knew that the women who lived in Lu Mansion were basically Lu Chengkong's targets. After years of watching as a bystander, Ju Nanbai had thoroughly confirmed this conjecture. Jinnenbai doesn't believe that Is Naneo can escape Lu Chengkong's claws. Maybe Lu Chengkong has not attacked Is Naneo until now, but it is just to flirt, or to leave Is Naneo alone and helpless, and when he reaches the whole Lu Chengkong after all the women in the house became Lu Chengkong's wives, only one daughter, Naneo Is, was left with a good solution. Since it will be like this sooner or later, it is better to go with yourself. Rather than being alone and helpless, it is better to have a company with yourself. I am also thinking of you, Naneo. Ju Nanbai thought so in my heart. If let Is Naneo know that Jinnenbai, who is still trying to persuade, is actually thinking of such an idea, and I don't know if he will faint out alive. It's no wonder that no one dared to provoke Ju Nanbai when he was in the masked army. Ju Nanbai is indeed innocent, but naive, just like acting like a little girl who hasn't grown up. Doesn't mean she's not quite sophisticated, it's just that her little thoughts are used on the good side, and they are all trivial matters that are not important. For example, when arguing with people, they use coquettish simple but black-bellied words to make Kenshi and Meiko feel ashamed, and they are extremely angry, but they can't attack. However, Jinnenbai would not force Is Naneo to do so she just said those words to Is Naneo just to wake up Is Naneo and let her not only see Lu Chengkong's bad on the one hand, I didn't see the good side of him, so Is Naneo's concept and view of Lu Chengkong could be reversed. And Jinnenbai can see that the relationship between Is Naneo and Lu Chengkong is actually very complicated. There is resentment, gratitude, and anger. The signs of long-term bickering have made Is Naneo unknowingly. The time is integrated into this kind of life, but a layer of film binds the relationship between the two sides. As the saying goes, the friends who are happy are Lu Chengkong and Is Naneo. However, there is still a layer of film between them. As long as the relationship between the two sides is penetrated, the bickering in the past and the dislike of each other will lead to a 360-degree change. Of course, one person or something is needed in the middle. After piercing this layer of film, Ju Nanbai, who can see clearly now as a bystander, certainly doesn't mind piercing it himself. When the time comes, I will dedicate myself and bring Is Naneo along. Lu Chengkong will rise up, and if he can't satisfy him, Lu Chengkong will definitely reach out to Is Naneo. At that time, Is Naneo, who had a different opinion on Lu Chengkong, had the influence of himself as an intermediary, plus his own leadership and dedication, watching a live erotic palace, and psychologically intertwined with the contradiction between the two concepts, plus Lu Chengkong. Even if she wants to escape, she can't escape. Even if she feels a little resentful and doesn't want to, there won't be much resistance. At most, it's just that Lu Chengkong was too fast, and he blamed himself for sulking her, but Ju Nanbai believed that as time passed, and they lived with each other for a while, Is Naneo would be grateful to him at that time. If it wasn't for her, Is Naneo and Lu Chengkong might not know how long it would take for them to get together. When Ju Nanbai thought of this, the more proud he became and the more he admired himself. Naneo, look, I have no plans. I am thinking of your happy life. If you are familiar with Ju Nanbai, Hiriko Meiko and Liu Quanxi, who have been beaten by Ju Nanbai's mouth for a long time, will definitely say that you are miserable, Is Naneo, and at the same time you will say that Shirai is really awesome. Even if he dedicated himself to himself and brought Is Naneo to accompany him, he could still make so many truths, but here I have to say that Ju Nanbai's vision is really accurate. As someone who has never experienced love, she can see so clearly, but it's no wonder that Ju Nanbai has lived for such a long time as a god of death or Zudu. I don't know, I don't understand, but as a bystander, Ju Nanbai sees it more clearly and knows more deeply. 624 Naneo who was fooled for nothing. It is precisely because of this that the longer they live, the longer they exist, and the richer their experiences, the harder it is for a death or an imaginary couple to be born, because they know too much about their experiences, although they know what they like best in their hearts. What kind of partner do you need most? But it is also because of too much experience, too much seeing, and too much acquaintance, which makes it difficult to find a better half that you like and satisfy the most, because both men and women think that if you don't love, one love is life. In addition, many times, even if you find your ideal goal, you will not get together immediately, but will try your best to get to know each other for a long time. As ordinary friends, you can finally confirm that it is the same as what you think after countless times. Second, they will come together, so the rate of death in the world is infinitely close to zero. Because they have lived for a long time, of course, they will need a partner who will accompany them for a long time in their lives. They all choose to live alone. Men too, and women too, and only a freak like Lu Chengkong knows what kind of character the women in the world of death are like, so he can prescribe the right medicine and create a harem army in the world of death. But even so, Lu Chengkong and many of his wives have been together for a minimum of 60 years, Landau, and the others are basically a long-distance love run for more than 100 years or more than a few hundred years. It's just that for a small number of wives, I used a little method, for example, like Lu Anju, but it took me nearly 100 years to get along with the girl, to shorten the time a little, but at least the others it also took more than 100 years and a few hundred years to come together completely. With many advantages and using many methods, Lu Chengkong will be out for such a long time, let alone other people. Of course, there are exceptions like Hinamori Dao, because she dedicated herself to a cause. But even so, they have come together, and together with Lu Chengkong's means, Chu Sentao is still not parted. This life belongs to Lu Chengkong. Although the relationship has not been cultivated, the heart of Xiao Sentao is also determined. How could I possibly do it, Shiro? Eyes Naneo blushed slightly and said a little embarrassedly. Obviously, a girl with a yellow flower seemed to be very experienced by Ju Nanbai. How could she not be ashamed? But you often slept with Lisa, and you used to spend the night in Chengkong's house when you were in this world. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've always seen a pig run away, right? Jininbai's words made Eyes Naneo unable to keep calm any longer, with no joy or sadness, and she was ashamed by Jininbai's words. Why does the blue veins on the clothes reveal the appearance of mourning when Bai is white? And I finally fully understood why Hirako Mako and Liuch Kenshi were so happy when Sister Lisa took Ju Nanbai to settle in Lu Mansion, and their expressions seemed to be even more joyful after their great strength. Didn't you live in Lu's residence for a while now? You and Lu Chengkong have been separated from the boundary for 100 or 200 years. Don't you know? Eyes Naneo kept taking deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. It is absolutely impossible to be so angry with Ju Nanbai as Peace Zi Junzi Liuch Quanchi. Every time he and Harabel do that thing, they open the barrier, they can only see a yellow light outside, can't see anything, can't even hear the sound. How do I know? You and Lisa is a close friend of hers, so of course she has everything to say. It's done. Under the bombardment of Jininbai's indiscriminate bombardment, while being abusive and coquettish, Eyes Naneo, who was only concerned with coping, didn't even know that he had been pulled in front of Lu Chengkong by Jininbai, and now when she returns when I came to my senses, I didn't know why, but the bad feeling in my heart became stronger and stronger. It made her instinctively feel like she was about to run away, but it was a pity that Ju Nanbai held her hand so hard that she couldn't pull it out. Of course, Ju Nanbai's strength was compared to the current Vastord Middleton. The rank Grimjiao is only strong but not weak. How can Eyes Naneo, who only has the strength of the vice-captain, struggle? It's rare. Why did you two come to find me together? And you Naneo, don't you miss me? Lu Chengkong immediately put a self-confident pose to Eyes Naneo. Said. Who misses you? Eyes Naneo may have gotten used to it. Although she has changed her opinion of Lu Chengkong, she still retorted habitually in a conditioned reflex. At the same time, she was very depressed and couldn't say anything. He was pulled by Jininbai, and now he can't leave if he wants to, so Jininbai took his hand. Why would you come here if you don't want me? It's not just one person who is used to bickering, not only Eyes Naneo, even Lu Chengkong is accustomed to bickering with Eyes Naneo, although every time he fights with Eyes Naneo failed and ended in failure. But Lu Chengkong was extremely happy with the stubbornness and tenacity of Eyes Naneo. The bickering with Eyes Naneo made that life more colorful, and Lu Chengkong felt a sense of accomplishment every time he saw Ai's Naneo, who was as cold and glamorous as Lisa Yahomaru, showing embarrassment. "I'm too lazy to tell you. I came to see you because I had something to do, so I didn't want you to bully me." Ai's Naneo's face was a little hot when he said this. "Come on, I just finished being bullied by Ju Nanbai just now. How can anyone bully Ju Nanbai?" Hearing this, Lu Chengkong turned his eyes to Ju Nanbai. What made Ai's Naneo speechless was that the present Ju Nanbai was half as shy as he was just now. He clearly deceived herself, and it was precisely because of this that she felt the inconvenience became more and more obvious. It's a pity that at this time, she can't escape if she wants to. At this time, she still doesn't understand that Ju Nanbai just pretended. Although it may be mixed with a little bit of truth, it is definitely not that exaggerated. Thinking of this, she is speechless. She has always been wise and insightful, and she will be fooled by Ju Nanbai. Depressed. "I want Aizen to regret what I did to Hiyori and the others. I want to take revenge myself, so I want you to help me improve my strength. I know that what you can do is to use Halibal's kind. Of course, could you give me that peony cake before?" Ju Nanbai said very seriously at first, but soon the conversation changed, and he immediately returned to his original form. "Have you figured it out?" Lu Chengkong didn't expect that Ju Nanbai's arrival would be like this, but he thought that Lisa Yahomaru said that the three of them had been living together almost from the beginning of spirituality when they were young. Therefore, Lisa Yahomaru, Kunanbai and Hiyori have the best relationship. "I want to come to Kunanbai and Yajumaru not to be tested as in the original book, but Hiyori could not escape the disaster, because Lisa Yajumaru and Jinanbai tried every means to avenge her, and they had no choice but to avenge Aizen's death. The hatred can be said to be that all the water from the Yellow River is poured in and cannot be washed away. When Ju Nanbai fought and cultivated so desperately when he was breaking the world, it was also because he wanted to avenge Hiyori with his own hands, so Lu Chengkong was not surprised that Ju Nanbai would come to him to make this request. After Yahomaru Liza found out about the relationship between the three, he already knew that such a day would come. 624-625 Eat Ju Nanbai. Although Ju Nanbai's talent has been fully exerted after becoming Shu, and his strength has been improved like a rocket, it is not so easy to improve after arriving at Worstard. Unless you reach the peak before death and the void break the limit, and then swallow a Scredo high-level void with such good luck as Harabel. Otherwise, even if the talent is good for 100 or 200 years, don't think about it without affecting the future strength. Ascension hits the point of Scredo without the slightest sequelae. Think clearly. Ju Nanbai nodded, pouting and looking at Lu Chengkong with serious eyes. "Can I refuse?" Lu Chengkong was a little speechless. Recently, his luck seems to have come back. It's really cool to fly to Yanfu, but this seems to have the effect of getting on the bus first and then making up the ticket, and it makes Lu Chengkong feel that Ju Nan is in front of him. Bai didn't come for himself, but for the liquid he sprayed out, which made Lu Chengkong feel weird. "Wow, I want to do that one. I want to become stronger." Ju Nanbai didn't say anything, but his expression changed. There was a big drop of cold sweat on Shu's forehead. It was too good. He cried when he cried. This Saga's skill is too high. Although she knew she did it on purpose, Ju Nanbai's appearance and her temperament made people unable to feel any disgust, and even felt that it was natural for Ju Nanbai to do it, as if people wanted to eat and drink water. Very natural. Okay, but think about it clearly. Once it starts, no matter whether you regret it in your heart, whether you are happy or not, you can only belong to me, Lu Chengkong, and my wife. No one wants to get involved. You must be like this in your heart too, otherwise. Lu Chengkong put away the smile on his face, and his eyes flickered with cold light. He didn't care what others thought of him, he just wanted to be happy with his wives, but he had his own bottom line. If he violated this bottom line, even in the future Ju Nanbai, who will become his wife, will also kill her with one knife. Of course, this is the worst plan. At the same time, he will never let this happen, so he gave Ju Nanbai a chance. What's there to regret? Isn't it about I heard from Sister Lisa that you are very powerful, but you were really as domineering as she said. But I like this kind of man, indecisive, no point. I'm not happy with masculinity, I'll just cultivate the feelings later. Anyway, I've identified you. Ju Nanbai was not at all afraid or angry, but said with a smile, a twinkle flashed in his eyes. It was not liking or love, but simply admiring Lu Chengkong and of course grateful. After all, Lu Chengkong has many. She has been kind to her and has never thought of repaying herself, let alone talking about it. Such a man is what Ju Nanbai wants. Maybe such a man has many shortcomings, but it is precisely because of the existence of these shortcomings that the advantages of Lu Chengkong are fully brought out, more radiant, and at the same time, it also makes people feel that Lu Chengkong is real, not illusory. The so-called perfect saint. When a woman chooses her final partner, she never wants a perfect existence like a saint. Sometimes the coexistence of shortcomings and advantages is more exciting, more attractive, and more desirable. At the same time, when you hug each other, you will feel real. It will not give a woman a sense of being held by you, but it seems to be separated by the ends of the earth. Ais Naneo was at a loss. Obviously, Ju Nanbai's previous words and now that she had no regrets or reluctance at all made her very confused and overwhelmed. Maybe it was because she read too many books. It's a bit horny and a bit idealistic. I think it's best to choose your other half with fewer flaws, or if you can't find any flaws, but Ju Nanbai's words today are obviously not the case. The kind of words that combine practical experience and theory make Ais Naneo was unable to find any wrong place to refute. In addition, there is an example in front of her. Ju Nanbai doesn't love Lu Chengkong, not even a liking. It can only be regarded as Cheng's curiosity, affection, and gratitude, but Ju Nanbai did not deny it. I admire such a man, and if I have to choose, I will be with such a man. This lascivious, domineering man who doesn't know how to be courteous to a lady, is arrogant and has even done a lot of things for a girl, is really so attractive. But now that she thought about it, she realized that although she was still unhappy with Lu Chengkong's bad points, she really found that she had really focused all her attention on Lu Chengkong's bad points and never thought about his good points. Maybe I was a little too idealistic before. If I really don't have any shortcomings, then is it still a human being? It should be that there are no emotions and 6 desires. If there are no shortcomings, where will the advantages come from? There will be advantages. Quote. Ais Naneo seemed to understand a lot of things at once, and the whole person seemed to be a lot more mature. Obviously, there was no such thing as the original Yahomaru Liza, who fled to the world without her in a mess, so she was not alone at all. Faced with all the difficulties of life. Although she is also very mature now and independent from you, she is much more than that in the original book because of Lisa Yazumaru's departure. She has faced many difficulties in life in the Soul Society since she was a child and cultivated herself to become stronger and so on. There is still a little gap, but after thinking about it now, even if Ais Naneo is more reluctant than she is in the original book, it is even worse. I hope your thoughts can exist forever. Lu Chengkong smiled. Ju Nanbai, a girl who looked like a little girl, saw a lot more clearly than many people with her eyes, since the other party didn't regret it, although there is a suspicion of getting on the bus first and then making up the ticket, but no matter what, it is your own wish. Lu Chengkong was not Lu Shahui, of course he would not refuse. He walked over and hugged Ju Nanbai in his arms, bowed his head and kissed Ju Nanbai's very beautiful little mouth that often pouted. Ju Nanbai was really shy now, his face flushed red like a ripe red apple, and with a snort, all his strength seemed to have been drained, and he could only slump into Lu Chengkong's arms. Lu Chengkong was tasting his own fragrance. As the two bodies continued to rub against each other, the clothes kept decreasing, and they completely forgot that there was still a village of Ais Naneo directly in this hall. The body is so tightly and together there is no longer any distance. Not to mention, the appearance of Ju Nanbai, who looks similar to Feijun, is very predictable after stripping again. Although it is not as good as the other girls such as Luanjumaojawali, it is also not as good as Saifeng Yuan Yei, Kong, Ji, Ranjima, but only slightly worse than Soma Yoshino, and completely on the same level as Yahomaru Liza. However, I am no longer surprised when I think of the proud scene that Ju Nanbai showed when he was sleeping in the episodes that were about to be experimented with blurring in the original 110 years ago. Ah! Ju Nanbai cried out in pain. She was different from Saifeng Yuan Yei and the others. In bed, Ju Nanbai was very shy like an ancient girl. The quiet one just hugged Lu Chengkong and let Lu Chengkong go. Drive yourself and conquer yourself. However, it was her performance of being picked by Ren Jun that allowed Lu Chengkong to experience different pleasures, different stimuli, and soon the whole hall was filled with bursts of 625, 626 push eyes Naneo again. Is this really that comfortable? But putting it in so much, my god, I'm so ashamed of what I'm thinking. Eyes Naneo, who was already very confused in his heart, looked at Jinnenbai, and under his amazed eyes, he was completely ashamed. Are united. In addition to the pain at the beginning, Eyes Naneo watched Jinnenbai's expression change from pain at a speed visible to the naked eye to an expression of wanting to die, as if flying through the clouds and enjoying the bliss of the world. Eyes Naneo, who was in an unstable state, was even more cranky. Although Naneo Eyes is not the first to know about these things, she also knows a lot from Liza Yazumaru under the corpse, and she is not the first to live in Lu's residence and Lu Chengkong's house for a long time. It's the first time I've heard these blushing voices, but it's the first time I've seen it so close. Watching Lu Chengkong go in and out of Ju Nanbai's body, she rationally told her that she shouldn't look at it, but Ju Nanbai's believable moans kept coming from her ears, as if it contained infinite magic power. The extravagance that gradually filled the air made her unable to move her eyes to stare at the intersection of Lu Chengkong and Ju Nanbai. Ah, I can't do it, I can't do it anymore. You can find Naneo, I'm going to sleep. Suddenly, Ju Nanbai's small mouth threw a high sentence full of extreme joy, and the happiness made Eyes Naneo's face blush. Ruhua's demonic voice directly pouted, and habitually put his jade hand on the left jade girl peak and fell asleep immediately, and fell asleep with a satisfied, happy, satisfied smile. Obviously, the moment before she fell asleep, she clearly felt that her body had a pure and frightening spiritual power that was gradually absorbed by herself without any resistance. She believed that she had absorbed this spiritual power. If he can reach the pinnacle of Vastord, then using gloves or swallowing a member of Team Zero, one of Wang Shu's guards will be able to defeat Aizen. When he was working with Hannibal, Lu Chengkong's strength was only the pinnacle of Skrito, but now he has clearly surpassed King Shu. As for whether he has reached the realm of Wang Shu, Spirit King, besides him and Mao Zhawali no one knows, but no matter what, at this time, Lu Chengkong and Ju Nanbai are doing the same thing as Hannibal at that time. Of course, Ju Nanbai's profit is much greater than that of Hannibal at that time. After all, Lu Chengkong's strength at this time was many times stronger than that at that time, otherwise, he wouldn't have let the middle-rank Ju Nanbai of Vastad to get the peak of Worsted after he was completely absorbed. Although the first time had the greatest effect, at that time, Hannibal's strength was already at the high-level peak of Wazong Tod, and he was only one step away from reaching the peak of Waz Tod, and under such circumstances, he did it 3 times. Only then did Hannibal reach the pinnacle completely, and no matter how lucky he was to swallow up a high-level Skrito, he had such a powerful strength so quickly. But now Ju Nanbai is only a mid-level Vastad, and he can reach the peak of Vastad after doing it once. From this, it can be seen how much stronger Lu Chengkong is now than at that time. Ju Nanbai's harvest much older than Haribel at that time. I'm going to die, what did this guy Bai say? At this time, Eyes Naneo was completely awake. If it was normal, she would have guaranteed that Lu Chengkong would not use force against her, but now Ju Nanbai took the lead in provoking it. Lu Chengkong's lust made him unsatisfied again. In the end, she even said something as if she, Naneo Eyes, was also here to dedicate herself, and then she fell asleep deaf without any evidence, and she could say that she wanted to cry without tears, even if she wanted to deny it. If she said no, why was it just now? If she didn't leave, why did she come again? No one would believe her except for her own and Ju Nanbai's scruples. At least Lu Chengkong couldn't guarantee that he would believe it, but it was useless to think so much now. Even if he knew in his heart that he might not be able to escape today, Ais Naneo still had to fight. Shunpo. Ais Naneo let out a low voice, and her figure flashed, but she was stunned and couldn't believe that she had already used Shunpo, and it was a high-level Shunpo taught by Sifun Yuanyaiki. Although it is not as good as Lu Chengkong's, but it is also much more advanced and powerful than the Shunpo of Kurosaki Ichigo and the others in Byakuya Kuchiki's original work, but now she can't move as if her whole body is frozen. The Raya, who was controlled like her arms and fingers clasped together, no matter how hard she tried to control it, she seemed to be sinking into the sea without the slightest response. It made her depressed to the extreme. It just makes her feel strange that she clearly knows what she will face next, but in her heart there is no emotional fluctuations such as resentment, except for the depressed anger and shame. Obviously this is still due to credit Ju Nanbai's remarks before in her actual actions, plus the deep feelings Lu Chengkong and her bickering life had cultivated unknowingly over the years. After all, this is also an alternative way of cultivating feelings between them, but Ais Naneo can't turn around, and he just doesn't want to admit it. Now that it's broken and Lu Chengkong will rush towards her, of course, he will never again. Can't deny it like it used to. Faced directly with her own heart, of course she knows the true thoughts of people's hearts, and even the last layer of membrane was pierced with the help of Ju Nanbai in secret. Although all of this can't be said to be a matter of course, it's just a little hurry to kill it. It can be seen that Ais Naneo didn't hate Lu Chengkong and Ju Nanbai in his heart because he lost his body immediately. Tilda Ais Naneo snorted. She was already held in Lu Chengkong's arms, and the strong masculine breath came out, plus the aura from what she just did with Ju Nanbai made Ais Shishu's eyes were filled with water and spring, and he looked at Lu Chengkong with blurred eyes. You big pervert, are you finally going to take action against me? If you weren't as strong as what Sister Lisa said, I'd definitely squeeze, see if you dare to bother. Ais Naneo was surprised to find that she would speak in such a tone that only a passionate lover would use to the person she loves, and even say things that seemed so nasty to her in the past, and actually it's so natural, it doesn't seem abrupt or out of place, but it seems very casual. Bai created such a good opportunity for me, how can I live up to her? Lu Chengkong was not embarrassed at all. Even if he was not as strong as Liu Bei and Cao Cao, he was still comparable to the thickness of the city wall. No red eyes and no jumping. Ais Naneo couldn't help but glance at Lu Chengkong, but this white eye gave people a coquettish feeling, making Ais Naneo, who always gave people a cold look. It seemed very charming, so Lu Chengkong couldn't hold it, and directly attacked the peach blossom spring that had been prepared for a long time. Ah, the pain is dead, can't you be too perverted here? This is the first time for me. Ais Naneo's painful cry passed, the numbness and itchiness came, and then he stopped. The cloud rain started again, and it was even more violent and more intense than before. 626, 627 The Blue Dye Legion is coming. Lu Chengkong, Ju Nanbai, and Ais Naneo's battle did not stop until 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. Although Lu Chengkong was not satisfied yet, in Ais Naneo, the usual sexual indifference was completely opposite. Even under the counterattack of sexual fanaticism, it was sprayed once. Besides, I took 2 wonderful sexes at one time. Of course, I was embarrassed to let them go and went to Ujawali, Luanjuyei and the others. In the end, I could only hug them with each left hand and fall asleep directly. Lu Chengkong didn't wake up until the sunlight fell on his body the next morning. He got up and took a shower. He went to the Soul World. The casual combat costumes that only he can wear. They are handsome yet convenient, simple and flexible. They are indeed the most suitable for him. It is worth mentioning that Bachenliu and Luanju are influenced by her at the same time. Put on different clothes from the dead tyrant in the Soul World. Apparently it was specially designed. Matsumoto Ranju wears conservative, yet sexy and charming, and makes people unable to see it. There is a fire in his heart. It is a bit similar to the clothes worn by women's senior and beautiful white-collar workers, but the material is very elastic and can be worn on any. There will be no discomfort even in battle. Is a combination of the advantages of women's white-collar clothes, T-shirts, shirts and other elements, but more of them are the sexy, glamorous and capable and tempting appearances of women's senior and beautiful white-collar workers. As for Bachenliu, of course, she was wearing a cute, youthful, and noble white princess dress, which made Bachenliu's delicacy and charming, exuding a noble yet approachable atmosphere. Maybe it was to cooperate with Lu Chengkong, or maybe just thinking about Cao Cao. Cao Cao will come. Lu Chengkong just remembered Matsumoto Ranju and Kusaka Yakiryu, the two girls really dressed in a completely different from the Seoul world, full of modernity but not lost. Elegant and noble clothes appeared in front of Lu Chengkong. It seems like it's been a few days since Aizen and the others came. What are you going to do, husband? If it was just Aizen, Matsumoto Ranju would be too lazy to care about it, and it would be even more impossible to ask Lu Chengkong, but he knew the spirit from Ujawali and Lu Chengkong. After the incident with Wangshu and Wangshu, the chaotic chrysanthemum with a very strong intuition feels that maybe this time when the blue dye comes to reality, it will lead to a lot of unknown dangers, especially after knowing Wangshu and the Spirit King. She feels more and more intense. What else can we do? Soldiers come to block the water and flood the soil. There is no need to be so nervous. If it is as dangerous as you feel, this may be a great opportunity for us. Now that you have reached the mid-level peak of Skrido, and Yi reached the peak of the primary level of Skrido, you have encountered the same bottleneck. I don't know how long it will take, but this time, if you can capture all of your strengths in one go, you should be able to greatly improve. Matsumoto Ranju's talent can be said to be defying the sky without being robbed of his spiritual power. He has always practiced steadily and steadily. He has comprehended breakthroughs and cultivated on his own. Lu Chengkong or Nelly Lu, Harabelle and the others devoured high-level Skrido like that. But even so, she still has a strength that is only inferior to Nelly L, who has broken through and is now a high-level Skrido, who has swallowed a high-level Skrido. For this reason, many of Lu Chengkong's wives, even Mao Zhawali, are splendid when they look at her. It can be said that in terms of pure aptitude and talent, she and Nelly Lu are the same as the existence of the sky. Without breaking the shackles of the original book, the achievements are limitless. Matsumoto Ranju was deprived of spiritual power. Nelly Lu received the influence of spiritual symbol power when Vastored, and now both of them have survived their own catastrophe. Lu Chengkong was not worried at all about Matsumoto Ranju's words, and even a little heartless, he directly held Matsumoto Ranju in his arms, and he was the first woman who came to the world of death to overthrow, and Matsumoto Ranju also showed afterwards. The appearance and performance of a noble woman, a virtuous woman, and a slut that can only be shown when she is doing things with herself, such a perfect temperament. After letting him not suppress his feelings anymore, Lu Chengkong also loves Matsumoto Ranju very much. In addition, being the first woman to be knocked down in the world of death, of course, he also has a special feeling. Just like in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, no matter how much Lu Chengkong's wife is in the back, there is no woman who can shake the status of Khalifa and Hancock. Although Matsumoto Ranju in the world of death is not as good as the previous two women, but the national ash is special. The reason for the feelings is also not far away, at least it is on the same level as Ujawali and Bachenliu, only below Khalifa and Hancock. If Khalifa and Hancock are queens in Lu Chengkong's heart, then Ujawali, Matsumoto Ranju, and Bachenliu are the three ladies and three noble concubines. Of course, this is just the classification of their status in Lu Chengkong's heart. But for Lu Chengkong, none of them can be given up. This belongs to Lu Chengkong's domineering as well as the responsibility of men and his chauvinism. But Saifeng Yuanyei is a different kind. She had an emotional relationship with Lu Chengkong earlier than Lu Anju, but it was because of a little accident that Lu Anju was ahead of her. Saifeng Yuanyei complained many times in her heart. But it's already a fact, and Lu Chengkong treats her and Lu Anju impartially, so that the complaints in her heart have long disappeared. Anyway, for her, as long as Lu Chengkong loves her, it's enough. It is precisely because of this. Although she was robbed of the first place by Matsumoto Ranju in the world of death after the time for the toppling expired, Her status is the same as that of Matsumoto Ranju, so if Lu Chengkong is the emperor, the position of the lady is destined to be only 3. If all 3 are occupied, then Saifeng Yuan Yei's position in Lu Chengkong's heart is still completely the same as that of the imperial concubine, without the slightest thought, and the same as Matsumoto Ranju and other women. And because Ujawali and Matsumoto Ranju beginning to appear, they are cultivated the day after tomorrow, not as good as Ujawali and Khalifa. The two have the kind of shocking beauty that only queens have, graceful and luxurious, and expensive. Unspeakable temperament. However, because Matsumoto Ranju was cultivated like Khalifa, and it can be said that there is a natural gap with Ujawali, so the two girls are currently helping Lu Chengkong manage the entire harem, and they take care of it really well. It's good, even better than when Khalifa and Hancock were both in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. After all, Maujawali is indeed born to belong to this kind of queen-like woman. She can control the harem and no woman refuses to accept it. No matter where she goes, even if she covers her face or puts on an ugly face, her temperament makes her stand out from the crowd. Exist. And Matsumoto Ranju and Khalifa are only for Lu Chengkong to learn, to do, to change, to optimize, although they did a good job, but they are not innate after all. Of course, they will lose to Ujawali in terms of quantity management. Although Hancock also has the same innate graceful and luxurious, gorgeous temperament and aura like Maujawali, but maybe because she has been an empress, she is a little more aggressive than Maujawali's performance. A touch of mellowness. Therefore, Maujawali is indeed better and more suitable than her in the position of the harem controller. Otherwise Lu Chengkong would not have taken a fancy to Maujawali and even broke his original decision in the world of death for her. 628 inches morning run, with Luanju. It's as easy as you said, but it would be great if it's the same as what you said. I also want to become stronger. I thought I was pretty good before, but now it doesn't seem to be enough. I don't want to hold back. But you took care of Bai and Naneo yesterday. But you didn't take good care of Luanju. I want it, come quickly. Luanju suddenly twisted like a water snake in Lu Chengkong's arms, making her already turbulent body even more turbulent, igniting the desire in Lu Chengkong's heart again. Lu Chengkong, who was originally unsatisfied in order to take care of Kunanbai and Ai's Dao, was immediately seduced by Matsumoto Ranju, the stunning cowgirl, Matsumoto Ranju, and a wolf roared under the watery eyes of Kusaka Yakion. Started the morning exercise with Matsumoto Ranju. In Lu Chengkong's words, morning exercise is healthier. Only with a blonde cow like Matsumoto Ranju, a mature and seductive stunner who is a beautiful enchantress, can Lu Chengkong be the most invigorating. Such a taste is definitely not comparable to the Daisy Birds Kunanbai and Yila Naneo last night. Especially when Matsumoto Ranju was facing herself. She didn't have the dignified and virtuous lady and martyr she used to look like. Only when she faced Lu Chengkong would she show this desire. Every time Lu Chengkong can't stop enjoying it, he can't wait to eat Matsumoto Ranju completely into his stomach. Hee, I don't know when Xiaokong did these things to Yachenliu. But my body is so small, but when I grow up, I can't be Xiaokong's shoulder. Kaolu Bachenliu thought about it, and didn't know how to choose. It can be said that Lu Chengkong's shoulders belong to her, and she did this on purpose to prevent her body from growing up, but if she didn't grow up, it seemed like doing this it's a little dangerous, it looks a little too tender on the outside. But in fact, the defensive power of Yakion Ryu's body's steel skin is amazing. In addition, when she fights after Shikai, there is a circle of protection, circle of pink energy. Even if it is the same level of death or virtual to break through her defense, it is really difficult. Even if it is better than her, it will take a certain amount of effort, and who knows if Bachenliu has stronger defense capabilities. These two guys. Ujawali smelled the **** in the air when she came to the hall with a Chinese-style breakfast, plus the two people lying on the sofa with disheveled clothes, and Matsumoto Ranju after the climax of his face. He was enjoying the afterglow, with a charming atmosphere all over his body, and he looked very lazy and charming. He didn't know that the two of them should have done a morning exercise just now. Ujawali shook her head amusingly, but she didn't get angry. After all, she was a role model for the entire harem, a role model, and someone to learn from. Besides, what's so jealous? No matter how absurd things are, she and Lu Chengkong have eaten something like being slept together dozens of times. These are just trivial things. She will also have a direct love affair with Lu Chengkong, and enjoy the moisture of the rain and dew. Have breakfast. Lu Chengkong took the breakfast handed by Ujawali, gave it to Yakianyu on his shoulder, and then handed it to Matsumoto Ranju. I want you to feed me, Matsumoto Ranju said in a coquettish voice, using a coquettish technique. Facing the coquettishness of Matsumoto Ranju, Lu Chengkong couldn't resist, so he took a mouthful of soy milk and pointed at Matsumoto. Ranju's little mouth kissed, while licking Matsumoto's little fragrant tongue, he passed the soy milk over. Matsumoto Ranju's face was a little red, but he did not refuse anyone who came. He opened his teeth and swallowed all the soy milk that Lu Chengkong had passed over while catering to the teasing of Lu Chengkong's tongue. The two of you came and went, and unknowingly, you have already eaten up all the large breakfasts. As for Ujawali, he walked out quietly with Bachanliu and left the environment to him. Lu Chengkong and Matsumoto Ranju are a pair of passionate men and women. On the other side of the present world, Aizen did not know why, but sent Ulquiorlucifer and Yami to the present world many times, destroying and attacking many times, especially the Death God Legion stationed in the present world. People carried out multiple attacks. Especially the closer to the last few days of disintegration and complete unblocking, the more attacks there are. Today is the third time including this one, but this time is different from the past in that it is basically a short battle. Ulquiorlucifer and Yami, who were going to leave, didn't seem to have any plans to retreat immediately this time. Instead, Zila fought against the gods of death in front of them. Not only that, those who appeared in the original book in order to attract the attention of the current Death God Legion and then facilitate Ulquiorlucifer to kidnap Orihime Inoue have all appeared, but now Orihime Inoue is a healer of Uno Hanaru. Apprentice, plus she is Lu Chengkong's wife. Even if Aizen has the ability to reach the sky, he can't do it, let alone let Ulquiorlucifer come, but because of this, he still has so many death gods including Wandawaith and Ulquiorlucifer. It's a little puzzling that Yami and other broken faces that are not 10 blades come to this world to attack the Death God Legion. Damn, what is the purpose of these guys? They even sent reinforcements here. Hitsugaya Toshiro's face turned purple, seeing that in addition to Ulquiorlucifer and Yami, there were so many more broken faces, including the 60th blade, which the original had replaced Grimjow for a while. Little devil, we are also old rivals. I am the 10th in the 10 blades, but you are the captain of the 10th division. I can let go of my hands and feet and fight with you today, so I will split it today. Let's win. Yami stared fiercely at Hitsugaya Toshiro in front of him. If it wasn't for Ulquiorlucifer's many times for not allowing him to take action, every time he was forced to retreat as soon as he was in the mood to fight, he would have been suffocated long ago. Now, he didn't dare to get angry with Ulquiorlucifer, so he had to vent all the stagnation in his heart on his old opponent. Forgot to mention, Yami was beaten by Lu Chengkong long ago, but because Aizen was defeated by Lu Chengkong many times, he was more cautious than the original book, because his subordinates would not practice it on himself. Aborted before the plan. So he took off a small part of their souls from some of the 10 blades he cared about, and then catalyzed a transformed broken face completely made by the power of the broken jade through the broken jade. Of course, only after the body of the broken face died. Used, and Tooth is dead. So Aizen uses the soul collected from Yami to create a new Yami, which can only be used once. After all, not every soul can be split like Stark, and a split is very painful. And his soul with the strength of Jinya Mi can only withstand one split. Otherwise, even if a new Tooth Mi is produced or the strength of the main body's Tooth Mi will be affected, and the produced Tooth Mi in front of it is much stronger than the previous Tooth Mi because it is completely catalyzed by collapsing jade. However, consciousness, wisdom, and character memory are no different from the previous Yami. After all, the soul is one body instead of splitting into an independent consciousness. Sit up in the sky, Bingranwan. Toshiro, who has obtained the complete original Hingrenwan, and his strength has greatly improved, even if he faced Hannibal in the original book, his strength is far from his current strength, so facing the 10th blade and his old rival Yami, he was not afraid at all. It's this little dragon again, it's boring, Phantom Flash. Facing the ice dragon's attack that he had been in contact with many times, Yami seemed a little bored, and a red Phantom Flash shot at it, intending to destroy the entire ice dragon at once. It's a pity that he didn't know that Hitsugaya Toshiro had been hiding his strength in order to find out the number of Yami's way a few times before, and he also knew that they would leave at any time. It was intended to show all his strength, so that even if the opponent wanted to leave, he would not be able to leave and leave Yami completely. 628-629 Tooth Secret Return Blade. This time, the ice dragon released with all his strength was not as fragile as Yami had expected, and was beaten into powder by his own flickering, not even damaged. Body. The powerful impact force, the frosty ice layer directly froze the teeth into an ice sculpture, and then the entire ice sculpture was rushed out and fell to the ground with a bang, causing the sky to be filled with smoke and dust at any time. Frozen, Toshiro, who has a complete source and already has enough strength to begin to bring out the true power of the strongest Zanpakuto in the ice and snow type, is so powerful. It's amazing, Yami was frozen all of a sudden. With many variables, it is already a very different world from the original world of death. Of course, the 10 blades of the Void Knight Palace are also different. Grimjow has a tile. Stod's strength was the 30th blade. But no matter whether Grimjow left now or not, Ruby was still sitting on the 60th blade. Because he didn't have the strength to compete with Grimjow's Grimjow, he sat safely on the 60th blade. The position of Aizen has not been killed, and now he is also the 60th blade of Aizen's current 10 blades. He was also very surprised to see that Yami was suddenly at a disadvantage, and put away the arrogance in his heart. It seems that these gods of death should not be underestimated. The only difference is that he doesn't know that there are still the existence of Hirako Mako and Urahara Kazuki behind the Death Army. It doesn't matter even if the current appearance of Asanjing Renji and others are defeated, and the 2 death gods behind may be Ruby's surprise. But terrified. It seems that this god of death should have hidden his strength before, Captain. Even if a kid can take the position of captain, it should not be underestimated. Calm and cautious, Ulquiorra, who would not look down on his opponent once the battle began, immediately analyzed Hitsugaya Toshiro's situation. Crescent Moon Sky Chong. Of course, Ichigo Kurosaki has also participated in the battle. He has not experienced many battles in the virtual circle as in the original book, and his strength has not improved much, but he has faced Ulquiorra many times in this world. He ended up in a fiasco with serious injuries, and even was on the verge of death many times, but Xiaoqiang's characteristics still allowed him to survive. Now he has completely used the spiritual pressure of Kurosaki Masaki, so in the pure spiritual pressure, he already has the spiritual pressure of the peak of the captain, but the real strength is far from the peak of the captain. At least in the face of Ulquiorra, even if it is virtual plus swastika, there is not much power to fight back. However, after so many battles and every time he faced Ulquiorra, he was not without gains except for Reiatsu. At least the blurring has reached the same level as the original, which can last for a relatively long period of time. Flicker in time. Mako, Isshin's son is really good. Now the unknown alien spiritual pressure in his body has been completely absorbed by him, and the progress is really fast. Urahara Kazuki said to Hirako Mako while hiding. Che, facing this guy who shed tears so many times, he can only be considered good. Look at the guy who fought with Lu Chengkong, who was not stronger than him in the beginning, but the mage he was brought down once, and there was no chance to surpass him in the future. Instead, he was pulled farther and farther, and he was far worse than Lu Chengkong. And now the alien spiritual pressure of Kurosaki Ichigo has been completely used by him, but it also shows that his strength can no longer suddenly soar as before, except for the breakthrough between life and death and epiphany. There is no way out. If you are not careful, you can't die again. Haven't you seen that he has experienced life and death many times without any breakthrough? in addition to blurring a little longer. Hiroko Mako stood higher than Urahara Kazuki, and what he saw was not comparable to Urahara Kazuki. Of course, he could see it more clearly. Not to mention Lu Chengkong's evildoer, it was only Lu Chengkong's wives who were also evildoers. Or take himself and Kyukawa as an example, Kurosaki Ichigo is not as good as himself and others. None of them have tried to face an opponent and failed so many times. It may be that Ichigo Kurosaki has always had a different cause before. Mako Hiroko and the others have either broken through or died in the process of life and death. There is no third party. A choice. In the past, Kurosaki Ichigo was not like this, so now Kurosaki Ichigo has experienced so many lives and deaths. Except for the long time of spiritual pressure and blurring, the real combat power has not increased much. It's really too embarrassing that there is no gain in the struggle of life and death. But it's no wonder that apart from the alien spiritual pressure body protector who has not experienced life and death alone in the past, it is that he advanced too fast, improved his strength too fast, and the foundation was too poor. Maybe this is the fairness of the world. Ichigo Kurosaki has paid too little, but he has gained a lot from the protection of his ancestors, and the gains are not proportional to the efforts. It is indeed difficult for him to improve his strength now, unless he has great power. Perseverance is willing to give up his current strength to rebuild, otherwise it will be difficult for him to make breakthroughs. Quote. Although his strength and vision are not comparable to Hiroko Mako, Urahara Kazuki's wisdom is indeed not to be underestimated. He can't see the shortcomings of Kurosaki Ichigo, but there is no way. If he does not improve so fast, old man Yamamoto will not. He cares about him, and if he doesn't improve so quickly, he may die first. Maybe the original Kurosaki Ichigo also saw the shortcomings of Ichigo Kurosaki, so he taught Ichigo Kurosaki the last crescent moon. In addition to letting him clean up Aizen, I also wanted Ichigo Kurosaki to cultivate and thoroughly solve hidden dangers. Get angry, angry beast. An angry and huge roar suddenly sounded in the ice sculpture, and then cracks appeared on the surface of the ice sculpture. With a click, the body of Yami, who had returned to the blade, has become huge, and his strength has become extremely strong. Terrifying, the hardness of the steel skin has also been greatly improved. However, no one except himself knew that besides his current return blade, he also had the ability to return to the second stage similar to Ulquiorlucifer's second stage return blade. However, that state must be very angry to change, and with the violent increase of power, the speed will not be able to keep up, which can be regarded as a big limitation. Of course, it is impossible to compete with Ulquiorlucifana when the overall strength is improved, compared with the comprehensively improved second stage return blade. This is the return of the 10 blades. What's the matter? How did his number become 0? Hitsugaya Toshiro was the first to see the 10 blades return to the blade, and he was immediately surprised when he saw the change in the number of Yami. Exhale. 629, 630 Toshiro vs Yami. Hey, I am the only one in the 10 blades whose numbers will change after returning to the blade. Don't think that the numbers of the 10 blades will be as simple as a simple ranking. My strength is the strongest among the 10 blades. There is some truth to what he said. Under the pure physical strength, he is really powerful after transforming into a monster with many legs in the second stage, not counting the speed and explosive power. It is possible to kill many of his 10 blades, so it is useless to simply have strong physical strength. There are too many factors that can determine the outcome of a battle, such as strength, speed, explosiveness, movement, unique skills, ability to improve strength, and all kinds of cards waiting. Idiot. Ulquiorlucifer waved his Zanpakudo with ease, resisting Kurosaki Ichigo's blurring plus the crescent moon after Benkai, and at the same time glanced at Yami in his spare time. Hearing his words, his heart was cold. Said. Damn, why is the gap still so big? Kurosaki Ichigo, who was wearing a mask, was very unwilling, but this unwillingness could not make his strength skyrocket. You rubbish, it seems that Aizen and I really looked down on you too much at the beginning. Can you only reach this level? Ulquiorra Lassifa has completely lost interest in Ichigo Kurosaki. Back then, Ichigo Kurosaki and Shiro Ichigo in his body combined together, and the spirit that radiated out surpassed him, making him feel like a god of death. It's not easy. It feels, but the observation of this time has gone through so many life and death battles of YI that this death god survived. The overall strength has not been significantly improved. That is, after reaching the strength of Grimmjow's first battle in the original book, Kurosaki Ichigo's combat effectiveness has not improved, and then it was just the last crescent moon. Not to mention that the two Ichigos have surpassed him in pure spiritual pressure, Ulquiorra Lassifa, but a single body of spiritual pressure can't maximize the effect of this body's spiritual pressure. It is useless at this moment. He has completely determined that Kurosaki Ichigo's potential may be very good, but it should be improved too fast and the foundation is not solid. Basically, if he continues in the current state, his lifelong achievements will be at this level. And the current 40-blade Nutra, after being taken off by Nelly Alu, he rebuilt to Achukas with anger and murderous hatred, and finally returned to the empty night palace to meet Aizen, who is eager for power and revenge. He immediately agreed to the baptism of Bengyu's power, and now it is the 40th blade. The strength is similar, no, it may be slightly worse, but with this Reiatsu, it should be able to be equal. But it is too far from Vastord. Although he has also accepted the baptism of Bengyu, his strength has been greatly improved yesterday, whereas the ordinary Vastord can compare. Now, even if any Vastord has just advanced to Vastord's Daxu, it is not a broken face, nor can the Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him be able to defeat it, let alone his old-fashioned stud who has been baptized by Bengyu. Even if his future was ruined, Vastord, who has really improved his strength at present, has broken his face. Is it going to fail again? Kurosaki Ichigo felt very uncomfortable. His little setbacks made him feel discouraged. Thinking about his work in the Soul Palace of the Soul World, every time I face difficulties, I can make a breakthrough or someone can help me. But once he goes to fight alone and no one helps him, he has no way to do it. This is the pre-advanced pass, and the end of the stamina is insufficient. He has never tried to face the difficulties independently. Ichigo always wanted to replace her. With such a king, it would be a bit of a begging for him to be the mount. Okay, great, I didn't expect you to hide your strength before. If that's the case, that's great, at least you won't die after a few hits by me. After returning to the sword, Yami-Jia, who had changed in size and appearance, laughed loudly, but the anger in his eyes could burn people to death. Obviously, what he was thinking about was how to torture Hitsugaya Toshiro, and now Hitsugaya Toshiro is more than he imagined. Strong in the middle, why should he be able to torture himself for a while before he dies? HMPH, Longxianjia. Hitsugaya Toshiro snorted coldly. It seemed that he looked too high on this 10 blades, but he was so arrogant, the blade flicked, and the whole person seemed to be rushing towards Yami, slashing his soul. The blade of the knife exudes an icy cold air that pierces Toimi's heart. Here's another trick. Yami laughed, as if mocking Hitsugaya Toshiro's ignorance, but the movements in his hands were very agile, and now he is only in the state of returning to the blade, and he has not entered the second stage of transformation. In a demon state with more than 10 feet, his strength and speed coexist. With one punch, a sharp roar that ripped through the air immediately exploded. Facing Hitsugaya Toshiro's blade, he just punched it. Boom! The swords and fists collided, and the two forces collided fiercely in midair, and layers of air waves rolled out, with waves of ripples constantly rippling around. What? Hitsugaya Toshiro's pupils shrank, and Yami actually blocked his dragon rack with his body. Not only that, but the powerful force spread to him through Binglunwan, as if it would smash his internal organs. The dislocation is generally, the whole person is blasted out. Looking around, I found that although Yami's huge fist had formed into icicles, the ice block that he had intended to break into did not appear at all. The icicles on the arms have disappeared. After returning to the blade, I didn't have the strength before returning to the blade, but I was 10 times stronger than before. I want to hurt my uncle's steel skin with the current mud. It's stupid. Yami said disdainfully, as if he was very confident in his own strength and steel skin. At the same time, he stepped on his feet suddenly, and the earth immediately shattered. In this state, Yami's speed completely kept up with his body, and he did not receive the slightest bit of damage. Influence. Immediately, he came to the front of Toshiro, and the iron fist that looked like a hilt to Hitsugaya Toshiro directly hit Hitsugaya Toshiro's body, and even the man and the knife slammed into the ground. Click. Countless cracks appeared in the earth immediately, and the smoke and dust of the gravel shot out of the sky immediately, and a deep hole was punched out by the teeth on the ground. "Are you dead, Captain of the 10th Division?" Yami shouted. Apparently his arrogance reappeared after gaining the upper hand. 631 Ice Wheel Pill vs Furious Beast. Wanjia Big Gurren Ice Wheel Pill. A cold shout floated out from the underside of Yami's fist, and at the same time, countless ice blocks suddenly appeared on the ground, extending in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a pair of huge ice blocks was completely ice. Block's wings appeared in front of Yami's fist and completely blocked Yami's fist, so he could no longer move forward. Wow, this is the real strongest Zanpakuto of the ice and snow type. Under the complete source, Wanwan immediately changes the surrounding environment of the heaven and earth. Previously, Hitsugaya Toshiro's ice Rinwan had only 2/3 of the source. It can't be compared to now at all. Hirako Mako saw that the surrounding environment began to change, and it became a cold world and couldn't help saying. This broken face called Yami, "It's over." Urahara Kazuki said with a smile, but the pair of eyes under the hat flashed a bit of light. Obviously he was also affected by the power of the ice wheel pill under the complete source. Surprised. Millennium Ice Prison. Hitsugaya Toshiro's pair of ice wings suddenly opened, and the force that burst out in an instant actually bounced off Yami's fist, and at the same time, the moisture in the atmosphere immediately moved closer to Yami, which formed in the blink of an eye. Countless thick, long, huge icicles froze Yami's entire body. This god of death is so powerful, it should be the strongest Zanpakuto of the ice and snow type, that Aizen-sama said, but it's strange, the power displayed by this god of death seems to be different from what Aizen-sama said, it is obviously much stronger. Saw the power of the great Gurren Harinmaru, who had no time limit after Bankai, and shouted in surprise, and immediately became puzzled. At that time, how did Aizen know that Hitsugaya Toshiro's Zanpakuto was only 2/3 of the origin? Now Hitsugaya Toshiro's strength is not only much stronger than at that time, but also has the full power of Hingrenmaru, Zanpakuto and Shinigami. Fanya Toshiro and Aizen were comparable when they were at one stop. Damn, you stinky boy. Just when everyone thought that Yami was basically finished, Yami's incomparably angry voice came from the huge ice prison formed by countless icicles. Suddenly, Yami's body kept getting bigger than before, and his appearance became hideous, like a centipede with many legs. Obviously he entered the need for a long time by eating, sleeping and other resting behaviors. A second stage transformation state that can only be displayed by storing power. Is it still possible to transform? Isn't the broken face only one returning blade? Hitsugaya Toshiro said in surprise and puzzled. Each broken face has a special ability that belongs to them. The stronger the broken face, the stronger their special ability will be. This should be his special ability. Madaragi, who had stayed by Kenpachi's side for a long time, could of course know some unfamiliar secrets from Lu Chengkong. When his commentary entered the ears of every death god present, everyone suddenly realized. You dare to be distracted and talk while fighting with me. You are really courting death. Ruby, who had already returned to the blade, faced Madarame, a Yasugawa Yukino, a Sanjing Renji, Hisagi Shuhei. Death has the upper hand. Seeing that Madaramu dared to be distracted, he immediately shot out a tentacle like a tail to bind Madaramu, like a python wrapping its prey. Death to Lao Su. Yami, whose whole head has been flooded with anger, no longer has the slightest scruples. In his opinion, after returning to the sword, this god of death is not tormented by himself, but now not only is not the case, but in so many in front of the broken face, he seemed to be defeated by a move, and he was furious when he thought of being ridiculed by Ruby in the future. A thick laser-like ray of red phantom pierced the air, splashed a circle of ripples, and shot directly at Hitsugaya Toshiro's body, and Yami didn't seem to be able to relieve his hatred, and was shot. After Hitsugaya Toshiro, he actually released a series of false bullets with both hands, constantly bombing Hitsugaya Toshiro's body. "Oh, I've angered Yami, and now your Captain Death is miserable." Ruby seemed to be thinking of Hitsugaya Toshiro, but in fact, this was not gloating. "It's a pity that everyone except Urahara Kazuki and Heiko Meiko are now in trouble. A god of death was entangled, and no one could help Hitsugaya Toshiro. The ice dragon's tail is absolutely empty." At this moment, the voice of Hitsugaya Toshiro came from the thick fog. A huge ice flash appeared out of thin air, and it suddenly slashed above the virtual flash. As the direction pointed by Hitsugaya Toshiro's blade continued to freeze and extend, even the phantom flashes of Fang Mi were frozen. Even a phantom flash can be frozen. Ulquiorra couldn't sit still. The Zanpakuto swiveled, blocking the black crescent moon of Ichigo Kurosaki, and at the same time stretched out his left hand towards Ichigo Kurosaki. A green flash on his face blasted Kurosaki Ichigo into a building, and then immediately rushed towards Tomi. Before Aizen came, he did not allow any lack of 10 blades. As for the other rubbish, he couldn't control that much. Those were not sent by Aizen to consume the power of the god of death. Just use a piece of rubbish and only know how to destroy it. Killian used Bengyu to catalyze it, and it was Aizen's task to save the 10 blades. "I want to save him. It's too late, the sky is coming." Hitsugaya Toshiro smiled. It was the smile of victory. If he faced Ulquiorra and Yami alone, he was absolutely sure to win. At the same time, it is too late for Ulquiorra to save him. Although he can't do 1-on-2, he can still block Ulquiorra for a while. "Take me and solve the strongest move, 10 blades, 100 blossoms in the ice sky." The ice wings behind Hitsugaya Toshiro immediately melted and turned into a blue light that shot into the sky, directly controlling the weather in the sky. When he used it, it was handy. It's not at all that he didn't have the confidence to control Harinmaru as he did when he fought Harabel in the original book. Now, although he can't say that he can use the power of Harinmaru, the strongest Zanpakuto in the ice and snow type, to 100%, he can play a role. He still achieved about 70% of the power. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and countless ice flowers that exuded an icy aura like withered snowflakes fell out of thin air, and the huge tooth Mi was taken care of, and his body was so big that it was difficult to dodge. 631, 632 Ice Sky 100 Flowers Burial. Ulquiorra, who was running towards Yami, was also taken care of by Hitsugaya Toshiro, and the ice flowers kept drifting towards him. Although they could not cause him any harm, they stopped him for a while. Wouldn't let him save Yami, but it was enough. Yami's huge body has quietly opened more than 100 ice flowers, and these more than 100 ice flowers really indicate that the enemy's life will come to an end. It's no joke. The ice pill in the original book may be a bit exaggerated, after all. It is not a complete source, and there is a big lack, but now with the strength of Heben Toshiro far exceeding the original book and the ice wheel blade of the complete source, the Tianxiangyu Forest, Ice Tien Baihua's burial is worthy of the name without exaggeration. Ice Block, which had only frozen a small part of Yami's body after that tiny ice flower bloomed on Yami's body, opened with 100 ice flowers. At the same time as he came out, Yami's entire body was completely frozen in an instant, almost in the blink of an eye. The original Halibal also took this trick, but at that time Toshiro didn't master it well, and the power was far from being comparable to the current ice wheel blade, and Halibal, who was in control of water, obviously had a backup trick, even if she can get out of trouble without Wandawise. Because after Halibal was rescued by Wandawise, her expression didn't change at all when she came out of the burial of ice and 100 flowers. It was obvious that she was not afraid of this trick. But Yami is not Halibal, her strength is not as strong as Halibal, and she is facing the even more powerful Hinglun Maru, and 100 flowers are still bloomed. "I'm not dead yet. Ulquiorlucifer was a little disappointed when he saw that Yami was completely frozen, maybe because he failed to complete the task, or maybe because of Yami's death. But just as he was about to take Ruby, Wandawise, and the frozen Yami back to the virtual circle to see if Aizen could solve Yami, he clearly felt that there was still a trace of life deep in Yami's body. The breath, although very weak, will be extinguished at any time. If you don't ask for help, if you continue to freeze, it may take a while to completely die, so Ulquiorlucifer immediately uses his real skills. Block it, Black-Winged Demon. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki and Toshiro Hitsugaya attacking him at the same time, Ulquiorlucifer did not have the slightest fear, but Ichigo Kurosaki completely ignored him. As long as he paid attention to the Hitsugaya Toshiro's Zanpakuto is just fine. Boom. A loneliness, it could even be said to be dead gray, the reiatsu of a hollow feeling radiated from Ulquiorlucifer's body. Black raindrops fell from the sky, and Ulquiorlucifer's posture after returning to the blade turned into a pair of large black wings that could cover the sky, wearing a white one-piece robe, a double-horned helmet, and black nails. It has become a long claw, and it seems that the hair has become longer, and the tear marks are also deepened and thickened. The weapon he is holding is a lightsaber-like object made with a spiritual child, which is the thunder gun with amazing power. It's not easy to break the face. Hitsugaya Toshiro and Kurosaki Ichigo may not win if they join forces. Urahara Kazuki couldn't help sighing after seeing Ulquiorlucifer's powerful momentum after returning to the blade. He didn't lie. The ability of the original Kurosaki Ichigo to defeat Ulquiorlucifer is completely to draw out the power of Shiro Ichigo. As a mount, Shiro Ichigo handed over all the power to Kurosaki Ichigo, the god of death of Kurosaki Ichigo himself. The power is fully integrated. However, this power is obviously not something that Ichigo Kurosaki can control. It was given to Ichigo Kurosaki purely so that Ichigo would not be killed and implicate him. Therefore, Ichigo Kurosaki, who cannot control such a huge power, can only the runaway, in addition to retaining a little sense of protection, is simply venting this power. It can be said that Ichigo Kurosaki is in a state where all the power of Shiro Igo is completely blurred. Even if it is compared to the current Urahara Kazuki, the strength is only one step behind. The same means that even if his strength in the state of Niatou Ichigo is compared to not using Benyu, the Aizen Yusuke who just left the Soul Realm is only one step worse. Of course, it is still far from being able to use Benyu. The Indigo Dye after Jade is comparable. High-level Worstard, although it has been catalyzed by Benyu, it is not comparable to the strength of the real high-ranking Worstard, but it is indeed not comparable to them. Hiriko Mako nodded in agreement, and at the same time, when he looked at Ulquiorlucifer, his eyes flashed a pity. Obviously he felt that Ulquiorlucifer's future was ruined after using Benyu. Unfortunately, at the same time, he admired Liu Chenggong very much. To actually allow Ju Nanbai to improve her strength so quickly without affecting her future achievements, it's a pity that there is a reason why Ju Nanbai has improved so happily. God is fair, and Ju Nanbai paid nothing. But Liu Chenggong sacrificed his spiritual power to give to Ju Nanbai. It can be said that Liu Chenggong took the place of Ju Nanbai. After all, with Liu Chenggong's strength now reaching the level of Wang Shu, Spirit King, it is certainly not difficult to improve Ju Nanbai, who is as strong as Stod, without any sequelae and without affecting future development. A little bit of spiritual power is just a drop in the bucket for the current Liu Chenggong, and it won't take long to make up for it. Therefore, if Liu Chenggong seems to have lost a lot to others, in fact, it is nothing to Liu Chenggong, but it is also a sacrifice. If compared with the same strength, what Liu Chenggong has paid, for any Vasto a German-level Daxu has to pay a lot in order to become stronger. This is the advantage of being strong. When he has reached the peak of the world, he doesn't need to pay a lot to help those who are far away from him. Although it looks like a lot to others, it is nothing to Liu Chenggong. What? Just like the saints in mythical novels, it takes no effort at all to turn a mortal into an immortal who moves mountains and seas and chases the stars and the moon with a wave of hands. Of course, the current Liu Chenggong can't be compared with those saints, it's just a metaphor. Let's take Wang Shu's side with so many Wang Shu guards. At this point, Wang Shu has helped a lot. 632, 633 Grimjiao spoiler. This spiritual pressure. It's so powerful. In addition to Lu Chengkong and his wives, there are also the gods of death, Zaraki Kenpachi, Yamamoto Kaoru, Kuchiki Jinling, Hirako Mako, Kuchiki Hibiki, who were killed in the Soul Realm. He waits for the god of death. Besides, this is the first time I have seen a Reiatsu with Daxu so powerful. Ishida Yulong was shocked to see the green spiritual pressure that Ulquioricifer exuded, as well as the thunder spear in his hand. Even if he just glanced at it, there was a creepy feeling. It was only when he was aimed at his father's bow and arrow that he had this feeling, and of course Ulquioricifer's feeling was far less than that of Ishida Yuzo. This is Bastid's big mistake, so terrifying. Chadu Taihu couldn't see the difference between Kurosaki Ichigo and Ulquioricifer, but he couldn't help it either. Although he has awakened the power of both hands now, it is useless to awaken the huge right arm and the demon's left arm. With his current strength, he cannot participate at all. If nothing else, even Ichuka's, who is at the back of the 10 blades, is useless. It's not something he can beat. The gun of thunder. Ulquioricifer's fire was obviously moved, and the shot was no longer as tepid as before, but became extremely savage, and the spirits in his hands were crystal clear, like a lightsaber. The javelin suddenly threw at Kurosaki Ichigo and Hitsugaya Toshiro. Brush. As the best at long-range attack as a Quincy, Ishida Yulong's pupils shrank a little, too fast. The javelin's volley speed is far from being comparable to his current fastest arrow, and this is obviously not the opponent's strength. But the long-range attack, and in terms of firing speed, the Quincy prides itself on. But compare what you are best at and what you are most talented with others who are not the most talented, but you find that the strengths you are proud of are far from being comparable to the weaknesses of others. Bang! The pressure of Kurosaki Ichigo and Hitsugaya Toshiro, who are the parties, is even greater. The two almost instinctively dodge to the left and right to the right. Fortunately, this move seems to be unfamiliar and difficult to control. The first shot went wrong. But even though Ichigo Kurosaki and Toshiro Hitsugaya, who had been rubbed a little on their shoulders, were taken away and knocked over several houses. Did the shot miss? It's really hard to grasp, but it won't miss the second time. Ulquioricifer once again condensed a thunder gun. Just when he was about to project the closer Ichigo Kurosaki again, and at the same time when Kazuki Urahara was about to save Ichigo Kurosaki, a rebellious and warlike joking voice suddenly appeared. There was an explosion in the air. Ulquiorra, I haven't seen you for a while, don't you just bully some garbage? Void flash. A red flash came along with this voice, making Ulquioricifer had to stop the projection of Kurosaki Ichigo, and stretched out a finger to release a green phantom that collided with the oncoming red phantom in the sky. After an explosion, it might be the forces almost cancel each other out. Grimjiao, I remember your mount, Lu Chengkong. Didn't you go back to Lu Chengkong's side? Are you trying to save them? Ulquioricifer did not attack Kurosaki Ichigo again, but used the thunder spear to break the ice block on Yami's body, and at the same time threw Yami, who had been released from the blade, to Ruby, signaling him to go back first virtual circle. Of course, the latter also knew that the next battle of Vastord was not something he, a little Ichuka's, could participate in. So he was very clever and directly opened the black cavity and took Wandawise and the dying Yami back to the virtual night palace. Che, the only one who can command me is Lu Chengkong. As for these guys, are they worth my rescue? I came here because I heard the news of your coming to this world in the Soul realm. I used to want to part with you in the Zai Palace. It's a pity that there has been no chance. Isn't it better now? You chose Aizen, and I chose Lu Chengkong. There is no need to compare the masters between us. Aizen's use of Bengyu is completely useless. I can't compare with my master Lu Chengkong, so let us both decide the winner and loser, and see which one of us has a better vision. Grimjiao didn't lie. He also didn't miss any opportunity and time to exercise and improve his strength when he broke the world. Especially after Jininbai arrived at Vastord, he often fought with Jininbai. Before that they are all facing Lu Chengkong. Although every time he was beaten all over his body and even nearly died, Grimjow was not only not angry or discouraged, but he was more attentive and fanatical in each battle. Enjoy the existence of eagerness to fight, because although he is not as fast as Lu Chengkong's wife and others, but he chose to believe in his own efforts and the strength of his own hands, but his strength was climbing unknowingly. After knowing that Ulquiorra used the Bengyu to ruin his future, instead of being happy, he was very angry. In his opinion, Ulquiorra is his current competitor, and he actually chooses to use such a rubbish method to improve his strength, and such a big virtual is his opponent, which makes him feel very uncomfortable, as if it was like he saw the wrong person, so this time he came here to make a break with Ulquiorra. Boring. There was a flash of brilliance in Ulquiorra's eyes. In the original book, Grimjow was just a little achukas in his eyes, so for his provocation Ulquiorra chose to ignore it, but now Grimjow's strength is definitely not worse than his own, and even this is already in the case of using Bengyu, but Grimjow did not use it. He still remembered Grimjow's high-spirited appearance when he rejected Aizen, with a strong disdain for Bengyu and confidence in himself, so although the two sides often competed, it was not a kind of difference. Ulquiorra still remembered that when he agreed to accept the baptism of Bengyu, he clearly saw Grimjow looking at him with a hint of sadness in addition to disappointment. It made Ulquiorra, who never knew what the heart was, feel a little throbbing, so the relationship between the two of them is also very special, and it can be regarded as a kind of basic love. It doesn't matter if it's boring or not, what matters is that we can finally play a game today without any scruples. 634 Ulquiorra's shock. Grimjow was someone who didn't take any advantage of his opponent, and he was very happy to see that Ulquiorra had just returned to the blade and had not spent the slightest bit. At his peak, Ulquiorra was the one he wanted to fight. Grimjow admitted that there were many better than him, and he also admitted that his master and the mistresses were improving their strength too fast. But he will never be discouraged. The silent follower Lu Chengkong keeps getting stronger behind him, defeating a stronger opponent and getting stronger. He believes that as long as he works hard, he will be able to follow his king forever as a mount. Ulquiorra is one of those beings who will be defeated by himself. Otherwise, as a mount, it can't enhance the king's strength and remove all obstacles for the king. Then he has no value, so Grimjow's desire and enjoyment of battle is more than the original. Have you reached the high level of Wastad? Ulquiorra looked at Grimjow, his face changed slightly. How long has passed? And when he left the Void Knight Palace, Grimjow's strength was only Washi's Todd's elementary, and now he has reached the Vastord Advanced. Not only that, but he couldn't feel any clutter from Grimjow's spiritual pressure. Although he is also a high-rank Vastord now, after all, he was forcibly promoted with Bengyu catalysis. In addition, he received Bengyu's power. The influence of his spiritual pressure is very mixed. That is to say, there is no stability and purity of Grimjow, and one was tempered by himself from life and death to become stronger, and the other was catalyzed by collapsing jade. Although they are both high-level Vastord, as long as they are not idiots can know the difference. Back when Grimjow was still at the beginning level of Wallstatt, he was able to fight against him when he was a senior level of Wallstatt. Although he couldn't win, he didn't necessarily lose. It can be seen that he made a breakthrough and cultivated in the process of life and death. How much stronger as compared with Bengyu? Only the beginners can fight against the high-level ones, and the high-level ones don't dare to say that they can beat the beginners. But now that Grimjow is a high-level Warsterd like him, it does not mean that he will lose, and it is precisely because the original Ulquiorra is a high-level Warsterd, but facing the Taurus Ichigo will lose so badly not because the high-level Vastord is too weak, but because Ulquiorra is not a real high-level Vastord at all. Compared with the real high-level Vastord strength, although Ulquiorra's level is high-level Vastord, his real strength can be cultivated with standard breakthroughs in life and death like Grimjow. As far as the Vastord is concerned, Ulquiorra's actual combat power is even stronger than that of the intermediate Vastord. There is still a big gap from the strength of the real high-level Vasto, so in the face of having the ability to be only one step away from the peak of Vasto, Compared to Kazuki Urahara, the peak strength of the god of death is only one step behind the fusion of Shiro Ichigo. All the strength of the Taurus Ichigo will be such a fiasco. But if Taurus Ichigo and the current Grimmjow fight against each other, at most, it will be evenly divided. After all, who are the people that Grimmjow usually fights with? Even if the level is a little worse than that of Taurus Ichigo, after all, Grimmjow is only a high-level Warstard, and Taurus Ichigo is a high-level peak of Wastoud, and he is only one step away from reaching the true peak of Wastoud. But Grimmjow's weakest duel was the existence of Skrito. Therefore, Grimmjow made up for this gap in level with his own fighting talent and awareness. Moreover, Grimmjow's Reiatsu was guided by Lu Chengkong, even if it was compared to Vasto at the same level. Virtue is also much purer, so Grimmjow may not necessarily be defeated in the face of Ichigo, Benkai plus completely blurred state, who is one level higher than him. Hehe, in the virtual circle, I found a big virtual who spent a lot of time finding two middle-level Vastords and fought with them. After defeating them and swallowing them, he finally reached the high-level Vastords. Grimmjow didn't hide it either, but instead smiled and shared his recent situation. Impossible, after reaching Vastord, unless you devour a void that is several levels or even a stage of strength far beyond your own. Otherwise, just swallowing the same level, or the Daxu that is one level stronger than yourself, may not have much effect. The biggest is to temper the spiritual pressure and steel skin. To make breakthroughs other than the potential between life and death beyond outbursts and comprehension, unless. Ulquiorra shook his head and said incredulously, but he seemed to have understood something after that, and looked at Grimmjow with stunned eyes. You guessed it well, the symbol of my spiritual power has been controlled for a long time, and what is missing now is only the spiritual power that allows him to break through the shackles and make my spiritual pressure qualitatively change, so I defeated two Vastord intermediates. After the Great Void, I reached the Vastord Advanced. Grimmjow said slightly proudly, after all, controlling the symbol of spiritual power is easier said than done, but it is very difficult to do. Warstard, who is not affected by the power of spiritual symbols, also has a lot to do, such as Stark, but if he controls it, there are not many great things to do. In addition to comprehending death and completely taking off the mask, the more important and most important thing is to control the symbol of spiritual power in order to open the way to Skrito. Only by meeting this requirement can you devour those who are stronger than yourself or be the same as yourself. The big virtual talent of the level is expected to advance to Skrito. Halibal and Nelialu have also achieved it, otherwise, even if they swallow the high-level Skrito breakthrough, they will not be able to control the power in their bodies, and they will even be forced to burst their bodies and die if they fail to break through. Now that Grimmjow said this means that he was already better than Blue and surpassed that he had always regarded him as his apprentice Stark. Stark and Grimmjow are also living in the corpse world now. But because they are men, and Grimmjow often fights with Stark, it will not stop when the battle is dead. So Lu Chengkong built a mansion for them next to Lu Mansion. The two of them, together with Peishui Kadixi and Donchaka Bilstein, can live together. When they are bored, they can come to Lu Mansion to eat. Stark doesn't value his own strength as much as Grimmjow and other Shu, and it's enough to protect himself, and Lu Chengkong doesn't need him to do anything at all. On the contrary, he made a lot of friends in the soul world, such as Shiro Yukitaki and Kyoraku Chunsui are very good friends. 634, 635 Grimmjow vs. Blackwing. Therefore, Stark is very happy and satisfied with his actions of following Lu Chengkong. His biggest wish is not to be the strongest, but not to be alone. Now Lu Chengkong has indeed fulfilled his promise to him. Really no longer alone. However, although he did not value his own strength very much, he felt that he owed Lu Chengkong a great deal of gratitude, so he chose Grimmjow as his disciple and did not spare no effort in training him when he was weak. He just hoped that Grimmjow, who was extremely belligerent, Lu Chengkong's mount, and his friend, could repay Lu Chengkong's kindness instead of him, so Grimmjow could grow up so fast, but it was thanks to Stark, a good teacher. Well, Ulquiorra, when did you become such a jerk? Don't worry, I won't take any advantage of you. Grimjow got a little impatient, and drew out his Zanpakuto and rushed directly to Ulquiorra, who had already returned to the blade. Obviously, he had the style of Zaraki Kenpachi. Shifa regards him as an opponent he recognizes, so he respects him. Unexpectedly, he didn't use the return blade, and directly fought with Ulquiorra, the big ghost of the return blade, in the state of not returning the blade, just didn't want to bully him with his strength stronger than him. Ulquiorra clearly understood Grimjow's character very well, and was not annoyed by what he did. There was a flash of emotion in his eyes. He didn't know that Grimjow respected himself completely by doing so. For the first time in the world, he put aside all thoughts of what mission to do, and fought with Grimjow with all his might. Grimjow respected him so much, so would he want to disappoint the man who had always regarded himself as an opponent? Virtual Flash. The two shouted at the same time, one holding a knife in the right hand and a gun in the right, but both of their left hands were facing each other at the same time, shooting a virtual flash, and the air around the place where the virtual flash passed was one stagnation. The rolling waves formed by the nearby air rushed to the surroundings. Boom! Two phantom flashes of different colors confronted each other again above Kakuzako in the present world. Grimjow really did not take advantage of Ulquiorra. He clearly had absolute power in the face of Ulquiorra. But instead of releasing this power to defeat Ulquiorra in one fell swoop, he used the same power as the current Ulquiorra to fight against it. This is not Grimjow's stupidity. On the contrary, as a leopard, how could he show mercy to the enemy? But the relationship between him and Ulquiorra is more complicated. It belongs to the kind of sympathy. He believes that he uses the same power can also beat Ulquiorra. This is his confidence in Grimjow. And if Ulquiorra really dared to oppose Lu Chengkong at that time, then Grimjow would definitely immediately cast a thunderbolt to destroy Ulquiorra. But now Ulquiorra obviously, he did not directly become an enemy of Lu Chengkong nor violated Lu Chengkong's interests. In addition, he has already asked Lu Chengkong for this battle, and he has obtained approval from Lu Chengkong to allow him to do it in the way he likes. Therefore, in this battle, Grimjow can do whatever he wants without any scruples. No one to be able to interfere. It was a battle that belonged to him and Ulquiorra. There's a good show to watch now. It's also a high-rank Vastord in terms of rank, but there is a big gap in strength. Look at Kazuki. That winged Daxu was cultivated with your Bengyu, while Grimjow is Lu Chengkong's mount. Seeing the Daxu cultivated by his own Bengyu was defeated by a Daxu of the same level is not good. Taste it, and Grimjow deliberately controlled his power to be on the same level as the opponent. Hirako Mako deliberately provoked Urahara Kazuki, but unfortunately Urahara Kazuki ignored it. Instead, he watched the battle between the two big virtuals with great interest, which made Hirako Mako feel like he was hitting the air hard and was very depressed. It's him, Ichigo Kurosaki, who was carried back by Taihu Chadu, exclaimed when he saw Grimjow who was fighting with Ulquiorra. But he was almost killed by him. But he didn't expect Grimjow to be so powerful back then, and it seemed that Grimjow was much bigger now than when they first met. He also guessed correctly. The first time I met him, Grimjow's strength was only the first level Vastord. Later, he went to the boundary and went to the virtual circle to fight. After meeting Grimjow again, his strength was already high-level Vastord, even if he completely uses the power of Shiro Ichigo, Benkai Plus, completely incarnates into a bull-headed Ichigo Grimjow, he will not lose to him. What's more, Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't even know what Miyatu Ichigo is, and even if he does, it's not something he can change. The power is handed over to him, but that kind of situation is basically only possible when it endangers Shiro Ichigo himself. The new emptiness is very strong, much stronger than the great emptiness called Ulquiorra. I feel as if he is deliberately suppressing his own strength. Seeing that Ulquiorra has already returned to the blade, but he didn't, and it seemed like he still had some power left in the situation. Following Ishida Longxian for a period of time, Ishida Yulong's vision has obviously improved, at least he really judged it correctly. The Spear of Thunder. Ulquiorra didn't feel annoyed or impatient when he saw that his phantom flash didn't work. He threw the Spear of Thunder very calmly. Grimjow didn't dare to return to the blade to pick it up empty-handed. After all, now he is deliberately suppressing the power and using the power that is on par with Ulquiorra. Of course, it is impossible to pick up the Thunder Spear with the same level of power. After all, the power of this thing is really not ordinary. Wang Shu's flash. Grimjow was also not to be outdone. Instead of dodging by relying on his own body to be a leopard, the speed of which was much faster than that of the same level of Daxu. The sphere of light exploded directly at the oncoming Thunder Spirit Spear at the moment of condensing and forming. The collision of the two is like a thunder and fire, and a direct explosion of distance is emitted. The terrifying fluctuation of spiritual power is emitted in the center of the explosion, making the nearby buildings seem to be destroyed by the strong wind formed by the aftermath of the explosion of spiritual power. A wolf scene, dazzling green light and blue light in the sky like a big ball of light shone over the entire Kakuzucho. 636 Ulquiorra's request. After the Thunder Spear and Wang Shu's flash didn't work, neither Grimjow nor Ulquiorra was using these ranged attacks, but used the melee, Zanpakudo, which is the best and favorite of Daxu. And the gun of thunder constantly clashed in midair, criss-crossing. With the high-speed movement and attack speed of the two, the shadow of the sword and the gun produced countless shadows, and the rumbling sound continued to sound in many places. It was really fast and overwhelmed. Do not admit that this is a very exciting or even a lifetime battle for them now. I have returned to the blade now. Back then, when Lu Chengkong said that I could return to the blade in the second rank, then Grimjow, who was the mount at the time, should have known it too, so there is nothing to hide. Ulquiorra saw that Grimjow had never improved his strength from beginning to end, and was fighting himself with the same strength as himself, but what surprised Ulquiorra was that at first evenly divided, but it didn't take long for Grimjow to slowly suppress himself step by step while using the same power. Second stage return to the blade. Ulquiorra made a decision in his heart and immediately implemented it. The green Reiatsu began to overflow again, and at the same time began to rise steadily. Not only that, but his appearance also began to happen. After the change, the green spiritual pressure has been raised to the point where it can no longer be increased. After the green spiritual pressure wrapped around Ulquiorra dissipated, it also revealed the appearance of Ulquiorra after returning to the second stage. Clothes on the upper body disappeared, green liquid flowed from the eyes, the lower half of the tear marks were too, the whites of the eyes turned green, the pupils were similar to the pupils when the mask was blurred, and the abdomen to the legs, as well as the arms and back were covered with black feathers, robes the rear part is in two halves with the wings fully open. There the bat's claws. The horns on the helmet become longer and sharper upward, and a long tail that can be freely manipulated grows. There is a bony object similar to a knife on the tip of the tail, and sharp claws on the feet. Unlike Yami's second stage transformation, Ulquiorra's second stage return blade is like Bankai, the god of death, improving in all directions, rather than improving one place and weakening another. Is this your second rank return blade? This should be your special ability, right? But I don't think you, Ulquiorra, know about my Grimjow's ability. Grimjow looked at Ulquiorra, who had become stronger after the second stage, with interest, and said. What? Ulquiorra is not an idiot. Of course, he knows that when his strength reaches a certain level, he will have some special abilities that others can't have. Of course, this requires a certain amount of talent, and not everything can be possessed. For example, when he reached Echuca's, he got the Black Void Flash. When he was in Vastord, he got the Thunder Spirit Spear and second stage return. However, the original Grimjow was catalyzed by Benyu when he was in Echuca's, and of course he only got the ability of the Leopard King's Claw obtained in the Echuca's stage. Of course, the special ability that can only be obtained when you reach Vastord has not been obtained, but it is different now. Grimjow is a genuine, authentic high-level Vastor, which is a guarantee of quality. Ulquiorra has, and of course he has his own special abilities. If you want to see it, use your strength to force my ability out. Grimjow smiled, and rushed towards Ulquiorra again, with speed and strength following Ulquiorra. After returning to the blade, he improved as much as he got, and his overall strength was once again equal to that of Ulquiorra. Black Phantom Flashes. Ulquiorra quickly put away the mood swings just now. After all, this is not something to be surprised by. Balagang has the aura of death, and Halibal has the ability to control water and high temperature. The ability of low temperature. Stark has infinite phantom, so it is not surprising that Grimjow, who has reached the high-level Vastord, has his own unique ability. He was just curious about what Grimjow got. Ability. Wang Shu's Flash. I deliberately wanted to try Ulquiorra Black Void to see which of the Wang Shu's Flash released under the same strength, which of the stronger Grimjow was after releasing Wang Shu's Flash. Seriously staring at the collision of the two virtual flashes. The result was exactly as he had guessed. The ability Ulquiorra got in the Achuka's stage was broken up by Ulquiorra's Black Void Flash after a stalemate for a second, just like the original Taurus Ichigo used the Flame Phantom to disperse the Black Phantom of Ulquiorra. In Lu Chengkong's opinion, the power of Black Void Flash and Flame Void Flash are on the same level, and both are one level higher than Wang Shu's Flash. The reason why the original Taurus Ichigo uses the Flame Phantom to disperse the Black Phantom so easily is entirely the reason why his strength is much better than that of Ulquiorra, just like a normal Phantom used by a Vastord. You can easily hit the flash of Wang Shu that Achuka's used. Sure enough, it is more powerful than Wang Shu's Flash, and it is not indecent to come and go, the claws of the Leopard King. After being by Lu Chengkong's side for so long, of course, he also learned some classic words from the Z country. Not returning to the blade in this state, Grimjow actually spread his hands wide, staring at the black void that Ulquiorra fired at him again like a leopard king who saw his prey about to hunt, and his hands suddenly claws at the black void in front of him. In the original book, the claws of the Leopard King can only be used in the state of returning to the blade. Now Grimjow can actually use it without returning to the blade. Like a phantom flash, the high-density spiritual pressure has formed 10 huge blue waves. At the same time, the colored claws tore at the black virtual flash. Scoff. The sharp claws of the Leopard King directly collided with the black virtual flash of complete destruction. The expected stalemate did not appear, but after a stalemate for a while, the unstoppable claws of the Leopard King seemed as if the Leopard King ripped the hunter to pieces. The devouring sounded with the sound of flesh and bones breaking, and the black virtual flash was actually divided into two by the claws of the Leopard King. Not only that, but 8 of the 10 claws of the Leopard King were destroyed in order to defeat the Black Void Flash, and the remaining 2 directly hit Ulquiorra, tearing his 2 arms into powder, and at the same time containing the strength of the force knocked Ulquiorra out like a cannonball, knocking down several buildings in a row, and then burying it under the ground with a bang before it stopped. 637 Achievement of the Leopard King. Ulquiorra, you are defeated. Grimjow smiled confidently when he saw Ulquiorra's broken arms, and he won. The ultimate, there are 10 leopard claws, each of which raises the salty power to the ultimate strength that can be displayed by Ulquiorra. Therefore, the power of each claws of the Leopard King is much more than that of Wang Shu's Flash. A single one may not be as good as the Black Virtual Flash, but the combination of 10, the sacrifice of 8 is certainly enough to resist the Black Virtual Flash. Not only that, the remaining 2 also hit Ulquiorra hard. Not only that, but Grimjow belongs to the kind of big virtual that focuses on speed and attack, so he gave up the ability to regenerate over speed to get more powerful attack power. So Grimjow's Panther's Claw and Black Ulquiorra's Heizushin banged against each other, and Heizushin was not unjustly defeated. Really, Ulquiorra vomited blood. Just now, he felt as if he was being crushed by a mountain, ignoring his own defenses against his internal organs. Although it was not broken, he was also affected to a certain extent. Grimjow Vivi was stunned for a moment, and then he understood. Did you choose to keep the super speed regeneration? It seems that you are not a Daxu who advocates attack, but I am the opposite of you. What I advocate is a strong attack, an extremely fast speed and an absolute edge to destroy the opponent's shoe, so you lost. But I'm not at all happy to win. Grimjow looked at the blood that remained at the corner of Ulquiorra's mouth, wondering why he not only did not have the joy of defeating his opponent in the past, but also felt a little lonely. And the fleeting loneliness in his eyes was caught by Ulquier Lassifa, which made Ulquier Lassifa think that he had no heart. His left chest jumped suddenly, and a trace of light flashed in his eyes. The color of enlightenment. He seemed to understand something at this moment, and Hirako Mako, who was observing, immediately noticed the change in Ulquiorasifa. It's a pity, if such a good seedling is with the master of Chengkong, his achievements will definitely not be only like this. Now even if he realizes something, it is too late, and his life has been ruined by Aizen. Hirako Mako obviously also knew that Ulquiorasifer had realized the meaning of his heart because of Grimmjow's loneliness at this moment, so that his heart was no longer empty, but it was a pity that it was too late, and at the same time Hirako Mako also thought of Hiyori, Liuch Quanchi and the others, all of them were ruined their whole lives. Although the method is different, it is still the same in the end. The strength of the sky is temporarily obtained, but the achievement in life will never stop there. Seeing the situation of Ulquiorasifer, the murderous intention hidden in his heart appeared again. Grimmjow, can you show me your strongest strength? Ulquiorasifer Vivi closed his eyes, and after a while he opened them again, no longer the empty eyes of the past. But there is a trace of light, and at the same time he has made some kind of decision in his heart. Okay. Grimmjow didn't vent his joy after his victory as proudly as he used to. Seeing Ulquiorasifa's appearance at this time, he didn't know that Ulquiorasifa had already realized something. But at the same time, he also knew that it was too late, which made him very angry with Aizen. This guy can use Benyu himself, and he has to use it on Daxu. Crack it, Leopard King. Although Grimmjow didn't know the decisive aura of Ulquiorasifa's body, he also sensed something. Is it Marshio Lassifa's last wish? Then let him do it. Boom. The clouds in the sky were suddenly swept away by a sudden sky blue spiritual pressure, and the earth began to tremble. All buildings within a 100-meter radius of Grimmjow were destroyed by this spiritual pressure. Grimmjow, who had hidden all his strength and burst out, was actually so powerful, but Ulquiorasifer was not surprised, but quietly looked at Yilimjow wrapped in a sky blue reiki. The spiritual pressure subsided, and the exposed Grimmjow's body turned into a white leopard king, to be precise, a leopard man. The turquoise eyeshadow extended to the temples, the ears became turquoise leopard ears, and the hair became waist length. The mask was moved to his forehead. Although the Reiatsu was restrained, the hidden pressure on his body made Ulquiorasifer feel like he was being stared at by a beast. It's so strong, even if you were a beginner warster before and I fought, you wouldn't necessarily lose. And your second stage return blade similar to mine, the Thunder Spear, as only the talented worst it. You have never used the two special abilities of talent, and I am not wronged. Ulquiorasifer stood up slowly, walked over to Grimmjow and said. However, it didn't take long for you to break through to the high-level worsterd. Although it has stabilized, the two middle-level worsters only made you barely reach it, and the Reiatsu still hasn't reached the limit that you can currently accommodate. That's fine, at least I still have a role to play. I can only help you so much. I hope your mount will not become a burden to your king. Aizen's hand is the blueprint of a part of my soul, and I will be resurrected after I die, but at that time I was completely created by Aizen's collapsing jade power, and then I will be completely manipulated by him, don't be right. I keep my hands, and if I meet again after the resurrection, it will devour me. Ulquiorra ignored Grimmjow's shocked gaze, as if he was speaking to the air. As he spoke, on the other side, Ichigo Kurosaki and others were surprised, puzzled, and under the strange gaze of Ulquiorra. A green light emanated from Sifa's body, and soon this green light completely enveloped Ulquiorasifer. In the end, he flew directly to Grimmjow, and merged directly into Grimmjow's body, and then it was like a rock sinking into the sea, and there was no more life. But Grimmjow knew that Ulquiorasifer was dead. He gave all of his spiritual pressure to himself and let himself devour it. He made Grimmjow the Leopard King entirely by himself, and made him stronger. Remembering what Ulquiorasifa had said before, a tear flashed in the corner of Grimmjow's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. Aizen. Grimjow suddenly roared up to the sky, and swept into the sky with the momentum belonging to the Leopard King. Unexpectedly, Ulquiorra was dead and would not let him live, but he used Benyu to take part of him. Soul recatalyzes Ulquiorra made entirely out of the power of Benyu. 637, 638 Husband, too fierce. Not only that, compared to the previous Ulquiorra, he was completely like a puppet after the resurrection. Aizen wanted him to live and die, and he couldn't even have the idea of resistance. Aizen was still the master of Benyu for one day, and he had absolute control over the Daxu that was completely catalyzed by the power of Benyu. A single thought can make Ulquiorra die, and Ulquiorra can be turned into a puppet without the slightest sense of reason to obey Aizen's words and do things. How can this not make Grimjow angry? Aizen, I'll cut off all your fangs. Then I'll see what you can do alone. You idiot thinks you'll be invincible if you get Benyu, but you don't know how many powerful enemies you've provoked yourself. Either Hirako Mako or Kuchiki Shanghai alone is enough to kill you. Grimjow is not an idiot, of course he knew that he had obtained all the Reiatsu of Ulquiorra. After tempering and removing all the impurities, the Reiatsu would be even bigger and purer than the blue. There is still a big gap between Ran, so he didn't rush to find Aizen for nothing, but a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's also time to go back. Aizen will be here in 2 days. HMPH, don't let me down with your so-called 10 blades. Grimjow calmed down the anger in his heart after he made a decision in his heart, opened the black voice leading to the soul realm directly, and walked out. Is this the end? Asanjing Renji's eyes widened. He thought that this exciting battle would last for a long time, but he didn't expect it to end in the blink of an eye, leaving him for a while. A little unresponsive. That Daxu named Grimjow has gained further strength after receiving Ulquiorra's Reiatsu. Ishida Yulong's glasses flashed with a gleam of light. His eyesight was so good, of course he could see what Ulquiorra was doing just now, but he didn't expect that there would be a life and death battle between Daxu and each other after devouring each other. With such a complicated relationship, it was obvious that there was a relationship between Grimjow and Ulquiorra in the past. Damn, one of the 10 blades made me fall into such a hard fight, so what about the others? Kurosaki Ichigo only felt powerless for a while. After he had learned the blurring, now he has extended the duration of the blurring, and his strength will be greatly improved. The improvement, I didn't expect to face the 10 blades would be so powerless. However, he also thinks the strength of the 10 blades is too strong. The current 10 blades, in addition to the overwhelming strength of the top 3 against Kurosaki Ichigo, the latter he can fight against one, but today, he is facing Ulquiorra, who ranks second among the 10 blades, and it is difficult to be unbeaten. Kazuki, you can clean up the mess, I'll prepare. Aizen washes his neck and waits for me. The smile on Hirako Mako's face slowly subsided, and he said to Urahara Kazuki in a tone that could not be rejected, let Urahara Kazuki's eyes flashed. Mako who looks like this can be said to be the most terrifying, and the expression he only shows when facing someone who has great hatred or thinks of someone who is sure to kill. He only saw it once. Be lazy, just be lazy, don't say it so grandly. Urahara Kazuki opened a fan and incited it lightly, but he still walked out. He didn't want to face Hirako Mako like this. At the same time, he secretly thought to himself that it was no wonder that old man Yamamoto would choose a seat captain between the dead Wood Shanghai and the son Mako, and it was difficult to decide whether to directly choose the more serious Shanghai. Mako usually seems to be smiling, not serious and easygoing. However, once he violated his bottom line, the sharpness displayed by him is indeed frightening, and he does have a Xian Yan as the captain. Although the old man Yamamoto's thoughts were secret, how could he hide it from Kazuki Urahara, who could even succeed in Aizen's calculations under his nose? He has already seen it clearly, but these have nothing to do with him, so he is too lazy to deal with it. It is better to do an experiment. It doesn't matter who is the captain, as long as he can just keep researching. Come back, Your Reiatsu. Stark saw a black voice suddenly appeared in front of him, and immediately knew that Grimjow had returned, but he was a little surprised after seeing it clearly, compared to the previous one. When Grimjow came back, it was obvious that he was stronger again. That guy Ulquioricifer gave me all his Reiatsu. Che, it's really annoying, he gave it to me without my consent. Grimjow lay down on the sofa, holding a bottle of ice wine and drank it. Although he only said so much, Stark was keenly aware that Grimjow was in a bad mood. Because it was related to Ulquiorrax, but Stark didn't say anything, but drank directly with Grimjow. The atmosphere between Stark and Grimjow on this side was rather dull and a little sad, but Lu Chengkong's side was very cheerful. Looking around, Lu Chengkong was posing with Saifeng Yuan Yi at the moment. Tequila battles with difficult moves. Yi's groaning and Lu Chengkong's low-pitched panting sounded together as if they were composing a piece of music that was full of human primitive happiness, especially when combined with the sultry atmosphere in the air that made one's mind rippling. Here is a paradise to enjoy the bliss on earth. I can't do it. Husband, don't be so hard. Saifeng Yuan Yi's face was covered with a seductive blush, making her look with the soft and healthy curves and the skin of Xiaoyan. The attractive and hot body is even more beautiful and moving, but it is a pity that Yi has not spoken a word on and off, and has once again been sent to the peak of bliss. Husband, you are too fierce. Usually I can't stand it anymore. Why are you suddenly more powerful than Zacian today? Saifeng Yuan, who had regained his senses, gasped for breath at night, enjoying the afterglow of the climax while angering Lu Chengkong's weak, especially when he saw Hannibal, a jade-like body that was already swollen in all directions behind him. When all the girls were lying on the big bed, Lu Chengkong gave Lu Chengkong a blank look. This husband is good in everything, but he is too fierce, so many sisters can't satisfy her, and after hearing from Hannibal, Lu Chengkong had already fought with Mao Zihua in the hall before this. Lai is well fed and then happens to meet 7 girls including himself playing, and another fight. 638-639 Broken Bee smashed through the charming. One man versus so many women, and every woman fights amazingly. When on Earth, even if dozens of super from Europe and the United States add up, they can't match the fighting power of any of Lu Chengkong's wives. That terrifying the suction and compressive force are enough to instantly disarm any man except Lu Chengkong. Among them, Mao Zhiwali is even more powerful than them, Luanju Yi and other girls. Even if he thinks that among the girls, Yi, Luanju, and Hannibal have the highest fighting power, the 3 girls together are not as good as Mao Zhiwali. However, Lu Chengkong and Mao Zihua were very passionate first, and then came to fight with their 7 daughters. After defeating his own 7 daughters, Lu Chengkong was still so brave and spirited. It seems that the fighting power that has always improved makes Saifeng Yuan knight. Love it and hate it. I used to be very fierce, but I used to endure it every time when it was just you and Lu Anju. Now that there are more people, of course I let go. Lu Chengkong is also a man, and when he heard his own woman's emancipation, the praise in his heart and the love-hate expression on his face certainly gave him a sense of accomplishment. You'll be embarrassed if you praise you. Saifeng Yuan Yi looked at Lu Chengkong's smug look, and immediately sang a rivalry with him, but the tender infatuation in her eyes was still there. The pride in having such a man could not be concealed from Lu Chengkong's eyes. Boom. Master Yi, there is a message from the captain of Yamamoto. Aizen will completely liberate Bengyu the day after tomorrow. When that time comes, please prepare yourself. Just as Lu Chengkong was ready to start at that time, the door of the room suddenly opened with a slam and his eyes opened. Besides the women living here in Lu Mansion, the only one with such privilege was the little bee called Broken Bee. It's just that this time, she obviously came at a bad time. She broke into the door and made a serious report. It's a pity that when she raised her head in the middle of the sentence, Lu Chengkong and Saifeng Yuan Yi met each other. Body hugging together. The extravagant air in the air is constantly pouring into Broken Bee's Chong nose, and the dragon that made her eyes unable to move is Lu Chengkong's giant dragon, which is still placed in the peach blossom garden of Yi in Saifeng Yuan, which she most admires and loves. The scene clearly reflected in the depths of her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe, and a slight blush appeared on her face. Logically speaking, since the army is mainly based on assassination, the minimum requirement is of course what kind of situation it faces, and what kind of things it sees, even if it is in the scene of the broken bee who ruled that army, of course, did it as the leader. In fact, she has seen no matter how ruthless the scene is, but her face remains unchanged, and her heart does not fluctuate in the slightest, but Broken Bee has a weakness, that is, even if it is a trivial matter, as long as it is with Saifeng Yuan Yi she can no longer maintain a normal mind. What's more, what she sees is not a trivial matter, how can she not let her heart be in chaos? Master Yi, since I don't have anything to do with me here, I'll leave first. Broken Bee glanced at the messy people behind the two, but they were all filled with satisfaction, and her face flushed with joy. Halibal and other women who had already slept in the past, seeing Yi Yi's love-hate expression in Saifeng Yuan, knew where Yi Yi's Broken Bee was, yet they didn't know that this was a very dangerous signal. It was obvious that Yi Yi was not satisfied with Lu Chengkong, and she just broke in at such a time, but it was very dangerous, but the danger she expected had already come before she left. Broken Bee, you little bee has destroyed me many times. Since you have to share weal and woe with Yi Yi, now Yi Yi can't take it anymore, are you going to take her place, little bee? Is it just what you say with your mouth? Lu Chengkong didn't use a tough method to leave Broken Bee, instead, he said in a slightly playful voice behind him. Obviously, he had already figured out Broken Bee's temperament, and being tough would definitely be counterproductive, but if he took advantage of Broken Bee's heart, the scumbag, if you stimulate her, she might have an unexpected harvest. Hey, don't think that you are stronger than me and you can insult my feelings for Lord Yi, who said that I just said it with my mouth. What's the big deal? As long as Lord Yi is happy, it's nothing to worry about. Sure enough, the footsteps that Broken Bee had just lifted stopped immediately, and she turned around with a swipe. If she was calm, she would definitely immediately realize that Lu Chengkong was deliberately provoking her, but Lu Chengkong actually said that she had a crush on Saifeng Yuan Yi. Feelings are fake, even if Broken Bee is calm or knows that Lu Chengkong is deliberately provoking him, he will not hesitate to prove his feelings for Saifeng Yuan Yi are beyond doubt. Broken Bee, you little idiot. Saifeng Yuan Yi lay silently in Lu Chengkong's arms, obviously being stimulated by her. What can she say with such a loyal sister? But this sister obviously jumped into the pit dug for her by her husband. With her understanding of Broken Bee's temperament, plus her presence and being heard by herself, she can definitely do anything in order to prove that she is a loyal and unswerving Broken Bee in front of Yi Yi, and don't think Broken Bee is an idiot. If it was someone else who would have done it a long time ago, but in front of the question, this is her favorite husband at night. She knows the salty power of the pillow wind, and the pillow wind is not only used by women. Although he knew that Lu Chengkong was deliberately provoking himself and would not do it, she would never allow this situation to happen, even if it was not possible at all, and he swore to follow Yi Yi for eternity, since Yi Yi was married. In her life, if she wants to get married, she can only marry the husband of Saifeng Yuan Yi. Otherwise, this is tantamount to being unfaithful to Saifeng Yuan Yi. She has to say that she is not loyal to Saifeng Yuan Yi. Yi's feelings have already penetrated deep into her soul, and no matter how many Jinghua Shui you hypnotize Broby, it can't change the effect on her. In a word, a beautiful woman, you are amazing. Saifeng Yuan Yi gently bit Lu Chengkong's chest, saying that biting is better than kissing, sucking, licking to be more accurate. She can't be jealous when facing the Broken Bee. If it was another woman who devotes herself in front of her for no reason, she would still be able to be coquettish and lose her little daughter's temper, but the Broken Bee in front of her was obviously doing this to prove her unquestionable feelings for Yi Yi, just for the sake of her own, so can she still be jealous? It can be said that she is really dumb and can't tell how hard it is to eat Wanglian. She can only watch the little bee, the small bee, jumping into the arms of the big bad wolf, Lu Chengkong, without any reluctance to force it. 639-640 Eat a Broken Bee. No matter what Saifeng Yuan Yi thought, the Broken Bee, who had already made a decision, was shy and timid, a little nervous, but very firm, and removed all the shackles on his body, revealing a large area of snowy skin and jade skin, which is dazzling. Eye-catching, very attractive. Yee, I didn't expect the little bee to be a bit predictable. Lu Chengkong looked at the body of the bee. The bee was originally that kind of petite, and of course there was no way to be as tall, plump and perfect as the bee. Compared with mature beauties, Lu Chengkong has always felt that Broken Bee is similar to young Sendao. It's just that now that he has untied all the restraints, he finds that he is also misunderstood. This Broken Bee is definitely a bit fuller than the young Sentao's figure, at least it is bumpy, and it does not give the same greenness as the young Sentao. Astringent feeling. Not only that, Lu Chengkong now fully understands why Yi was so fond of teasing Shuibei before, because the appearance of Shubi after blushing looked so cute. HMPH. After hearing Lu Chengkong's words, Brody was shy and annoyed, but also a little proud and puffed out the little white rabbit in front of her chest, as if she was signaling to Lu Chengkong, telling Lu Chengkong not to underestimate himself of. I'm satisfied with you, you big pervert. Sifeng Yuan gave Lu Chengkong a stern look at Yi. She seemed to have recovered completely after she didn't have much strength at first, but she pushed Lu Chengkong down. At the same time, head down. She swallowed Lu Chengkong's giant dragon under the rippling eyes of Broken Bee. Up and down, obviously she was worried that Broken Bee, who had broken her body for the first time, couldn't bear Lu Chengkong's whipping, and now her peach blossom spring, even the little chrysanthemum doesn't know how many degrees it has been bloomed by Lu Chengkong, and it has long been overwhelmed. But she didn't want to see Lu Chengkong holding back. As long as she was energized and exerted herself, she regained her little strength to personally fight with Broken Bee. First, she wanted to satisfy Lu Chengkong. Her husband was holding back. Of course she wanted to give Lu Chengkong some sweetness. It was really sisters who shared weal and woe together. Lu Chengkong only felt that his lower body had entered a warm and moist passage, with a naughty little tongue constantly teasing him, which made Lu Chengkong feel so comfortable that he almost couldn't help but cry out. Master Yi, you are already very tired, wait for me to come. Cui Feng followed Yi for so long, of course, he could see why Yi did what he did. He was moved and happy, and even forgot the shyness just now. The heart is more and more firm. He directly pulled Sifeng Yuan Yi away, threw himself into Lu Chengkong's arms, and twisted his little buttocks. Although the movement was jerky, it made Lu Chengkong enjoy it even more. Suddenly, Lu Chengkong's giant dragon changed the venue again. With the sound of the Broken Bee's painful cry, the dragon entered a place that was warmer, smoother, and more compact than before. Soon Lu Chengkong and Broken Bee started a new round of human creation under the eyes of Sifeng Yuan Yi's hatred and resentment. This kind of smell is no less than the most intense. Whether men or women smell it, they will burn with lust. The next day, Lu Chengkong climbed out of the pile of big buttocks and big breasts early. Tomorrow will be the day when Aizen comes. Of course, if it's just Aizen's hair, of course it's not worth his seriousness. After all, Aizen is watching Lu Chengkong now. Come on, a little ant. After 4 times of Bengyu evolution, his strength is only the elementary Scrito, and it is not a little worse than the elementary Scrito. It still felt like his own intuition. He always felt that the collision between Soul and Soul World and the virtual circle would not be as simple as the original anime, and there would definitely be a lot of follow-up events happening one after another. It's really the calm before the storm. The mountains and the rain are about to come and the wind will fill the building. Lu Chengkong felt the calmness in the searing garden, and even the present world after Ulquioricifer's death became extremely peaceful, but this kind of calm is different from the tranquility of the past, but it seems that a sky and sea with a larger storm and tsunami are brewing. Are you worried about Wangshu and King Ling? Mao Xiaowali's motherly and tolerant voice suddenly sounded behind Lu Chengkong, and the voice seemed to have a strange magic power that calmed Lu Chengkong's heart. If it's just a single person, I'm not too worried, but I fully expect them to come, but after seeing their fusion skills, I feel a little worried. Last time we were able to drive him away after fusion, but it accounted for a lot of luck. This time they will definitely take precautions. Once they merge, they will immediately cast a thunder strike on us, destroying the two of us with the fastest and strongest force, and because of the strength on our side, Wang Shu and Ling Wang, who are incompatible with water and fire, will be completely destroyed. United together. At least before we fall, the partnership between the two of them will definitely be very close. What's more, I have a feeling that Wang Shu and King Ling will be stronger when we meet again next time. No matter what they say, they are the first in the world. Shu and the first god of death, aptitude and talent are nothing to say. This injury may be an opportunity for them. After the union with Mao Zhawali, her feelings soared day by day. Of course, Mao Zhawali could not have any secrets to Lu Chengkong. Lu Chengkong knew her identity and the secrets of King Spirit and Wang Shu, so Lu Chengkong would be more careful. You are a little bit wrong. How can I feel the strong fighting spirit from you? You can hide from everyone, but you can't hide from me, who is both a mother and a wife. Your current strength is alone. I'm not afraid of either Wang Shu or King Ling. You really think I don't know? Mao Zhawali hugged Lu Chengkong from behind, put his head on his back, and laughed and scolded Lu Chengkong for a while, but more of it was flirting between husband and wife, mixed with some mother's love and concern for their children have brought the brilliance of motherhood and the gentleness, intellectuality, elegance of women to the extreme. Ha ha. Lu Chengkong smiled embarrassedly. If he were to say who the person he couldn't hide the most in the world of death, then it would be Mao Zhawali, followed by the little girl Bachinliu. Just like a large or small drug detection dog, they will smell and find out any secrets about themselves, and they will not make you feel disgusted, but will have a family-like feeling of warmth, comfort and care.